The immortal Emperor Haoyang was in seclusion, wagering his very life as he attempted to break through a death-closed cultivation. He was cultivating an exceedingly difficult ancient immortal art. If he succeeded, his cultivation would ascend yet another step, surpassing even the immortal Emperor realm. If he failed, his Tao would be severed and his body and spirit annihilated. Suddenly, a sharp tearing pain exploded in Haoyang's abdomen. In the next instant, sinister black lines erupted from his lower dantian, spreading at terrifying speed across every part of his body. Black witch goo poison. What is going on? Haoyang, immortal emperor, was horrified. Ordinary poisons were useless against an immortal emperor, but the black witch goo poison was the sole exception. This venom ranked first among all the world's Kai-based poisons. Its virulence was such that not even an immortal emperor could escape unscathed. Could it be? A chill of dread surged through Haoyang's heart. He suddenly recalled the cup of immortal wine that Ziwei Fairy had given him 3 days before he went into seclusion. Ziwei was his beloved and moreover the foremost beauty of the immortal realm. At that time, Haoyang had been about to begin his closed-door cultivation and should not have been drinking. Yet Ziwei Fairy, all seductive charm, exhausted every means to coax and entice him into draining the cup. Impossible, Ziwei would never treat me like this. Haoyang shook his head, trying to banish that terrifying thought. At that moment, a thunderous boom erupted outside. The grand formation sealing his seclusion chamber was shattered by someone. Immediately afterward, 3 immortal kings wreathed in terrifying auras appeared before him. Haoyang, you have sat on the throne of Lord of the Immortal Realm for far too many years. It is time for someone else to take your place. One immortal king, his entire body wrapped in red light, spoke. Indeed, fortunes wax and wane. The position of Lord of the Immortal Realm should not be monopolized by you alone. Another immortal king, shrouded in eerie green light, said in a sinister tone, you despicable traitors, you actually colluded with Ziwei to plot against me. Haoyang roared in fury. With only a moment's thought, he had pieced together the entire chain of cause and effect. First, Ziwei Fairy had persuaded him to drink immortal wine laced with black witch goo poison, and then these 3 immortal kings had launched a combined assault. To claim there was no connection between these 2 events, only a fool would believe it. But the moment he flared up in rage, he spat out a great mouthful of blood, splattering and reddening his imperial robe. You are too strong. Without such methods, the 3 of us would have no certainty of defeating you. The 3rd immortal king spoke. His entire body was enveloped in an earthy yellow radiance, yet the aura he exuded was far more formidable than that of the other 2. Enough, we have said all that needed to be said. It is time for you to be on your way. The immortal king, cloaked in earthy yellow light, struck first, a beam of yellow brilliance, as if to rend heaven and earth, slashed straight toward Haoyang, immortal emperor. The power of an immortal king could easily obliterate an entire world with a casual strike. Within this yellow beam was contained an unimaginably terrifying power of heavenly laws. Any ordinary immortal who touched it would die instantly. Haoyang, immortal emperor, sighed inwardly. On any other day, he could have easily dispersed such a beam, but at this moment, he found himself powerless to respond. If only the imperial sword were in my hand right now. Haoyang, immortal emperor, sighed to himself again. Before he went into seclusion, Ziwei Fairy had borrowed his imperial sword. A golden sword light suddenly shot out from his fingertip, instantly shattering the yellow beam. This was the demon executing sword art, the #1 sword art of the immortal realm, mastered only by an immortal emperor. Once unleashed, all demons were cut down. Its might was boundless. Haoyang could not help but cough out another great mouthful of blood. On top of that, his seclusion had been forcibly interrupted, and the backlash of cultivation crashed over him like a tidal wave. Worthy indeed of being the #1 immortal emperor of all ages, Haoyang. Even after being struck by the world's foremost black witch goo poison, you still possess such combat strength. It seems we truly underestimated you before. You 2, what are you still waiting for? If he recovers, all 3 of us will die. The immortal king, wreathed in yellow light, shouted loudly. The other 2 immortal kings, hearing this, changed expressions and joined the fray. In an instant, red, yellow, and green lights flared together as they launched a ferocious assault on Haoyang. Golden sword radiance erupted from Haoyang's body like 10,000 unsheathed blades, clashing against the 3-colored beams of the immortal kings. For a time, he did not fall into disadvantage. The 4 of them fought with no thought of retreat. The duel of the 4 strongest beings in the immortal realm sent such powerful immortal fluctuations surging forth that the void itself collapsed, and even the entire immortal realm trembled. 7 days later, the black witch goo poison in Haoyang, immortal emperor's body, erupted in full, and the unimaginable backlash of his cultivation compounded atop it. After exhausting himself through 10,000 desperate exchanges, he was finally defeated. His body was completely battered to pulp, with white bones exposed in most places. At this point, Haoyang had only a single breath left. Yet the 3 immortal kings were in no better shape. The protective radiance around their bodies had been utterly shattered, revealing their true appearances. One wore green robes, his face, pale blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Another's red robes were in tatters, his body bearing numerous wounds with a sword gash on his thigh deep enough to expose bone. The last wore yellow robes that were still mostly intact, but his face was completely drained of blood, clearly indicating that his injuries were far from light. Although the three had joined forces to defeat Haoyang, the price they paid was clearly enormous. The sheer ferocity of Haoyang, Immortal Emperor's combat strength, had far exceeded the expectations of the three. Had he not been poisoned beforehand, they would not have had even the qualifications to fight him. Do you have any last words? The man in yellow robes asked from on high, assuming the posture of a victor. Though their victory was Pyrrhic, it remained that the three of them had laughed to the end. Wujia Luoxue Deek. You three just wait for me. When this emperor returns to the immortal realm, that will be the day of your deaths. I will grind your bones to dust and scatter your ashes before my hatred can be appeased. Haoyang stared viciously at the three before him and swore upon the Tao. Return to the immortal realm. You are dreaming. Do you think we would ever give you that chance? Die. Wujia, Immortal King clad in yellow, waved his hand, and a yellow light descended, causing Haoyang to close his eyes forever. Examine him carefully. We must not allow even the slightest wisp of his divine soul to remain. After Wujia spoke, the three immortal kings began inspecting Haoyang's corpse together. Their examination lasted for a full 3 hours. Haoyang, Immortal Emperor, was far too terrifying. Even a single remaining fragment of his divine soul could become a catastrophic hidden danger. He is dead beyond any possibility of dying again. Deek, Immortal King clad in red robes, clapped his hands lightly, a faint smile curling his lips as he spoke with unrestrained satisfaction. I never imagined Haoyang would be this hard to kill. Even with his body ravaged by black witch goo, with less than a tenth of his mana remaining, his ferocious battle power was unprecedented through all ages. If Ziwei had not first tricked away his imperial sword, then even a mere fraction of his full strength combined with the might of that sword would have been enough to send the three of us to our graves. At this moment, Luoxue, Immortal King, had already changed into a fresh set of green robes. Though his robe was new, it could not conceal the lingering terror on his face. Imperial bone is hard to destroy. Although Haoyang himself has been slain by us, this imperial skeleton is extremely difficult to erase. I heard from Ziwei that Haoyang's recent seclusion was to cultivate some ancient wondrous art, the grand law of six-path reincarnation. Once this art is mastered, one can undergo nirvanic rebirth. Who knows how far Haoyang progressed in cultivating it? To be safe, we will cast this imperial skeleton into the abyss of darkness and burn it day and night with demonic flame. I refuse to believe Haoyang can reshape his divine soul from this imperial bone. Wujia, Immortal King, spoke with extreme malice. Time flowed onto 100,000 years, passed in the blink of an eye. In the abyss of darkness, where not even a blade of grass could grow, isolated from all realms, the immortals had long used this place as the exile ground for the most fearsome of ominous beings. Any who were banished here, whether immortal, demon, or fiend, could only be imprisoned for all eternity, with no hope whatsoever of escaping back to the light of the heavens. At this moment, in the deepest reaches of the abyss of darkness, a pristine white skeletal frame was suspended high by iron chains bound by no fewer than 1,000 layers of seals. Beneath it roared a massive mass of black flame, refining it without pause day and night. That was demonic flame, reputed to be able to burn all things to ash. Under demonic flame, no immortal soul could survive. Yet this skeleton was the imperial bone of Haoyang, Immortal Emperor. Even after 100,000 years, it remained unbroken and indestructible. On this day, within the skull of the bone frame, a wisp of golden flame suddenly ignited. Though tiny, its temperature was terrifying beyond measure. The golden flame then flickered and surged as if intent on burning through the seals and tearing its way out. The seals awoke, multicolored radiance flashing across their surfaces as their restrictive power erupted in full. But what followed was a scene to leave observers utterly stunned. The 1,000 seals jointly laid by the three immortal kings were burned through in an instant by the golden flame, as fragile as paper before it. In the end, the golden flame even burned through the very boundary of the abyss of darkness and shot directly into the distance. Before long, an overwhelming aura descended upon the Vermilion Continent. What has descended? My divine soul is trembling. In that instant, all the experts of the Vermilion Continent felt an earth-shaking pressure pressing down upon them. Northwest of Vermilion Continent. Go investigate at once. All the sects immediately dispatched their elite disciples toward the northwest of the Vermilion Continent. In the northwest of the Zhuke continent, within the borders of Zhao country, a wisp of golden flame hung, suspended in midair like a blazing sun, its heat driven to the absolute extreme. The very void twisted around it, as though on the verge of melting. Suddenly the flames scattered and vanished, revealing a youth of about 15 years of age. His face was deathly pale, his lips tinged purple, and he appeared desperately frail. I finally escaped, the youth sighed. This youth was the incarnation of a single wisp of the divine soul of the Haoyang immortal emperor. 100,000 years ago, the Haoyang immortal emperor had been ambushed by 3 immortal kings, his divine soul completely annihilated. The 3 immortal kings believed the Haoyang immortal emperor to be utterly dead. What they did not know was that at that time Haoyang had already cultivated the 6 paths reincarnation grand art to minor completion and had even refined the legendary Reincarnation Flame. The Reincarnation Flame could grant a soul nirvanic rebirth, nurturing it into a new life. Yet this flame was indescribably wondrous, possessing an extraordinarily powerful concealing ability. If it did not choose to reveal itself, even one at the immortal emperor realm could not detect it, let alone the 3 immortal kings. At the final moment, the Haoyang immortal emperor hid a wisp of his divine soul within the Reincarnation Flame, awaiting rebirth in some distant future. Not only was the Reincarnation Flame harmless to the divine soul of the Haoyang immortal emperor, it also nourished it immensely. Through the passage of 100,000 years, that single wisp of soul gradually matured into a youth. Yet as the youth grew day by day, the Reincarnation Flame's ability to mask his aura gradually weakened. Once his aura leaked out and was sensed by those 3 immortal kings of the past, it would mean certain death with no chance of survival. Thus the Reincarnation Flame carried the youth, and heedless of everything, charged out from the abyss of darkness. But the youth was now far too weak. Even speaking left him short of breath. From this day forth, I, Chu Haoyang, will cultivate anew and regain my cultivation as swiftly as possible. The Haoyang immortal emperor bore the surname Chu, his mortal family name. Because too much time had passed, those of the immortal realm knew only of the Haoyang immortal emperor, not that his true surname was Chu. Wujia Dik Luoshui, the 3 of you wait. Sooner or later I will return and grind your bones to dust. Chu Haoyang lifted his head to gaze at the sky, hatred boundless in his eyes. All of a sudden the world spun around him, and he fainted away. He was simply far too weak. We have searched for 3 days and nights. According to Ancestor Master's deduction, the treasure should be nearby, yet why can we not find it? Had I known it would be like this, I would never have come. Such a waste of effort. A stunningly beautiful young woman pouted slightly, voicing her complaint. Junior Sister Qingwan, stop grumbling, someone replied. Since Ancestor Master said the treasure is nearby, it cannot be wrong. Let us search more carefully. A handsome young man spoke with a smile. His name was Ouyang Xing, a leading figure among the younger generation of the Yuntian Sect. Barely past 20, his cultivation had already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. Such talent was exceedingly rare, even when one surveyed the entire cultivation world of Zhao country. The one called Qingwan was his junior martial sister, around 18 years old, with a voluptuous figure and graceful curves. Her cultivation at early foundation establishment. Although Li Qingwan's cultivation was slightly inferior to that of Ouyang Xing, she was still among the elites of her peers. The man was handsome, and the woman was delicate and fair. Standing together, they resembled a flawless complementary pair, stirring the envy of any onlooker. Senior brother, look, what is that? Suddenly Li Qingwan pointed toward a certain spot and cried out. Ouyang Xing followed the direction of her finger, and he too was startled. They saw a youth of about 15 lying on the ground, seemingly on the verge of death. Could he be the treasure Ancestor Master spoke of? Yet he does not look like it. Ouyang Xing placed the index finger of his right hand upon Chu Haoyang's forehead. A strand of spiritual power shot out from his fingertip, entering Chu Haoyang's body. There is not a trace of spiritual power within him. It seems he is a mere mortal. Ancestor Master spoke of a treasure, yet it turns out to be a dying good for nothing. Ouyang Xing shook his head, his face full of dejection. Let me take a look. Li Qingwan descended to his side, placing her index finger on Chu Haoyang's wrist as a wisp of spiritual power flowed through his entire body. Huh. This person has only one soul and one spirit, and even that is incomplete. How has he survived until now? Li Qingwan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. She had already probed clearly that Chu Haoyang's soul was gravely deficient. This was not a loss acquired later, but an incompleteness from the very beginning. For one whose soul was flawed, death was a certainty. This was common knowledge. Yet the youth before her had lived for so long. This was truly strange. So he is a crippled one. Let us ignore him and return. Ouyang Xing gave Chu Haoyang a single glance, his eyes full of contempt. He was a favored son of heaven, a standout among the younger generation of the Yuntian Sect, and there was an innate arrogance in his nature. He is too pitiful. If we leave him here, and he is eaten by wild beasts, what then? Let us bring him back. Li Qingwan spoke with a frown. Looking at the frail youth lying on the ground, she instinctively felt a sliver of pity. This was a region of high mountains and dense forests where wild beasts frequently roamed. The youth was an ordinary mortal with not the slightest cultivation. If left alone here, he would certainly die. Junior sister, he is a mortal. Why would you bring a mortal back? Besides, I just tested him. He has no spiritual roots at all. Elder Wang will never allow him to stay. Ouyang Xing said with undisguised distaste. The elder Wang he spoke of was the elder of the Yuntian Sect, specifically in charge of recruiting disciples, a man of high status and authority. Yet his temperament was eccentric and extremely unfeeling. Over so many years, all who had tried to enter the Yuntian Sect through the back door had been turned away by him. Junior sister, you would do best not to act on such needless kindness. Bringing such a dying piece of trash back to the Yuntian Sect. Do you think the elders will not scold you to death? Haoyang Ziying urged. He truly meant well, fearing that Li Qingwan would be punished. No, I will take him back. If Elder Wang punishes me, then let him punish me. With that, Li Qingwan ignored the still stunned Haoyang Ziying at her side. She placed Chu Haoyang upon her flying sword, then tore through the air and departed. Haoyang Ziying's earlier words had left her deeply displeased. Junior sister, wait for me. Haoyang Ziying shouted loudly from behind, then hurriedly gave chase. In Zhao country at the Yuntian Sect, an elder spoke coldly. You bring such a person to my Yuntian Sect. What are you trying to do? Do you truly take my Yuntian Sect for a charity hall that takes in anyone? A core formation stage elder withdrew his hand from Chu Haoyang's forehead and berated Li Qingwan. This was none other than the intractable elder Wang. The Yuntian Sect's standards for accepting disciples were exceedingly strict. Only those with spiritual roots of 3 colors or higher were permitted to become official disciples. Elder Wang, this youth is at death's door. Even if we do not accept him, could we at least heal him before sending him away? Li Qingwan spoke almost pleadingly. To refuse aid to one on the brink of death was unworthy of the path of cultivation. Save him. Easy to say. His soul is incomplete, and even the single soul and single spirit he possesses are grievously damaged. The fact that he has lived until now is already a miracle. I, this old man, do not possess such great ability. If you wish to save him, then save him yourself. Throwing down those words, Elder Wang flicked his sleeve and departed. Then I will save him myself, Li Qingwan muttered under her breath, indignant. She held deep contempt for Elder Wang's cold indifference. Fortunately, he had not driven them out on the spot, which allowed Li Qingwan to feel that there was still a glimmer of hope. She immediately brought Chu Haoyang to the place where she herself cultivated. Every disciple of the Yuntian Sect whose cultivation reached the foundation establishment stage would be granted a cave dwelling. At this moment, Li Qingwan was in her own cave, mending a soul. I'm no good at that. First, let's just wake him up. Thinking this, Li Qingwan placed her right hand on Chu Haoyang's forehead. Spiritual light flickered on her palm, and strand after strand of pure spiritual energy flowed through her hand into Chu Haoyang's body. This process continued for 6 full hours. Sweat appeared on Li Qingwan's forehead, and her clothes were soon soaked through. Chu Haoyang's body was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing Li Qingwan's spiritual energy. When her spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, she tried to pull her palm away from his forehead. But then her expression changed drastically. Li Qingwan discovered that her palm was firmly stuck to Chu Haoyang's forehead and could not move at all. The suction force from Chu Haoyang's forehead was immense. She simply couldn't break free. It was so domineering that it seemed unwilling to stop until it had drained every last bit of spiritual energy from her body. What is going on? Li Qingwan was greatly alarmed. Once her spiritual energy was drained dry, the essence within her flesh and blood would likely be next. If that happened, she would not escape death. It was too terrifying. Just as Li Qingwan was panicking, Chu Haoyang opened his eyes, and the powerful suction vanished in an instant. Where is this? How did I get here? Chu Haoyang said in a weak voice. This is the Yuntian Sect. I brought you here. Li Qingwan wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with lingering fear, luckily this young man woke up in time, otherwise I would have been in danger. Then thank you, Chu Haoyang said, sizing up the woman beside him. Her brows were like distant indigo hills, her eyes like autumn ripples, her skin fair, and her figure graceful, a beauty rarely seen in the world. Even compared with Ziwei, the foremost beauty of the immortal world, she was in no way inferior. I'm Li Qingwan of the Yuntian Sect. What's your name? Li Qingwan had introduced herself. My name is Chu Haoyang. Chu Haoyang answered truthfully. In his current state, no one would connect him with the former Haoyang, immortal emperor. Rest well for now, and I'll get you something to eat, Li Qingwan said. No need, I'm not hungry. Chu Haoyang, he understood his own body best. It urgently needed a great deal of immortal power to repair itself. This present body had been forged from a wisp of remnant soul in the Reincarnation Flame, so it was inherently deficient. Combined with 100,000 years of tempering by demonic fire, the body had suffered severe damage in many places. These wounds were invisible to the naked eye, yet they were the root cause of his current extreme weakness. To fully cure these hidden injuries, a large amount of pure immortal power was undoubtedly the best tonic. But immortal power had to be transformed from immortal chi, and immortal chi existed only in the immortal world. The Yuntian continent had not even the slightest trace of it. Then spiritual energy would have to do, even if it was far less effective. Do you have spirit stones? Chu Haoyang asked. Yes. As she spoke, Li Qingwan took out about 100 spirit stones from her storage pouch. Any more? Chu Haoyang, it still isn't enough. This is all I own. It's my entire fortune. What do you need so many spirits? Li Qingwan asked in slight surprise. At the Yuntian Sect, every Foundation establishment disciple could receive 10 spirit stones a month. If they wanted more spirit stones, they had to take missions at the mission pavilion and earn spirit stone rewards accordingly. These 100-odd spirit stones were savings she had accumulated over several years. My body needs a huge number of spirit stones to recover. As Chu Haoyang spoke, he swept his palm over the pile of spirit stones. The stones, which had been radiating spiritual light just moments ago, instantly turned into a pile of powder. Not a single trace of the spiritual energy remained. It had all been sucked dry by Chu Haoyang. As for Chu Haoyang, his complexion had improved somewhat, and he could now stand up. How did you do that? So many spirit stones contain terrifying spiritual energy. How did that not blast you apart? Li Qingwan's mouth fell open in shock. She had examined him before and knew that Chu Haoyang had no spiritual root and could not cultivate. How could a person with no spiritual root wave a hand and drain all the spiritual energy from over 100 spirit stones? To absorb all the spiritual energy from over 100 spirit stones in one go. An ordinary cultivator simply couldn't contain that much spiritual energy. They would surely explode and die. Don't worry, that won't happen. Where's there a spirit stone mine around here? Chu Haoyang first revealed a gentle smile, then asked. About 300 li from here is a large spirit stone mine owned by the Yuntian Sect, but it is heavily guarded with powerful elders stationed there. Don't you dare get any ideas, Li Qingwan warned him. She said this not because she was afraid the mine would be robbed, but because she was worried Chu Haoyang might actually be beaten to death. It's fine. I have a way to slip in without anyone noticing. Can you help me? Chu Haoyang asked. As he spoke, his face flushed slightly. The Haoyang immortal emperor, who had once commanded wind and rain and stood unmatched under heaven, now needed the help of a young girl at the Foundation establishment stage. It was truly laughable when one thought about it. You're blushing, are you shy? It's all right. I, your big sister, am always happy to help. Tell me, how do you want me to? Li Qingwan patted her chest and agreed readily. For some unknown reason, she felt my body is severely injured, so I can't fly. Take me to that spirit stone mine, and once we succeed, you will be handsomely rewarded. Chu Haoyang could tell that Li Qingwan was eager to help others and completely free of scheming. People like that were the most trustworthy. I don't need a reward, but I'm very curious. You clearly have no spiritual root, so how can you absorb the spiritual energy from so many spirit stones? Li Qingwan asked with genuine curiosity. Well, it's a long story. I was originally a cultivator. After a serious accident, my cultivation realm fell. That's why I've ended up like this. As for my spiritual root, I have a hidden spiritual root. It's normal that ordinary people can't see it, Chu Haoyang explained. After entering the immortal emperor realm, he had returned to simplicity, and all his spiritual roots had dissolved. But such a thing was beyond what low-level cultivators could understand. Therefore, he had fabricated a hidden spiritual root, one that existed only in ancient texts. Hidden spiritual root. Li Qingwan was taken aback. There were only a few kinds of spiritual roots in the world, yet she had never heard of this one. A spiritual root determined the quality of a person's cultivation aptitude. Among them, heavenly spiritual roots and earth spiritual roots were in a class of their own. Those with such roots advanced by leaps and bounds in cultivation, and their future achievements were limitless. However, such spiritual roots were extremely difficult for heaven and earth to produce. One might not appear, even in 10,000 years. Next came the 5 elements spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the mutated wind and lightning spiritual roots. If someone possessed only one of these 7 types, it was a single spiritual root. People with single spiritual roots had excellent cultivation talent and were the most cherished by the great sects. Though those with single spiritual roots were a little more common than those with heavenly or earth spiritual roots, their absolute numbers were still extremely limited. Whenever such a person appeared, they often became the object of contention among the great sects, because a disciple with this kind of spiritual root had an enormous chance of leading the sect to soar. Next came dual spiritual roots, namely possessing 2 of the 5 elements spiritual roots. Though this type of spiritual root was nothing stunning, it was still considered upper middle aptitude. Triple spiritual roots were the baseline for recruitment by the great sects. As for 4 spiritual roots and 5 spiritual roots, they were called miscellaneous spiritual roots and were essentially cut off from the path of cultivation. There were only this many kinds of spiritual roots. How could there be any hidden spiritual root? Could this man be lying to me? Li Qingwan stared at Chu Haoyang, thinking to herself, "Don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. Take me to the spirit stone mine now." Under Li Qingwan's fixed stare, Chu Haoyang felt a little unnerved, so he quickly steered the conversation back to the spirit stone mine. "Fine, but I'll only take you to the edge of the spirit stone mine. How you get in is up to you." Li Qingwan, good. A trace of joy appeared on Chu Haoyang's face. Though he could walk now, his body was still extremely weak, and a journey of 300 li was clearly far too long. Li Qingwan could fly on her sword, so for her a few hours would be enough to get there. Hold on tight. Li Qingwan summoned a flying sword, told Chu Haoyang to grab her waist, and then shot into the sky. The flying sword carried the two of them through the clouds. The fierce wind rushed against their faces, blowing a few strands of Li Qingwan's hair onto Chu Haoyang's cheek. A refreshing, intoxicating fragrance drifted into his nostrils. With her soft waist in his grasp and her delicate fragrance at his nose, any ordinary male cultivator would have lost his composure long ago. But who was Chu Haoyang? He was once the Haoyang immortal emperor, whose Tao heart was far more steadfast than ordinary people could match. Facing a beauty like Li Qingwan, his mind remained as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest risk. Can you fly on a sword? Li Qingwan asked. No. At that time, I had only reached the 5th level of qi refining when I was hunted down by enemies. In the end, I was severely wounded, and my cultivation realm fell. Chu Haoyang said. Who are your enemies? Are they very powerful? Li Qingwan asked with deep concern. They are very powerful. Too powerful. Chu Haoyang sighed and said. The ones who had ambushed him were the 3 mightiest immortal kings of the immortal realm. Their cultivation had reached the very mysteries of creation. Their power was something cultivators of the lower realm could not even imagine. If he could not recover to his peak, taking revenge would be almost as hard as ascending to heaven. It's all right. Once your cultivation recovers, if you still can't beat them, I'll help you. Li Qingwan comforted him. All right. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Chu Haoyang's mouth. Her words stirred something in his heart. These were the warmest words he had heard in the 100,000 years since his imprisonment. In less than 4 hours, Li Qingwan and Chu Haoyang arrived at a place overgrown with shrubs. The two crouched behind the bushes. See, the entrance to the Spirit Stone Mine is right ahead. That white-bearded old man is Elder Su, the one in charge of guarding the Spirit Stone Mine. His cultivation is at the peak of the late core formation stage. Apart from him, there are also several squads of Foundation Establishment disciples patrolling day and night. If they find anything abnormal, they don't need to report it. They kill on the spot. Li Qingwan pointed at a place not far ahead and spoke. The bushes where she and Chu Haoyang were hidden blocked the view, so they were not afraid of being discovered. I can only escort you this far. What happens next is up to you. Li Qingwan said encouragingly, her gaze clear and her big limpid eyes fixed on Chu Haoyang. Okay, no problem. Stay here and don't move until I get back. After saying this, Chu Haoyang stood straight up. This gave Li Qingwan a real fright, for they were not far from Elder Su's position. If Chu Haoyang walked over so swaggeringly, it would be a wonder if he wasn't discovered. Unless Elder Su was blind. Is this what he meant by no problem? She wanted to warn Chu Haoyang, but she was afraid that making a sound would alert Elder Su, so her palms were cold with anxious sweat. Elder Su would show no mercy to anyone who appeared there recklessly. But to her astonishment, Chu Haoyang swaggered right past Elder Su. Elder Su acted as if he had not seen. Could Elder Su really be blind? While Li Qingwan was thinking this, Chu Haoyang had already entered the mine. The guards at the entrance showed not the slightest reaction. Could he have an invisibility technique? Li Qingwan muttered. It turned out that Chu Haoyang had summoned the Reincarnation Flame lurking within his body and concealed himself inside it. The Reincarnation Flame was wondrous beyond compare, possessing an inconceivably powerful concealment effect. Unless he revealed himself on his own, even an immortal emperor would find it difficult to detect him, let alone Elder Su, who was merely at the late core formation stage. After entering the mine, Chu Haoyang sensed a heaven-shaking spiritual energy. It was emitted by the spirit stones inside. This is a decent mine, but I wonder if there are any supreme-grade spirit stones inside. Chu Haoyang thought to himself. The spiritual energy contained in supreme-grade spirit stones was the purest, and their healing effect far surpassed that of ordinary spirit stones. If he could find supreme-grade spirit stones in this mine, it would greatly help Chu Haoyang recover from his injuries. Chu Haoyang walked deeper into the mine, intending to try his luck. If there truly were no supreme-grade spirit stones, he would have no choice but to heal with ordinary spirit stones. Along the way, he kept observing. Wherever supreme-grade spirit stones lay, spiritual energy leaked outward, causing large numbers of ordinary spirit stones to appear nearby. Thus, wherever ordinary spirit stones clustered together, there was a high probability that supreme-grade spirit stones existed. He had no idea how long he had walked, but when he was already nearing the deepest part of the mine, Chu Haoyang suddenly stopped. He felt that the spiritual energy here was vast and mighty. Absolutely not something ordinary spirit stones could emit. He placed his hand on the mine wall, and a powerful suction force surged out from his palm. Then wave after wave of vast pure spiritual energy passed through the wall and poured into Chu Haoyang's body. This spiritual energy was mighty, torrential, and extremely pure, by no means something ordinary spirit stones could produce. Wonderful. There really are supreme-grade spirit stones here. Chu Haoyang exclaimed joyfully. After that, he fell silent and focused entirely on absorbing the powerful spiritual energy of the supreme-grade spirit stones. The internal injuries he had suffered were severe, requiring a vast amount of spiritual energy to repair. Hidden here was a branch vein of supreme-grade spirit stones, its surface covered by ordinary spirit stones, so no one had ever noticed it. This was a stroke of luck for Chu Haoyang. A tremendous amount of spiritual energy gushed out from the vein and flowed into his body. If anyone had been there, they would have seen that his body had become a vortex, devouring all the spiritual energy drawn from the vein, without letting a single wisp escape. It was also fortunate that a branch vein of supreme-grade spirit stones existed here. If it had been ordinary spirit stones, Chu Haoyang would have drained them dry long ago. After 6 hours, the spiritual energy in this supreme-grade branch vein was almost completely absorbed, and a crackling sound rang out from the mine. It was the sound of spirit stones splitting apart after their spiritual energy had been exhausted. At first the sound was not very loud, but soon it swelled like crashing mountains and roaring seas. Each crack louder than the last until it became deafening. Time to go. Chu Haoyang opened his eyes. Golden light shot from his gaze like a small golden sun burning within them. After draining an entire branch vein of supreme-grade spirit stones, a considerable portion of his internal injuries had healed. Though he had not fully recovered, he no longer had the frail look of before, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Vigorous life force now radiated from his body. The ordinary spirit stones left here could no longer support his continued healing. Moreover, ordinary spirit stones were far too weak in their healing effect, and Chu Haoyang would not lower himself to use them. My body has recovered a little, but my soul is severely damaged. I can't use a single one of those powerful spells. I must restore my soul as soon as possible, Chu Haoyang thought to himself. He needed to leave this place immediately. He had caused such a huge commotion that the Yuntian Sect was sure to send experts to investigate. Although he had absolute confidence in the Reincarnation Flame, there was no need to take risks. Oh right, I promised that girl I would repay her handsomely. I almost forgot. After taking only a few steps, Chu Haoyang tapped his head. Li Qingwan was his lifesaver, and she had braved danger to bring him here to heal. This debt of gratitude was greater than heaven itself. But his pockets were empty, and he had nothing worthy of offering as a thank you gift. However, this place was rich in spirit stones. Even taking out a few would be enough to drive low-level cultivators mad with desire. But what to use to mine them was the problem. Chu Haoyang's current physical condition was comparable to that of a sturdy mortal. He had no divine powers or techniques, nor could he use any magic treasures or sharp weapons. To put it plainly, he was now nothing but a mortal. To recover his cultivation, he would have to start over step by step. The walls of the spirit stone mine were extremely hard, and without cultivation it would be very difficult to pry the spirit stones off. I can only try. A pickaxe lay on the ground. Chu Haoyang picked it up and swung it at the mine wall. After he rapped against it several times, the hard cave wall only sent out a few sparks. Not a single mark was left behind. If I used the samsara flame to burn it, would the spirit stones be melted along with it? Just as the thought crossed Chu Haoyang's mind, a chill crept up behind him. He whirled around and saw a zombie suspended in midair, wings growing from its ribs, its eyes emitting a green glow as it stared directly at him. A core formation stage flying zombie. Chu Haoyang sucked in a cold breath. For a zombie to cultivate is anathema to the heavenly Tao. O thunder, tribulation will descend to destroy it. So it was extremely rare to see a zombie that had reached the core formation stage, and a flying zombie at that. This one had been lurking here to cultivate. It had been attracted by the clattering sound from earlier. At the sight of a living person, the flying zombie's bloodthirsty savagery surged forth. Beating its wings, it pounced at Chu Haoyang. He sidestepped, and the flying zombie clutched at empty air. But it immediately corrected its trajectory and lunged again. Though it was called a zombie, this flying zombie moved with such agility that there was not the slightest bit of stiffness in it. Even if I, the immortal emperor, have lost all my cultivation, I am not something a lowly thing like you can hear. At that moment, the samsara flame had entirely concealed its edge, looking no different from an ordinary ball of flame. Unaware of its might, the flying zombie extended a pitch-black talon, trying to brush the samsara flame aside. But in the next instant, it let out a blood-curdling scream. Yet now a tiny ball of flame had consumed one of its arms. This the flying zombie could not comprehend. As it stared at the samsara flame, a glimmer of dread flickered in its eyes. "Become my servant, and I will spare your life," Chu Haoyang said. Aside from the samsara flame, he now had almost nothing in this world. If he could subdue a core formation stage zombie, there would be many advantages. At the very least, someone else would do the backbreaking labor of mining spirit stones for him. Jijia. The flying zombie let out two jarring noises, clearly unwilling. If he refused, then die. As soon as Chu Haoyang finished speaking, the samsara flame split into 3 blossoms and surrounded the flying zombie from 3 directions. Under his control, the flame burst into dazzling light. Heat of indescribable terror swept through the entire mine, and the rocks on the cave walls melted away in chunks. The flying zombie's fur was scorched black, and the searing temperature set its body on the verge of combustion. Even more terrifying, the three flames were slowly drawing closer. At this life-or-death moment, the flying zombie knelt and surrendered to Chu Haoyang. It did not want to die. You know what's good for you. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Chu Haoyang's mouth, and then a bean-sized ember flew out from one of the flames. This wisp of flame held its heat inward, cool to the touch, without a trace of warmth. Under Chu Haoyang's control, it sank into the flying zombie's forehead. As long as you harbor no treacherous intentions, this wisp of flame will do you no harm. But if you ignore my orders, or try anything against me, you already know how terrible the flame can be. Chu Haoyang warned. The flying zombie naturally knew the samsara flame's might. Its body, impervious to blades and lances, had absolutely no resistance against such fearsome flames. Jijia. Again, two grating sounds, but these no longer carried the earlier savagery. Then the flying zombie nodded. All right, from this moment on you are my servant. I'll give you a name, Shao Jiang, Chu Haoyang said. When the flying zombie heard the name Shao Jiang, it shook its head hard, as if expressing dissatisfaction. Whether you like it or not, that's the name. This is an order. Now go and quarry 10,000 spirit stones for me. Chu Haoyang commanded. The flying zombie moved with great agility. With only one claw left, it still dug and scraped, and in no time had brought down quite a number of spirit stones. That's about enough. Pack them up, or we're leaving this place. As Chu Haoyang spoke, a glimmer of spiritual light flashed on the flying zombie's finger, and it collected all the spirit stones scattered on the ground. A storage ring, not bad. Later I'll have to get one too. Looking at the storage ring on the flying zombie's finger, Chu Haoyang said with a hint of dejection. A dignified immortal emperor reduced to such shabby circumstances. Truly the world's course could not be predicted. Still, he and the flying zombie had to leave immediately, because the experts of the Yuntian Sect would soon come down to inspect. The flying zombie flapped its wings, and carrying Chu Haoyang flew toward the exit. Elder Su, who was stationed here, heard the loud commotion from the spirit stone mine, and immediately used a sound-transmitting jade slip to notify the sect, then entered the cave to investigate. But this cavern had many branching tunnels, and Elder Su had taken another path, so Chu Haoyang and the flying zombie flew out of the mine without encountering any resistance. When the flying zombie appeared beside Li Qingwan, with Chu Haoyang in its arms, it startled her. A core formation stage flying zombie would catch the eye no matter where it appeared. Don't be afraid. It's my newly subdued servant. It won't hurt anyone. Let's leave this place quickly. As Chu Haoyang spoke, the flying zombie obediently lowered its body. Chu Haoyang grasped Li Qingwan's hand, and the two of them sat on the flying zombie's back, very close to each other. I can fly on my own. Smelling the strong masculine aura emanating from Chu Haoyang, Li Qingwan's face turned crimson, and she said shyly, by now the experts of the Yuntian Sect are probably all rushing toward the mine. It would be bad if we ran into them. Its speed is greater. As soon as Chu Haoyang said this, the flying zombie shot into the sky and vanished beyond the horizon in an instant. So this is the speed of a core formation powerhouse. Incredibly fast. Li Qingwan exclaimed in excitement. The flying zombie was now streaking across the sky with the two of them on its back, moving at an absurd speed. Along the way, Chu Haoyang sensed several powerful auras hurrying toward the spirit stone mine. Such auras could only belong to nascent soul stage cultivators. He commanded the flying zombie to change direction, at once avoiding a heated encounter. But it did not matter. Right now he appeared to have no cultivation whatsoever, so no one would suspect him. Before long, the two returned to the Yuntian Sect. Have the injuries on your body healed? Looking at Chu Haoyang's glowing face, Li Qingwan asked. A little better, but not completely. But it's no longer a serious problem. At least I can cultivate now, Chu Haoyang said. Then do you know that your divine soul is incomplete? Li Qingwan asked cautiously. Wounds to the body were easy to heal, but damage to the divine soul was exceedingly difficult to cure. Of course I know, Chu Haoyang said with complete indifference, as if speaking of some trivial matter. Then do you have a way to cure it? Li Qingwan asked again. My master once taught me a healing method. Once my cultivation is a bit higher, I can fully restore the soul. Chu Haoyang said. The master he mentioned was fabricated, but as an immortal emperor, he truly knew the way to restore a damaged soul. The soul of Emperor Haoyang had been destroyed jointly by 3 immortal kings, and only a wisp of remnant soul managed to escape into the wheel of reincarnation. All right, enough of this. Look what I've brought for you. Chu Haoyang said, summoning Shao Jiang from the storage pouch. This pouch was a gift from Li Qingwan when they were nearing the Yuntian Sect. Otherwise, the two of them carrying such a large zombie would surely cause a huge uproar. Take out what's inside. After Chu Haoyang finished speaking, Shao Jiang lightly shook the storage ring on his hand. In an instant, brilliant light burst forth as piles of spirit stones, large and small, covered the ground. So many spirit stones. Li Qingwan was stunned, her mouth hanging open. The sight of this pile of stones was a tremendous shock to her. She had never seen so many spirit stones before. Yet she didn't need to guess where they had come from. Almost 10,000 stones. They're a gift for you. Chu Haoyang said. All these spirit stones all for me. His words left Li Qingwan even more astonished. After all, she received only 10 spirit stones from the Yuntian Sect each month. 10,000 stones was an absolute windfall. With this spiritual energy assistance, her cultivation speed would soar, and reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage was within sight. This is too much. I can't accept so many. They'll take 1,000, you keep the rest. Li Qingwan said. Though the 10,000 stones had overwhelmed her, she was not the kind to be insatiably greedy. Chu Haoyang was briefly taken aback, never expecting Li Qingwan to say such a thing. For cultivators, spirit stones were like gold and silver in the mortal world, the more the better. Fights over spirit stones had led to countless murders and robberies. Yet this young woman could resist the temptation of 10,000 stones, and even when he offered them freely. That was truly rare. These things are of no use to me, keep them all, Chu Haoyang said. For him the priority was to repair his damaged soul. Once his soul was whole, his cultivation would surge naturally, advancing 1,000 miles a day without any bottlenecks. This wasn't cultivating from nothing, it was merely recovering the power he once possessed. According to his estimation, once his current single soul and single spirit were fully restored, his cultivation would instantly skyrocket to the core formation stage. This process, however, required vast amounts of pure spiritual energy. Ordinary spirit stones wouldn't do, only supreme-grade spirit stones could suffice. Spirit stones are useless to you. How strange. Even mighty nascent soul cultivators use spirit stones regularly. How could they be useless to you? Fine, I'll keep them safe for you and give them back when you need them, Li Qingwan said, then gathered all the spirit stones into her storage pouch. Chu Haoyang nodded. You're not yet a disciple of the Yuntian Sect. Elder Wang will surely come to investigate again in a few days. If he discovers that your injuries have mostly healed, he'll throw you out directly, Li Qingwan said. Then what must I do to stay? Chu Haoyang asked. In his current state, remaining in a cultivation sect was far better than wandering outside alone. The Yuntian Sect standards for accepting disciples are extremely strict. At the very least, one must have a triple spiritual root. That hidden spiritual root of yours, probably no one will recognize it, unless you become my servant. Li Qingwan blushed as she said this. Any Yuntian Sect disciple whose cultivation reached foundation establishment or above was allowed to have their own servants. A servant could stay in the sect alongside the master, but received no benefits whatsoever. All cultivation resources had to be provided privately by the master. The sect supplied nothing at all. What? Me become your servant? Chu Haoyang was first stunned, then furious. The great immortal Emperor Haoyang of the celestial realm now to become the servant of a little girl. This was utterly ridiculous. It was just a suggestion. If you don't like it, forget it. Seeing Chu Haoyang, enraged Li Qingwan was startled and spoke softly. She only wanted to give him a chance to stay at the Yuntian Sect. She had no real intention of treating him as a... Although Chu Haoyang appeared to be only about 15 years old, his anger was terrifying, making her feel as though she faced the wrath of heaven itself. Even the sect's founding patriarchs seemed less formidable by comparison. Seeing Li Qingwan's aggrieved expression, Chu Haoyang's anger instantly vanished. He understood that she meant well and began to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Is there really no other way? Chu Haoyang asked with a frown. Becoming a servant. He simply couldn't accept it. It seems there is only this one way, Li Qingwan said. Silence. A long, heavy silence. Finally, Chu Haoyang stamped his foot as if he had made up his mind, and said then, Fine. Those 3 simple words filled him with unbearable embarrassment. The dignity of the former immortal Emperor Haoyang seemed utterly lost at this moment. So what do we do next? Li Qingwan asked. Refine pills. Chu Haoyang said. You can refine pills too. Li Qingwan was astonished once more. As a cultivator, she often encountered cultivation bottlenecks. At such times, taking alchemical pills was the best way to break through. The refining of pills was inseparable from every alchemist, besides possessing extraordinary talent in the Tao of alchemy, had to engage in endless trial and error before becoming a true master of the craft. Thus, nurturing an alchemist required a massive accumulation of resources. Anything else was simply impossible. Therefore, aside from the few supersect, small factions simply couldn't afford to support alchemists. The scarcity of alchemists was thus plain to see. When Li Qingwan heard Chu Haoyang say he could refine pills, she couldn't help but be shocked. I studied it a bit, Chu Haoyang said dismissively. In the celestial realm, everyone knew only that Emperor Haoyang was unmatched in the sword Tao. His self-created Taichu sword art could slay everything and was hailed as the paramount sword art of the ages. What they didn't know was that the immortal Emperor Haoyang excelled not only in swordsmanship, but also in alchemy. His pill refining skills could rival the wonders of creation, yielding all manner of miraculous pills. Beneath the heavens, no one could surpass him in the art of alchemy. Then what pill do you intend to refine? Li Qingwan asked curiously. She was deeply interested in the Tao of alchemy, but lacked any natural talent for it. Hearing Chu Haoyang talk about pill refining sparked her fascination. Heaven-mending pill. Chu Haoyang stated a pill name that startled Li Qingwan. Heaven-mending pill? Isn't that name a bit too grand? Thinking he was boasting, she wore an expression of disbelief. Such a pill is naturally something that defies the heavens. If the name weren't grand, how could it mend the soul? What is called mending heaven doesn't refer to the sky above your head, but rather the heavenly gate within the human body. Isn't that the soul itself? Chu Haoyang explained. I see, now I understand. Tell me what materials you need, and I'll buy them for you. Li Qingwan eagerly volunteered, immensely interested in refining the heaven-mending pill. No hurry. Wait a little longer. For now it is best to go nowhere, and remain quietly inside the cave dwelling. Chu Haoyang said. Although he yearned to recover his cultivation right away, the anomaly in the spirit stone mine would surely draw the attention of Yuntian Sect's higher-ups. It was better to lie low for now and avoid needless trouble. Li Qingwan nodded in agreement. Deep within the Yuntian Sect stood an exquisite building looming faintly among the clouds. It was the sect's sacred ground, the Patriarch Hall. Inside the Patriarch Hall, besides countless memorial tablets of varying sizes, 3 living people sat on prayer mats. The trio emanated terrifying auras, each with a cultivation base at the nascent soul stage. Indeed, these 3 were none other than the Yuntian Sect's 3 nascent soul patriarchs. They sat there like 3 unmovable mountains. Who would have thought that hidden in our Yuntian Sect's spirit stone mine lay a supreme-grade spirit stone vein? We were too blind to have never noticed it. The man in the middle, white-haired, but with a youthful face, spoke in a serene tone. Despite the calmness, his regret was unmistakable. How precious was a supreme-grade spirit stone! Although a single supreme-grade spirit stone contained spiritual energy equivalent to 10,000 ordinary spirit stones, no one would be foolish enough to trade a supreme-grade spirit stone for ordinary ones. The refined and pure spiritual energy within a supreme-grade spirit stone could instantly replenish a cultivator's exhausted spiritual energy. It could save a cultivator's life in a lethal showdown, or even allow him to turn the tide and slay the enemy. Moreover, certain world-shaking grand formations could only be activated with spiritual energy supplied by supreme-grade spirit stones. Some even went so far as to say that a supreme-grade spirit stone rivaled the immortal jade of the celestial realm. The rarity of supreme-grade spirit stones was thus perfectly clear. A single branch vein of supreme-grade spirit stones was enough to ignite war between 2 supermajor sects. That branch vein was hidden too deeply, even with our who had drained the entire supreme-grade spirit stone branch vein dry. The spiritual energy. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand with a head of dark hair and a gaunt face. He looked perhaps 50-odd years old, but his real age was certainly far, far older, by an immeasurable margin. The person he mentioned was naturally Chu Haoyang, who had drained the entire supreme-grade spirit stone branch vein dry. The spiritual energy contained in one supreme-grade spirit stone is comparable to 10,000 ordinary spirit stones. To drain an entire supreme-grade spirit stone branch vein dry in a single go, that person's cultivation must already be heaven-defying. Even if losing just one supreme-grade spirit stone branch vein could be brushed aside, if this person bears hostile intentions toward our Yuntian Sect, then. On the right sat a Taoist nun, her voice clear and crisp. Though she no longer looked young, she retained an elegant charm, a beauty that lingered in one's memory at first sight. Junior Sister Ji is right. Junior Brother Qin, give the order, open the sect-protecting grand formation. For 3 months no disciple is permitted to leave the sect. The white-haired, youthful-faced man said. The Yuntian Sect moved quickly. Soon a blue light barrier appeared, enveloping the entire sect. This was the Yuntian Sect's sect-protecting grand formation, which had not been activated in several thousand years. Why has the sect-protecting grand formation suddenly been activated? What exactly is happening? Who knows? Something major must have happened, otherwise the sect-protecting grand formation would never be activated lightly. The disciples buzzed with discussion about the activation of the grand formation. Only Chu Haoyang understood what was going on. During this time he had been thinking in Li Qingwan's cave dwelling about refining the heaven-mending pill. The other ingredients are easy enough to find, but where in the world are we supposed to find a 9-tailed fire scorpion? Chu Haoyang muttered softly. Did you just say 9-tailed fire scorpion? I once saw a mission at the mission pavilion about capturing a 9-tailed fire scorpion. Li Qingwan said. The mission pavilion. Yes, the mission pavilion. When the mission pavilion posted a mission, it generally included a precise location. As long as you accepted the mission, you would naturally learn where the 9-tailed fire scorpion was. Li Qingwan said. Alright, let's go to the mission pavilion and take a look. With that, Chu Haoyang followed Li Qingwan to the mission pavilion. The Yuntian Sect's mission pavilion released tasks periodically. Whoever completed one would receive a handsome reward. Therefore, disciples often came here to take on tasks. The 3 months, having been confined for 3 months without leaving, the disciples now flooded into the mission pavilion, eager to use missions as an excuse to go out and train. Oh, isn't this Senior Sister Qingwan? Long time no see. She's already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. Truly a cultivation genius. I heard earlier that senior sister Qingwan had shut herself in her cave dwelling for 3 months of seclusion and hard cultivation. It seems it's true. The disciples stirred restlessly at Li Qingwan's arrival. Li Qingwan was beautiful and kind, and she enjoyed great popularity among the disciples. Senior sister Qingwan is as lovely as a celestial maiden, like an orchid in a secluded valley, causing all who see her to forget worldly banality. If I could have her as my Tao companion, I would be willing to die this very moment. A male disciple sighed. What empty fantasies are you chasing? Who in the Yuntian Sect doesn't know that senior brother Haoyang favors senior sister Qingwan? Do you dare contend with senior brother Haoyang? Another disciple sneered. Haoyang Xing was exceptionally gifted, a ancient millennium cultivation prodigy. In front of him, no one had the right to be proud. Sure enough, upon hearing Haoyang Xing's name, that disciple lowered his head and fell silent. In the Yuntian Sect, who could rival Haoyang Xing? Who is that person besides senior sister Qingwan? Someone noticed Chu Haoyang. That one remark caused everyone's gaze to converge on Chu Haoyang. Someone who can stay so close behind senior sister Qingwan. Could he be her newly acquired servant? Someone guessed. These words immediately stirred the crowd, and envious looks were cast toward Chu Haoyang. Though his servant's status was lowly, being able to stand beside a great beauty like Li Qingwan at all times was undoubtedly a blessing in itself. Why him and not me? Many male disciples felt indignant at heart. They dared not contend with Haoyang Xing, but against a mere servant they had no scruples at all. Driven by envy, jealousy, and resentment, a handsome male disciple stepped forward. His name was Zhao Jingqing, an admirer of Li Qingwan. Hey boy, you've been lurking behind senior sister Qingwan all along. Are you plotting something improper? If you don't confess honestly today, they'll make sure you suffer. Zhao Jingqing declared with an air of arrogance. Since he could not compete with Haoyang Xing, he vented his spleen on Chu Haoyang, the supposed servant. He had imagined that his words would surely scare Chu Haoyang into kneeling and begging for mercy. Servants naturally harbored a kind of fear toward formal disciples like them. That way he could also gain some presence in front of Li Qingwan. But contrary to his expectations, the scene he envisioned did not appear. And just how do you intend to make me suffer? Chu Haoyang said coldly. Could the dignified immortal Emperor Haoyang tolerate such provocation? If this man dared to go any further, he would not mind teaching him a lesson. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Have you grown tired of living? Zhao Jingqing flew into a rage and swung his palm toward him. A mere servant. How could he be qualified to address him like that? Zhao Jingqing's cultivation was at the 9th layer of qi refining, placing him among the higher-tier cultivators in that stage. This servant appeared to have no cultivation at all. He truly wondered what Li Qingwan saw in keeping such a servant. One slap from him would be enough to half-kill this insolent whelp. How dare you? Li Qingwan snapped, flicking her sleeve. A surge of potent spiritual energy formed a fierce gale, sending Zhao Jingqing hurtling backward a dozen or so yards. He is my servant, not some skulking scoundrel, Li Qingwan said coldly. Though her casual strike had not gravely wounded Zhao Jingqing, it left his qi blood churning and his breathing unsteady. If you have any guts, come out and stop hiding behind senior sister Qingwan. Hiding behind a woman? Are you even a man? Come out and see if I don't beat you to death. Li Qingwan's strike had left Zhao Jingqing looking rather disheveled, and under the gaze of the gathered disciples he felt utterly humiliated. Yet Zhao Jingqing did not blame Li Qingwan. He believed all of this was Chu Haoyang's fault. With Li Qingwan shielding him, there was nothing he could do to Chu Haoyang. Now he planned to use provocation to lure the boy out so he could ruthlessly humiliate him and reclaim the face he had lost just now. But he worried that Chu Haoyang might be too cowardly, tucking his head into his shell like a turtle. If so, he truly would have no better way to vent his anger. I bet he won't dare come out. If I were him, I wouldn't come out either. Without a shred of cultivation, would he really come out and get beaten to death by senior brother Zhao? That guy isn't stupid. He wouldn't do something that foolish. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Chu Haoyang gently reached out and parted Li Qingwan, who was shielding him. What did you just call yourself in front of me? Chu Haoyang asked coldly. Are you deaf? Why, your grandpa, of course. Being able to call me grandpa is a blessing cultivated over 3 lifetimes. Seeing Chu Haoyang fall for the bait exactly as he had wished, Zhao Jingqing prepared to thoroughly humiliate him. But before he finished speaking, a black talon suddenly shot out and swatted him away. Zhao Jingqing's body flew high into the air like a kite with a severed string, then crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Everyone was stunned. They had expected Chu Haoyang to be brutally beaten by Zhao Jingqing, but the outcome had turned out just the opposite. Did you see that? It looked like a black talon appeared out of nowhere. The scene just now was too eerie. In contrast to the shock of the others, Li Qingwan's face remained perfectly calm. Without a doubt, the talon had come from the flying corpse inside Chu Haoyang's storage pouch. The flying corpse had a cultivation at the early core formation stage. If not for the mercy shown in that strike, Zhao Jingsheng would have had no chance of survival. Next time you want to show off in front of others, weigh yourself on the scales first. Chu Haoyang looked coldly at Zhao Jingsheng, who lay on the ground, unable to rise, spitting blood endlessly. Let's go accept the mission, he said to Li Qingwan. Although he wished to keep a low profile, if someone insisted on climbing on top of his head and doing their business, their unnecessary lesson was still in order. Because some people would never learn unless one strike left them aching for a long time. Just as Chu Haoyang was about to leave, a voice came from the sky. Hold it. The voice was filled with authority. Damn it, it's Elder Wang. Li Qingwan's expression changed drastically. She recognized the voice as that of Elder Wang, the one in charge of recruiting disciples. Elder Wang's cultivation was at the early core formation stage, not among the top in the Yuntian Sect, but his status was extremely high. Who are you? You actually dare to injure a disciple of my Yuntian Sect? Quite audacious. Elder Wang descended from the sky and asked coldly, upon landing, murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Elder, this person was brought back by me a few months ago after I went out. At the time he was gravely wounded. Now he is my servant. Li Qingwan quickly answered. By revealing Chu Haoyang's identity as her servant, she hoped Elder Wang would show mercy. So it's you. Elder Wang recognized Chu Haoyang and was visibly taken aback. Given the boy's condition at the time, he had seemed certain to die. Even if immortals had come, they could hardly have saved him. That was why he had bent the rules and allowed Li Qingwan to take him to her cave dwelling to treat him. Everyone in the Yuntian Sect called him an unfeeling man, so he had decided to do them a good turn and shake off that rather grating reputation. In doing so, he upheld the sect's strict standards for accepting disciples while building himself a decent public image. Why not? But he had never expected that within just a few short months that gravely injured dying youth would become full of vigor and vitality. He could sense an abundant life force emanating from Chu Haoyang. So he's fully recovered. But since you have committed violence here and injured a disciple of my Yuntian Sect, if I do not punish you, it will be hard to convince the masses. After recovering from his surprise, Elder Wang said coldly, May I ask how Elder Wang intends to punish me? Chu Haoyang said languidly, showing not the slightest fear. Seeing this, Elder Wang felt a surge of anger. In the Yuntian Sect, who did not treat him with the utmost respect. Yet this 15-year-old boy before him seemed utterly to disregard him. Take one palm strike from me, and this matter will be settled. Elder Wang intended to use this opportunity to teach Chu Haoyang a proper lesson. A young man who did not know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. That would never bode well. Elder Wang, you are an expert at the core formation stage. He has just recovered from severe injuries and has no cultivation whatsoever. How could he possibly withstand a palm strike from you? Li Qingwan was rather indignant. Elder Wang's actions were clearly bullying the weak. He injured a disciple of my Yuntian Sect for no reason. It is impossible for him to get away without paying a price. Elder Wang said coldly. Very well then, please make your move. I have been wanting to experience Elder Wang's supreme techniques anyway. Chu Haoyang said slowly without any haste, and the mockery in his words was plain to everyone present. You are seeking death. Elder Wang, beside himself with rage, casually waved his hand, and an enormous palm formed of spiritual energy hurtled toward Chu Haoyang. He had struck out in fury, and the palm strike carried tremendous power, showing absolutely no mercy. An insignificant ant daring to provoke the dignity of a core formation expert. It deserved death. As the spiritual palm passed, sand and stones flew wildly, and the fierce gale carved a deep trench across the ground. A single strike of this magnitude could level an entire hill. No one could survive an attack of such intensity. All the observing disciples hurriedly retreated, afraid of being caught in the blast. This fool who doesn't know his place is done for this time. Whatever trump card he has, he's dead for sure. Daring to challenge Elder Wang's authority, it serves him right. Everyone believed Chu Haoyang was doomed, because no one could withstand the wrath of a core formation expert, let alone Chu Haoyang, who did not possess even a trace of spiritual energy. But in the next instant, everyone was dumbfounded. A pitch-black monster with a ghastly green face, bared fangs, and spread wings suddenly appeared in midair. An enormous pressure overwhelmed heaven and earth. A claw glinting with black light lashed out, and with one savage blow the giant palm Elder Wang had conjured from spiritual energy disintegrated into nothing. A flying zombie. A core formation stage flying zombie. Elder Wang was deeply alarmed. The ant that had seemed utterly insignificant to him moments ago could actually command a core formation stage flying zombie. This was completely beyond his expectations. No wonder Chu Haoyang had appeared so unperturbed just now. This was the source of his confidence. What do you say? Do you still want to continue? Chu Haoyang said with unruffled calm. Judging from the might of that palm strike, Elder Wang had already harbored murderous intent toward him. Since that was the case, there was nothing left for him to worry about. Immortal Emperor Haoyang acted solely by his own heart. Any obstacle in his way, he would crush it completely. Elder Wang's face had swollen to an ugly purple. He wanted to fight again, but the flying zombie's eyes shot out savage glares fixed intently on him. Although he and the flying zombie were of the same cultivation realm, a zombie's body was harder than refined iron, and ordinary spells could not injure it at all. Thus, if he forced a heating clash, in the end the one at a loss would be him. But being mocked by a man who did not have even a trace of spiritual energy was an insult he simply could not swallow. Elder Wang, if you have nothing else, please step aside. I still have to accept the mission. Chu Haoyang said. Just you wait. Elder Wang was nearly infuriated to death by Chu Haoyang, yet he simply could not vent his wrath. After leaving those words behind, he flicked his sleeves and stalked off. That kid is just too In the Yuntian Sect, no one had ever made the powerful Elder Wang suffer such a loss. At that moment, no one dared to look down on Chu Haoyang any longer. Not to mention anything else. Just having a core formation stage flying zombie as a servant was something ordinary disciples could not dream of matching in their entire lives. I wonder what mission he will choose. Everyone speculated. Chu Haoyang walked straight over to one spot and took down the plaque for the nine-tailed scorpion hunt. He actually wants to hunt the nine-tailed fire scorpion. The crowd of onlookers all drew in a sharp breath. A fully grown nine-tailed fire scorpion possessed strength rivaling a mid-core formation cultivator. With the venomous stingers on its 9 tails, it was incomparably dangerous. This mission had been posted for at least 100 years, and no one in that 100 years had dared to accept it. Other than nascent soul cultivators, even late-core formation cultivators were not guaranteed to win against a nine-tailed fire scorpion. Has he gone mad? Is the nine-tailed fire scorpion something he can touch? He's simply seeking death. Even with the flying zombie, everyone still thought Chu Haoyang's move was far too audacious. Deaf to the crowd's discussion, Chu Haoyang placed the jade slip against his forehead and obtained the exact location of the nine-tailed scorpion from it. Then he made a move that stunned everyone once again. Chu Haoyang put the jade slip back in its original place. What exactly is he trying to do? Someone could not help. Another person added. But they were all wrong. Chu Haoyang had his own plans. If he accepted the sect mission, the nine-tailed fire scorpion he killed would have to be handed over to the mission hall, leaving him with only some spirit stones. And he wanted to use the nine-tailed fire scorpion's inner core to refine the heaven-mending pill. So he merely needed to know where the nine-tailed scorpion was. He did not need to accept the mission. I already know where the nine-tailed fire scorpion is. Let's go, Chu Haoyang said softly to Li Qingwan. Li Qingwan nodded and was just about to leave. At this moment, another wave of trouble arose. Haoyang Xing arrived. Dashing and bearing and elegant as a jade tree in the wind. Haoyang Xing could be called the foremost of the younger generation in the Yuntian Sect, surpassing his peers in every respect. He was the most dazzling prodigy of the sect. Everyone had been watching Chu Haoyang. When they saw Haoyang Xing approach, the crowd naturally made way for him. Senior brother Haoyang is here. Now there's going to be a good show. That fellow looks very close to senior sister Qingwan. Senior brother Haoyang will definitely make him pay. Everyone wore expressions of eager anticipation, ready to watch the drama unfold. Haoyang Xing's cultivation was only at the late foundation establishment stage, still far inferior to Elder Wang's. But the Haoyang family behind him was absolutely a behemoth. The Haoyang family was a cultivation clan that had been passed down for 10,000 years, and with a nascent soul cultivator guarding it, its underlying profundity was difficult for outsiders to fathom. Junior sister Qingwan, long time no see. Your cave residence has been sealed shut for the past 3 months, and I went to find you several times and never saw you. Haoyang Xing wore a full smile with not the slightest displeasure visible. After speaking, he did not forget to glance at Chu Haoyang. Oh, you cured this fellow. That's fine. Let him guard your gate. It can be considered repaying your life-saving kindness. Haoyang Xing deliberately mocked him. Facing the mockery, Chu Haoyang said nothing, looking at Haoyang Xing with a faint, half-smiling expression. What do you think you are? How dare you look at me like that? Rage flared in Haoyang Xing's heart, but he held it back. Chu Haoyang's flying zombie had not yet been put away, and its threat was extremely imposing. Although Haoyang Xing's cultivation was at the late foundation establishment stage, considered the best among his peers, he had not the slightest chance of victory against a core formation stage zombie. Since he had no chance of winning, he would not make a rash move. Senior brother, although Haoyang is nominally my servant, I actually treat him as a friend. How could I make him guard the gate? In the future, I won't allow you to say that. Li Qingwan said. Haoyang, that's quite an intimate way to address him. I just mentioned it casually. A person like him is unworthy of being constantly on my lips. When Haoyang Xing heard Li Qingwan refer to that servant by such an intimate name, an inexplicable fire of rage shot straight to his head. He suppressed his rage and put on a look of extreme disdain as he spoke. Indeed, what status did Haoyang Xing have in the Yuntian Sect? How could this youth of unknown origin, so lowly and groveling, ever be worthy of his notice? At that, what intimacy? Senior brother, don't talk nonsense. Li Qingwan said hastily, her face slightly reddening. But Haoyang Xing's remark did give her a start. She realized that she had always felt an inexplicable liking for Chu Haoyang, one she could not explain or put into words. Haoyang Xing had been very good to her, taking care of her in many things. Over the years she had always felt grateful, but she had never been moved by Haoyang Xing. At most she treated him like an older brother, but toward Chu Haoyang it was another feeling entirely. Thinking of this, Li Qingwan's heart began to flutter and pound like a startled deer. Her appearance at that moment, as lovely as peach blossoms in late spring, was incomparably charming. Seeing this, Haoyang Xing's jealousy surged violently, and he could no longer suppress the fury in it. "You fiend, what sorcery did you use to enchant junior sister Qingwan?" Haoyang Xing stared at Chu Haoyang with icy eyes and demanded sternly. "Boring." Chu Haoyang didn't want to waste any more time and turned to leave. "You don't even regard me as worth a glance. Who gave you that courage?" With a loud shout, Haoyang Xing finally made his move. He casually tossed out a talisman. The talisman swelled as it caught the wind, quickly expanding to nearly 50 feet long and more than 20 feet wide. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the talisman. Everyone felt suffocated, as if facing the might of heaven itself. This pressure is beyond the core formation stage. It must be a talisman made by a nascent soul cultivator with a sliver of their cultivation sealed inside. A knowledgeable person murmured. As he spoke, a heavy hammer emerged from the talisman, bristling with killing intent and almost corporeal in form. "Not good. This is a weapon talisman." Terror flickered in the eyes of the man who had spoken earlier. "What is a weapon talisman?" Someone who overheard the term asked in confusion. The one who made this talisman not only sealed a sliver of their cultivation inside it, but also sealed in part of the power of their own magic treasure. A nascent soul cultivator's cultivation driving a nascent soul magic treasure. Who could withstand that? The man explained. No sooner had he finished speaking than the heavy hammer hurtled toward the flying corpse. In Haoyang Xing's eyes, Chu Haoyang was nothing to fear. The one who truly needed caution was the flying corpse. Seeing the heavy hammer flying at it, the flying corpse's expression turned solemn. No matter how dull-witted it was, it could still sense the nascent soul aura radiating from the hammer. The flying corpse was only at the core formation stage, but it had no chance whatsoever against nascent soul. And this was merely a nascent soul treasure sealed within a talisman. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 muffled impacts, the flying corpse was sent flying by the hammer, half of its body buried in the ground. Though its life was not in danger, it could no longer continue fighting. Senior brother Haoyang is worthy of being called the #1 foundation establishment disciple of our Yuntian Sect. Even if this fellow has a vile thing like a flying corpse, he still can't compete with senior brother Haoyang. He's not even fit to carry senior brother Haoyang's shoes. The disciples who supported Haoyang Xing eagerly flattered him at this moment. Chu Haoyang's clean and swift defeat of Elder Wang earlier had left them both shocked and humiliated. Now that they had the chance, of course they would seize it to humiliate him thoroughly and soothe their wounded pride. "Kneel down right now and count out 3 times. I might still consider sparing your life," Haoyang Xing declared with an air of superiority. He did not regard Chu Haoyang as an opponent at all, as if he were scolding a lowly servant. Come to think of it, how could someone like Chu Haoyang, who could barely remain in the Yuntian Sect by serving as another person's servant, be worthy to be his opponent? "Are you sure you want to do this?" Chu Haoyang's eyes were also extremely cold now. Staring at Haoyang Xing, he shot cold gleams from his gaze. Haoyang Xing's heart clenched. He did not know why, but under Chu Haoyang's gaze he felt a nameless fear. "Senior brother, you've gone too far." Li Qingwan stepped out and shielded Chu Haoyang behind her face full of anger. She didn't understand why Haoyang Xing would do this. At that moment, all goodwill she had harbored toward Haoyang Xing evaporated. Seeing Li Qingwan's gesture, Haoyang Xing was about to explode in fury. The woman he loved was actually protecting another man. No one could tolerate that. "You won't kneel. Then die." Haoyang Xing looked like a mad tiger. His eyes bloodshot, he shot a stream of spiritual energy from his hand. Like a rope, it coiled around Li Qingwan and dragged her away, after which he commanded the heavy hammer to crush Chu Haoyang. The force behind that hammer blow was enough to split mountains. Wherever the hammer passed, the void itself warped. The flying corpse could be said to have skin of bronze and bones of iron, yet 3 blows had nearly beaten it half to death. Chu Haoyang had not a single trace of spiritual energy in his body. How could he withstand it? "This kid is dead for sure," everyone said to themselves. No. Seeing the critical situation, Li Qingwan hurriedly summoned her flying sword. But what was the use? It was merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A blow comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. How could she, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, possibly block it? Yet Chu Haoyang, in contrast, did not show a trace of tension. Still acting tough at death's door. "Let's see how much longer you can keep up the act." Haoyang Xing sneered. The flying corpse had been hammered to the point of losing combatability, and Li Qingwan was too weak in cultivation. Who could Chu Haoyang rely on now? Just when everyone thought Chu Haoyang would surely die, the thunderous heavy hammer suddenly stopped. It was as though something had blocked it, yet the space before him was completely empty. What's going on? Haoyang Xing was shocked and tried to drive the hammer forward again. But no matter how hard he pushed, the hammer remained utterly still. Sweat appeared on Haoyang Xing's forehead, yet he still struggled to control the hammer. There's liquid dripping from the hammer. Is it water? A sharp-eyed person noticed the anomaly and exclaimed. No, it seems the hammer is melting. Someone said in disbelief. It turned out that Chu Haoyang had long since summoned the samsara flame and placed it in the path of the incoming hammer. He did not let the samsara flame manifest visibly, so no one could see it. The hammer was ferocious, but before the samsara flame, it was utterly powerless. Everyone, including Haoyang Xing, was dumbfounded. A nascent soul magic treasure could melt. The most astonishing thing was yet to come. After the hammer melted for a while, flames suddenly erupted from it. In the blink of an eye, the hammer turned into a blazing fireball. The samsara flame was said to be capable of burning everything to nothing. A mere hammer was naturally no match for it. What exactly happened? Everyone was stunned, staring at the scene in a daze. That was the supreme treasure of a nascent soul cultivator. How could it suddenly burn out of thin air? Chu Haoyang said to the dazed Haoyang Xing. It wasn't you, was it? Only then did Haoyang Xing jolt awake, and he hurriedly put the talisman away. Although he had lost the hammer, that talisman was still a supreme treasure. He absolutely could not let Chu Haoyang destroy it. By now, no matter how slow-witted he was, he knew that this youth of about 15 was not to be trifled with. Even though he didn't know how Chu Haoyang had destroyed the hammer, he no longer dared to look down on him. Having completely lost face, Haoyang Xing turned and left in silence, his complexion gray. Come on, let's go catch the nine-tailed fire scorpion. Chu Haoyang took Li Qingwan's hand and left amid the crowd's astonished looks. From that day on, Chu Haoyang's name spread throughout the Yuntian Sect. Everyone knew that Li Qingwan had a servant named Chu Haoyang, and that servant was not to be provoked. After they had walked only a short distance, Li Qingwan suddenly thought of something and said softly, "What about your flying corpse?" Hearing this, Chu Haoyang felt a little ashamed. He had been in such a hurry just now that he had actually forgotten to bring the flying corpse with him. The two hurried back, and after considerable effort, dug the flying corpse out from the earth. Its body has suffered severe damage, but after recuperating for a while, it should recover. Chu Haoyang frowned and spoke. He had already learned from the Jade Slip in the mission pavilion, where the nine-tailed fire scorpion was to be found, a place called Li Qingwan Mountain, a land ravaged by flames and exceedingly dangerous. He had originally thought that with the flying corpse around, it could lend them a hand, but now that was clearly impossible. Given the flying corpse's current injuries, it would not recover without at least a month or two of rest. A month or two was time he simply could not afford. Without the flying corpse, can we capture the nine-tailed fire scorpion? Li Qingwan could not help but ask uneasily, for the nine-tailed fire scorpion was far too formidable. As for her and Chu Haoyang, one was only at the early foundation establishment stage, the other had no spiritual power whatsoever in his body, and the flying corpse could not move for the time being. Going to catch the nine-tailed fire scorpion now. How is that different from seeking death? It's fine. The refining of the heaven-mending pill cannot be delayed a single moment. For safety, Sake, don't come along. I alone can go, Chu Haoyang said. If the flying corpse had not lost its combat ability, it could have protected Li Qingwan. Now he did not want Li Qingwan to follow him into danger. No, I'm going too, Li Qingwan said with great determination. Take me to Li Qingwan Mountain, then wait for me on the outskirts. If you won't agree, then don't go at all. Let's forget about refining the heaven-mending pill. Chu Haoyang stated his terms. Li Qingwan had no choice but to pout and nod in agreement. She was clearly several years older than Chu Haoyang, so why did she feel like a little sister in front of him? Though Chu Haoyang looked young, his eyes were steeped in the vicissitudes of life. Could he be one of those old monsters who have lived for thousands of years? Li Qingwan suddenly thought. She stared hard at Chu Haoyang, her lovely eyes filled with doubt, astonishment, and a trace of feeling she could not quite name. Why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that you've been conquered by my handsome and elegant looks? Chu Haoyang curled the corner of his mouth into a mischievous grin and teased. Who's looking? Don't talk nonsense. Li Qingwan's cheeks reddened slightly. All right, let's set out now. If this trip goes smoothly and we catch the nine-tailed fire scorpion, you'll get your reward, Chu Haoyang said. Li Qingwan did not speak, but her eyes suddenly grew dim. Do you think I'm helping you because I want to get some benefit from you? Li Qingwan thought to herself. She did not, but clearly Chu Haoyang did not think that way. Li Qingwan Mountain was a dangerous place within the kingdom of Zhao, always surrounded by flames. Viewed from high above, the whole mountain was like a fire serpent stretching for thousands of miles. The blistering heat made people shrink back. It was said that anyone who entered Li Qingwan Mountain would surely die except for nascent soul cultivators. At this moment, Li Qingwan was riding her flying sword, bringing Chu Haoyang to the outer edge of Li Qingwan Mountain. So hot. Li Qingwan wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. By now her robes were soaked through, revealing her delicate and shapely figure. If it were an ordinary man, he would definitely be gulping. But Chu Haoyang did not give her a second glance. He was the Haoyang immortal emperor, and his self-restraint was not something ordinary people could compare to. This, however, made Li Qingwan displeased. Yet this Chu Haoyang alone treated her with complete indifference. Hey, are you even a man? Li Qingwan could not help asking. What are you talking about? Chu Haoyang found it inexplicable. Could it be that you're some old monster whose cultivation realm fell, and that's why you became what you are now? Li Qingwan questioned. If he were an ordinary young man, his mind would be restless with wandering thoughts. He would never have such a resolute Dao heart. Only those old monsters who had lived for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years could remain utterly unruffled in the face of beauty. What did you say? Chu Haoyang's gaze suddenly turned incomparably sharp. His identity as the Haoyang immortal emperor absolutely must not be exposed, otherwise there would be no place for him to survive between heaven and earth. I was just speaking casually. Li Qingwan was frightened by Chu Haoyang's gaze. Seeing how endearing and pitiable she looked, Chu Haoyang quickly realized he had been overthinking things. Sorry, it was just too hot just now. Yes, too hot, and I was a bit irritable. Chu Haoyang immediately apologized, his expression softening. Fine, I won't quibble with you. But with so much heat, how are you going to get in? Li Qingwan said. Only now did she truly understand why no one had dared to take the mission to hunt down the nine-tailed fire scorpion for hundreds of years. Not to mention anything else. Just this heat alone was enough to defeat anyone. Before they could even catch a glimpse of the nine-tailed fire scorpion, they would first turn into a roasted suckling pig. Wait here. Don't follow me on your own. Once I go and I have my own ways. With that, Chu Haoyang summoned the Reincarnation Flame. A golden flame soared across the sky, radiating countless beams of golden light. Then, like a whale drawing water, an unparalleled suction burst forth from within the golden flame. The burning flames around them seemed to answer some kind of call and poured into the golden flame one after another. In a short while, all the surrounding flames had vanished and the temperature dropped sharply. The Reincarnation Flame is growing stronger. Chu Haoyang exclaimed in delight. He had not expected the Reincarnation Flame to be able to absorb other flames and empower itself. The Reincarnation Flame was by far his most powerful killing move. Increasing the Reincarnation Flame's power was just as important as restoring his own cultivation. For this reason alone, the trip was not made in vain. What if I absorbed all the flames of Li Qingwan Mountain? At the thought, Chu Haoyang's heart, which had been still for 100,000 years, began pounding violently again. What is that golden flame? Where did it come from? It's so mighty. Li Qingwan marveled. This is exactly why I dared to come here. All right, I'm going in. Wait here peacefully. After saying this, Chu Haoyang walked into Li Qingwan Mountain. The Reincarnation Flame blazed with golden light, clearing a flame-free path for him. Li Qingwan Mountain was full of dense fire spiritual energy. Although it was a death trap for other living beings, it was a paradise for fire tribute demon beasts. Not long after entering Li Qingwan Mountain, Chu Haoyang encountered a fire crow. Very few living creatures entered Li Qingwan Mountain, so the fire crow was overjoyed to see one and immediately pounced at Chu Haoyang. The smell of fresh blood and flesh stimulated it fiercely, driving it insane. It had never considered how an ordinary human could have entered Li Qingwan Mountain. Just as the fire crow was about to pounce on Chu Haoyang, a hint of mockery curled up at the corner of his mouth. A mass of golden flame rushed to meet it. The fire crow collided with it and was instantly reduced to a puff of ashes. Chu Haoyang continued forward, but in a corner he could not see two figures were conversing. That fire crow was at the late foundation establishment stage. How could it be gone in an instant? That golden flame must surely be a treasure. If we can obtain it, then this venture into the Li Qingwan Mountain range will not have been in vain for us two brothers. The two were dressed entirely in black, one with a curly beard, the other with fair skin. Both were at the core formation stage. After entering the Li Qingwan Mountain range, they had found the heat unbearable and dared not go deeper. Although they carried fire-repelling treasures, the flames that covered everything still made them think twice. Just as they were about to withdraw, they saw Chu Haoyang walking in. At first they had marveled at how a person with not a trace of spiritual power could have gotten in. Only after seeing the fire crow turned to ash by the golden flame did they understand that Chu Haoyang relied on that golden flame. The Li Qingwan Mountain range was rarely visited, which made it a perfect place to kill and rob. As Chu Haoyang walked forward, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. He silently cursed and quickly lowered his head. A flying sword gleaming with cold light shot past his crown, shearing off a lock of his hair. You don't have the slightest bit of cultivation, so how did you sense my flying sword? As he spoke, the two men in black appeared before Chu Haoyang. The one who made the move was the curly bearded man. He was extremely curious how Chu Haoyang had managed to dodge his flying sword. Two core formation seniors striking by stealth at a person with no cultivation. You two really know how to keep your dignity. Chu Haoyang sneered. In his heart, killing intent had already risen. Such killers and robbers were a plague if left alive. Boy, watch your tone. The two of us need only move a finger to separate your head from your body. Now, crawl through here, and your grandpa will spare you. The curly-bearded man caught the mockery in Chu Haoyang's words. Pointing at his own crotch, he wanted Chu Haoyang to crawl underneath it. Fine, Chu Haoyang said without the least hesitation. The curly-bearded man was stunned. He had expected Chu Haoyang to hesitate, but the boy answered so readily. But what followed was a sight that would remain etched in his memory until death. The golden flame darted straight into his crotch. Before he could even let out a scream, he was burned to ashes by the searing fire. The fair-skinned man was horror-struck. Knowing they had provoked someone they should not have, he turned and fled. But how could his speed be faster than the golden flame? With a whoosh, the golden flame swallowed him, and in an instant only a pile of ashes remained. Huh, what is this? How did it escape being burned? Chu Haoyang took a glowing object out of the ashes, and it turned out to be a storage ring. The samsara flame could incinerate all things, it was simply that the time had been too short. If it had burned for a while longer, this storage ring could not have been preserved. But this was to Chu Haoyang's advantage. He had just been worrying about lacking a storage ring. A storage pouch also worked, but it was not as convenient as a storage ring. Without cultivation now, he was still unable to use this storage ring. Of course, he could not use a storage pouch either, it was only used to hold the flying zombie. The flying zombie could climb into it by itself, and once summoned, could climb out by itself as well. Forget the nine-tailed fire scorpion for now. I must let the samsara flame undergo its true transformation here. Chu Haoyang thought to himself. Places like the Li Qingwan mountain range were rare. Even if one searched the entire Yuntian continent, one would hardly find a few. Since this place could make the samsara flame stronger, Chu Haoyang naturally would not give up such an opportunity. He walked toward the depths of the Li Qingwan mountain range. Along the way, fire attribute demonic beasts of every sort, fire lizards, fire centipedes, fire spiders, and the like, appeared in an endless stream. Some did not come alone, but appeared in groups. Yet under the samsara flame, these demonic beasts all turned to ashes in succession. Deep within the Li Qingwan mountain range, flames raged and temperatures soared to an inconceivable extreme. It was said that even nascent soul cultivators did not dare to tread there lightly. Now a youth of 15 or so stood with a round golden flame hovering above his head. From that golden flame came a matchless suction, like a colossal vortex madly pulling in all the... At that moment, if anyone had looked down from on high, they would have seen Chu Haoyang, like a primeval god of fire, with every flame converging toward the crown of his head. Of course, this was all the work of the samsara flame. 10 days later, the samsara flame's color had deepened considerably, and a vast, boundless pressure radiated from it. The samsara flame is now far stronger, but this is as far as it can go. Chu Haoyang stopped the samsara flame of his own accord. He had realized that the samsara flame had already absorbed its fill of the fire in the Li Qingwan mountain range. Sucking up more would not add even a sliver of power to it. Would the samsara flame continue to grow stronger if it met other flames in the future? Chu Haoyang wondered silently. His understanding of the samsara flame was also limited. He was not the only one. Even the classics of the immortal realm contained no account of the samsara flame. Apart from its name, there was no record of anything. Throughout all ages, no one had ever managed to cultivate the samsara flame. Still, the fact that its power had now grown greatly was undoubtedly a fine and happy thing. Wujiet dik luoshui. Just you wait. When I, this emperor, return to the immortal realm, your deaths will be at hand. Chu Haoyang shouted toward the heavens. The moment those words left his mouth, several thunderbolts came crashing down out of a clear sky, as if to punish one who had offended heaven. Gleaming with purple light and unmatched in might, the thunderbolts blasted toward Chu Haoyang. The samsara flame rose on its own to meet them, wrapped the thunderbolts within itself, and slowly refined them into nothing. Who is that daring to violate the majesty of heaven? A majestic voice seemed to descend from the 9 heavens. Immediately, countless symbols of the great Tao filled the sky as a supreme powerhouse performed his divinations. In that instant, the samsara flame transformed into a barrier of light, shielding Chu Haoyang inside. He seemed to vanish without a trace, and not a single symbol of the great Tao could land upon him. After a while, the symbols of the great Tao dispersed, and everything returned to peace. That was close. I was almost discovered by Wujia. Chu Haoyang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. A moment earlier, he had howled at the sky, shouting the names of 3 supreme immortal kings, apparently disturbing those 3 immortal kings above the 9 heavens. Had it been anyone else, no thunderbolt would have fallen, no matter how fiercely they cursed. Immortal kings do not care about the cries of ants. But Chu Haoyang was different. He had once been the Haoyang, immortal emperor of the immortal realm, and his karmic ties with the 3 immortal kings were deep. That was why the purple true thunder descended. The purple true thunder was a thunder of annihilating demons and suppressing evil, its might beyond comprehension. Even an ordinary immortal would be hard-pressed to withstand it. Yet the samsara flame caught it with ease and refined it. If my cultivation fully recovers along with the samsara flame, those 3 should not be my match. Chu Haoyang pondered. After this incident, however, he would act with caution from now on. Immortal King Wuji's art of divination was unrivaled in the immortal realm. He could not allow him to find the slightest clue, or it would bring fatal disaster. In Chu Haoyang's current state, he could not withstand even the force of one finger from any one of the immortal. After finishing all this, Chu Haoyang set off toward where the nine-tailed fire scorpion dwelled. The scorpion lay deep within the Li Qingwan mountain range, and it took him several more days to arrive. Raging flames dominated the area, the fire visibly far fiercer than anywhere else. Within 1,000 li, Chu Haoyang did not encounter a single other fire tribute demon beast. It must be that the nine-tailed fire scorpion was too powerful, causing all other demon beasts to steer clear. After observing for a while, Chu Haoyang finally located the nine-tailed fire scorpion. It was a cave. Flames rushed skyward from the opening, clearly the scorpion's lair. Chu Haoyang picked up a stone and hurled it at the cave entrance. After a clang echoed, Chu Haoyang became fully alert. But a long moment passed with no movement. It seemed the stone had been thrown too lightly to disturb the creature. Chu Haoyang muttered to himself. Then he summoned the flying zombie. Though its wounds had eased somewhat, and it had not fully recovered, it could still handle simple tasks. The flying zombie flapped its wings and struck a heavy blow at the cave mouth. Scorching rocks cascaded down like rainfall, with earth-shaking reverberations. With such a commotion, even if the nine-tailed fire scorpion were sleeping, it must be awake by now. Chu Haoyang thought to himself. Sure enough, as he expected, a fiery red figure shot out. The oppressive might of late core formation swept over like a tidal wave. It was a scorpion even larger than an ox, its entire body crimson. Its giant pincers clacked with a grinding sound while nine tails thrashed back and forth without pause. The venomous stings on its tails glimmered with a pitch-black light, lethally poisonous. The nine-tailed fire scorpion fixed its fierce gaze on Chu Haoyang, drooling from the corners of its mouth, clearly regarding him as a delicious morsel. Chu Haoyang immediately summoned the flying zombie back. The flying zombie had yet to recover from its severe injuries and was no match for the nine-tailed fire scorpion. Just as he tucked the flying zombie into his storage pouch, the scorpion's twin pincers snapped toward him. Chu Haoyang dodged to the side, then Samsara Flame transformed into a spear and pierced straight through the scorpion. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in the nine-tailed scorpion's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. The flame spear formed by Samsara Flame rapidly drained the nine-tailed scorpion's vitality. Before it could even struggle, it was already dead. Fortunately, Chu Haoyang controlled it well. He only used the killing intent of Samsara Flame without releasing its firepower, otherwise the nine-tailed scorpion would have been burned to ashes. The flame spear withdrew from the nine-tailed scorpion's body and reverted into a ball of flame. Chu Haoyang summoned the flying zombie, leaving the ensuing strenuous work to it. The flying zombie dug its sharp claws into the nine-tailed scorpion a few times, and a fiery red demon core appeared in its hand. A faint fragrance emanated from the core, intensely stirring the flying zombie. "This isn't for you. Hand it over," Chu Haoyang commanded. "Truly a fine," Chu Haoyang said to the flying zombie. The words had barely left his mouth before the flying zombie, unable to restrain itself, pounced on the corpse of the nine-tailed fire scorpion and began devouring it. As chunks of blood essence and flesh entered its mouth, the flying zombie's tattered body visibly healed at a remarkable speed. Before long, the oxidized corpse was devoured clean, and the flying zombie licked the corner of its mouth with satisfaction. The flesh and blood essence of the nine-tailed fire scorpion greatly benefited the flying zombie. All its previous injuries were fully healed, and its cultivation advanced further, reaching mid-core formation. "I didn't expect you to be such a big eater. Since you're full, let's set out," Chu Haoyang said with a delighted expression. The stronger the flying zombie's combat power was, the better it would be for him. With Samsara Flame blazing the path, Chu Haoyang seated himself on the flying zombie and sped off swiftly. The flying zombie, having advanced to mid-core formation, was considerably faster and soon reached the outskirts of the Li Qingwan mountain range. Li Qingwan was waiting anxiously. Chu Haoyang had been inside for quite some time and still hadn't come out, so she was deeply worried. Several times Li Qingwan wanted to rush in, but the fire was too intense. Her foundation establishment cultivation simply couldn't withstand it. Just as she was about to try again, the flying zombie flew out carrying Chu Haoyang. Overjoyed, Li Qingwan waved vigorously at Chu Haoyang. The flying zombie swooped down toward the ground, and Chu Haoyang pulled Li Qingwan up with a single hand. "Well, did you get the nine-tailed fire scorpion's demon core?" Li Qingwan asked. The nine-tailed fire scorpion's demon core was tied to whether Chu Haoyang could recover his cultivation, so she was extremely concerned. "Look what this is," Chu Haoyang said as he took out the demon core. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance filled the air, intoxicating to the senses. "Wonderful. Let's hurry back," Li Qingwan said excitedly. Chu Haoyang nodded. He too was eager to light the furnace and refine pills so that he could restore his cultivation as soon as possible. Increase speed. Chu Haoyang issued a command to the flying zombie. The flying zombie's speed surged, tearing through the clouds as it flew toward the Yuntian Sect. Before long, the flying zombie descended onto the Yuntian Sect plaza with the two aboard. At the sect gate, two guards, startled by the flying zombie's sudden descent, went on full alert. But only after recognizing Li Qingwan did they breathe a sigh of relief. Li Qingwan was the most beautiful woman of Yuntian Sect. Every disciple of the sect knew her. Junior sister Qingwan, who is this? A guard asked, timidly staring at the flying zombie. The immense pressure radiating from the flying zombie compelled him to ask about its identity, even though it had arrived with Li Qingwan. It's his spirit pet. Li Qingwan answered, pointing at Xu Haoyang. What? A mid-core formation flying zombie, as a spirit pet? What background does he have? The guard trembled in shock, stammering. A mid-core formation spirit pet, and a flying zombie, an extremely rare type among zombies at that. Even several founding patriarchs of Yuntian Sect had never possessed such a creature. He guessed that Xu Haoyang's identity must be extraordinary. Him? He's my servant. Li Qingwan laughed heartily while Xu Haoyang let out a helpless sigh. The guard's jaw dropped completely. The two soon arrived at Li Qingwan's cave dwelling. Inside was a pill furnace left by a former senior expert. Li Qingwan didn't know how to refine pills, so the furnace had stayed idle, which conveniently benefited Xu Haoyang. Can we begin? Li Qingwan asked. We still need some auxiliary herbs. Check and see if you can find any in here. After saying this, Xu Haoyang tossed the storage ring to Li Qingwan. This was obtained from the man in black. He hadn't yet had time to take inventory of its contents. Li Qingwan nodded. Xu Haoyang now had not a single trace of spiritual energy in his entire body. He could not possibly open the storage ring. Li Qingwan poured a stream of spiritual energy into the ring, and what happened next left her dumbfounded. A flash of radiance swept past, and the contents of the storage ring spilled out to cover the ground. Spiritual herbs, artifacts, refining materials, magic treasures, and spirit stones. All were complete, and all were of top quality. This was exactly like opening a treasure vault. Where did you get all this? Li Qingwan asked curiously. Right after I entered the Lihua mountain range, two men in black leaped out to kill me. In the end, I killed them instead. Xu Haoyang said, utterly unconcerned. Then those two men in black must have had extraordinary identities, otherwise there would not be so many good things in the storage ring. Probably. Look through it, and see if any of these are inside. As he said this, Xu Haoyang handed Li Qingwan a beast-hide parchment on which were recorded the auxiliary ingredients needed to refine the heaven-mending pill. Soul-returning herb. There's some here. Dragon's saliva incense. Here it is. Immortal fruit. Found it. This is it. In less than an hour, all the auxiliary herbs needed to refine the heaven-mending pill had been gathered. I originally thought I might have to make a trip to the market, but I didn't expect to gather everything so easily. Xu Haoyang was extremely delighted. With all the materials for the heaven-mending pill assembled, it meant he could start refining pills at once. Look, what is this? Suddenly Li Qingwan let out a surprised cry. She was holding a token in her hand. Haiyan Sect. What is that? Xu Haoyang looked at the three characters on the token written in bold flowing strokes, and asked in confusion. The Haiyan Sect, the Shenzhen Pavilion, and the Yuntian Sect are together called the three great cultivation sects of the Zhao Kingdom. Among them, the Shenzhen Pavilion ranks first in strength, the Haiyan Sect second, and our Yuntian Sect is at the bottom. With so many treasures on him, he must have been an important figure in the Haiyan Sect. Now that you've killed him, I wonder if the Haiyan Sect will sense anything. Li Qingwan said somewhat worriedly. I've heard that the three patriarchs of the Yuntian Sect have transcendent powers. Could it be that they still fear the Haiyan Sect? Xu Haoyang said. Although the three patriarchs of our Yuntian Sect possess boundless magical power apart from Patriarch Chun, who is a mid-nascent soul cultivator, Patriarch Ji, and Patriarch Qin are only at the early nascent soul stage. But the Haiyan Sect has a terrifying existence at the late nascent soul stage. What if? Li Qingwan explained with a frown. There's no need to fear that. As long as I'm here, none of this matters. Xu Haoyang smiled slightly. What was a mighty late nascent soul cultivator? If he could recover even 1 or 2/10 of his immortal emperor's magical power, he could crush the other with a single finger. However, Li Qingwan took his words as a joke. In the cultivation world of the Zhao Kingdom, there was no legendary spirit transformation cultivator. A late nascent soul cultivator could cover the sky with one hand. Even if Xu Haoyang was somewhat different from ordinary people, he had not yet reached the point where he could match a late nascent soul cultivator. Xu Haoyang, however, did not care in the slightest. Whoever tried to kill him, no matter what their origin, anyone who dared to offend the majesty of heaven and earth would die. There was nothing more to say. He tossed all the alchemy materials into the furnace at once, after which the reincarnation flame flew out and began to heat it from below. Do you really know how to refine pills? If you don't know what you're doing, the ingredients are easily ruined. They even say furnace explosions happen. Don't blow up my cave dwelling along with it. Li Qingwan said, a little worried. Rest assured, in the entire Zhao Kingdom, no, in the entire Zhuke continent, there is no one who understands alchemy better than me, Xu Haoyang said with a smile. In the immortal realm, everyone only knew that immortal Emperor Haoyang was unmatched on the path of the sword of prodigy unseen in millions of years. But what they did not know was that immortal Emperor Haoyang's attainments in the Tao of alchemy were equally unfathomable. It could be said that in the past several million years no one had ever surpassed him in alchemy. The 6 paths of reincarnation art was a forbidden immortal technique. During its cultivation, one could easily die from the backlash of the technique. Immortal Emperor Haoyang was naturally aware of this risk, which was why he had already refined the heaven-mending pill, a heaven-defying medicine, before he began to cultivate it. The pill's name, heaven-mending, was no idle boast. It truly had miraculous effects that ghosts and gods could hardly fathom. However, during his great battle against the 3 immortal kings, every single heaven-mending pill had been destroyed. Now as he refined it anew, this extraordinary pill, rare since ancient times, finally had a chance to come into the world once more. About how long will it take? Li Qingwan asked. 3 days. All right, I need to focus on refining the pill. Do not disturb me. Chu Haoyang closed his eyes and said coolly. Li Qingwan curled her lip. She was clearly several years older than Chu Haoyang, and her cultivation was far higher than his as well, so why did she feel oppressed by him at every turn? She did not feel like an older sister at all. She felt more like the younger sister. Who exactly? Whoever dared to kill my grandson, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Wu Tong roared. Activate the sect's heavenly fate formation. I want to see Who exactly? Whoever dared to kill my grandson, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Wu Tong roared. Activate the sect's heavenly fate formation. I want to see exactly who killed my grandson. Wu Tong immediately gave the order. Patriarch, the heavenly fate formation consumes enormous resources. It must not be used lightly. The current sect master of the Yuntian Sect tried to dissuade him. The heavenly fate formation was an ancient formation handed down in the Yuntian Sect. Its purpose was to peer into the secrets of heaven and at moments of greatest peril find a thread of hope for the sect. Of course, besides peering into the future, it could also be used to observe what had already happened. The ancestral precepts clearly stated that this formation could only be used when the Yuntian Sect faced a crisis of life and death. This was because once the heavenly fate formation was activated, the consumption of spirit stones was enormous. Shut up. Nothing is more important than avenging my grandson. Activate the formation immediately. Wu Tong's eyes were bloodshot and he looked like a mad tiger. How could he listen to reason? The heavenly fate formation was engraved in a secret land of the Yuntian Sect. At this moment, Wu Tong sat in the center, while 3 other nascent soul cultivators sat in the 3 directions around him. As the spiritual energy from massive amounts of spirit stones poured into the formation, the engraved lines on the ground began to glimmer as if they had come alive. Then streams of spiritual light shot out from the engravings and transformed in the air into a mirror. Wu Tong hurled out several broken soul tablets, and soon a mountain range with fire blazing into the sky appeared in the mirror. If Chu Haoyang had been there, he would certainly have recognized it as the Li Qingwan mountain range he had just visited. Then a young man about 15 years old appeared in the mirror with 2 men in black standing before him. The youth was none other than Chu Haoyang, while the 2 men in black were the ones he had killed. After that, it showed how Chu Haoyang used the flame spear to kill the 2 men. Judging by their clothes and bearing, they should be Yuntian Sect disciples. A nascent soul cultivator said. He had already recognized that Chu Haoyang belonged to the Yuntian Sect. Although Chu Haoyang was Li Qingwan's servants also wore a uniform, so people could recognize them at a glance. What should we do? Should we go to the Yuntian Sect and demand an explanation? Another nascent soul cultivator looked at Wu Tong and asked. Although they were both nascent soul cultivators, the gap between the early and late nascent soul stages was far too large. Within the Yuntian Sect, the final decision rested in the hands of one man, Wu Tong. Set out right away. If the Yuntian Sect does not give me a satisfactory explanation this time, I will annihilate it directly. Wu Tong said coldly. 3 days later, several hundred warships from the Black Flame Sect soared across the sky, advancing in vast numbers toward the Cloud Sky Sect. Wu Tong's ambition was immense. He had long wished to annex the Cloud Sky Sect, but had lacked a suitable pretext. Now that his grandson had been killed, it provided him with exactly the justification he needed. No one in the Cloud Sky Sect sensed the impending disaster until the distant sky grew dense with warships drawing near, and only then did they realize something was terribly wrong. What is the meaning of this? Chun Jingtian, the most powerful cultivator in the Cloud Sky Sect, was stunned, utterly bewildered by what was unfolding before him. Those are the Black Flame Sect's warships. Wu Tong has finally made his move. Xingyang sighed and spoke. They had long sensed Wu Tong's ambition, but never imagined he would truly dare to wage war against the Cloud Sky Sect. Fellow senior brothers, there is no need for worry. Though Wu Tong is a late nascent soul cultivator, and we are no match for him individually, if the 3 of us join forces to activate the heavenly sword, we may not necessarily come out at a disadvantage. Ji Hongling declared with unwavering resolve. The Heavenly Sword was the Cloud Sky Sect's ultimate guardian treasure, its power so immense as to be almost inconceivable. The sect had faced crises before, but once the Heavenly Sword was unleashed, every invading foe had been utterly annihilated. Junior Sister Ji is right. Since we possess the Heavenly Sword, what reason have we to fear him? At Ji Hongling's mention of the Heavenly Sword, Qin Yang's gaze turned resolute as well. What the two of you do not know is that although the Heavenly Sword's power is formidable, our cultivation is far too low. We can unleash less than 1/10 of its true might. Otherwise, why would we have any fear of that old rogue Wu Tong? Chen Jingtian sighed and spoke. As the foremost master of the Cloud Sky Sect, his understanding of the Heavenly Sword far surpassed that of the other two. If the three of us combine our strength to activate the Heavenly Sword, could we really not suppress Wu Tong? Qin Yang asked, somewhat unconvinced upon hearing this. If he intends to destroy our Cloud Sky Sect, do you think Wu Tong would come empty-handed? He has certainly brought the Black Flame with him, Chen Jingtian stated. The Black Flame. At the mention of those two words, Qin Yang and Ji Hongling's expressions drastically changed. The sacred flame of the Black Flame sect, the Black Flame, was truly terrifying beyond measure. Before long, over 100 warships hovered above the Cloud Sky Sect. A chilling, murderous aura emanated from every warship, enough to strike fear into the boldest heart. The young disciples of the Cloud Sky Sect had never witnessed such a spectacle. Each one trembled in silence, not daring to even breathe loudly. Chen Jingtian, get out here this instant. Suddenly a voice boomed across the sky like a thunderclap, rumbling and shaking everything around. Some of the younger disciples had their eardrums ruptured by the sound, writhing in agony on the ground while clutching their bleeding ears. Chen Jingtian vanished in a flash and reappeared before one of the warships. Standing atop the warship was a single figure, none other than Wu Tong himself. Behind him stood 4 others, all nascent soul cultivators. Wu Tong, what is the meaning of such a grand display from your Black Flame sect? Chen Jingtian demanded in an icy tone. Given the Black Flame sect's blatant provocation, there was no need for courtesy. Someone from your Cloud Sky sect killed my grandson. I have come today to seek justice. Hand over the culprit, Wu Tong declared. His words were like a command, leaving no room for negotiation. Who killed your grandson? This is nothing but a false accusation, Chen Jingtian retorted. Even if Wu Tong's claim were true, he knew that surrendering the person would not make the enemy simply call off the attack. I have no patience for your empty words. Let us settle this with strength. With that, Wu Tong struck immediately. By now, Qin Yang and Ji Hongling had also appeared at Chen Jingtian's side. They knew that Chen Jingtian alone could hardly withstand Wu Tong's assault. The gap between a late nascent soul cultivator and a mid-nascent soul cultivator was almost impossibly vast. A crimson staff was summoned into the air, adorned with a lifelike black dragon carved upon its surface. The moment it appeared, the staff rapidly expanded, growing to several zhang in size within an instant. The void itself seemed to tremble under the strain. The Black Dragon Staff, Chen Jingtian exclaimed in shock. The Black Dragon Staff was renowned far and wide, known to every cultivator in the Zhao Kingdom. Fear flickered in the eyes of Qin Yang and Ji Hongling as well. Wu Tong's strength was already formidable beyond measure, and with a treasure like the Black Dragon Staff aiding him, how could they possibly contend with him? Just as their expressions turned grim, the Black Dragon suddenly flew out from the staff, opening its massive jaws to devour Chen Jingtian. The Black Dragon radiated a primordial ancient aura so powerful it was suffocating. Qin Yang and Ji Hongling were about to strike when Chen Jingtian urgently said, "Step back, both of you. I have my own way to deal with this." A golden bracelet was then summoned into the air. Its dazzling light shattered a large portion of the Black Dragon's might. The Vajra bracelet. I never imagined this treasure still existed in the world. Wu Tong let out a cold snort, clearly not expecting Chen Jingtian to produce such a treasure. Chen Jingtian paid him no heed. This was no time for idle conversation. The Vajra bracelet also rapidly expanded, delivering a powerful strike against the onrushing Black. The Black Dragon roared in pain, but the blow only further enraged its ferocious nature. It became locked in a fierce struggle with the Vajra bracelet, exchanging blows back and forth, neither side able to secure a quick victory. Wu Tong's face darkened, and he ordered the other 4 nascent soul cultivators forward, intent on wiping out the Cloud Sky Sect in one fell swoop. The Cloud Sky Sect was clearly outnumbered in nascent soul cultivators and was being overwhelmed by the Black Flame Sect. Chen Jingtian's heart burned with anxiety, but he was pinned down by Wu Tong and unable to attend to anything else. Chu Haoyang was fully focused on refining pills with the Samsara Flame, completely oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Are they almost done? Li Qingwan asked. Almost, Chu Haoyang replied as he withdrew the Samsara Flame. The lid of the alchemy cauldron opened on its own, and 2 pills, one white and one black, flew out. A rich fragrance of Dan spread throughout the entire cave dwelling, filling it with a refreshing aroma. What a delightful scent. Li Qingwan couldn't help but remark. Huh, why are these two pills different in color? Li Qingwan pointed at the two pills in Chu Haoyang's hand. The white one is the heaven-mending pill and the black one is its companion pill. They'll take the heaven-mending pill and the companion pill is for you, as compensation for accompanying me on the arduous journey to the Li Volcano mountain range. Chu Haoyang said. What effect does this companion pill have? Li Qingwan inquired. It can rapidly advance a cultivator's cultivation. At your current level, consuming it will allow you to reach the core formation stage. Chu Haoyang stated casually. What? Core formation stage? You must be joking, right? Li Qingwan was astonished at his words. In her understanding, even the most heaven-defying pill could not possibly allow someone to leap across multiple major realms. She was currently only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. The chasm between foundation establishment and core formation was extremely difficult to cross. Countless cultivators had been blocked by this gap, spending their entire lives without ever bridging it. Could a single tiny pill really allow her to bypass the late foundation establishment stage and directly enter core formation? She didn't believe it. Just try it, and you'll see. Chu Haoyang said, tossing the black pill to Li Qingwan before picking up the white heaven-mending pill and swallowing it in one gulp. Li Qingwan felt as though Chu Haoyang was radiating light like a miniature sun. Dao symbols swirled ceaselessly around his body. In that moment, he seemed to be the sovereign of all creations, sacred and inviolable. Who exactly is he? Li Qingwan's mouth hung open, her heart filled with shock and bewilderment. Not only was Li Qingwan astonished, Chu Haoyang was equally taken aback. By all rights, the spiritual herbs and medicines of the lower realm should be far inferior in efficacy to those grown in the immortal realm. Using such herbs and medicines to assist in refining the heaven-mending pill should have yielded a noticeably poorer result than in the immortal realm. Yet the outcome was completely the opposite of what he had imagined. The heaven-mending pill was astonishingly effective. A single pill not only fully restored his incomplete soul and spirit, but there was even surplus power to spare. It must be because of the Reincarnation Flame. Chu Haoyang thought to himself. This was the first time he had refined pills with the Reincarnation Flame. The process took only a quarter of an hour, but Chu Haoyang's body stopped glowing, yet his vital essence had become far more vigorous. Wisp after wisp of terrible pressure seeped from his body. Of course, this was naturally leaking out. It was not done deliberately. What cultivation level is this? It feels even heavier than the pressure from the three ancestors. Li Qingwan widened her eyes and stared at Chu Haoyang in disbelief. Spirit transformation stage. Chu Haoyang said in an offhand manner. Li Qingwan felt dizzy. Spirit transformation stage. That was a legendary realm. Within the Zhao kingdom, no cultivator had ever reached this level. Could the young man before her have attained such a cultivation base simply by taking a single white pill? This surpassed everything Li Qingwan understood and left her momentarily unable to digest it all. Why don't you try it now? Chu Haoyang pointed at the black pill in Li Qingwan's hand. Li Qingwan no longer hesitated and swallowed it in one gulp. She felt a mighty torrent of spiritual power surging within her body, violently rushing through her meridian channels. Seeing this, Chu Haoyang extended a finger and sent a gentle force to wrap around that rampaging spiritual energy. Circulate your cultivation art and refine it. Chu Haoyang said. Li Qingwan did as told, sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to refine that frenzied spiritual energy bit by bit. By the time the last wisp of spiritual energy was refined, 3 hours had already passed. When Li Qingwan opened her eyes again, her gaze had become profound, and a colorless radiance emanated from her entire body. A wave of immense pressure radiated from her body. What is this? Li Qingwan asked in confusion. This feeling was so much stronger than the core formation stage. Perhaps it was because of that flame of mine. The pill refined this time is absurdly powerful. Congratulations, you have entered the nascent soul stage, Chu Haoyang said with a faint smile. To him, this seemed to be within expectation. The heaven-mending pill was meant only to mend a shattered soul, not to directly elevate cultivation. What truly elevated one's cultivation was the black companion pill. Chu Haoyang was originally an immortal emperor and had no need to raise his cultivation. As long as his damaged soul was repaired, his cultivation would naturally recover bit by bit. Nascent soul stage. I've reached the nascent soul stage. Li Qingwan murmured to herself. She was stunned. She could hardly believe everything before her was real. A nascent soul cultivator was a rare existence even across the entire Yuntian continent. It was clear how difficult it was to reach this stage. Yet a tiny black pill had allowed her to leap directly from foundation establishment to nascent soul. Could the pill I just took be an immortal pill? She suddenly had this crazed thought. But then she shook her head. If that black pill were an immortal pill, then Chu Haoyang would be an immortal. The cultivation world of the Yuntian continent had long known that immortals simply did not exist. As for the immortal realm, it existed only in legends. Chu Haoyang paid no attention to Li Qingwan. The heaven-mending pill's efficacy defied the heavens, but this effect was not inherent in the nine-tailed fire scorpion or the companion pill. In the immortal realm, when he refined the heaven-mending pill, he had to add certain immortal treasures and exotic substances to achieve this effect. But in the lower realm, where could he find such immortal treasures? This time refining the pill was already a fallback option. He would have been satisfied with merely 1/10 of the heaven-mending pill's efficacy in the immortal realm. But unexpectedly, the heaven-mending pill refined this time was incredibly powerful, even stronger than the one he had refined in the immortal realm. There was only one explanation: the Reincarnation Flame. It must have consumed the power of the Reincarnation Flame, which was why the heaven-mending pill's effect was so mighty. With this in mind, he hurriedly summoned the Reincarnation Flame to examine it closely. Sure enough, the golden yellow flame had dimmed slightly, and Chu Haoyang felt a pang of distress. After all, the Reincarnation Flame was his most powerful trump card so far. He could not afford to let it be damaged. Unless absolutely necessary, I must not consume the Reincarnation Flame again. Chu Haoyang resolved inwardly. This flame was of crucial importance to him, and carried extraordinary significance. Why is there such a commotion outside? Has something happened? Let's go out and take a look. Chu Haoyang detected the sound of two sides clashing outside his cave dwelling. When the two opened the cave door, they saw densely packed Yuntian Sect warships filling the sky. Which force is this? Chu Haoyang pointed at the sky and said, "The Yuntian Sect. Not good. The Yuntian Sect is in danger." Without time for further explanation, Li Qingwan shot up into the sky. The battle had lasted for several hours, and a trace of anxiety appeared on Wu Tong's face. He had originally planned to unleash the Black Dragon Staff and defeat his opponent in one blow. Unexpectedly, Chun Jingtian, relying on the Vajra bracelet, actually traded blows with the Black Dragon Staff. After several hours, there was still no sign of him losing. He had previously assumed that Chun Jingtian was merely an ordinary mid-nascent soul cultivator. An ordinary mid-nascent soul cultivator facing a late-nascent soul grand cultivator like himself would not last more than 10 exchanges. Wu Tong was wrong. Chun Jingtian was a supreme expert at the peak of mid-nascent soul, the kind just one step away from entering late-nascent soul. Although a gap still existed between them, it was no longer a gap as vast as heaven and earth. Coupled with the Vajra bracelet, a divine weapon of legendary power, he actually managed to fight Wu Tong to a draw. Although Chun Jingtian had not shown signs of defeat, Qin Yang and Ji Hongling were already nearing their limits. The Yuntian Sect had 4 nascent soul experts, one of whom was mid-nascent soul. The 2 of them were being suppressed. Qin Yang and Ji Hongling were stained with blood in several places, clinging on with sheer determination. A flying sword shot forth and pierced through Qin Yang's shoulder, severing his shoulder blade. Ji Hongling was also sent flying several zhang by a meteor hammer, spraying blood wildly from her mouth. "Ji Hongling, if you agree to be my Dao companion, I can spare your life." The man holding the meteor hammer had a face full of beard, his eyes burning as they fixed on Ji Hongling's curvaceous body. Ji Hongling was cold and aloof by nature, yet she was an undeniable beauty. With fair skin and a tall, graceful figure, every subtle gesture she made carried an unspeakable charm. She had no shortage of pursuers, but who would ever have dared to be so insolent before her? At this moment her face was covered with blood, and her robes badly torn, yet none of that stopped the bearded man from coveting her with lust. "Zhou Ming, you shameless scoundrel. Someone like you wants me to be your Dao companion. Dream on." Ji Hongling sneered, her gaze full of contempt. In her thousands of years of cultivation, no man in the world had ever caught her eye. Even Chun Jingtian and Qin Yang, she only treated with the courtesy reserved for elder brothers. No man had ever stirred her heart, let alone the bleary-eyed, lustful, bearded man before her. Then Zhou Ming was thoroughly enraged by the contempt in Ji Hongling's eyes. The lust in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a flash of vicious ruthlessness. The meteor hammer slipped from his hand, transforming into a streak of light, as it once again smashed toward Ji Hongling. At this moment, Ji Hongling's spiritual energy was completely depleted, leaving her without any strength to fight. She gently closed her eyes. "Junior sister." Chun Jingtian and Qin Yang cried out simultaneously, but both were tightly entangled and could not spare a hand to rescue her. It seemed Ji Hongling would perish under Zhou Ming's thunderous strike. "Stop!" Suddenly a woman's rebuke rang out, crisp and clear like an oriole's song. Following that, a flying sword swept across the sky, knocking away Zhou Ming's meteor hammer. "Who?" Everyone was stunned. To send Zhou Ming's meteor hammer flying with a single sword strike, the cultivator must be at the nascent soul stage. But the Yuntian Sect had only 3 nascent soul cultivators in total. Where did this person come from? Just as everyone was in doubt, a remarkably enchanting figure appeared in the air. Eyes like autumn water, graceful in form, not yet 20 years old. Like a blooming rose, breathtakingly beautiful beyond compare. This woman was none other than Li Qingwan, renowned as the #1 beauty of the Yuntian Sect. As one of the sect's most outstanding prodigies, Li Qingwan had always been highly valued by the three ancestors. Qingwan, why you? Have you reached the nascent soul stage? Ji Hongling exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Li Qingwan emanated waves of terrifying nascent soul pressure that everyone could feel. Without a doubt, she was now a genuine nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, the aura she exuded was far more powerful than that of an ordinary early nascent soul cultivator. Senior Sister Qingwan has entered the nascent soul stage. All the disciples of the Yuntian Sect looked in disbelief at the beautiful figure in the sky. But just before, Li Qingwan had only been at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Leaping from foundation establishment to nascent soul was something no one had ever dared to imagine. This was too heaven-defying. It was simply astonishing. What difference can one more nascent soul cultivator make? Can it possibly turn the tide of battle? Today the Yuntian Sect is doomed, Zhou Ming said viciously. He waved his hand, and all the disciples of the Black Flame Sect on the hundreds of warships surged into battle. The disciples of the Yuntian Sect rose to meet them. But the Black Flame Sect had several times more core formation and foundation establishment cultivators than the Yuntian Sect, so the Yuntian disciples were suppressed from the very start. See that? This is the gap in strength. Senior Brother Jean, it's time to act, Zhou Ming said to an ordinary-looking middle-aged man who had been watching from the side. This man was named Jin Xiong, a mid-nascent soul cultivator. While the other three had been fighting Chun Jingtian Qinyang and Ji Hongling, he had simply stood by observing and covering them. An early nascent soul cultivator wasn't worth his effort. However, Li Qingwan's appearance had sparked his great interest, because he sensed that although Li Qingwan had yet to reach mid-nascent soul, she was far stronger than ordinary early nascent soul cultivators. To advance to nascent soul at such a young age, truly a genius. What a pity. A pity about what? Li Qingwan shielded Ji Hongling behind her and asked, that you are about to die by my hand. Is that not a pity? As long as one's cultivation remained at early nascent soul, no matter how strong, they would never be his match. This was the confidence forged through countless undefeated battles. Don't be so sure, but still unknown who will prevail. Having said that, Li Qingwan's flying sword shot forth like a long rainbow, slashing toward Jin Xiong. She knew full well that she had forcibly entered the nascent soul stage with the help of pills. Though her aura appeared terrifying, her true strength was far inferior to that of an old monster like Jin Xiong, who had immersed himself in the nascent soul stage for years. Thus she intended to seize the initiative. Li Qingwan's strike was executed with all her might, carrying immense momentum. Jin Xiong dared not underestimate it, and hastily summoned his life-bound treasure to block. A flash of dark light appeared. A huge pair of scissors hung in the air, strands of killing intent emanating from them. Without a doubt, many mighty experts had perished beneath those scissors. Watch me take your life, Jin Xiong shouted, and the dark gleaming scissors lunged toward Li Qingwan. Qingwan, be careful. Jin Xiong's strength is unfathomable. He's not comparable to ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Ji Hongling reminded her softly from behind. She wished she could fight alongside Li Qingwan, but she was already exhausted, barely able to stand. Would Li Qingwan be a match for the extraordinary Jin Xiong? Chun Jingtian and Qin Yang watched with growing anxiety, but they were both pinned down by their own opponents and could not possibly assist her. Facing the fierce oncoming scissors, Li Qingwan did not dare take them lightly. Her flying sword met them head-on, striking the giant scissors with tremendous force. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the huge scissors trembled several times before stabilizing. A trace of surprise flickered in Jin Xiong's eyes. That exchange had shown him Li Qingwan's formidable power. That penetrating force traveled through the scissors into his body, causing his blood and qi to churn violently. So strong, Jin Xiong thought to himself. He had thought he was already overestimating her, but now it seemed Li Qingwan's strength exceeded his expectations. Jin Xiong no longer dared to underestimate her, and steeled himself with full caution. Sure enough, once Jin Xiong got serious, the giant scissors might surge dramatically. Each snip seemed able to split heaven and earth in two. Li Qingwan gradually felt the strained fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Break for me, Jin Xiong shouted. The giant scissors erupted with dark radiance, and actually snapped Li Qingwan's flying sword in two. Li Qingwan rapidly cast several beams of spiritual light, forming multiple protective shields before her, then pulled Ji Hongling back quickly. The shields were quickly torn apart by the giant scissors, which then pressed the advantage, lunging at Li Qingwan to slice her in two. Startled, Li Qingwan ducked to evade, but her shoulder was grazed by the scissors, and blood gushed out. If the Yuntian Sect only has this much strength, it will surely fall today. This little lady is quite pretty. She's mine, Jin Xiong said smugly. Although he had won against Li Qingwan, it had been no easy feat. Li Qingwan was exceptionally beautiful and outstanding in strength, perfect to be his Dao companion. Ji Hongling is mine, you can't fight me for her. Zhou Ming quickly said, fearing Jin Xiong would take Ji Hongling. Ji Hongling goes to you. I won't fight you for her, Jin Xiong said with a laugh. The battle wasn't over yet. The two nascent soul experts of the Black Flame sect were already dividing up the spoils. Despicable. Shameless. Chen Jingtian roared. The two from the Black Flame sect had actually treated Ji Hongling and Li Qingwan as spoils of war, filling him with blazing fury. The victor is king and the loser a bandit. After we destroy the Yuntian Sect, all the men will be killed and the women taken as cauldrons. What can you do about it? Seeing Chen Jingtian, enraged Wu Tong said gleefully. He loved that expression of others being unable to stand him, yet unable to do anything about it. Old villain Wu Tong, today you'll taste the true power of the Yuntian Sect's heritage. Chen Jingtian no longer held back the golden cuff. He silently chanted an incantation. In an instant, the rear mountain of the Yuntian Sect exploded, and a sword light shot straight into the sky. The piercing sword aura permeated every corner of heaven and earth, heavy with an overwhelming murderous intent. Everyone felt a bone-chilling cold and couldn't help but shiver. The Heaven Sword. Wu Tong's pupils contracted sharply. This divine weapon was indeed the Heaven Sword, the supreme treasure of the Yuntian Sect. At that moment, everyone stopped fighting, all attention drawn to the blade that had appeared out of nowhere. The Heaven Sword sped through the air, fierce winds buffeting everything in its path. Several disciples who failed to dodge in time were blown away. Quick, get out of the way. An elder of the Haiyan sect warned his disciples, fearing that anyone who was too slow would be wounded by the Heaven Sword. The Heaven Sword halted less than 3 chi from Chen Jingtian, hovering in midair. Chen Jingtian grabbed the sword with one hand and then recited a complex incantation. The Heaven Sword radiated dazzling light, shooting sword beams like arrows toward the more than 100 warships of the Haiyan sect. In an instant, cries of misery filled the sky as countless Haiyan sect disciples fell dead to the ground. Seeing this, the Yuntian sect disciples' morale soared. Having been suppressed by the Haiyan sect moments ago, the tide of battle instantly turned now that the Heaven Sword had appeared. Seeing this, Qin Yang knew the opportunity must not be missed. A colossal pillar of light swept toward the several nascent soul masters of the Haiyan sect, its might piercing the clouds. The nascent soul experts frowned, and not daring to withstand it, Hedon could only evade. Once the Heaven Sword appeared, it was invincible. The Heaven Sword, how mighty! Do you think only you have treasures? Does our Haiyan? As Wu Tong spoke, he took out a pitch-black box from his robes. When the box opened, a ball of black flame, the temperature around them plummeted at an unimaginable speed, and everyone felt a bone-piercing chill. Black flame. Chen Jingtian muttered to himself. Black flame was renowned as the foremost artifact of the Haiyan sect. Once it appeared, the battle was effectively decided. Wu Tong channeled his entire cultivation base into the black flame, which then released a devastating, soul-freezing chill. Immediately afterward, everyone in the Yuntian sect, including several nascent soul cultivators like Chen Jingtian, was frozen stiff, completely unable to move. From the outside, each person appeared perfectly fine with no ice on their bodies. This chill seeped from within, silent and subtle, impossible to guard against. No matter how powerful the Heaven Sword is, it must yield to the black flame. Wu Tong's face was pale. Activating the black flame just now had consumed most of his mana, but at this moment he was extremely proud and burst into loud laughter. The laughter echoed far across the sky. Senior brother, what do we do next? Zhou Ming, seeing that the situation was settled, came up to ask. Wu Tong cast a glance at Ji Hongling and said, kill all the men and take the women as cauldrons. Although he was old, his lecherous desires had not died. He had long coveted Ji Hongling's beauty. If senior brother likes her, I will yield her to you. Zhou Ming glanced at Ji Hongling and said with great tact. In the Haiyan sect, Wu Tong held absolute sway, and Zhou Ming dared not displease him. When we sort through the Yuntian sect's treasures later, pick out a few extra pieces for yourself, Wu Tong said as compensation for Zhou Ming yielding Ji Hongling to him. Thank you, senior brother. A hint of joy appeared on Wu Tong's face. His earlier slight discontent was now swept away. Cauldrons could be found anywhere if necessary. He could simply choose a few more female disciples from the Yuntian sect. Picking out a few extra treasures was crucial to increasing one's own strength. The Haiyan sect disciples also wore pleased expressions, knowing that the time to divide the spoils was at hand. When the big shots ate meat, they could at least drink some soup. The Yuntian sect was a 10th-century-old sect with deep accumulated wealth. The resources left behind would be more than enough for them to share. Just as the Haiyan sect members were about to act, a voice came from the ground. What lowlife thief dares to invade the Yuntian sect? The voice was not loud, but to the nascent soul cultivators of the Haiyan sect, it was like thunder. Once the black flame was released, everyone except the Haiyan sect disciples would be frozen. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to escape. How could someone still speak? This gave him a very uneasy feeling. Who is speaking? Show yourself, Wu Tong shouted loudly. Your grandfather, the person said again, his tone full of mockery. Everyone in the Haiyan sect was stunned. Wu Tong was a great cultivator at the late nascent soul stage, who would dare to tease him like this? Even if this person had not been frozen by the black flame before, he would surely die next. The wrath of a late nascent soul cultivator was not something he could withstand. Enraged, Wu Tong waved his hand casually, and a giant palm, formed from mana, appeared in the air. Mana surged around the giant palm, radiating a might that could shake heaven and earth. As Wu Tong pressed his hand down, the giant palm smashed toward the ground with earth-destroying force. If it struck anyone, there would be no chance of survival. Once this palm lands, this area of the Yuntian Sect is finished. Jin Xiong thought to himself with pity. But what he pitied was not the one who had provoked Wu Tong, but the palace complex below. The Yuntian Sect, built over tens of thousands of years, would be destroyed by this single palm. Wu Tong was in a rage at the moment, so Jin Xiong dared not say a word to dissuade him. Just as the giant palm was about 10 zhang from the ground, a beam of light shot up into the sky and easily pierced through the menacing palm. The giant palm instantly collapsed, dissolving into spiritual power. The beam of light then revealed its true form, a toothpick with a small shred of meat still stuck to it. What? Wu Tong was greatly. Even a top-level mid-nascent soul cultivator like Chen Jingtian would either die or be severely injured. Yet unexpectedly, it had been easily broken by a toothpick. Judging by the look of it, the other party had casually tossed it after picking their teeth. This was too terrifying. Just as the Haiyan sect members were filled with shock and doubt, a golden light burst forth from the ground. As the golden light faded, a young man of about 15 appeared. There was not the slightest fluctuation of mana on the youth. He was no different from an ordinary mortal. Who are you? Why don't you quickly apologize to the great elder of my Haiyan sect? Seeing that the youth had no mana fluctuations, Wu Tong immediately lashed out with harsh reprimands. Apologize? For what crime? You group of bandits forcibly invading the Yuntian sect, and now you want me to apologize? Have you no shame? After saying this, the youth paid no heed to the crowd and waved his hand casually. The Yuntian sect people who had been frozen by the black flame instantly regained their freedom. The freezing power of the black flame was extremely formidable, yet it was easily dispelled by the youth before them. Wu Tong's pupils constricted violently. He knew he had run into a tough opponent today. Li Qingwan, now free, ran up to the youth and said rather shyly, I originally had no intention of intervening. After all, this Yuntian sect has little to do with me. But since they won't even spare you, this I cannot tolerate. Chu Haoyang looked at Li Qingwan and said with a smile. So far he had not become an official disciple of the Yuntian sect. He had only remained here in the capacity of Li Qingwan's servant. To insist that he had any real connection with the Yuntian sect would be far-fetched. But Li Qingwan had shown him a life-saving kindness. That was an indisputable fact. The Haoyang immortal emperor had always distinguished between gratitude and enmity. Every grudge would be avenged, every kindness would be repaid. He did not care that these people from the Haiyan sect wanted to destroy the Yuntian sect. But if they dared to be rude to Li Qingwan, that crossed his bottom line. Boy, what a nerve. I simply want her to be my Tao companion. Do you have a problem with that? To show disrespect to a nascent soul cultivator, you deserve death. Seeing that a mere youth actually dared to point fingers at him, Jin Xiong was beside himself with rage. As a dignified mid-nascent soul cultivator, when had he ever been subjected to such pointing and sneering? Even if the youth before him was somewhat strange, he no longer cared. The giant shears gleaming with black light flew at Chu Haoyang, intending to cut him in two. The shears possessed immense power. If they struck true, even a nascent soul cultivator would fall on the spot. Be careful, Li Qingwan warned. The corner of Chu Haoyang's mouth twitched, curling into a mocking smile. Just as the black light was 1 zhang from him, he stretched out his hand and pointed. A beam of spiritual light shot from his fingertip. Seeing this, Wu Tong rejoiced inwardly, thinking the young man was far too arrogant. No one knew better than he did how much power lay within Jin Xiong's. What was more, Jin Xiong's cultivation base was at the mid-nascent soul stage. Within the Haiyan sect, apart from himself, no one was a match for Jin Xiong. Strange as the youth before them was, if he did not use a magic treasure, he would likely die beneath the giant shears. Wu Tong was not the only one who thought so. Chun Jingtian and Qin Yang thought the same. But contrary to everyone's expectations, the giant shears, which had just been radiating heaven-shaking might, turned directly into a piece of scrap iron the moment they touched the spiritual light emitted from Chu Haoyang's fingertip, then dropped from the sky. No matter how Jin Xiong summoned them, it was all in vain. You destroyed my magic treasure. Pay with your life. Jin Xiong, as mad as a tiger, struck a palm toward Chu Haoyang. The giant shears were his life-bound magic treasure. Their destruction drove him completely mad. Chu Haoyang said nothing and simply pointed out again. A blood hole appeared without warning on Jin Xiong's forehead, blood gushing ceaselessly from it. His soul was yet under a single point from the youth's finger. He had died. Even the most supreme late nascent soul cultivator could not have done that so easily. Could this young man have already entered the legendary spirit transformation stage? but there was clearly not a single trace of magical power fluctuation on his entire body. Who exactly is this young man? Doubt began to surface in everyone's hearts. And you? As he spoke, Chu Haoyang pointed out once more. Zhou Ming had not yet recovered from his shock at Jin Xiong's death, when a blood hole also appeared on his forehead. The same utter— How could they still fight? This one young man alone was worth an army of thousands upon thousands. Are you going to kill yourself, or do I have to do it? Chu Haoyang said indifferently, as if speaking of a trivial matter. Do you actually believe you are invincible under heaven? Watch my treasure. Wu Tong hurriedly unleashed the black flame. This time he did not spread the black flame's might, he aimed it solely at Chu Haoyang. But strangely enough, no matter how he urged the black flame, Chu Haoyang remained completely safe and sound. How did you do that? Wu Tong was greatly startled. If one said that Chu Haoyang had not been frozen by the black flame earlier only because the black flame had enveloped too many people at once, this time was different. Yet even launched with full force, it still could not do anything to him. How was Wu Tong supposed to stay calm? This flame is quite good. I'll take it. Chu Haoyang summoned the Reincarnation Flame. Golden light burst forth in every direction, dazzling beyond measure. Seeing the Reincarnation Flame, the black flame instinctively tried to flee. Chu Haoyang pointed out, and the black flame instantly stopped moving. The Reincarnation Flame pounced forward, swallowing the black flame bit by bit. My black flame. Wu Tong's heart was bleeding. The black flame was the foundation of the Yuntian Sect. It was precisely by relying on the black flame that the Yuntian Sect had been able to preserve its heritage for 10,000 years without decline. But now it had been devoured by a golden flame. No one could accept that. After swallowing the black flame, the Reincarnation Flame deepened in color, and Chu Haoyang could sense it had grown much stronger. The Reincarnation Flame's ability to devour other flames was something he had already discovered at the Li Qingwan mountain range. By devouring other flames, the Reincarnation Flame could continuously grow stronger. The black flame consumed this time was far more powerful than the flames of the Li Qingwan mountain range, so the Reincarnation Flame had grown much mightier as well. A shameless wretch like you deserves no place in this world. Chu Haoyang attacked again, pointing out a finger. Wu Tong felt an earth-shaking force rushing at his face. His palms turned over, and dozens of spiritual energy shields instantly formed before him. But what use was that? That peerless, domineering force was not hindered in the slightest. It broke through with ease, and then a blood hole appeared between Wu Tong's brows. A late nascent soul cultivator, who was one of the few renowned figures in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world, had been killed with a single point of a finger. In the hearts of Chun Jingtianxin Yang and Ji Hongling, it was as if countless thunderclaps had exploded. Since when had killing late nascent soul cultivators become as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs? The young man before them was far too terrifying. He had exceeded all their understanding. Thank you, Senior, for lending your aid. Everyone in the Yuntian Sect from top to bottom is grateful for your kindness. Shen Jingtian was the first to snap out of it, clasping his hands and bowing. Seeing this, the others knelt down one after another. Only Li Qingwan remained standing as calm as if nothing had happened. Chu Haoyang was her servant, as she absolutely could not kneel. This was her final stubbornness. It's nothing, merely a lift of the hand, Chu Haoyang said casually. With that, ignoring everyone, he walked straight toward Li Qingwan's cave dwelling. Hey, wait for me. Li Qingwan called out hurriedly, making as if to go back as well. Qingwan, don't rush off. There are some things we need to ask you clearly. Chen Jingtian called out, stopping Li Qingwan, who was about to slip away. Li Qingwan's sudden leap from mid-foundation establishment to the nascent soul stage and the identity of the peerless youth who had appeared out of nowhere left them all puzzled and in urgent need of answers from her. The three nascent soul patriarchs of the Yuntian Sect had long been an imposing authority, so Li Qingwan naturally did not dare to defy them. She told them everything she knew in full and without omission. So that's how it is. This young man appeared after the Great Void Quake. No wonder. Qingwan, take good care of him. Do not dare show the slightest neglect. After hearing Li Qingwan's account, Chen Jingtian issued an order. After returning to the cave dwelling, Li Qingwan seemed somewhat disheartened. What's wrong? What did those old fogies say to you? Chu Haoyang asked with keen interest. Nothing. Li Qingwan shook her head like a rattle drum. They must have told you to take good care of me, right? How? How did you know? Were you eavesdropping? Li Qingwan was startled. Eavesdropping? I never am a person who popped out of nowhere single-handedly saving the Yuntian Sect. It would be strange if they didn't tell you to attend to me with utmost care. Chu Haoyang spoke with ease, looking as though he knew it all. You're my servant, and you want me to take good care of you. Dream on. Li Qingwan looked reluctant. Enough. I have hands and feet. I don't need your care. I'm about to go into seclusion. All you need to do is guard me during this time, and make sure no one disturbs me. Chu Haoyang said. Other people I can handle, but what if the three patriarchs? Li Qingwan said hesitantly. In the Yuntian Sect, the three patriarchs were supreme existences whose orders no one dared to defy. No one gets through. Just tell them I said so. They wouldn't dare disobey. Chu Haoyang said resolutely. But why the sudden seclusion? Did the heaven-mending pill fail to fully repair your damaged soul? Li Qingwan asked with concern. No, the heaven-mending pill I refined this time had an excellent effect. There's still some residual medicinal power, and I need to consolidate my cultivation base. This matter is extremely important and cannot be delayed, Chu Haoyang explained. Li Qingwan nodded after hearing this. Chu Haoyang's seclusion lasted 3 months. During that time, Chen Jingtian, accompanied by Qin Yang and Ji Hongling, came to visit several times, but Li Qingwan blocked them every time. At first, Chen Jingtian was somewhat annoyed, but upon learning that it was Chu Haoyang's order, he said no more. The scene of Chu Haoyang destroying the nascent soul cultivator with a single finger was still vividly fresh in everyone's mind. No one dared to show him disrespect. They came to see Chu Haoyang partly to stabilize this mysterious powerhouse of unknown origin. With Chu Haoyang guarding the Yuntian Sect, its status would surely rise to become the #1 sect in the Zhao Kingdom. On the other hand, the Black Flame Sect had lost several nascent soul cultivators in succession and was greatly weakened. This was the perfect opportunity to crush them. However, to guard against any contingencies, the three needed a verbal promise from Chu Haoyang. But Chu Haoyang had already given the order that he would see no one during his seclusion, firmly keeping them outside the cave dwelling. On this day, Chu Haoyang finally emerged from seclusion, and upon hearing the news, the three hurried over to pay their respects. This junior greets Senior Chu. The three stood in a row and bowed to Chu Haoyang. What business do you three have? Chu Haoyang went straight to the point. The Black Flame Sect is now greatly weakened. Should we seize this opportunity to take them down in one go? Seeing Chu Haoyang's straightforward manner, Chen Jingtian decided not to beat around the bush and cut straight to the heart of the matter. That's a matter for your Yuntian Sect. Do whatever you think is right. Why ask an outsider like me? Chu Haoyang said indifferently, his tone revealing no hint of his stance. This, Chen Jingtian was gently rebuffed and didn't know how to respond. He hurriedly shot a glance at Li Qingwan. Brother Haoyang, how about you continue your cultivation? I'll handle this trivial matter for you. What do you say? Li Qingwan whispered in Chu Haoyang's ear. What did you just call me? You dare call me that? Fine, you handle it. I can't be bothered with such nonsense. Chu Haoyang's face darkened when he heard Li Qingwan call him brother. The majestic Haoyang, immortal emperor, addressed as little brother by a girl not yet 20. If word got out, he would lose all face. However, Li Qingwan's voluntary offer to handle these trivial matters quietly suited his wishes. After receiving Chu Haoyang's reply, Li Qingwan led the three out of the cave dwelling. After a private discussion, she returned to the cave dwelling. What did you tell them? Chu Haoyang asked. We're going all out to take down the Black Flame Sect. But we need your cooperation. Li Qingwan replied. How do you want me to cooperate? Chu Haoyang asked. Just release that golden flame and put on a show. You don't need to worry about anything else. Li Qingwan said. I'm not a member of the Yuntian Sect. What's in it for me? If there's no benefit, then I want. Chu Haoyang was very direct. Li Qingwan was his savior, so he would definitely help her with her matters. But the Yuntian Sect had no connection to him whatsoever. Without proper compensation, it wouldn't be right to ask him to exert himself. Just as the three patriarchs predicted, this fellow never lifts a finger without profit. Li Qingwan cursed inwardly but kept a smile on her face and said, the Yuntian Sect is willing to offer its supreme treasure, the heavenly sword, for you to use. Clearly, Chen Jingtian, Qin Yang, and the others had already calculated the gains and losses long before. Although the heavenly sword was hailed as the #1 treasure of the Yuntian Sect, the three of them couldn't unleash its full power. It would be better to hand it over to Chu Haoyang to use in exchange for other benefits. These three were old foxes who had cultivated for thousands of years, seeing this matter more clearly than anyone else. Merely for use, not a gift. Upon hearing the words, heavenly sword, Chu Haoyang's heart stirred, and he asked in return. When Chen Jingtian had wielded this divine sword against Wu Tong of the Black Flame Sect, Chu Haoyang had caught a glimpse from afar, but that single glance had stirred his heart. The quality of the heavenly sword had already surpassed that of ordinary immortal artifacts, yet it seemed to be bound by some restriction preventing its full power from being unleashed. He had every reason to believe this divine sword originated from the immortal realm. The Yuntian continent could not forge such a divine object. If the heavenly sword were in his hands, combined with his current cultivation, his combat power would surely soar. What are you thinking about? The heavenly sword is the supreme treasure of the Yuntian Sect. How could we possibly give it away? Letting you use it is already the greatest sincerity. Li Qingwan glared at him. Fine deal. Chu Haoyang was an easygoing man and didn't quibble any further on the matter. Those three old fellows of the Yuntian Sect weren't fools. They wouldn't concede to such an extent without good reason. Since that was the case, he might as well accept graciously. Otherwise, it wouldn't do to tarnish the prestige of the Haoyang immortal emperor. Very well then, 3 days from now we attack the Black Flame Sect. Seeing Chu Haoyang agree, Li Qingwan was overjoyed and immediately relayed the news to Chen Jingtian and the others. The three were overjoyed upon hearing this. It should be known that the Yuntian Sect had been suppressed by the Black Flame Sect for who knows how many years. Ever since they had joined the sect, the Black Flame Sect had been bullying the Yuntian Sect, riding roughshod over them. There was nothing to be done. The Yuntian Sect was weak and couldn't afford to provoke the overbearing Black Flame Sect, so they could only yield again and again. But what had their forbearance brought them? It had brought enemies right to their doorstep. If not for Chu Haoyang, the Yuntian Sect would already be part of the Black Flame Sect by now. The time for vengeance had finally come. In recent days, the Haoyang Sect had been restless and fraught with anxiety. "Do you think the Yuntian Sect will seize this chance to strike at us?" asked a white-robed nascent soul cultivator of the Haoyang Sect, his expression uneasy. "Rest assured, with the Shunjian Pavilion backing us, the Yuntian Sect would never dare act recklessly," said the other nascent soul cultivator with a long beard. Though his words were confident, the look on his face betrayed him. These two were the only remaining nascent soul cultivators of the Haoyang Sect. Ever since Chu Haoyang had beheaded Wu Tong and several others from the Yuntian Sect, these two had fought desperately to break through the encirclement and fled back to the Haoyang Sect with a handful of defeated remnants. After activating the sect protecting formation, they had remained behind closed doors, fearing that the Yuntian Sect would take the chance to storm their gates. The good news, however, was that the Shunjian Pavilion issued an announcement right away ordering the Yuntian Sect not to annihilate the Haoyang Sect. On the surface, the Shunjian Pavilion was upholding justice. In truth, it feared that if the Yuntian Sect swallowed up the Haoyang Sect, it would threaten the pavilion's status as the #1 sect of the Zhao Kingdom. Its sudden intervention was to prevent the Yuntian Sect from growing too powerful. The announcement was personally issued by the Grand Elder of the Shunjian Pavilion, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the late nascent soul stage. A being with 1 foot already stepped into the spirit transformation stage. Such a figure was utterly terrifying. With a mere gesture, he could shift mountains and rivers, eclipsing the very sun and moon. His words carried overwhelming authority, and it was expected that the Yuntian Sect, even with the boldest of audacity, would not dare to disobey. Otherwise, given the Grand Elder's power, even wiping out the Yuntian Sect would be no difficult feat. 3 months passed peacefully. The Yuntian Sect remained hesitant to move against the Haoyang Sect, allowing the members of the Haoyang Sect to heave a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, the Grand Elder's announcement had cowed the Yuntian Sect. Yet, just as the Haoyang Sect members believed the matter had come to an end, the warships of the Yuntian Sect appeared densely on the horizon, blotting the sky. Banners fluttered in the wind as warships swept across the sky, advancing toward the Haoyang Sect in a mighty, overwhelming procession. It's the Yuntian Sect's warships. The white-robed elder turned pale with shock, never expecting that this day would still come. Do they truly dare to defy the Grand Elder's will? The long-bearded elder's beard trembled uncontrollably. Before long, the Yuntian Sect's warships hovered above the Haoyang Sect. "Fellow Taoists of the Haoyang Sect, if you offer no resistance, the Yuntian Sect will not slaughter the innocent." Chen Jingtian stood upon a radiant, dazzling warship and declared in a clear voice. When he first spoke, his voice was not loud, but as it spread outward, it grew stronger and stronger, echoing endlessly among the mountains and valleys. The people of the Haoyang Sect, already like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring, were frozen with terror. Upon hearing Chen Jingtian's words, even the last shred of their will to resist crumbled completely. Seeing this, the two nascent soul elders were so furious that their beards bristled and their eyes bulged, yet they were utterly helpless. The morale of the Haoyang Sect had collapsed. The battle was lost before a single blow was struck. The white-robed elder and the long-bearded elder rose into the air simultaneously, standing opposite Chen Jingtian. "Chen Jingtian, do you truly dare to defy the decree of the Shunjian Pavilion's Grand Elder?" the white-robed elder demanded aggressively. At this moment, he could only invoke the Grand Elder as a shield, fantasizing that Chen Jingtian would hesitate and ultimately abandon his attack on the Haoyang Sect. "This is a matter between the Yuntian Sect and the Haoyang Sect. What does the Shunjian Pavilion have to do with it? When you lot came raging against my Yuntian Sect, wanting to destroy us, where was your Grand Elder then? Only the Shunjian Pavilion could pull such a one-sided stunt. And you expect me to obey? A sheer fantasy," Chen Jingtian retorted with sound reasoning. You're talking nonsense. How dare you show such disrespect to the Grand Elder? You are declaring war on the Shunjian Pavilion. The long-bearded elder could not help but blurt out wildly, waving the banner of authority in a flurry of accusations. This Chen Jingtian was utterly audacious, openly speaking ill of the Grand Elder in such a brazen manner. So what if it is declaring war on the Shunjian Pavilion? Don't think I don't know what you've been plotting behind closed doors. The last time the Haoyang Sect attacked the Yuntian Sect, it was done at the instigation of the Shunjian Pavilion. Without the Shunjian Pavilion's approval, even if the Haoyang Sect had 10,000 times more courage, you would never have dared to touch my Yuntian Sect. At this point, Chen Jingtian's voice turned harsh and stern. His words were clearly no longer aimed solely at the Haoyang Sect. He had openly torn all pretense with the Xinjian Pavilion. Fine, Qin Jingtian. Just wait for the Xinjian Pavilion's revenge. The only one you rely on is that young man. I don't believe he can be a match for the Grand Elder. Once the Grand Elder's wrath descends, that will be the day your Yuntian Sect is destroyed. The white-robed elder spoke with deep resentment. Enough with the nonsense. Are you two surrendering or fighting? Make it quick, Qin Jingtian said. Their cultivation was merely at the early nascent soul stage. Even if they attacked together, they would be no match for him. He was confident he could slay them both within 300 exchanges. The white-robed elder began to hesitate. Although his words and expression had just been impassioned and righteous, when faced with a true life-and-death crisis, his courage failed. When it came to the brink of life and death, he valued his own life too much. This old man will fight you to the death. The long-bearded elder, rather resolute, charged forward without the slightest hesitation at this critical moment and clashed with Qin Jingtian. Radiant light flickered and fighting spirit shook the heavens. The battle between the two nascent soul cultivators made the void itself tremble. All the lower-level disciples nearby fled far away, terrified that a single misstep would leave them caught in the shockwaves of the battle and reduced to dust. Within fewer than 100 exchanges, the long-bearded elder met his end at Qin Jingshan's hands. From beginning to end, the white-robed elder did not move a single inch. Have you made your decision, Qin Jingtian? If he did not surrender, he would only end up like the long-bearded elder. Good, you know what's best for you. Qin Jingtian nodded with satisfaction. Nor did he intend to annihilate the Haoyang sect completely, for the Yuntian sect needed to absorb this force in order to contend with the Xinjian Pavilion in the days to come. With the Haoyang sect destroyed, the Xinjian Pavilion would become the Yuntian sect's greatest enemy, and plans had to be laid in advance. Seeing that one of the nascent soul elders had been slain and the other had surrendered, leaving no fighting strength left, the members of the Haoyang sect laid down their magic treasures and surrendered one after another. I didn't expect it to be this easy. If I'd known, I wouldn't have begged you to come. We ended up wasting the heavenly sword for nothing. Li Qingwan pouted and said with a hint of complaint. Her words were of course meant for Chu Haoyang. Don't rush. The real show is just beginning, Chu Haoyang said, standing on the warship and staring at the distant sky. Li Qingwan followed his gaze, but saw nothing. What are you talking about? What real show is just beginning? Isn't it already over? The moment Li Qingwan finished speaking, the sky in the distance changed abruptly. A massive vortex appeared at the edge of the horizon. A terrifying pressure fell overwhelmingly from all directions, and even several nascent soul cultivators could barely remain standing. All cultivators below the nascent soul stage lay prostrate on the ground, unable to move. The Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Pavilion. Qin Jingshan's pupils contracted sharply as he thought of the name that made all cultivators in the Zhao state tremble. In the Zhao state, the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Pavilion was no different from a deity. Although Qin Jingtian had appeared fearless earlier, his heart now pounded violently when he truly had to face the Grand Elder. It was not his fault. No one could remain calm before the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Pavilion. As the vortex slowly, this was a supernatural power exclusive to spirit transformation cultivators, the ability to shrink the earth into an inch. Even if separated by thousands of miles, a single step could cross it. Could it be that he has already reached the spirit transformation stage? Qin Jingtian murmured to himself. Looking at Qin Yang and Ji Hongling beside him, he saw them wearing equally worried expressions. None of them had ever fought the Grand Elder Hedon, because everyone who had fought him Hedon was dead. The figure held a staff in his hand, his back hunched, and nearly all the hair on his head had fallen out. He seemed to be in the twilight of his life, as if a gust of wind could topple him. Yet at this moment, everyone's gaze converged on this old man, making him the sole focus of the entire arena. Cough, cough. His coughing was clearly audible, reaching everyone's ears. The old man moved like a ghost. One moment he was at the edge of the sky, the next he appeared before the crowd. An incomparable pressure came from all directions. The bones of Qin Jingtian, Qin Yang, and Ji Hongling were squeezed until they emitted cracking sounds, and beads of sweat continuously rolled down their foreheads. Qin Jingtian, you are quite good. The old man fixed his eagle-like gaze on Qin Jingtian and said. His words made Qin Jingtian feel as if he had fallen into an ice cavern with chills surging through his body. Paying respects to the Grand Elder, Qin Jingtian said most unwillingly. At that moment the heaven sword was in his hand, but he did not even have the courage to strike. This was suppression from a higher cultivation realm. Through the terrifying pressure emanating from his body, the old man was telling everyone that they were not even qualified to make him act. With only a wisp of pressure he could render everyone motionless. This old man has already issued a proclamation explicitly ordering the Cloud Sky sect not to attack the Black Flame sect. Do you take my words as a passing breeze? As he spoke, a vicious glint flashed in the old man's eyes. Qin Jingtian felt the pressure on him suddenly surge, as if he were carrying several great mountains on his back. His back gradually bent, and his bones made cracking sounds. The Cloud Sky Sect is truly an open rebellion. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know who has the final say in the Zhao state. Watching Qin Jingshan's back bend further, the old man curled his lips in a smug smile. He was establishing his authority now. After that, he would mercilessly kill Qin Jingtian. He wanted to make everyone understand what the consequences of disobedience were. Qin Jingtian, unable to bear the weight, fell from the air and smashed a deep pit into the ground. At this moment, his left knee was on the ground, and his right knee had bent to the extreme and trembled incessantly. "Kneel down," the old man shouted, wanting to force Qin Jingtian to kneel on both knees before him. The pressure on Qin Jingtian increased several-fold once more, and all the bones in his right leg shattered. So aggressive and overbearing. What an impressive display of might. Just as Qin Jingtian was about to fall to both knees, a voice came from the war vessel. The force the old man had exerted on Qin Jingtian vanished completely, and Qin Jingtian was also lifted by a gentle force and brought back onto the war vessel. Who? Normally such a person would stand out like a crane among chickens, and one could spot his extraordinary nature at a glance. But he searched for a long time and still could not pinpoint the speaker. "Stop looking left and right. With your ability, you can't find me." As he spoke, a young man of about 50, he was dressed in white robes. Although his appearance was not exceptionally handsome, he gave off the feeling of an immortal emperor descending into the mundane world, causing the old man to tremble involuntarily. The young man was none other than Chu Haoyang. He walked up to Qin Jingtian and extended a finger, and all the injuries Qin Jingtian had just suffered were completely healed. One must know that these injuries were caused by a half-step spirit transformation cultivator, far from ordinary wounds. Normally, it would take no less than half a year to recover. But with just one gentle point of his finger, Chu Haoyang restored those fatal injuries in an instant. Just how high has this person's cultivation reached? The injuries he had inflicted on Qin Jingtian were extremely severe. Even with top-grade elixirs to aid in treatment, it would take at least half a year for the wounds to fully heal. Yet the young man healed them with a single light flick of his finger. Such methods were beyond his comprehension. The fear in his heart was no less than Qin Jingshan's, if anything, even greater. But in his view, Chu Haoyang did not even have the slightest fluctuation of magical power on him. How utterly bizarre. "You are not qualified to know. If you leave now, I will let bygones be bygones," Chu Haoyang said. "Boy, are you telling a joke? This old man did not come here today prepared to return empty-handed." Hearing this, the old man was almost enraged into laughter. Even though the young man before him acted strangely, he did not believe that the boy possessed combat strength surpassing his own. After all, he could not sense the slightest magical power fluctuation from Chu Haoyang. If they truly fought, he had absolute confidence in taking the boy down. "What do you want?" Chu Haoyang asked with a smile. "All members of the Cloud Sky Sect shall submit to the Divine Sword Pavilion, or they will be killed without mercy," he said without the slightest restraint. The present situation was indeed a perfect opportunity to merge the three major cultivation powers of the Zhao state into one. Once the Divine Sword Pavilion swallowed up the other two sects, it might find a chance to survive in the upcoming crises. At this thought, the old man let out a smug laugh. "Half-step spirit transformation. Do you really think you can ride roughshod over the world? Today I will teach you that beyond every man there is another, and beyond every sky there is yet another sky. The Heaven Sword, give it to me," Chu Haoyang said to Qin Jingtian. Without the least hesitation, Qin Jingtian offered the Heaven Sword with both hands. At this moment, he was filled with infinite respect for the young man before him. "Even with the Heaven Sword in hand, you are still no match for this old man. Watch my treasure." After saying this, the old man took out a ruler of unknown material from his chest and tossed it into the air. The ruler grew larger in the wind, and before long it became bigger than a great mountain. "Not good. This is the Divine Sword Pavilion's sky-measuring ruler," Qin Jingtian frowned and said. Although the Divine Sword Pavilion was named after the Divine Sword, its most powerful magical treasure was this sky-measuring ruler. Through the ages, countless heroic figures had died beneath the sky-measuring ruler. The colossal mountain formed by the heaven-measuring ruler came crashing down toward Chu Haoyang. If it struck him, he would surely be reduced to a pulp. "Be careful," Li Qingwan cried out in alarm. But Chu Haoyang remained utterly composed. With the Heaven Sword in hand, he gave the colossal mountain a single effortless flick. A dazzling beam of radiance shot forth as though it could cleave the very heavens and earth in two. The beam was so blinding that no one could look directly at it, and all instinctively shielded their eyes. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted across heaven and earth, so violent that it stabbed at everyone's eardrums. When they opened their eyes again, the giant mountain formed by the heaven-measuring ruler had been split clean in half, crashing down from the sky. What a... Qin Jingtian could hardly believe his eyes. The heaven-measuring ruler was the foremost treasure of the Divine Sword Pavilion, its power vast beyond measure. How could it have been destroyed in a single stroke? It was simply beyond comprehension. As for the old man, his eyes were vacant and his face ashen. Shouldn't the heaven-measuring ruler have compelled all sides to submit the moment it appeared? How could this have happened? Just who was this young man standing before him to be so terrifyingly powerful? Had it not been for the youth holding back moments ago, he would already have become a dead soul beneath the sword. At that thought, the old man broke out in a cold sweat all over. No matter where one stood, absolute strength was always the foundation of respect. Do you still wish to continue? Chu Haoyang asked with a faint, inscrutable smile. Forgive me, senior. This junior was reckless. The old man bowed deeply to Chu Haoyang, lowering his posture to the utmost. It was a total reversal from his earlier arrogance. The great elder of the Divine Sword Pavilion, calling himself a junior before a mere 15-year-old youth, left every onlooker dumbfounded. But the old man no longer had the luxury of caring about such things. One who could destroy the heaven-measuring ruler with a single sword stroke was not someone he could hope to challenge. If he still refused to know when to yield, the only thing awaiting him was death. Is an apology really enough? A playful, taunting, "Whatever you order, we shall brave fire and water," without the slightest hesitation. The old man's mouth twitched slightly before he spoke. He understood that the young man before him was not the harmless figure he appeared to be. If he failed to offer something today, this matter would be far from over. What? Did I hear that correctly? The disciples of Cloud Heaven Sect, along with those of Black Flame Sect who had just submitted, were all stunned by what they had witnessed. The Divine Sword Pavilion had held the position of the #1 cultivation sect in the Zhao Kingdom for tens of thousands of years. Its strength far surpassed what the other two sects could dream of matching. In the past, the Divine Sword Pavilion had always been arrogant, domineering, and ruthless in bullying others. When had it ever spoken such humbling words? But then everyone's thoughts turned, and they quickly understood it must have been the might of that single sword stroke that had chilled the great elder to the bone. Not enough. There are some items on this list. Gather them all for me within 10 days. As he spoke, Chu Haoyang tossed a beast hide over to him. 3-leaf herb, colored glass flower, snow, infant's tear, heaven silkworm fruit. Reading the various materials listed on the beast hide, the great elder's heart trembled with unease. Every single material on that list was a heavenly treasure, the kind one could only encounter by fortune, priceless beyond measure. Even the accumulated hoard of the Divine Sword Pavilion's treasury, gathered over tens of thousands of years, might not be enough to gather them all. The more the great elder read, the more alarmed he became, his brows knitting together tightly. What? Reluctant? As Chu Haoyang spoke, a violent burst of light erupted from the heaven's sword. The meaning was perfectly clear. If he refused, he would be struck down at once. No, I agree. The great elder hurriedly replied, terrified that even a single breath of delay would bring the sword down upon his neck. Very well then. You may withdraw. A satisfied expression appeared on Chu Haoyang's face as he waved his hand. The great elder saluted with clasped hands and retreated with the utmost respect, not daring to raise his head, even once during the entire process. After he had retreated a great distance, a vortex suddenly appeared before him, and the great elder immediately stepped into it. And so the great elder, who was unmatched and revered like a god throughout the Zhao Kingdom, withdrew in defeat. That was the great elder of the Divine Sword Pavilion after all. Many people felt as if they were dreaming. In that moment, Chen Jingtian finally understood just how powerful Chu Haoyang truly was. That kind of power had surpassed his ability to comprehend. He even found himself thinking that if Chu Haoyang wished it, the great elder might not be able to withstand even a single strike from him. Chen Jingtian of the Cloud Heaven Sect pays respects to the Supreme Elder. Chen Jingtian knelt before Chu Haoyang and spoke with the utmost sincerity. Qin Yang and Ji Hongling stiffened slightly, but quickly grasped his intention and knelt down alongside him. Seeing this, all the disciples of the Cloud Heaven Sect knelt to the ground and shouted in unison, "We pay respects to the Supreme Elder." The sound surged like crashing mountains and roaring oceans, rolling far and wide, echoing endlessly through the mountains and valleys of the Cloud Heaven Sect. "Hey, what are you all doing? When did I ever agree to become your Supreme Elder?" Chu Haoyang said with a frown. At present, the most urgent task was to restore his cultivation as quickly as possible. He had no time to deal with the chaotic affairs of the sect. Senior, before long the Zhao Kingdom will face a great catastrophe. With Senior here, the Cloud Heaven Sect stands a chance of surviving this crisis. For the sake of the people of this world, and for the sake of the disciples of the Cloud Heaven Sect, I beg Senior not to refuse. Chen Jingtian communicated these words through divine sense. What he spoke of was a hidden secret one that must not be known to others. So that's how it is. I accept. Chu Haoyang likewise replied through divine sense. He could simply have ignored such matters, but those words, "the people of this world," had touched his heart. As the former Haoyang immortal emperor, protecting the mortal world was his destiny. Though his cultivation had yet to recover, this weighty responsibility was not something he could cast aside. "Come with me." After saying this, Chu Haoyang vanished in a flash and appeared at a secret site of the Black Flame Sect. This had once been the place where the sect's upper echelons convened over grave matters, so secluded that no outsider could ever hope to spy on it. What catastrophe? Chu Haoyang asked. Senior, have you ever heard of the demon realm? Chen Jingtian did not answer directly, but asked in return. Naturally I have. Within the demon realm, there are countless demonic beings of heaven-defying power, and the demon sovereign himself is terrifying beyond measure. Chu Haoyang said. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the demon realm had once been the archenemy of the immortal realm, the two forces locked in endless strife. Once the flames of war ignited, they could not be extinguished. It was not until Chu Haoyang became an immortal emperor and with his unmatched might gravely wounded the demon sovereign, forcing him to sign a pact of mutual non-aggression, that the threat of the demon realm was finally lifted. Is the catastrophe you speak of an invasion by the demon realm? No, that can't be right. The immortal realm and the demon realm made an agreement long ago. The demon realm may never invade the planes governed by the immortal realm. Chu Haoyang continued. The immortal realm. Does the immortal realm truly exist? Upon hearing the words, immortal realm, Chen Jingshan's eyes widened as round as cowbells. To him this was far too shocking. The immortal realm had only been mentioned in fragments within ancient texts from millions of years ago. For cultivators, the single greatest aspiration of a lifetime was to ascend to the immortal realm. Yet whether the immortal realm truly existed had always been a subject of endless debate. Within the records of the last several 100,000 years, no one had ever been documented as truly ascending to the immortal realm. In the current cultivation world, the immortal realm was regarded as something ethereal and illusory, a place that almost certainly did not exist. But this boy before her, with his aged bearing, had actually mentioned the immortal realm. How could she not be utterly shaken? Does the immortal realm truly exist? This was a doubt lingering in the hearts of all cultivators in the lower realm. The immortal realm has existed since time immemorial, only the passage connecting it to the lower realm has been severed. The cultivators of the lower realm can no longer ascend smoothly. Chu Haoyang sighed, shaking his head. The passage to the immortal realm had been severed before he became an immortal emperor. This undoubtedly cut off the path for cultivators in the lower realm to advance further. Immortal Emperor Haoyang had once made a grand vow to restore the broken passage after he became emperor. After becoming emperor, he attempted it. Despite the heaven-defying powers of an immortal emperor, it was still difficult to repair the passage completely. It was then that he began to desperately cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation art. This sigh carried not only his regret at failing to repair the passage, but also his helplessness toward his current situation. Is it truly impossible to repair it? Chen Jingtian asked immediately. Having finally met someone who knew about the legends of the immortal realm, he was not about to let the opportunity slip by easily. It can be done, but the time is not yet ripe. Alright, enough about that. Let's talk about the demon realm. Although Chen Jingtian was full of curiosity, Chu Haoyang forcibly ended the topic. By the time is not yet ripe, he naturally meant that his current strength was insufficient. If he could restore his immortal emperor cultivation and achieve minor mastery of the 6 paths of reincarnation art, he would have 80% confidence in mending the path to heaven. Of course, that was a matter for later. The most important thing at present was the demon realm. I am unaware of any agreement between the immortal realm and the demon realm being a junior. But in recent years, the several gates leading from the demon realm to the Yuntian continent have been opening frequently. Every time they open, they bring devastation to all living beings. Facing the demon realm legions, the cultivators of our world have no power to resist. If one day the demon realm legions pour out in full force, the Yuntian continent will soon become a living hell on earth. Chen Jingtian voiced his concerns. The beings of the demon realm possessed profound cultivation far beyond what the cultivators of this world could resist. If that day truly came, it would be a one-sided slaughter with no ability to fight back at all. Hearing Chen Jingshan's words, Chu Haoyang's brows slowly nodded. It must be that the demon lord has learned of my disappearance, and that is why he dares to act so unscrupulously. But with my current strength, I am completely incapable of contending with him. Chu Haoyang clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with fury. In the past, a mere demon lord whose cultivation was comparable to an immortal king of the immortal realm was nothing to fear. If he truly incurred his wrath, wiping him out would hardly be a difficult feat. But times had changed. The once invincible immortal Emperor Haoyang now had a cultivation of merely the spirit transformation stage. Pitting the spirit transformation stage against the demon lord was no different from an egg striking a stone. The most urgent task is to refine the second heaven supplementing pill. Chu Haoyang thought to himself. Gather these items with all your might. I have great use for them. Chu Haoyang handed Chen Jingtian a piece of beast skin paper on which were written all the materials he needed to refine the second heaven supplementing pill. As you command. Chen Jingtian agreed without hesitation. He knew these items were of utmost importance to Chu Haoyang and must be obtained at all costs. After witnessing Chu Haoyang's unparalleled divine might, no one in the Yuntian Sect dared to entertain any treacherous thoughts. Under the direction of Chun Jingtian Yang and Ji Hongxiao, the Yuntian Sect was quickly reorganized and fully merged into the Yuntian Sect. Chu Haoyang had no intention of dealing with those matters. He and Li Qingwan soon returned to the Yuntian Sect. Patriarch Ji also told me about the demon realm. Can you solve it? Li Qingwan asked, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She knew the matter was extremely serious. If not handled well, the entire Yuntian continent could turn into a sea of inferno. Now everyone in the Yuntian Sect had placed their hopes on Chu Haoyang. Against ordinary beings of the demon realm, I still have the strength to fight. But if I face the demon lord, I will undoubtedly be defeated. Chu Haoyang said truthfully. Then what should we do? Li Qingwan asked again. The most urgent task is to refine the second heaven supplementing pill. That way our chances of victory will be greater. Chu Haoyang said. That's simple. All we need is to hunt down another nine-tailed fire scorpion. Hearing that they would refine the heaven supplementing pill, Li Qingwan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although it had taken quite some effort to hunt the nine-tailed scorpion in the Lihua mountain range last time, it was by no means a Herculean task. Moreover, now that she had advanced to the nascent soul stage, hunting another nine-tailed scorpion would be as easy as turning over her hand. The materials required to refine the second heaven supplementing pill are several times more numerous than those needed for the first, and their preciousness is far beyond the first's. Chu Haoyang shook his head with a bitter smile. Since they are both heaven supplementing pills, are the refining materials for the second one different from the first? Li Qingwan exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Haoyang's statement was something she had never heard before. Only the first heaven supplementing pill requires the simplest materials in the smallest quantities. Every subsequent pill demands a vast amount of heavenly treasures and earthly rarities. To gather all these materials together is no easy feat. Chu Haoyang explained. The first heaven supplementing pill was only meant to repair the one soul and one spirit damaged within him, thus it did not require particularly rare materials. But the second one was meant to regrow his soul and spirit anew, so the materials required were exceptionally heaven-defying. The Yuntian continent was barren, and Chu Haoyang worried that he could not gather all those materials. Once a new soul or spirit was born within him, his cultivation would skyrocket to the Mahayana stage, and he might then stand a chance in battle against the mighty ones of the demon realm. I wonder how many materials the Shunjian Pavilion can gather, Chu Haoyang mused to himself. Half a month later, a huge vortex suddenly appeared above the Yuntian Sect. The guarding disciple noticed it, and was about to raise the alarm when a voice rang out. Do not be alarmed, it's nothing. The voice was mild and composed. It was Chu Haoyang's. Hearing Chu Haoyang's words, the tense looks on everyone's faces finally eased. Because they knew that this person who looked like a mere 15-year-old youth was actually the strongest cultivator in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world, possessing strength that could even awe the Grand Elder of the Shunjian Pavilion. Before long, an old and stooped figure slowly stepped out of the vortex. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the Shunjian Pavilion. I'm here, Chu Haoyang said when he saw the Grand Elder appear. He had been living in Li Qingwan's cave dwelling all along. Although Chen Jingtian had several times wanted to move him to a place with more abundant spiritual energy, he had always refused. Whether spiritual energy was abundant or not made no difference to him now. If he could not gather the materials for refining the second heaven supplementing pill, even the most abundant spiritual energy would be useless. Unless it was immortal qi. But where on the Yuntian continent could immortal qi be found? The Grand Elder appeared in a flash before the cave dwelling. Yin Xinghe of the Shunjian Pavilion pays respects to Senior. The Grand Elder bowed deeply, his attitude exceedingly respectful. Everyone called him Grand Elder, and few knew his true name. Come in, Chu Haoyang said as the cave door swung wide open and the Grand Elder walked in. Senior, this dwelling appears a little crude, Yin Xinghe said after looking around. Those who cultivate the Tao are unattached to external things. Chu Haoyang's few simple words made a flicker of surprise pass through Yin Xinghe's eyes. Everyone understands this principle, but truly living it is difficult. For example, with his high status in the Shunjian Pavilion, his cultivation chamber was the place where spiritual energy was most abundant in the entire sect. He had thought this could increase his cultivation speed, but he never expected that it instead harmed his state of mind, stripping away the natural charm of the Tao. He had never considered this before. Only today, upon hearing Chu Haoyang's words, did he feel an epiphany. Have you gathered all the materials I asked for? Chu Haoyang asked. Senior, please look. As Yin Xinghe spoke, light flashed from his storage ring, and a large pile of heavenly treasures appeared in the cave dwelling. Chu Haoyang's face, as calm as ever, finally showed a hint of emotion. He had just examined it carefully with his divine sense, and found that everything written on the beast hide he had given Yin Xinghe was all there. He had expected that even a few items would be extremely difficult for the Shunjian Pavilion to produce, but unexpectedly everything had been gathered. This is what the Shunjian Pavilion has accumulated over 1,000,000 years. All of it is offered to you, senior. I hope you can lead the cultivators of Zhao to resist the Demon Realm army. Yunqing has said. His words carried two meanings. First, it was to show that the Shunjian Pavilion had offered its most precious possessions. Second, it was to bind Chu Haoyang to the entire cultivation world of Zhao, so that together they could resist the Demon Realm's invasion. I already know about the Demon Realm matter. I will naturally do what I can. Return to the Shunjian Pavilion for now and await my orders, Chu Haoyang said. In that case, I shall take my leave. After receiving Chu Haoyang's affirmative answer, Yunqing finally let out a relieved breath. From then on, resisting the Demon Realm's invasion was no longer something he had to bear alone. Thinking about it this way, he felt that having Chu Haoyang around was actually a good thing. With so many good things, it should be enough to refine the second heaven-mending pill right. Li Qingwan said as she looked at the heavenly treasures covering the ground. In her eyes, the value of this pile was immeasurable. Any single item taken from it could make outside cultivators fight until their heads split and blood flowed. Still not enough. We also need to see how much Chun Jingtian has gathered on his side, Chu Haoyang said. Hey, you only look about 15, yet you keep addressing Chun Jingtian by name. Don't you know that our Yuntian Sect's founding patriarch is already several thousand years old? You don't show the slightest respect to your elder, Li Qingwan said deliberately. She naturally knew that Chu Haoyang was not as young as he appeared. Perhaps he was an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. She said this merely to get Chu Haoyang to reveal his true age himself. A few thousand years isn't even a fraction of my age. If we truly compared seniority, that would be bullying him. Besides, I am the supreme elder of Yuntian Sect. Is there anything wrong with calling him by his name? Chu Haoyang said with great calm. Indeed, immortal Emperor Haoyang had lived for countless tens of thousands of years. How could cultivators of the Yuntian continent compare their age with his? Then go on, tell me how old you are. If you can't, then you're lying, and you'll have to call me big sister. Li Qingwan pressed relentlessly. Several 100,000 years perhaps. I can't remember the exact number anymore, Chu Haoyang said. Several 100,000. Stop bragging. Cultivators of the Yuntian continent have lifespans of at most 10,000 years. Saying several 100,000 is simply a lie. Li Qingwan immediately retorted. What she said was true. On the Yuntian continent, the limit of a cultivator's lifespan was 10,000 years. No one had ever broken that limit. There are some things you're still too young to be told, Chu Haoyang said with a shake of his head. Enough. Stop spouting nonsense at me. I think you're just making things up because you don't want to call me big sister. Li Qingwan shot Chu Haoyang a glare and said crossly. Fine, fine. Call Chun Jingtian over and see how much he has found. Chu Haoyang didn't want to trade barbs with Li Qingwan, so he quickly changed the subject. Chun Jingtian took out everything he had collected over the past few days and piled it on the floor. There were all kinds of spirit medicines and precious materials. Though not as many as Yunqing had brought, their quality was first-rate. Not bad. It's already quite remarkable that you could gather so much. Chu Haoyang nodded approvingly. Now the only materials missing for refining the second heaven-mending pill were the Dark Fate Stone and the Ghost Flower. The Dark Fate Stone could only be found in the Demon Realm, while the Ghost Flower grew only in the Netherworld. These two things did not exist on the Yuntian continent. If he wanted to obtain them, he could only search in the Demon Realm and the Netherworld. Let's go to the Netherworld first. Chu Haoyang thought to himself. Ordinary people would tremble at the mention of the Netherworld. It was a magical realm that most cultivators could never set foot in during their lifetimes. To enter the Netherworld, one had to open its entrance, which required cultivation of at least the spirit transformation stage. Even if the entrance was opened without a pass, one still could not get in. Therefore, many cultivators' impressions of the Netherworld remained nothing more than legends. However, since Chu Haoyang had become an immortal emperor, it was naturally not unfamiliar to him. Although he could enter the Netherworld, this realm was no small matter. The Netherworld king in particular had countless connections with the immortal realm. If his identity were exposed and attracted the three immortal kings, he would be in real trouble. So he had to make complete preparations and be ready for anything. Chu Haoyang entered seclusion again. He used the Reincarnation Flame to cleanse his entire body, ensuring that no aura from his former days as immortal Emperor Haoyang remained. Then he refined the heavenly sword several times until it was connected with his mind. This really is an immortal artifact. Looking at the refined heavenly sword, Chu Haoyang felt a surge of excitement. Encountering such a magical treasure in the lower realm was truly rare. The Reincarnation Flame could not be used lightly, so from now on the heavenly sword would be his personal weapon. Although compared with the Emperor's sword left behind in the immortal realm, the heavenly sword's power was insignificant. The heavenly sword was just right for Chu Haoyang's current cultivation. Once preparations were complete, Chu Haoyang took leave of Li Qingwan and went to find a spatial node he could break through. Li Qingwan was extremely unwilling. The Netherworld was full of ghosts and fiends. One false move would mean death and the end of one's Tao. He did not want Li Qingwan to take that risk with him. In all the Yuntian Sect, the only person he truly cared about was Li Qingwan. Li Qingwan must not be harmed. Following his old memories, Chu Haoyang soon arrived at a place. Here the mountains were green, the waters clear, and spiritual energy abundant, like a paradise hidden from the world. No one would imagine that a spatial node leading to the netherworld was located here. Chu Haoyang summoned the heavenly sword and poured his magical power into the blade. A blindingly brilliant light burst out from the sword. Go! At Chu Haoyang's loud shout, the heavenly sword slashed heavily upon the spatial node. Bang! After a thunderous crash, the spatial node remained utterly still. Seeing this, Chu Haoyang continued his assault. One deafening boom after another echoed through the mountains and valleys. Finally, after more than a dozen violent impacts, a massive spatial rift appeared. Within the rift, a radiant door faintly emerged. Chu Haoyang continued to channel the heavenly sword, causing the rift to widen further until the radiant door within was fully exposed. The door seemed to be forged from an unknown material, its surface rippling with luminous halos that left one spellbound and entranced. Chu Haoyang composed his mind and examined the radiant door closely. When he had ruled the immortal realm, he had visited the netherworld by descending directly from the immortal realm, never passing through this door. Although the radiant door had appeared, it remained tightly shut. Chu Haoyang drove the heavenly sword against it, yet the attacks left no trace upon its surface. If I still had the Emperor sword in hand, this would never happen. Chu Haoyang sighed inwardly. As the immortal Emperor Haoyang, with the Emperor's sword in his grasp, he could shatter anything in existence. Not to mention a mere radiant door. Even the boundary wall between two realms could be broken through with ease. But times had changed. The Emperor's sword had long been lost in the immortal realm. One day, I will reclaim the Emperor's sword. Chu Haoyang vowed silently. What to do now? There was only one option: the Reincarnation Flame. A ball of golden flame was summoned forth, its hue a rich, dripping gold, far deeper than the golden glow of the door. Go break this door open for me. As Chu Haoyang spoke, the Reincarnation Flame began to drift slowly toward the radiant door. It moved at a languid pace, yet carried an inexplicable pressure, and a heavenly Tao sound resounded through the world. What is this? The legendary resonance of heaven and earth. Chu Haoyang was astounded. In his hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. He had used the Reincarnation Flame many times before, yet it had never behaved like this. What could be the cause? At this moment, Chu Haoyang had no time to ponder, for as the Reincarnation Flame drew nearer, the radiant door began to emit creaking sounds, and then cracks spread across its surface one after another. As the cracks continued to spread, the radiant door finally shattered completely. Without a pass, breaking through by force was the only way. Chu Haoyang said, then quickly stepped through the radiant door. The world beyond it was completely different from the outside. The sky was gloomily overcast, the ground barren and desolate, with sinister winds raging wildly. This was a world devoid of life, filled with deathly aura everywhere. Chu Haoyang unleashed his divine sense, instantly enveloping thousands of miles in all directions. Not a single living being. This must be the outer reaches of the netherworld, otherwise there would be no lack of ghostly creatures. Chu Haoyang was somewhat familiar with the netherworld. Nether spirit flowers only grow deep within the netherworld. Chu Haoyang fixed his gaze on a direction and sped toward the depths of the netherworld. Thanks to the Reincarnation Flame in his possession and the fact that he had used it to cleanse his former immortal emperor aura before entering the netherworld, the great powers of the netherworld failed to detect him. As he flew past a certain region, the sounds of a struggle from below brought Chu Haoyang to a halt. Zhou, stop fighting a losing battle. You are no match for us. A ghostly creature with a green face and fangs spoke in human language. Standing opposite, it was a stunning woman, fair and beautiful, with a figure of graceful curves that stirred the imagination at first glance. Chu Haoyang knew that the woman was a nether spirit. Nether spirits were not souls of the dead, but indigenous inhabitants of the netherworld. Shameless. All of you ganging up on me alone. Have you no shame? Zhou said, her face twisted with fury, addressing the three green-faced fanged ghosts before her. Our city lord has taken a fancy to you. That is your blessing. Why keep running? If not for the city lord's repeated orders not to harm you, do you think you would still be alive? Surrender and come with us, three brothers, quietly, or else you'll be sorry. A tall ghostly creature finished speaking, and a long blade gleaming with cyan light slashed across Zhou's shoulder. A large patch of her clothing was cut away, revealing flawless white skin. Evidently the ghost had deliberately controlled its strength and did not intend to truly harm her, otherwise that single strike would have gravely wounded her. Truly the most beautiful woman in Three Corpses City, so lovely that even I feel pity. No wonder the city lord has taken a liking to you. The ghost stared at the exposed spot on Zhou's shoulder and swallowed hard. Third brother, don't speak nonsense. A woman the city lord has his eye on. How could you dare to covet her? Another ghost who stuttered slightly rebuked him harshly. Sure enough, at those words the earlier ghost seemed to recall something, and a flicker of fear passed through its eyes before it fell silent. The city lord of Three Corpses City possessed terrifying cultivation and boundless magical power, intimidating all ghostly creatures. No one dared to provoke him lightly. A pack of shameless wretches. Even if it means my death, I will never return with you to Three Corpses City, Zhou Ziyue declared fiercely. Clearly she harbored intense hatred for the city lord the ghost spoke of. That is not for you to decide. Come back with us obediently, and don't keep the city lord waiting. The ghost that had been coveting Zhou Ziyue's beauty spoke again. Zhou Ziyue said nothing more. With a sudden burst, she hurled the short sword in her hand straight at the lecherous ghost's face. The lecherous ghost was caught off guard and nearly struck in the face. Fortunately, the stuttering ghost acted in time and yanked him aside, saving him from decapitation. Bitch! You don't appreciate kindness and dare to ambush me. Die! The lecherous ghost flew into a rage. Ignoring the city lord's orders, its long blade lashed out like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea, slashing toward Zhou Ziyue. Zhou Ziyue was alarmed and hurriedly raised her flying sword to block. But after being besieged by the three earlier, her magical power was nearly exhausted, and within just a few exchanges, she was forced back step by step. In the end, under a single heavy slash of the long blade, Zhou Ziyue's short sword broke into two pieces, and she was knocked to the ground by the tremendous force, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Blood stained the corners of her mouth, lending her a strangely alluring beauty. But the ghost was now consumed by rage with not the slightest thought of pity or tenderness. The long blade descended straight toward Zhou Ziyue. At this moment, she was utterly spent without even the strength to move her body. She quietly closed her eyes and a trail of clear tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Is this how I die? What a pity. I haven't yet traveled. Just as Zhou Ziyue closed her eyes awaiting death, a bang rang out as something seemed to knock the long blade away. She quickly opened her eyes. That figure appeared somewhat slender, but at this moment in Zhou Ziyue's eyes, it was as towering as a mountain. The newcomer was none other than Chu Haoyang. Where did this mangy little cur spring from? How dare you spoil my sport? The lecherous specter demanded, frantic with rage. Chu Haoyang could not be bothered to bandy words. A single sword slash was his only reply. A mass of five-colored radiance instantly enveloped the three specters. When the light scattered and faded, the trio had already been transformed into nothing but flying ash. This? Zhou Ziyue's beautiful eyes flew wide open as she stared at the scene before her in utter disbelief. Each of those three specters had possessed the formidable cultivation of the late nascent soul stage, and yet in a single instant all three had been slain simultaneously. Having accomplished all this, Chu Haoyang simply turned to leave, radiating that easy, untethered poise. His task complete, he flicked his robes and departed, bearing both merit and renown behind him. As senior, please slow your steps. This humble woman, Zhou Ziyue, pays her respects to Senior. Senior's overwhelming kindness. This woman could labor as your ox or horse for a lifetime and still never repay it. Seeing that Chu Haoyang was about to depart, Zhou Ziyue hastily knelt. There's no need for ox or horse service, Chu Haoyang said. I have only just arrived in this netherworld and am in need of a guide. Would you be willing? Thus spoke Chu Haoyang. Though the netherworld spirit flower grew in the netherworld, he had not the slightest clue as to its exact location. If Zhou Ziyue could serve as his guide, his path would be vastly smoother. I am willing, Zhou Ziyue answered without the slightest hesitation. A life-saving debt was heavier than the sky itself. What did serving as a mere guide amount to? Zhou Ziyue was one who remembered kindness and repaid it. At this moment, even if Chu Haoyang bade her brave fire and water alike, she would not refuse. Very well. Do you know where the netherworld spirit flower can be found? Chu Haoyang asked directly. The netherworld spirit flower. That is one of the netherworld's rarest treasures. I do not know where it might be. Zhou Ziyue shook her head as she spoke. She was not lying. A treasure as precious as the netherworld spirit flower was not something a cultivator of her humble station could ever come into contact with. But in Sanshire City, there is a pavilion of heaven's reach, a place dedicated to gathering intelligence. We could go there and make inquiries. Who knows, perhaps we will obtain word of the netherworld spirit flower. Zhou Ziyue continued. Excellent. Let us head to Sanshire City. Chu Haoyang mused for a moment, then agreed. Whereupon, one before the other, the two transformed into twin streaks of light. Those three specters surrounded you. From what I overheard, it seemed to be by the command of Sanshire City's lord. Why would he want to seize you? Chu Haoyang asked, somewhat curious. Of the conversation between the three specters and Zhou Ziyue, he had caught only a fragment here, and they're missing most of it. Now, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. As Zhou Ziyue spoke, a crimson flush rose to her cheeks. It seems this city lord is nothing but a lecher after all, Chu Haoyang observed. But then again, with a face as exquisite as Zhou Ziyue's, there were truly few men who could remain unmoved before her. The lord of Sanshire City is named Zhao Wuji. Though his morals are despicable, his cultivation reaches the heavens. Senior, you must not treat him lightly. Zhou Ziyue warned him with a trace of anxiety. Though Chu Haoyang was overwhelmingly powerful, there was not so much as a single ripple of spiritual energy emanating from his body, leaving her utterly unable to discern his true level of cultivation. Whether he would hold any chance of victory against Zhao Wuji, she could not begin to guess. Fear not, Chu Haoyang said. This trip to Sanshire City is chiefly to search for news of the Netherworld Spirit Flower. Unless left with no other choice, we will not stir up trouble. Rest easy. Hearing this, the worry upon Zhou Ziyu's face finally began to melt away. Sanshire City commanded a vast territory 1,000 li across its teeming bounds, inhabited by specters and nether spirits alike. The so-called specters were what humans became after death, their bodies saturated with thick, ghostly aura. Nether spirits, however, were native-born creatures of the netherworld capable of cultivating with the profound ghost aura, and were in no meaningful way different from the living beings of the mortal realm. When entering Sanshire City, Chu Haoyang used the Reincarnation Flame to alter his own aura. To outside observers, he appeared in no way different from an ordinary nether spirit. Otherwise, entering Sanshire City in a living human body would immediately draw the alarm of every specter and result in being devoured entirely. Within the confines of Sanshire City, market stalls crowded every street. As Zhou Ziyue led Chu Haoyang on a stroll through the thoroughfares, he found that everything here scarcely differed from the outside world. The Pavilion of Heaven's Reach is just over there. Let's go take a look. Zhou Ziyue pointed toward a lofty tower. The pavilion soared ever upward, its uppermost reaches plunging directly into the black clouds above, exuding a majestic air. As the two approached the Pavilion of Heaven's Reach, the guards halted them. "And what business do you have here?" A nether spirit at the core formation stage asked, his tone far from friendly. "We have come to the Pavilion of Heaven's Reach to inquire after information," Zhou Ziyue explained hurriedly. With great figures presiding over the pavilion, she did not wish to provoke a confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Ground floor, 20 ghost crystals. If you wish to ascend to the third floor, 1,000 ghost crystals. The guard spoke, his gaze sweeping over the two from head to toe. Chu Haoyang's features were unexceptional, and under the enhancement of the Reincarnation Flame, he looked no different from any ordinary nether spirit. Zhou Ziyue, though, possessed a stunning flower-like beauty. Her curving figure drew the guard's eyes back again and again. So expensive. Zhou Ziyue could not help but grumble. She had only heard other people say that one could ferret out all kinds of information at the pavilion, she had never learned that entry would require spending so many ghost crystals. Ghost crystals were condensed from the densest ghost aura, and were the most valued currency of the netherworld's cultivators, much like spirit stones in the world outside. But Zhou Ziyue carried so few ghost crystals on her person that she turned her head to look at Chu Haoyang. "I have only spirit stones on me," Chu Haoyang said. "Spirit stones are acceptable as well," the guard interjected. In the netherworld, there were shops dedicated to the exchange of ghost crystals and spirit stones. Therefore, some establishments in the netherworld accepted spirit stones without the slightest fuss. Chu Haoyang tossed out a medium-grade spirit stone. The guard nodded with satisfaction and tossed back 2 tokens. "The tokens will take you to the third floor." As the guard finished speaking, the 2 tokens issued a soft, radiant light, enveloping both newcomers. In the very next moment, Chu Haoyang and Zhou Ziyue had arrived upon the third floor. Seated before a low table was an old man with hair as white as frost, idly resting with his eyes shut. Even when he heard the footsteps of the 2 arrivals, the old man still made no move to open his eyes. Chu Haoyang could not help but take his measure. This man's cultivation is at least of the spirit transformation stage. This Pavilion of Heaven's Reach truly conceals dragons and tigers. Chu Haoyang marveled inwardly. The old man was using a secret technique to suppress and conceal his aura, making it difficult for any outsider to perceive his true level. Chu Haoyang himself could only make out the rough contours. And even that rough estimation alone was enough to shock him deeply. A cultivator at the spirit transformation stage was already a supreme existence upon the entire Vermilion Continent. In the Zhao Kingdom, there was not even a single one such as this. Yet here in the pavilion, any elderly man one happened to encounter possessed such strength. Chu Haoyang had every reason to believe that old men like this were by no means rare in the pavilion. "Senior, we have come to make inquiries." Zhou Ziyue said, her bearing entirely reverent. Though she could not see clearly the old man's level of cultivation, she guessed it certainly could not be low, for an invisible pressure radiated from him that made her heart pound with a nameless dread. To inquire after news, 1 item costs 100 ghost crystals. If there are 2 items, there may even be a discount, the old man declared without batting an eye. Clearly a man who had grown all too accustomed to this trade. TCH. So in the end, he's just a money-grubbing wretch. Zhou Ziyue secretly curled her lip in contempt. The old man's words had utterly shattered the image she had built of him as an otherworldly master. By all rights, the ghost crystals had already been collected at the entrance. There should not have been a second round of charge. I don't have ghost crystals. Will spirit stones do? Chu Haoyang asked. Yes, but payment must be made in advance. The old man answered crisply. If we pay the spirit stones, but don't get the information we want, what then? Chu Haoyang asked with a half-smile. The old man's eyes snapped open. His face was covered in wrinkles, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. Are you doubting this old man's ability? The old man asked coldly, his piercing gaze fixed on Chu Haoyang like a hawk's. The old man's aura was immensely intimidating, and Zhou Ziyue involuntarily retreated a few steps. Why not? Are people of your Tongtian pavilion beyond doubt? Chu Haoyang said coolly, entirely unshaken by the old man's oppressive aura. If it truly came to a fight, the old man might not be his match. Even if the old man were stronger than him, so what? Immortal Emperor Haoyang had never feared anyone in his life. Of course you may. Since this is a business transaction, fairness must be upheld. What do you think this is? As the old man spoke, he took a nearly transparent orb from his bosom. The orb was the size of a fist and glowed with white light. With this object, as long as you channel your magical power into it, everything you wish to know will appear on it. Satisfied now? The old man explained, afraid that Chu Haoyang might not pay the spirit stones. What is this thing called? It is so heaven-defying. Chu Haoyang exclaimed in astonishment. As an immortal emperor, what marvels had he never seen before? Yet hearing that the transparent orb had such a heaven-defying function still shocked him greatly. This is called a divination orb, a rare treasure of our Tongtian pavilion. Now pay the spirit stones. The old man urged after his brief explanation. Chu Haoyang no longer hesitated and tossed 3 medium-grade spirit stones to the old man. The old man's eyes lit up, and he put the spirit stones away with satisfaction. After all, medium-grade spirit stones were of superior quality and far more valuable than ordinary ones. They could be exchanged for more ghost crystals and were often unavailable on the market. Ordinarily, even some big powers in the netherworld could not find a single medium-grade spirit stone when they wanted to set up formidable spell formations. Having obtained 3 at once, the old man was overjoyed. Tell me, what news do you wish to inquire about? The old man asked with a smile. Where can I find the nether spirit flower? Chu Haoyang said. What? The nether spirit flower? You actually want to find the nether spirit flower? At the words nether spirit flower, the old man's expression changed drastically, and his eyes locked onto Chu Haoyang with wariness. Zhou Ziyue felt a little frightened and quietly retreated a few steps, standing behind Chu Haoyang. Chu Haoyang asked with no tension whatsoever, as calm as a light breeze. Don't you know that the nether spirit flower is the supreme treasure of the netherworld, and no one may casually pick it except the nether king? The old man stared at Chu Haoyang for a long while before finally speaking. I am in urgent need of the nether spirit flower to refine a pill. Please show some leniency. As he spoke, Chu Haoyang took out a top-grade spirit stone. On the Yuntian Continent, top-grade spirit stones were precious beyond measure. Moreover, the netherworld itself produced no spirit stones, so their value was almost comparable to the immortal jade of the immortal world. The old man's eyes gleamed, and even his breathing became rapid. Top-grade spirit stone. It's actually a top-grade spirit stone. The old man's hands trembled with excitement. Yes, a certified, genuine top-grade spirit stone. You only need to tell me where the nether spirit flower is. As for picking it, that has nothing to do with you. Chu Haoyang, at any other time, he would have refused without hesitation. But the immense temptation of the top-grade spirit stone made him waver. If I do it quietly, the nether king might not notice. The old man thought to himself. Fine, I'll help you this once. But you must not spread this around, or you will bring disaster upon this old man. The old man warned. Naturally, I am not one to talk too much. Chu Haoyang nodded with a smile. After receiving Chu Haoyang's affirmative reply, the old man placed his hand on the divination orb and infused a wisp of magical power into it. A soft halo flashed from the divination orb, and then an image appeared. It was a swamp with black bubbles rising from its surface, and a strikingly beautiful red flower was growing in the marsh. When the two reappeared, they were already outside the Tongtian pavilion. Do you know where the Haoyang pool is? I don't know. Zhou Ziyue shook her head. But I know a place where one can buy it. She then led Chu Haoyang to the shop was called Wubao Studio, and it was quite large in scale. What would you two honored customers like? Pills, magical treasures, artifact forging materials, and peerless cultivation techniques. This shop has everything. As soon as they entered, the shop assistant greeted them warmly. I'd like to buy a map. Do you have one? The netherworld is vast. We only have regional maps here. Which region's map do you need? The shop assistant asked. The Haoyang pool, Chu Haoyang said. The Haoyang pool. At the words Haoyang pool, the shop assistant's expression changed noticeably. What? Don't you have a map of the Haoyang pool here? Chu Haoyang noticed the change in the shop assistant's expression, but he didn't think anything of it, and assumed the shop simply didn't have a map of that region. Yes, please wait a moment. The shop assistant's expression immediately recovered, and with that he walked toward the back courtyard. It seems the Haoyang pool is no ordinary place, Chu Haoyang thought to himself. If it were an ordinary map, it would simply be placed on the shelves in the shop. Yet the map of the Hailung Pool was kept in a secret chamber in the back courtyard. After a while the shop assistant came out and handed a jade slip to Chu Haoyang. The map of the Hailung Pool is in this jade slip. Feel free to examine it, sir, the shop assistant said. Chu Haoyang pressed the jade slip to his forehead, immersed his spiritual sense into it, and began examining it. Not bad, very detailed. I wonder if I can buy it with spirit stones. Chu Haoyang nodded with satisfaction and then asked, of course. What? 10,000 spirit stones for a map. Why don't you just rob someone? Zhou Ziyue thought the shop assistant was charging an outrageous price and said angrily, Miss, the map of the Hailung Pool is no ordinary thing. Moreover, this map is extremely detailed, more than 10 times better than the ordinary ones on the market. 10,000 spirit stones only lets me break even. Seeing how beautifully Zhou Ziyue looked, the shop assistant couldn't bear to retort and patiently explained. Spare me. How can this thing be sold at a loss? Copying the original map onto countless jade slips is sheer profiteering. Where does any loss come in? Zhou Ziyue said with great disdain. The price was set by the shopkeeper. I was merely following orders. The clerk, whose trick had been exposed, gave an awkward smile and added, I'll take it for 10,000 spirit stones. Chu Haoyang urgently needed the nether spirit flower for alchemy and had no time to waste. The two had barely left Wubao Pavilion when a tall figure appeared at its entrance. He was a burly middle-aged man, his eyes fixed on Chu Haoyang and Zhou Ziyue like a hawk's. Have Haoyang take a team and keep a close watch on those two. If they truly obtain the nether spirit flower, kill them on the spot, the middle-aged man instructed in a low voice. Yes, shopkeeper. He'll handle it at once. A vicious glint flashed through the clerk's eyes before he walked away. The nether spirit flower. Is that something wretches like you are fit to touch? The middle-aged man murmured to himself. The Hailung Pool is a full 10,000 li from here. Let's make some preparations first. Chu Haoyang and Zhou Ziyue found an inn and settled down. According to the map, the route to the Hailung Pool passed through 3 perilous places. Each of them was guarded by highly powerful ghost birds or ghost beasts, so to get through safely, they would need to find things capable of countering them. The first perilous place was haunted by a flock of nether crows. Their bodies were wrapped in green flames, and any living thing that approached would be burned to ashes. Neither mortal nor spirit could escape. The green flames on the nether crows cannot be extinguished unless we borrow the ice flame fan. Zhou Ziyue said. Having lived in Sancher City for a long time, she knew such secrets well. Ice flame fan. Chu Haoyang had never heard of such a treasure. Yes, the ice flame fan. Once it is waved, ice flames burst forth. The ice flames are so cold that they can quench the green flames of the nether crows, Zhou Ziyue explained. Unfortunately, the ice flame fan is in the hands of Zhao Wuji, the city lord of Sancher City. Zhou Ziyue sighed as she finished. Zhao Wuji's cultivation towered to the heavens, and he was the absolute overlord of Sancher City. Trying to obtain the ice flame fan from him was next to impossible. It's not as though the ice flame fan is the only way, Chu Haoyang said. His samsara flame could definitely suppress the nether crows, but it was extremely precious. Every bit used was a bit gone, so he was not willing to resort to it lightly. But if it truly came to the last resort, he would still have to use it. Senior, the nether crows in the first perilous place number in the thousands. Only with the ice flame fan in hand can one hope to pass through safely. Zhou Ziyue warned him. Thousands? That many? Chu Haoyang was taken aback, but then remembered that nether crows flocked together, and each flock was not small. In that case, using the samsara flame would inevitably cost him dearly, a loss not worth the gain. The second perilous place holds a spirit transformation stage nether crocodile. The third perilous place holds a troop of nether apes, all at late nascent soul strength. Zhou Ziyue introduced them one by one. Although she had never been to the Hailung Marsh, she knew of these 3 perilous places. Countless treasure hunters had lost their lives there, and the fierce reputation of the 3 perilous places had spread far and wide. This is a bit thorny. Chu Haoyang was troubled after hearing all this. His greatest card was the samsara flame, but it simply could not withstand the drain of passing all 3 perilous places. Even if he reached the Hailung Marsh safely, he would already be an arrow at the end of its flight. What strength would he have left to fight over the nether spirit flower? The nether spirit flower was a supreme treasure of the netherworld, and he refused to believe that the Hailung Marsh was an unguarded place. Somewhat dejected, Chu Haoyang wandered the streets with Zhou Ziyue. Sancher City was enormous, and even by the standards of the whole netherworld it counted as a major city. However, Chu Haoyang had already investigated with his divine sense, and found that this city had only one spirit transformation cultivator, the city lord Zhao Wuji. Of course, some experts with profound cultivation could conceal their cultivation base, and would escape detection no matter how thoroughly one probed. Though Chu Haoyang's cultivation was only at the early spirit transformation stage, his divine sense had already far surpassed that level. If he forcibly searched inch by inch, he could drag hidden spirit transformation cultivators out into the open, but such an overbearing method would provoke them and bring more harm than good. Why are so many people gathered over there? Let's go check it out, Chu Haoyang said and hurried forward. A huge crowd had gathered ahead, and he wanted to see what was happening. Drawing closer, he saw that the city lord's manor had posted a notice. The notice said that the manor sincerely invited seniors at the spirit transformation stage or above upon acceptance they would be rewarded with 100,000 ghost crystals. 100,000 ghost crystals. That's 100,000 ghost crystals, someone exclaimed in surprise. Right, that offer is for spirit transformation seniors. Don't even think about it. A man beside him clapped him on the shoulder. It seems that there are not many cultivators above spirit transformation in Sanshur City either, Chu Haoyang said to Zhou Ziyue. Not just few. They are as rare as phoenix feathers, Zhou Ziyue said. She had originally believed that the netherworld was filled with countless experts, and that cultivators above spirit transformation were everywhere. But now it seemed that was far from the truth. At least within Sanshur City, spirit transformation cultivators were extremely scarce, otherwise the city lord's manor would not have made such a show of posting the notice. Zhao Wuji is paying a huge price for spirit transformation cultivators. He must be after something. I wonder if I can use this opportunity to get the ice flame fan, Chu Haoyang thought to himself. Seeing Chu Haoyang lost in thought, Zhou Ziyue asked, Senior, are you thinking of going to the city lord's manor? That is exactly what I intend to do. Chu Haoyang did not hide his true thoughts. I know the way to the city lord's manor. I'll take you there. With that, a faint blush rose on Zhou Ziyue's face. It reminded her of the days she had been trapped in the manor not long ago. Someone had noticed Zhou Ziyue's stunning beauty and lured her into the city lord's manor. Zhao Wuji was struck by lust at first sight and demanded that she become his concubine. Zhou Ziyue refused, but Zhao Wuji did not use force. Instead, he locked her up and said she would be released only when she came around. She used every trick she could think of and finally slipped out while the guard was dozing off. Whenever she recalled Zhao Wuji's lecherous expression, Zhou Ziyue felt not only anger, but a trace of fear. If not for Chu Haoyang needing to go to the city lord's manor, she would have wished never to set foot in that place again. The city lord's manor was her nightmare. But Chu Haoyang knew nothing of this. Seeing her cheeks flushed, he thought she was feeling hot, and asked whether she wanted a fan. Zhou Ziyue shook her head. Sanshur City was very large, and flying was forbidden inside the city, so it took the two of them a full hour to finally reach the city lord's manor. A vast manor stretching dozens of li in every direction appeared before them, decorated with carved dragons and painted phoenixes, extraordinarily grand. What a city lord's manor! Even an immortal king's mansion in the immortal realm is no more imposing than this, Chu Haoyang exclaimed in admiration. Yet a mere city lord with spirit transformation cultivation could possess a manor of such scale. Its level of grandeur far exceeded what one would see in other realms. This is the restricted zone of the city lord's manor. Stop right there. A row of guards stood before the manor and promptly shouted at the two arrivals. This senior is at the divine transformation stage. We came because we saw the city lord's mansion's notice, Zhou Taotao said. Divine transformation stage. Don't try to fool me. He doesn't have the slightest trace of magical power fluctuation on him. The guard captain stepped forward and sneered. They were guards of the city lord's mansion and had seen many important figures. Not to mention anything else. City Lord Zhao Wuji himself possessed divine transformation stage cultivation. They were intimately familiar with the ubiquitous pressure. Chu Haoyang, in contrast, showed not the slightest pressure of a divine transformation stage, and not even a trace of magical power fluctuation could be felt from him. And someone like this claimed to be at the divine transformation stage. Chu Haoyang smiled faintly at this. He had been about to release a wisp of divine transformation stage pressure, for otherwise it would probably be difficult to enter the city lord's mansion smoothly today. This woman looks so familiar. Now I remember. She's the woman who escaped from here some time ago, a Sharpie guard suddenly said, recognizing Zhou Ziyue. So she's a wanted criminal of the city lord's mansion. No wonder she looks familiar. Men, seize her. With that order from the guard captain, several guards stepped forward and surrounded Zhou Ziyue. How dare you? Chu Haoyang frowned. He flicked his sleeve lightly, and an overwhelming surge of magical power turned into a fierce wind, scattering the guards in disarray. The guard captain fared the worst. His forehead struck the stone lion before the city lord's mansion, and blood streamed down. You dare to act wildly in front of the city lord's mansion. Lord Zhao will not let you off. The guard captain threatened, one hand clutching his forehead and the other pointing at Chu Haoyang. Fine, I'd like to see how he won't let me off, Chu Haoyang said calmly. He guessed that Zhao Wuji would absolutely not start a war with him over a few guards, even though this would cost the city lord's mansion face. But face was face. In front of immediate interest, face was not worth much. For a bit of face to fight a battle against a cultivator of the same rank, with life and death unpredictable, would be extremely unwise. Do not be rude. Let this fellow Taoist come in. A voice came from the depths of the city lord's mansion. The voice was vast and mighty, shaking eardrums until they hurt. Chu Haoyang pointed out with one finger, and a protective barrier formed, enclosing Zhou Ziyue within it. Otherwise, with her cultivation, she would not have been able to withstand the powerful sonic attack. This sonic attack was Zhao Wuji's test. Hidden within the sound waves was Zhao Wuji's powerful divine transformation stage magical power. Even a late nascent soul cultivator would be seriously injured instantly. If Chu Haoyang's cultivation had not reached the divine transformation stage, he would have been wounded by the sound wave at once. At that moment, the sound wave would have become punishment for his earlier act of injuring the guards. If, however, he could remain completely unharmed under the sound wave, he would have earned the right to enter the city lord's mansion. Clearly, Chu Haoyang passed the test and entered smoothly. Guided by a servant, the two were soon brought to a great hall. The city lord is entertaining guests inside at the moment. Please go in. Having said this, the servant left. The two entered the hall. It was extremely spacious, and all the furnishings were made of precious spirit wood. The netherworld had no spirit wood. These things had all been transported from other planes through special channels. But the cost of transporting them here was enormous. From this, it could be seen that Sanshire City had no small amount of strength. On the main seat sat a middle-aged man in fine brocade robes. His eyes were sinister, his face was fleshy and brutal, and his features were extremely fierce. Without a doubt, the one able to sit in the main seat could only be City Lord Zhao Wuji. Below the main seat, two people sat, one on the left and one on the right. One wore a Taoist robe and carried a huge gourd on his back. The other was an old man with graying hair. Chu Haoyang recognized him. He was the old man from the Tongtian Pavilion who had divined the location of the netherworld spirit flower for him. Chu Haoyang was not surprised to see the old man here. He had already perceived that the old man's cultivation was at the divine transformation stage. The old man had simply used a special method to conceal his aura so ordinary people could hardly see through it. Young friend, you've come, the old man said with a very kind smile. Chu Haoyang smiled and nodded. This fellow Taoist looks quite unfamiliar. May I ask where you come from? Zhao Wuji said casually, his expression revealing neither joy nor displeasure. After speaking, he swept his gaze over Zhou Ziyue, but did not linger on her. I came from the outside, Chu Haoyang said without concealment. There were many figures with profound magical power who would occasionally travel between planes. There was nothing strange about this. In their eyes, the netherworld was no different from any other plane. No wonder. Please sit, please sit. When Zhao Wuji heard that Chu Haoyang had come from another plane, his eyes brightened, and a smile appeared on his face. Chu Haoyang did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside the old man from the Tongtian Pavilion. Zhou Ziyue was a little nervous. She stood next to Chu Haoyang and did not dare to sit. Don't be afraid. Sit here. Chu Haoyang pulled Zhou Ziyue and had her sit beside him. Seeing this, a barely perceptible killing intent flickered in Zhao Wuji's eyes, but he quickly put on a look of complete innocence. May I ask your honored name, fellow Taoist? Zhao Wuji asked with great courtesy. I am Chu Haoyang, a wandering cultivator. I came because I saw the notice posted by the city lord's mansion. Chu Haoyang stated his reason for coming. Excellent. Excellent. I was still one person short and worrying about finding someone. Friend Chu, your arrival is just in time, Zhao Wuji said with a smile. Allow me to introduce you. This is fellow Taoist son of the Tongtian Pavilion. It seems the two of you must have met before. Zhao Wuji said, pointing at the gray-haired old man. That's right, I have had a passing acquaintance with fellow Taoist son, Chu Haoyang said. But he did not mention that he had been to the Tongtian Pavilion, because whoever went to the Tongtian Pavilion was always there to inquire about important news. If Zhao Wuji deliberately investigated, he would certainly learn the true purpose of Chu Haoyang's visit to the Tongtian Pavilion, and then his desire to obtain the netherworld spirit flower would be exposed. He did not want anyone else to know about this matter. But the thorny issue now was whether the old man from the Tongtian Pavilion would tell Zhao Wuji. This is fellow Taoist Lung. Like you fellow Taoist Chu, he is also a wandering cultivator, Zhao Wuji introduced, pointing at the gourd-carrying man. Chu Haoyang felt somewhat puzzled. He could not understand why the man kept carrying that big gourd on his back. He would not even take it off when sitting down. It was probably because the gourd was of tremendous value, and he was unwilling to let it leave his side easily. Chu Haoyang nodded to the gourd-carrying man, but Chu Haoyang smiled faintly, unconcerned, and did not feel embarrassed at all. In the cultivation world, many great cultivators had eccentric temperaments and could not be judged by conventional reasoning. May I ask what matter Lord Zhao has gathered everyone for this time? Chu Haoyang asked, directly cutting to the chase. I urgently need the netherworld's supreme treasure, the netherworld spirit flower, to refine pills. But the netherworld spirit flower is not easy to pick, so I wanted to find a few helpers to go together. After the matter is accomplished, besides the 100,000 ghost crystals promised earlier, the three of you may each select one treasure from the city lord's mansion's vault and take it away. When Zhao Wuji finished, the gray-haired old man from the Tongtian Pavilion and the gourd-carrying man both brightened at once. The vault in the city lord's mansion contained countless rare treasures, even relics handed down from millions of years ago, nothing to be taken lightly. Any one of them taken out would be enough to make outside cultivators fight over it until blood flowed. By making such a heavy promise, Zhao Wuji was clearly determined to obtain the Netherworld Spirit Flower. After Zhao Wuji finished speaking, he observed the expressions of the group. The gleam of greed in the eyes of the Tongtian Pavilion Elder and the gourd-carrying man pleased him greatly. Yet Chu Haoyang remained utterly composed. This made Zhao Wuji pause for a moment. Chu Haoyang had come to the City Lord's mansion precisely for the Ice Flame fan. Since Zhao Wuji's aim was also to go to the Heilong Pool, it saved him the trouble of asking to borrow the Ice Flame fan. At that moment, the Tongtian Pavilion Elder turned his gaze toward Chu Haoyang and smiled faintly, as if he had seen through his thoughts. I still have some things to prepare. Everyone rest in the City Lord's mansion for now. In 3 days we will set out together for the Heilong Pool. After saying this, Zhao Wuji raised his cup to toast the three and then left. The cultivator carrying the large gourd followed him out, leaving only the Tongtian Pavilion Elder Chu Haoyang and Zhou Zue in the Great Hall. The old man drank a cup of wine and said with a smile, "You came to the City Lord's mansion this time for the Ice Flame fan, didn't you? Fellow Taoist son, you jest." "I am only here for the 100,000 ghost crystals," replied Chu Haoyang. "What Ice Flame fan? I know nothing about it," said Chu Haoyang. "Your secret. I can keep every word of it to myself. But you must satisfy me," the old man said, making a gesture of demanding spirit stones. He was certain that Chu Haoyang would not dare to let anyone know the true purpose of his visit to the City Lord's mansion. This was already blackmail. "What if I refuse to satisfy you?" Chu Haoyang's gaze turned icy. He had initially thought well of the old man, but now he found him insatiably greedy and utterly despicable. "Look at you. Why get angry over a few words? If you satisfy me first, I will certainly satisfy you. A fair trade. Since you want cooperate, forget it." The Tongtian Pavilion Elder drained the last cup of wine in one gulp, rose and left. Hearing this, Chu Haoyang sensed a hidden meaning in his words and asked, "How will you satisfy me?" The old man replied, "Every word I speak is deliberate. Forget it. Since we are old acquaintances, let me give you a warning. Beware of the man carrying the gourd." With that, the old man hurried away, leaving no chance for Chu Haoyang to ask further. "This old man is playing mysterious again," Zhou Zue said irritably. Last time she had consulted him about the Nether Spirit Flower, she had been ruthlessly extorted. This time, he might be giving a well-intentioned warning, Chu Haoyang said. He could not discern exactly which stage of the spirit transformation realm the gourd-carrying man was in, but that man gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. The Tongtian Pavilion Elder's words only made him more vigilant. In the cultivation world, anything can happen for the sake of profit. Allies who were bound by life and death one moment would fight to the death over magic treasures and pills the next. Besides, he was not familiar with anyone here, so it was only prudent to be more cautious. Under a servant's guidance, the two arrived at a quiet spot in the City Lord's mansion. The environment was pleasant with one flaw: there was only a single room. Inside the room, there was only one bed. One bed, two people. How were they to sleep? When it was time to rest, Zhou Zue began to feel uneasy. Although Chu Haoyang looked only about 15 years old, it was still improper for a man and a woman to stay together. "Why don't I go find that servant and ask him to arrange another place for me?" Zhou Zue said this. Chu Haoyang replied, "The City Lord's mansion is not a good place. We'd better not separate. You sleep on the bed, I don't need it." Having spoken, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Zhou Zue lay down on her side, fully clothed. During those 3 days, servants punctually brought spirit fruits and spirit tea, attending to them with great courtesy. The 3 days passed quickly. On the 4th day, Chu Haoyang and the others gathered in an open area of the City Lord's mansion. "Fellow Taoists, let us set out now." With that, Zhao Wuji cast a hand seal. Space twisted, and a colossal warship materialized out of thin air, its deck packed with soldiers holding weapons. This warship is covered with formations capable of both offense and defense. With this, the journey will be much smoother, Zhao Wuji said with a smile. "The City Lord's mansion truly makes a grand move. Admirable, admirable," the Tongtian Pavilion Elder said with a laugh as he flew up to the ship. Then the gourd-carrying man and Chu Haoyang flew up in succession. Zhou Ziyu's cultivation was weaker, so Chu Haoyang held her hand and flew onto the warship. Zhao Wuji's gaze touched their joined hands for an instant, but he made no remark. Seeing that everyone was aboard, Zhao Wuji cast another hand seal, and the warship shot off like an arrow from a bow. It flew out of the City Lord's mansion with a mighty roar. Inside Sanshire City, the City Lord's mansion was the supreme authority, and its every action drew intense attention. Look, it's the City Lord's mansion's warship. It seems Lord Zhao is leading the expedition personally. Some place is about to be in trouble. During the years Zhao Wuji had ruled the City Lord's mansion, his methods were extremely ruthless, and anyone who dared to show the slightest defiance would end up dead and gone. Therefore, no one in Sanshire City was not afraid of Zhao Wuji. While the crowd below was murmuring, a tremendous oppressive aura emanated from the warship. Many cultivators below, caught off guard, were flattened to the ground by the sudden, overwhelming pressure, unable to move. Even the few nascent soul cultivators who stubbornly remained standing had their faces turned purple and were in great discomfort. Fortunately, the pressure came and went swiftly, fully dissipating in a short while. Zhao Wuji's display was clearly meant to intimidate. Even if he was not in Sanshur City, the people there could not cause any trouble, otherwise he would not let them off lightly when he returned. Watching the warship depart, the people who had scrambled up from the ground still felt lingering fear. City Lord Zhao is truly formidable. No wonder everyone in Sanshur City submits, and peace reigns. Chu Haoyang said, his tone full of sarcasm. He deeply despised this kind of unprovoked bullying of the weak. Even when he was the immortal emperor in his past life, he had never done such a thing. Those unruly subjects need to be taught a lesson. Without a show of force, they would really rebel. Zhao Wuji said, proudly puffing out his chest, seemingly not registering the sarcasm in Chu Haoyang's words. City Lord Zhao is a man of great talent and bold vision. How can you fathom him? If you show disrespect to the City Lord again, don't blame this poor Taoist for being ruthless. The gourd-carrying Taoist, surnamed Long, threatened, his words extremely tough. Is that so? I have been meaning to try fellow Taoist Long's skill. Chu Haoyang said coldly. As immortal Emperor Haoyang, the former ruler of the immortal realm, he would never be threatened by anyone. No one had that right. Are you truly set on fighting me? The Taoist, surnamed Long, asked disdainfully, clearly disregarding Chu Haoyang's early spirit transformation cultivation. I Chu have feared no one since birth. Chu Haoyang replied calmly. Zhao Wuji stood by, smiling without a word, and the greedy elder from the Tontian Pavilion also remained silent. A great battle was about to break out. Very well. Today I'll let you know that even among cultivators at the same spirit transformation stage, the gap in power can be enormous. Taoist Lung muttered an incantation, and the gourd on his back flew up on its own, expanding countless times in midair. The gourd stopper popped off with a snap, and a great surge of flame burst out from the gourd's mouth. A paltry trick, yet you dare act so insolently before me. Chu Haoyang smiled faintly, and said with contempt, Boy, when you're scorched to a crisp, don't beg for mercy. Taoist Lung laughed loudly, anticipating the sight of Chu Haoyang burnt to a crisp. The flame belched from his gourd was unlike any common fire. Its temperature was terrifyingly high. Any cultivator below the spirit transformation stage would be reduced to ashes in less than a moment. Even a spirit transformation cultivator once touched by this flame would be fortunate to escape with his life, and even then not without losing a layer of skin. Several spirit transformation cultivators had suffered great losses to his gourd. Judging by Chu Haoyang's appearance, the years he had spent cultivating could not have been many. Perhaps he had obtained some fortuitous encounter and broken through to the spirit transformation stage by sheer luck. Could Chu Haoyang's strength really surpass that of the masters who had previously fallen to him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet in the next instant the smile on his face froze, because his ever-victorious flames actually ground to a halt 3 feet in front of Chu Haoyang. Try as he might to drive them forward, they refused to advance even a hair's breadth. What's going on? Taoist Lung was greatly shocked. Such a thing had never happened before. In the past, whenever his flames were unleashed, his opponent would be forced into a life-or-death crisis. Even if they escaped by sheer luck, they fled in panic and had no strength left to fight. But today's scene was far too strange. He racked his brains and still could not figure out the reason. If that's all you're capable of, you'd better stop talking big from now, unless you bite your tongue. Chu Haoyang, still completely at ease, flicked his sleeve lightly, and that thick column of flame was knocked flying. Unfortunately for Taoist Lung, the flame shot straight back toward him. Taoist Lung hurriedly dodged away, then activated the gourd to draw that precious flame back inside. The fire within his gourd was limited in quantity. He could not afford to lose even the slightest bit. Having lost his deadly flame, Taoist Lung's battle power dropped by a large margin. If the fight went on, he would quickly show signs of defeat. Fellow Taoist Lung was too rash this time. Let us place harmony above all else. How about stopping here? Zhao Wuji stepped forward at just the right moment, placing himself between the two. It was obvious that Taoist Lung and Zhao Wuji were allies. Zhao Wuji was no fool. He had no intention of letting his ally be crippled by Chu Haoyang before they even reached the Heilong Pool. Chu Haoyang did not want to fall out with Zhao Wuji so soon either. Smiling faintly, he said, I have no problem with stopping. Why don't you ask that fellow Lung if he agrees? If he keeps making a fuss, I don't mind giving him a lesson he'll never forget. You. Taoist Lung was furious, but when the words reached his lips, nothing came out. There was nothing he could do. Chu Haoyang had a method that suppressed his flames, stripping away his absolute advantage. He no longer possessed the lofty, condescending air Head had before. Fellow Taoist Lung, this matter ends here. If you continue to make trouble, you will be showing me no respect. Zhao Wuji said coldly. He was the city lord of Sanshur City, the absolute core of the four, and his words carried enormous weight. Hearing this, Taoist Lung had nothing more to say. He turned and walked to one side silent. Young friend Chu, what extraordinary divine abilities. May I ask which sect you hail from? The avaricious old man from the Tontian pavilion smiled amiably, appearing as harmless as could be. I told you already. I have no sect, no school. I am merely a rogue cultivator. Chu Haoyang answered. He still had a fairly good impression of the avaricious old man. A rogue cultivator? Surely not. You just employed a supreme grade technique. Even across the entire Yuntian continent, I doubt you could find more than a few techniques of this caliber. How could such a technique fall into the hands of a rogue cultivator? Stop trying to deceive this old man. The avaricious old man from the Tontian pavilion said with a laugh. Then in fellow Taoist Li's view, what technique did I just use? Chu Haoyang asked with great interest. In truth, he had not used any technique at all. Instead, he had shaped the Reincarnation Flame into a protective barrier that shielded his entire body from head to toe. Since the Reincarnation Flame had hidden its color, anyone who didn't know the truth would never notice it. This led the avaricious old man from the Tontian pavilion to believe that Chu Haoyang had used some supreme technique, which was why Taoist Lung's incomparably fierce flame could not advance even a fraction of an inch. In this old man's judgment, the technique you used must be the indestructible golden body technique passed down from the immortal realm in ancient times. Once displayed, it renders one immune to all techniques. It is said that when cultivated to the limit, it can break through the barrier between worlds and ascend to the immortal realm. The avaricious old man spoke in measured tones, sounding as though every word were true. So that's how it is. To be honest, I obtained this technique from an ancient ruin. It is only today that I learn it is an immortal realm technique. Thank you, fellow Taoist Li, for dispelling my confusion. However, concerning this technique, I hope fellow Taoist Li can keep it a secret for me, so as not to arouse others' covetousness. Chu Haoyang's expression was sincere, and his words were exceedingly earnest. In reality, he was holding back laughter, thinking to himself that this old man was spouting nonsense, yet telling it as if it were the truth. Of course. I am not a Lustung person. I rest easy on that account. It's just that technique of yours. Could this old man take a look at it? Just one look will do. The avaricious old man had finally revealed his true purpose. In the cultivation world, every cultivator had secrets, and the technique one cultivated was the most secret of secrets. No one would ever reveal even the slightest bit to another person. By making this request, the avaricious old man had in fact crossed a taboo. Fine, no problem. Once I return from the Heilung pool, I will certainly let fellow Taoist Li look his fill, Chu Haoyang said with a smile. His reaction made the avaricious old man start in surprise. He had originally assumed that even if Chu Haoyang didn't lose his temper on the spot, he would at least refuse sharply. To his surprise, Chu Haoyang agreed, and agreed joyfully at that. Young friend Chu is most generous. In today's cultivation world, open and forthright men like you are rare indeed. The avaricious old man was all smiles and could not help praising him. Within 10,000 li in every direction of Sanshur City, no one dared to show the city lord's mansion the slightest disrespect. Thus, as the warship flew through the sky, the various thieves who lived by plundering all wisely kept far out of its way. They feared that if they were even a moment slow to flee, they would incur Zhao Wuji's fury. And no one could withstand the wrath of a spirit transformation powerhouse. As the warship moved farther and farther from Sanshur City, the number of nether beasts gradually increased. These nether beasts did not care at all about the city lord's mansion. Seeing the warship drawing near, each one grew restless. Yet the immense pressure radiating from the warship made them fearful, and they dared not easily attack. A few days later, a pack of creatures that looked like dogs, yet were not quite dogs, appeared ahead of the warship. These creatures had dog heads, but their bodies were covered in fish-like scales. Dragon scale hounds. The avaricious old man let out a startled cry. What? Those are dragon scale hounds. Zhao Wuji's expression tightened as he heard this. Dragon? What made them even more dangerous was their pack mentality. They appeared in hundreds or thousands at a time. Even a spirit transformation cultivator facing that vast dark tide of dragon scale hounds would have no choice but to flee. City Lord, perhaps we should take a detour to avoid this pack, the cold-faced Taoist suggested. Zhao Wuji nodded. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to clash head-on with these ferocious beasts. He immediately formed a magic seal, and the entire warship adjusted its course to bypass the dragon scale hounds ahead. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the greedy old man noticed that the massive pack had begun to move. They moved like lightning, their speed incredible. In no time at all, the warship was surrounded. Clearly the warship had already activated the formation. At Zhao Wuji's command, the soldiers aboard the warship activated its defensive barrier. A massive white light shield slowly formed, enveloping the entire vessel in protection. The dragon scale hounds showed no but they soon paid the price. The first wave of hounds crashed against the white light shield and instantly burst into clouds of blood mist. In an instant, the air grew thick with a stench so vile it made one want to vomit. Seeing the situation turn dire, the remaining hounds paused their assault and began murmuring among themselves, as if deliberating a way to break through the white shield. The deliberation did not last long. Soon every hound raised its head and opened its mouth wide. What are they doing? Chu Haoyang was puzzled. He had never encountered dragon scale hounds before and had no idea what kind of attacks they possessed. Run, the greedy old man shouted. But Zhao Wuji had already cast his magic seal. The warship shot off at breakneck speed toward the direction where the hounds were thinnest. They had to break out immediately, otherwise surrounded in the fireballs burned with terrifying heat, each one aimed at the warship. With tens of thousands striking simultaneously, even the miraculous white shield would not hold. Sure enough, the fireballs slammed into the white barrier one after another. The shield trembled violently, its luster rapidly dimming, and several dents appeared, though thankfully it was not yet breached. Watching the ceaseless stream of fireballs erupt from the hound's jaws, one had to wonder how many more waves the white shield could withstand. How many fireballs can each hound spit? Chu Haoyang asked. Anywhere from several dozen to 100. Zhao Wuji replied, intimately familiar with the creatures. Then we can't afford to wait. Chu Haoyang exclaimed. He had initially assumed that such devastating fireballs would exhaust the hounds after only a few shots. If they all pooled their strength to reinforce the shield, they could outlast the creatures and seize the upper hand. But now it was clear that plan would never work. Even with everyone combining their power, they could not endure dozens of waves of fireballs. Since waiting meant certain death, they would have to take the offensive. Chu Haoyang summoned the heaven sword. Sword aura filled the sky, and the entire space trembled with terrifying killing intent. That sword. It's incredibly powerful. Zhao Wuji's mind shook. With his cultivation and perception, the heaven sword seemed to transcend the limits of spirit transformation stage magic treasures. This was the second time Chu Haoyang had stunned him. With his cultivation and perception, the heaven sword seemed to transcend the limits of spirit transformation stage magic treasures. This was the second time Chu Haoyang had stunned. If that sword had been drawn from the start, he doubted he'd have even had the courage to fight. He bitterly regretted his earlier arrogance. Only the old man from the Tongtian pavilion remained expressionless, lost in thought. Just as everyone was overwhelmed by the heaven sword's might, Chu Haoyang shouted. In an instant, countless phantom swords split. At this moment, Zhao Wuji and the cold-faced cultivator were more astonished than ever. And beyond astonished, someone of Chu Haoyang's caliber was not someone to be trifled with. Given how he had offended him earlier, if Chu Haoyang ever decided to settle scores later, he would be doomed. The tens of thousands of dragon scale hounds outside the warship finally sensed the danger. Their survival instincts screamed at them, and without a single moment's hesitation, they scattered in every direction. Within, the spectacle seemed like a dream. There was no deep enmity between Chu Haoyang and the dragon scale hounds. Since they had been wise enough to retreat, there was no need to take their lives. Friend Chu, that divine ability of yours borders on the miraculous. The greedy old man from the Tongtian pavilion immediately. It's called sword rain scattering. Chu Haoyang said casually. The divine ability of transforming the heaven sword into 10,000 sword phantoms had only returned to his memory in the very moment he summoned the sword. Having been suppressed in the source of darkness for 100,000 years, his memories of divine powers and techniques were fragmented. Most had been lost. Even that one technique had only been recalled after he restored one soul and one spirit within his body. And yet that single technique was enough to utterly awe everyone present. Such a divine power did not exist in the nether realm. Or rather, at the level they could reach, it did not exist. Where did you get it? The old man from the Tongtian pavilion pressed. He had a habit of not letting go until he uncovered every detail. If he didn't get the answer he sought, he would hound relentlessly. From a relic, just like the cultivation technique I mentioned earlier, Chu Haoyang said evasively. It wasn't that he intended to deceive them, but there were simply truths that could not be spoken aloud. Should he tell them this was an immortal emperor's technique, and that he was once the Haoyang immortal emperor? That would be signing his own death warrant. Where in the nether realm is that relic? The greedy old man asked, his eyes blazing with avarice. Once this matter is concluded, this old man must pay it a visit. It is in the outside world. Chu Haoyang answered. Hearing that it was the outside world, the avaricious old man let out a long sigh. For natives of the netherworld, such as themselves, reaching the outside world was far too difficult, for they were severely suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. Yet for people from the outside world to enter and leave the netherworld was comparatively much easier. Sometimes the heavenly Tao was simply unfair. Fellow Taoists, Chu, your divine abilities are truly astonishing. With you accompanying us, this trip to Heilongtan will surely go very smoothly. Zhao Wuji also chimed in with flattery. He was inherently arrogant, and bearing the title of the foremost expert of Sanshur City, he would never have taken anyone seriously. But Chu Haoyang's two previous strikes had been so dazzling that Zhao Wuji was compelled to set aside his pride. Chu Haoyang smiled faintly and made no reply. For a long while afterward, they encountered no more creatures like the dragon scale hounds. The other fierce beasts of shallow cultivation were so overawed by the terrifying pressure radiating from the warship that they did not dare approach. So senior is this powerful. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have been so frightened. Zhou Ziyue said softly beside Chu Haoyang. I'm not that powerful. In this world there are plenty of powerful people. With my current cultivation, I don't even rank among them. Chu Haoyang gave a wry smile and shook his head. Compared with his former cultivation as an immortal emperor, he was now simply a weakling. How could he speak of being powerful? Not to mention that the Lord of the Netherworld could wipe him out with a single finger. Senior, you are too modest. If I could have cultivation like yours, I would wake up laughing even in my dreams. Zhou Ziyue said with a light sigh. It's fine. On the path of cultivation, what matters is taking one step at a time. As long as you keep making steady progress, reaching my current level in the future won't be too difficult. Chu Haoyang comforted her. After hearing this, Zhou Ziyue's eyes instantly lit up. Thank you for the encouragement, Senior. I will work hard and catch up with your pace as soon as possible. The warship moved extremely swiftly, and in less than half a month they arrived at one of the 3 great danger zones, the Millennia Nest. Everyone be careful. The Millennia Nest is right ahead. The nether crows within it are extremely numerous. One careless mistake, and you will perish. Zhao Wuji warned, while they were still several hundred li from the Millennia Nest. Can't we take a detour instead? Taoist Lung could not help asking. Apart from the Millennia Nest, all the other places are filled with countless spatial rifts. Zhao Wuji shook his head. Spatial rifts were far more terrifying than fierce beasts. Against a beast, there was still a chance to fight, but once one entered a spatial rift, it was essentially certain death. Therefore, to reach Heilongtan, the Millennia Nest was the only way. I have heard that you City Lord Zhao possess a magic treasure called the Ice Flame Fan, which greatly restrains nether crows. I wonder if it is true. Chu Haoyang said. Fellow Taoist Chu, you are indeed well informed. Yes, it is true. The Ice Flame Fan is the key to whether we can pass through the Millennia Nest safely, and I have brought it along this time. As he spoke, Zhao Wuji conjured a green fan, radiating chilling light. As soon as the fan appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted to an extreme cold. Chu Haoyang felt a bone-piercing chill, but as the samsara flame churned within him, the cold was dispersed in an instant. The avaricious old man and Taoist Lung also activated their cultivation to resist the chill. Zhou Ziyue's cultivation was too weak, so Chu Haoyang pulled her behind him and protected her. Seeing that Chu Haoyang was completely at ease, utterly unaffected by the ice flame fan, a trace of astonishment appeared in Zhao Wuji's eyes. Yet that trace of astonishment vanished in a flash, and Zhao Wuji quickly returned to normal. As Zhao Wuji softly chanted an incantation, the ice flame fan expanded to dozens of zhang in the air. With a gentle wave, snowflakes suddenly drifted down from the void. The piercing cold seemed about to freeze the entire space solid. This was merely Zhao Wuji testing the waters. If he used his full strength, the ice flame fan's might would surely be horrifying beyond measure. Truly an excellent magic treasure. I had always heard that the ice flame fan could extinguish every flame in the world. Seeing it today, I can see the rumor is indeed not false. The avaricious old man from the Tongtian Pavilion stroked his sparse beard and praised it. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji looked extremely proud. The City Lord's mansion possessed many magic treasures, but supreme treasures like the ice flame fan were extremely few. Yet each of these magic treasures possessed tremendous might, far beyond what ordinary magic treasures could match. No matter how powerful your ice flame fan is, it will be burned to ashes when faced with my samsara flame. Chu Haoyang mused inwardly. The samsara flame was born from the 6 paths of samsara art, and had the property of devouring other flames to grow continuously. Although the ice flame fan looked formidable, it had no chance of victory whatsoever against the samsara flame. If he truly came into conflict with Zhao Wuji at Heilongtan, he would still have ample strength to protect himself. The warship traveled so swiftly that the several hundred-li journey passed in no time. Among the few of them, everyone except Chu Haoyang was a native of the netherworld. They had all heard of the Millennia Nest's fearsome reputation, but this was also their first visit. When they reached the Millennia Nest, despite being well prepared, everyone was still awed by what they saw. Countless nether crows circled in the air, forming a dense black mass too numerous to count. As they circled in the sky, they attacked one another, spitting wisps of green flame from their beaks. The terrifying heat spread far away, making everyone's scalps go numb. There are too many nether crows. The ice flame fan alone cannot handle them. We need the help of all fellow Taoists. Zhao Wuji said with a frown. He had originally possessed absolute confidence in the ice flame fan, but now it seemed that relying on it alone would hardly be enough to deal with the sky-covering swarm of nether crows at the same time. Good, Taoist Lung said, and the huge gourd on his back rose into the air on its own. In the next moment, a great stream of fire erupted from the mouth of the gourd. Several dozen nether crows in the sky, caught completely off guard, were burned into a heap of ashes. Nether crows are nothing more than this. Taoist Lung was extremely complacent and could not help glancing at Chu Haoyang. He had suffered a defeat at Chu Haoyang's hands before, and although he had come to realize that Chu Haoyang was far stronger than him, there was still now that his gourd had been unleashed and several dozen nether crows had been burned up, he finally felt he had regained some face. Wait until you have truly experienced how formidable the Nether Crows are before you say that. Chu Haoyang shook his head and said. He suddenly recalled the records about Nether Crows in the Immortal Realms class. A single Nether Crow was at most at the late core formation stage. But these creatures lived in flocks, and once they sensed danger they would inevitably swarm together and attack. Sure enough, the instant Chu Haoyang's voice fell, all the Nether Crows stopped their infighting and charged straight toward the warship. Oh no! The fury of the Nether Crow flock has been ignited. They are about to attack the warship. The avaricious old man from the Tontian Pavilion put away his jocular expression and said gravely, "We are all spirit transformation cultivators. How can we fear these feathered beasts?" Taoist Lung remained unconvinced and drove the gourd to spew out even more flames. At this moment, the Nether Crow nest was thrown into utter chaos. More and more flames gushed from the gourd, reducing countless Nether Crows to ashes. The sky-darkening flocks, startled by the blaze, scattered in all directions. A few measly Nether Crows, nothing more than a catch in hand. Taoist Lung finally felt vindicated and burst into unrestrained laughter. Yet his laughter was abruptly cut short. The Nether Crows that had fled in disarray wheeled about and charged at the streams of green flames spewed from the beaks of tens of thousands of Nether Crows, instantly engulfing the entire space in a sea of green fire. Though the flames from Taoist Lung's gourd were powerful, they were overwhelmed and suppressed by the sheer magnitude of the green blaze. The warship was also surrounded by the green sea of fire for a time. Taoist Lung's expression turned to Zhao Wuji immediately activated the warship's protective barrier, while the several spirit transformation cultivators each employed their own arts to reinforce the shield. City Lord Zhao, why not make haste and use the ice flame fan, urged the avaricious old man from the Tontian Pavilion. Zhao Wuji did not dally either. He swung the Tensive Zhang ice flame fan heavily several times. Bitingly cold gusts swept through, extinguishing a small half of the green sea of flames. A few more swings, and it will be completely put out. A glint flashed in the avaricious old man's eyes and his confidence soared. Zhao Wuji harbored the same thought, and was about to drive the ice flame fan with all his might. But then a sudden change occurred among the Nether Crows. Several hundred golden Nether Crows appeared from nowhere. Nascent soul Nether Crows. How can there be nascent soul Nether Crows? Taoist Lung drew in a sharp breath. Judging from the aura radiating from those several hundred creatures, they were unquestionably nascent soul Nether Crows. Several hundred nascent soul Nether Crows gathering together would undoubtedly pose a tremendous threat to them. The golden Nether Crows swiftly launched their attacks, spewing streams of scorching flames from their beaks, and quickly replenishing the sea of fire that the ice flame fan had extinguished. Though the flames from the golden Nether Crows were still green, their temperature was far higher than the ordinary Nether Crow's green fire. Even with the protective barrier, the soldiers on the warship began to smell the odor of singed hair. Zhao Wuji had no choice but to fan the ice flame fan with even greater exertion. Even so, the fire continued to grow. If this kept up, it would not be long before everyone was roasted. Would they just sit there and wait for death? That was absolutely not Chu Haoyang's way. He summoned his heavenly sword, and a dragon's roar resounded across heaven and earth, a sign that the sword had been unleashed to its utmost limit. Then the familiar scene appeared once more. From the heavenly sword, one sword shadow after another split off. But this time the number was not as great as when he dealt with the dragon scale hounds. Only a few hundred, clearly targeting those several hundred nascent soul Nether Crows. Everyone leave these several hundred golden Nether Crows to me. You handle the rest, said Chu Haoyang. Zhao Wuji and the other two nodded. Those several hundred Nether Crows were the main force of the flock. If Chu Haoyang could eliminate them, the remaining ordinary Nether Crows would be manageable for the three of them with the ice flame fan's assistance. Seeing them agree, Chu Haoyang unleashed the sword rain flurry, and sword shadows descended from the sky, like raindrops streaking straight toward each golden Nether Crow. The sword rain flurry was an unparalleled immortal art of inconceivable might. However, Chu Haoyang's current cultivation was limited, so he could not unleash its full power. The sword shadows struck the golden Nether Crows, yet they could not penetrate their bodies. Chu Haoyang was greatly shocked, for no one knew better than he the power of the sword rain flurry. Even if his cultivation limited the power drastically, it should still have been effortless to slay nascent soul cultivators. Yet now it could not inflict any substantial damage on the golden Nether Crows. The golden Nether Crow's strength truly exceeded his expectations. At the sight, Taoist Lung was startled at first, then a trace of mockery crept onto his face. So the sword rain flurry, which had looked so terrifying earlier, turned out to be a mere showpiece. Impressive in appearance, but useless in practice. When Chu Haoyang had first used it, it had genuinely given him a fright. But now it was all a false alarm. Chu Haoyang wasn't that powerful after all. Perhaps the next time he faced Chu Haoyang, as long as he did not underestimate him again, he might actually win. At that thought, Taoist Lung's confidence recovered somewhat. Chu Haoyang had no interest in guessing what Taoist Lung was thinking at the moment. He opened his heavenly eye. The heavenly eye could see through all illusions and pierce directly to the essence of things. It was the unique ultimate technique of the immortal emperor. Under heaven, only Chu Haoyang, the immortal emperor Haoyang, had mastered it. Even the immortal kings, mighty as they were, could only look on with envy. Of course, there were many arts similar to the heavenly eye, but they were only similar. Their intricacies could not rival the heavenly eye. Although Chu Haoyang had lost his immortal emperor cultivation, he could still use the heavenly eye technique. The moment he opened his heavenly eye, he understood why the golden nether crows could withstand his sword rain flurry. It turned out that a suit of transparent flame armor covered the outside of their bodies. Excellent. At just one glance, Chu Haoyang grew excited. That transparent flame was of the same origin as his own samsara flame. After all, the samsara flame was an ultimate flame between heaven and earth. Not to mention its heaven-defying ability to burn through samsara when cultivated to perfection. Even in sheer power alone, no other flame could compare to it. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for the samsara flame to evolve and grow further. Though it could slowly grow by devouring other flames, those flames were ultimately not of the same origin, so the growth was far too slow. What's more, after devouring other flames, a lengthy assimilation process would ensue. During that time, the samsara flame's power would wane considerably, and only after complete assimilation could its might increase further. This was precisely why Chu Haoyang wanted to use the City Lord's Mansion's ice flame fan to deal with the nether crows instead of directly unleashing the samsara flame. A flame of the same origin as the samsara flame would certainly have heaven-defying defensive properties. It was hardly surprising that it could withstand the immortal art sword rain flurry. Knowing the cause, Chu Haoyang immediately summoned the samsara flame. At this moment, the samsara flame was also transparent, and the others did not notice it in the slightest. They merely felt the surrounding temperature rise sharply, once more attributing it to the golden nether crows rather than suspecting Chu Haoyang. As the samsara flame surged forward, the golden nether crows sensed danger and stirred restlessly. Just then a shrill cry rang out from deep within the nether crow flock, and the golden nether crows dared not move again. But the transparent flame armor covering their bodies was absorbed cleanly by the samsara flame. The golden nether crows, which had been so extraordinary just moments ago, instantly wilted, their auras greatly weakened. Having absorbed the transparent flames of the same origin, the samsara flame required no assimilation and instantly grew considerably stronger. The golden nether crows, stripped of their transparent flame armor, were pinned beneath countless sword shadows, teetering on the edge of death. Since I have received your kindness, I can no longer take your lives. Chu Haoyang then withdrew his sword shadows. The golden nether crows, having narrowly escaped with their lives, no longer dared to linger and scattered in all directions. With the golden crows fleeing, the other nether crows lost their leader at once and followed, taking flight every which way. Before long, the nether crow flock that had once blotted out the sky vanished without a trace, as if they had never appeared at all. What happened? The Taoist, surnamed Lung, asked in bewilderment. Zhao Wuji and the greedy old man from the Tantian Pavilion shared the same question, and in unison they turned their gazes to Chu Haoyang, waiting for him to speak. Don't look at me like that. I don't know either. Chu Haoyang spread his hands, wearing an expression of complete ignorance. Seeing this, the others did not press further. Still, after this battle, the looks the Taoist Lung and Zhao Wuji gave Chu Haoyang became far more complicated. As for the greedy old man from the Tantian Pavilion, he remained as unconcerned as ever. Well then, Zhao Wuji nodded, and with several spell seals cast, the warship began hurtling forward once more. Just then a faint, barely discernible voice drifted into Chu Haoyang's ear. The Haoyang immortal emperor has graced this place in person. This old man humbly begs for an audience. The voice belonged to an old man. Who could it be? To have recognized Chu Haoyang's true identity at a single glance. This startled Chu Haoyang. His cultivation was currently so limited, so far removed from the great powers of this world, that any slight carelessness could bring about his downfall. Who exactly was this person to be able to see through his true identity in an instant? If he had ties to those immortal kings who had schemed against him in the immortal world, there would be dire trouble. Chu Haoyang hesitated. Be not alarmed, immortal emperor. This old man was once the Golden Crow, immortal king of the immortal world. A mere remnant of my former self, I have but little time left in this place. That voice drifted over once more. The Golden Crow, immortal king. It is actually the ancient Golden Crow, immortal king. Chu Haoyang was deeply shaken. The Golden Crow, immortal king had earned brilliant military renown and was once the god of war of the immortal world. His fame had already spread far and wide long before Chu Haoyang attained the rank of immortal emperor. Yet legend had it that the Golden Crow, immortal king, fell during the final immortal demon war. How could he appear in this place? Still, since he was a former god of war of the immortal world, Chu Haoyang believed the Golden Crow, immortal king, would not mean him harm. Everyone, I have some private matters to attend to and must leave for a while. Go on ahead. Once I have finished handling them, I will catch up with you. Chu Haoyang left behind a few words then flew out of the warship. He knew that with others present the Golden Crow Immortal King would never show himself. And his identity, as the Haoyang Immortal Emperor, must not be known by anyone else. Zhao Wuji and the others were filled with doubt, wondering what Chu Haoyang intended to do, but they did not try to stop him. Even if they had, no one could be confident of stopping him. A trace of worry flickered across Zhou Ziu's eyes, but she held back in the end and said nothing. The Nether Crow Nest was reputed to be one of the 3 great perilous places. If there were other fearsome nether beasts lurking besides the crows, could a solitary Chu Haoyang truly cope? The warship gradually receded into the distance, while Chu Haoyang stood motionless in midair. Before long, a mass of crimson light came flying from afar at incredible speed, its aura so vast that it struck dread into his heart. Yes, this was the aura of an immortal king from the immortal world, and a supreme powerhouse among immortal kings at that. As the crimson light drew near, a human figure gradually emerged within it. It was an old man with white hair and a white beard, a staff resting in his hand. The Golden Crow Immortal King pays respects to the Haoyang Immortal Emperor. The moment he saw Chu Haoyang, the old man knelt at once in salute. Though he had been an immortal king under the previous immortal emperor and had never laid eyes on the Haoyang Immortal Emperor, the immortal world observed a strict order of rank. An immortal king must bow before an immortal emperor, no matter how venerable his seniority. Old Immortal King, please rise. The immortal world has always said that the old Immortal King fell during the Immortal Demon War. To think you have been cultivating in seclusion here all along. Truly a blessing for the immortal world. Having never been acquainted with the old man before, he could only offer a few insipid pleasantries. An old bag of bones soon to be gone. What blessing is there to speak of? But for the Haoyang Immortal Emperor to appear here is utterly beyond this old man's expectations. The outside world says the Haoyang Immortal Emperor was destroyed by the Demon Lord. How is it that you appear here? The Golden Crow Immortal King's words pierced Chu Haoyang's heart like a knife. Destroyed by the Demon Lord? Does he even have such ability? Was it Wujie Luoshui or Deke who said those words? Chu Haoyang's gaze turned dark and fierce. In days gone by, the Haoyang Immortal Emperor had embodied the 3,000 great Daos, knowing neither desire nor hatred. But this Chu Haoyang now hated those 3 to the marrow of his bones. He wished he could immediately grind their bones to ashes to quench the burning hatred in his heart. It no longer matters who said it. Even I in this land of despair have heard of it. I am certain the news has long since spread through every realm. The immortal world of today has now fallen completely into the hands of those 3. Can the Immortal Emperor tell this old man what truly happened? The Golden Crow Immortal King heaved a long sigh, his face shadowed with worry as he spoke. The Immortal Emperor was clearly not dead, so how had news of his fall already spread across every realm? If there was no hidden secret behind this, not even a ghost would believe it. Seeing that the Golden Crow bore no ill will, Chu Haoyang recounted his entire ordeal. Black Witch Goo poison. How vicious and ruthless indeed. The Black Witch tribe deserves death. The Golden Crow Immortal King slammed his staff heavily to the ground, causing the void to tremble without end. Such was the might of an immortal king. With the slightest motion, he could shake heaven and earth and make the mountains and rivers change countenance. The Black Witch tribe was a formidable race wielding the world's most extraordinary poison, the Black Witch Goo. Were it not for this venom, even the combined might of the 3 immortal kings could not have prevailed over Chu Haoyang. Wujie and the other 2 have ruined the grand cause of the immortal world. They are nothing but 3 fools, added the Golden Crow Immortal King. They schemed with every ounce of cunning, conspiring together to seize the throne of the immortal emperor. They are exceedingly clever, anything but fools. Chu Haoyang sneered coldly. Were those who could scheme against him and trap him in the source of darkness truly fools? If by the Golden Crow Immortal King's standard they counted as fools, then was he not an even greater fool than they? This old man is at death's door. Whoever becomes the immortal emperor makes no difference to me. The Golden Crow Immortal King shook his head and said. These words left Chu Haoyang dumbfounded. Since it makes no difference who becomes immortal emperor, then what was the purpose of stopping me? Chu Haoyang thought to himself. But what they have done will bring calamity upon the immortal world. I cannot allow such a thing to happen, said the Golden Crow Immortal King. His meaning could not have been plainer. He cared not who occupied the seat of the immortal emperor. What he cared about was the safety of the immortal world. After all, as a former immortal king of the immortal world, he felt no affection toward the Haoyang Immortal Emperor, yet his feelings for the immortal world itself ran exceedingly deep. A cataclysm. What cataclysm could befall the immortal realm? Chu Haoyang was taken aback. He had been an immortal emperor for quite some time, yet he had never heard of any cataclysm concerning the immortal realm. Hearing this, Jinwu Immortal King took out a jade box from within his robes. Runic patterns flickered across the box, making it appear exceptionally extraordinary. This was left by the previous immortal emperor, who told this old man to pass it on to the next immortal emperor. But before the next immortal emperor could ascend, this old man was severely wounded in the immortal devil war and was forced to hide here, clinging to life. I originally thought this would become this old man's burial accompaniment. Now that I have been fortunate enough to wait for immortal Emperor Haoyang, it can at last settle this long-cherished wish of mine. As he spoke, Jinwu, immortal king, handed the jade box to Chu Haoyang. The box felt rather heavy in his hand. The moment he received it, a wave of Dao runes belonging solely to an immortal emperor spread out from the box and flowed through every part of Chu Haoyang's body. The previous immortal emperor's runes were no small matter, and Chu Haoyang could not help but shiver. Fortunately, he too had once been an immortal emperor, otherwise the force of the runes would have been sufficient to annihilate him. After traveling through Chu Haoyang's entire body, the runes condensed in his palm into the shape of lightning, flickering again and again. The Thunder Emperor's runes actually acknowledge you as their master. This old man did not expect that. Jinwu, immortal king, said with great relief. Before immortal Emperor Haoyang, the previous immortal emperor of the immortal realm had been the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor commanded thunder and lightning, and his power to slay and conquer intimidated all the heavens. Even among all the successive immortal emperors, he was among the most supreme. His lightning runes were even more heaven-defying, capable of slaying every demon and evil being, and their frightfulness was beyond words. Chu Haoyang's heart rejoiced as well, because he could feel the enormous might contained within the lightning runes. If he were to blast them out with full force, not to mention a spirit transformation stage cultivator, even someone an entire major realm higher in cultivation would be smashed to pieces. What is stored inside this? Chu Haoyang looked at the jade box in his hand and asked. This old man does not know. The Thunder Emperor only said that it was a clue concerning the cataclysm of the immortal realm. Immortal Emperor Haoyang might as well open it and take a look, said Jinwu, immortal king. Chu Haoyang nodded. He poured a wisp of the scant immortal power remaining in his body into the jade box, but the box did not move at all. He tried other methods, but still could not open the jade box. It seemed that an extremely powerful force stood guard over the box, completely isolating it from any immortal power sent in from outside. Why is that? Chu Haoyang asked with a frown. This old man had forgotten. The Thunder Emperor placed a restriction on this jade box, and it can only be opened by someone with an immortal emperor's cultivation. Jinwu, immortal king, said. A restriction set by an immortal emperor could naturally only be broken by someone who had reached the cultivation of an immortal emperor. For hundreds of thousands of years, Jinwu, immortal king, had strictly followed the Thunder Emperor's instructions, planning to hand the jade box to the next immortal emperor of the immortal realm. He had never once tried to open it himself. Now that he had met a true immortal emperor, the immortal emperor before him had not even a tenth of his cultivation left and was unable to do anything to the jade box. I will speak of this again once my cultivation is restored. Chu Haoyang shook his head helplessly and tucked the jade box into his robes. Venerable immortal king, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave now. As he spoke, Chu Haoyang was about to take his leave, afraid that if he delayed any longer, he would no longer be able to catch up with the warship carrying Zhao Wuji and the others. No hurry, no hurry. This old man seemed to see the immortal emperor use the samsara flame earlier. Whether these old eyes were mistaken or it truly happened, I beg the immortal emperor to clarify. Jinwu, immortal king, asked calmly and slowly. This old fellow's eyes really are sharp. Chu Haoyang's heart gave a lurch, and he privately acknowledged that Jinwu, immortal king's reputation as the war god of the immortal realm was indeed well earned. The samsara flame was unique to an extreme degree. Unless it leaked out by accident, others could hardly catch even the slightest trace of it. But Jinwu, immortal king, had seen it. The immortal emperor need not be suspicious. In the past, the Thunder Emperor once studied the 6 paths of reincarnation art, though his attainments in it were limited. Therefore, this old man has still heard a little about it. Jinwu, immortal king, explained. The 6 paths of reincarnation art was a treasured legacy of all previous immortal emperors and was rarely shown to others. The fact that Jinwu, immortal king, could accurately name the samsara flame showed how much the Thunder Emperor had trusted him back then. Yes, it is indeed the samsara flame. Since the matter had already been brought to light, Chu Haoyang could only nod in acknowledgement. It seems the rumors from the outside world are not false. Immortal Emperor Haoyang truly deserves the title of the greatest immortal emperor of all ages. Since you have even cultivated something as heaven-defying as the samsara flame, it seems the future cataclysm of the immortal realm can only be resolved by you. Jinwu, immortal king's eyes were full of admiration. His words were quite true. The 6 paths of reincarnation art was the #1 secret art of the immortal realm. Throughout the ages, every immortal emperor had studied it in hopes of reaching a higher realm. But contrary to their wishes, not a single one had managed to cultivate it successfully except for the immortal Emperor Haoyang before him. Not only had he cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation art to a minor level of mastery, he had also cultivated the world-unrivaled samsara flame. Such aptitude could truly be called the best in all the ages. The venerable immortal king flatters me. I managed to cultivate it only by stumbling upon it by chance, Chu Haoyang said with great modesty. At the same time his heart was filled with mixed emotions. If he had not been ambushed by Wu Jia and the other two immortal kings while he was in seclusion back, then the 6 paths of reincarnation art would already have been cultivated by him to great perfection. At the thought of this his hatred for Wu Jia and the other two deepened by another layer. The immortal emperor must not be overly modest. This old man has few days left, and I should do my part for the future of the immortal realm. After saying this, Jinwu, immortal king, gave Chu Haoyang a gentle smile. Then the surrounding temperature suddenly climbed to a terrifying level. Chu Haoyang felt scorching heat that was difficult to endure, so he hurriedly summoned the samsara flame to wrap around his body. Opening his heavenly eye, he saw that Jinwu, immortal king, was engulfed in transparent flames. The transparent flames shot several hundred feet into the air, countless times stronger than those of the golden nether crow earlier. Quickly use the samsara flame to absorb the primordial flame from my body, Jinwu, immortal king, urged. Venerable immortal king, why are you doing this? Chu Haoyang asked. Although you have cultivated the samsara flame, it is not yet powerful enough to intimidate the many mighty experts of the immortal realm. My primordial flame and the samsara flame come from the same root and source. Though its power cannot compare to the samsara flame, after absorption it does not need to be refined, and in a short time it can make the samsara flame expand rapidly, Jinwu, immortal king, said. By now he had released all of his primordial flame, the very essence of his life. Once the primordial flame was drawn away, his life would also come to an end. For the future of the immortal realm, this old immortal king was willing to give up his own life. Chu Haoyang felt profound respect for Jinwu, immortal king, but he could not bear to allow such a thing. The immortal emperor need not have any reservations. In the immortal devil war back, then I suffered severe wounds that could never be cured. Although I have been trying to treat them all these years, there has been no effect at all. Now that this old man's remaining lifespan is almost exhausted, if I can contribute one last effort to the immortal realm, I will die a worthy death, Jinwu, immortal king, said. But Chu Haoyang still did not move, which made Jinwu, immortal king, grow restless. Because once his primordial flame was released, it could never be taken back, and it would soon scatter completely. Are you truly willing to watch this old one's origin flame go to waste? The golden crow, immortal king, roared. This time Chu Haoyang could no longer remain indifferent. He drove the reincarnation flame toward the golden crow, immortal king. Golden crow fires supremely young and unyielding, is the finest flame in heaven and earth. The moment the reincarnation flame touched the transparent flames around the golden crow, immortal king, it began to devour them frantically. This rare flame was the best nourishment for the reincarnation flame. Before long, the golden crow, immortal king's origin flame had been devoured clean by the reincarnation flame. At this moment, the reincarnation flame turned from golden yellow to white. Its aura had become overwhelmingly powerful. It hovered silently in the void, as if it could burn through the emptiness itself. The reincarnation flame truly is the legendary flame. It is stronger than our golden crow fire. To see the reincarnation flame before dying, this old one is truly fortunate. The golden crow, immortal king, nodded toward the reincarnation flame, filled with gratification. Then his body transformed into specks of golden light and scattered into the void. Farewell, old immortal king. Chu Haoyang bowed deeply toward the spot where the golden crow, immortal king, had stood. An immortal emperor's bow was something the golden crow, immortal king, deserved. He had fought desperately for the immortal realm in the immortal demon war and suffered severe injuries, and even when facing death, he still tried to contribute to the immortal realm's future. Throughout the entire cultivation world, how many people like him were there? This world was full of flattery and scheming, ungrateful bastards could be found everywhere, while the loyal and righteous were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The golden crow, immortal king, was admirable, having devoted everything to the immortal realm. The catastrophe of the immortal realm, Chu Haoyang murmured to himself. At this moment he felt the weight of a great responsibility upon his shoulders. Although he did not know what the catastrophe of the immortal realm actually was, the fact that it made the Thunder Emperor treat it with such gravity convinced him that it must be of utmost importance, otherwise the Thunder Emperor would never have sent his most trusted man to deliver the jade box to him. What a pity that the Thunder Emperor's whereabouts are unknown, otherwise I could ask him. Chu Haoyang sighed inwardly. For hundreds of thousands of years before he became an immortal emperor, the immortal realm had possessed no immortal emperor. Because the Thunder Emperor had suddenly disappeared, and those who came after had not yet grown to the immortal emperor realm. Some said the Thunder Emperor was trapped in the demon realm, some said he had broken through the world barrier and gone beyond, and still others claimed he had fallen. There were many opinions, and it was hard to tell truth from falsehood. But the Thunder Emperor's inexplicable disappearance was an indisputable fact. The period of his disappearance was also the most chaotic time in the immortal realm, with no one to rein them in. The various powers engaged in endless warfare, causing countless casualties. This situation was not completely reversed until Haoyang, Immortal Emperor, burst upon the scene. I have to recover my cultivation as soon as possible. Depending on those scoundrels of Wujie, the immortal realm can never be saved. Chu Haoyang heaved a long sigh, then turned into a streak of light and flew away. After about an hour, the warship carrying Zhao Wuji and the others came into sight in the distance. Seeing Chu Haoyang return, everyone felt greatly reassured. The journey from here to Black Dragon Pool was fraught with peril. Losing such a powerful ally as Chu Haoyang would have greatly weakened their strength. Zhou Ziyue was different from the others. Seeing Chu Haoyang return safely, she was genuinely happy. "Senior, what did you just go to do?" Zhou Ziyue asked. "Nothing, I had to relieve myself." Chu Haoyang gave a very lame excuse. As soon as she heard it, Zhou Ziyue knew he did not want to speak openly, so she tactfully asked no more. The other people, however, did not care at all about what Chu Haoyang had just done. As long as he came back, they were satisfied. They paid no attention to anything else. In this way, after a journey of 3 days and 3 nights, they finally left the territory of the Nethercrow nest. Everyone immediately felt their minds relax. In the Nethercrow nest, besides Nether crows, there were Nether beasts far more powerful than the crows. When the warship passed through, it moved with extreme caution, afraid that a single careless move would enrage those colossal creatures. Fortunately, everyone's luck was not bad, and they came out safe and sound. We are still more than 10,000 li from the second danger spot, and there are no perils along the way. How everyone can rest for a while. Zhao Wuji said. Ever since they had entered the flock of nether crows, everyone had been on guard at all times, and now they could finally relax. Chu Haoyang also felt somewhat tired, so he sat cross-legged on the warship and began to meditate. Zhou Ziyue sat beside him, occasionally observing Chu Haoyang as if lost in thought. Suddenly the sound of a woman's singing reached Chu Haoyang's ears. How could a woman be singing here? Chu Haoyang murmured to himself. In the nether realm, except inside the various great cities, every other place was extremely dangerous. Although this place was not as dangerous as the Nethercrow nest, it was far from safe. It was truly strange that a woman's singing should appear here. Who is playing tricks here? Get the hell out and show yourself to this city lord. Zhao Wuji shouted loudly. His voice carried far through the void, but no one responded. That voice went on, at times soft and gentle, like a young lady pouring out her heart to the lover she yearned for night after night. At other times it sounded like rain striking banana leaves, or like thousands upon thousands of troops charging and slashing in battle. This is immortal music. After listening for a while, Chu Haoyang finally understood its origin. Immortal music was unique to the immortal realm and was almost non-existent in other realms. In the immortal realm, there were many refined people who usually loved brewing tea and listening to music. Chu Haoyang had no particular feeling for it, but he had heard it before. Yet so much time had passed, and his memories were severely damaged, so he hadn't recognized it as immortal music right away. Could it be someone from the immortal realm again? At this thought, Chu Haoyang could no longer sit still. He rose and called out clearly, "What expert is there? Come out and let me see you." As he spoke, he released a wisp of his immortal emperor aura. Just a trace, not enough for the great powers of the immortal realm to detect, but enough to intimidate the singer. Who could not fear the majesty of an immortal emperor? If the singer truly was from the immortal realm, she would definitely recognize an immortal emperor's aura. Zhao Wuji and the others, unaware of what was happening, felt only something like heavenly might descend, but it vanished in an instant, making them think it was an illusion. Indeed, the singing stopped abruptly. Then a graceful figure stepped out from the void. It was a woman's figure, graceful and exquisitely proportioned, with an icy, stunningly beautiful face that was by no means inferior to Zhou Ziyu's. "Can you take me out?" the woman asked slowly, her eyes full of charm as she looked at Chu Haoyang. Chu Haoyang did not answer. He opened his heavenly eye and saw that she was nothing more than a remnant soul. But this remnant soul was extremely special. It had become substantial and had regained a physical body. Zhao Wuji and the others had not noticed it at all, assuming she was just an ordinary nether spirit. "Are you someone from the immortal realm?" Chu Haoyang asked through divine sense. He did not want anyone else to know the contents of their conversation. The woman seemed to understand his intention and began to reply through divine sense as well. "Yes, I am Ruohua, an immortal lord under the Thunder Emperor." The woman replied through divine sense, yet with a somewhat overbearing tone. "So you are immortal Lord Ruohua?" Chu Haoyang was startled inwardly. Although he had never met immortal Lord Ruohua, the records of the immortal realm mentioned her. Immortal Lord Ruohua was peerless in appearance, superior to all other beauties, and was hailed as the most beautiful immortal lord in the immortal realm. What made Chu Haoyang even more alarmed was why he kept encountering figures from the ancient immortal realm in the nether realm, one after another. Mortals say that after death one goes to the netherworld, so the netherworld should be the place where the dead gather. In truth, that is not so. The netherworld has its own native inhabitants, just like the living beings of any other realm. As for reincarnation and the like, those are all rumors. In this world, there is no such thing as reincarnation at all. Thus, encountering two immortals from the ancient era in succession in the netherworld shocked Chu Haoyang greatly and plunged him into deep thought. This immortal lord is asking you a question. Did you not hear me? Immortal Lord Ruohua snapped at Chu Haoyang as if scolding a servant. Those words thoroughly enraged Chu Haoyang. What did you just say? His voice was as cold as frost. When had the mighty immortal Emperor Haoyang ever been rebuked like this? When this immortal lord asks a question, those who show disrespect deserve death. Immortal Lord Ruohua declared, taking Chu Haoyang's failure to answer promptly as an affront to her. Disrespect? You must be joking. Let alone a mere immortal lord. Even an immortal king standing here would have no right to speak to this emperor like that. As Chu Haoyang spoke, the reincarnation flame spread out and sealed the entire space, and the immortal emperor's pressure radiated from his body. Everyone involuntarily began to tremble, including the lofty immortal Lord Ruohua, who had seemed like a fairy gliding over waves. Are you truly the current immortal emperor? Only then did Ruohua realize that the man before her was a genuine immortal emperor, because such overwhelming pressure could only belong to an immortal emperor. Although Chu Haoyang's cultivation base had suffered greatly, fortunately this pressure remained. With this display, he cowed everyone present. How dare you call yourself one of the immortal realm, yet not kneel when you meet an emperor? What do you mean by this? Chu Haoyang said coldly. He had originally not intended to use his title as immortal emperor to put on airs, but if someone wished to throw their weight around in front of him, he did not mind teaching them a small lesson. Immortal Lord Ruohua greets the immortal emperor. Immortal Lord Ruohua hurriedly knelt and paid her respects. The rules of the immortal realm are strict. When one meets the immortal emperor, one must kneel and prostrate oneself, otherwise it is a grave offense. Let me ask you, why have you appeared here? Chu Haoyang asked. In the final great immortal demon war of antiquity, the Thunder Emperor was sucked into a mighty vortex that appeared out of thin air. I rushed forward to save him and was sucked in as well. When I woke up, I found myself in this place. Immortal Lord Ruohua said truthfully. What? The Thunder Emperor was sucked into a vortex? Chu Haoyang was astonished. As the previous immortal emperor, the Thunder Emperor's cultivation was terrifying to the extreme. How could he possibly have been drawn into a vortex? If immortal Lord Ruohua's words were true, then the power of that vortex was truly chilling to ponder. Yes. After waking up, I discovered that I was already dead with only this wisp of a remnant soul left. Fortunately, the nether ghost chi here was exceptionally dense, and after hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, I became what I am now. But I found that no matter what method I used, I could not leave this place. It seems some power of heavenly law is blocking my departure. If I force my way out, I fear I will be annihilated in both body and soul. A trace of fear flickered in immortal Lord Ruohua's eyes. Being trapped in one place for hundreds of thousands of years would be unbearable for anyone. Can the immortal emperor take me away, eh? These last words were spoken with the utmost sincerity. I can, but from now on you must follow my commands. Are you willing? Chu Haoyang said calmly. As long as I can leave this place, I will do anything. Hearing this, immortal Lord Ruohua's face showed excitement for the first time. Her beauty was rare in the world, and that spark of agitation. Zhao Wuji and several others could not hear the conversation, but when they saw the expression on Ruohua's face, they were deeply captivated by her breathtaking beauty and could hardly look away. To prevent you from breaking your oath, I must plant a soul seed in your body. Chu Haoyang said. Once a soul seed is planted, one must obey the planter's every command. If one harbors disloyalty, the soul seed will erupt in the body and reduce the person to ashes. In other words, once a soul seed was planted, one's life and death fell completely into another's hands. Yet after only a brief hesitation, immortal Lord Ruohua nodded firmly. Compared with being trapped here with no way out, she would rather have the soul seed planted. Seeing that she agreed, Chu Haoyang pointed out a finger, and a wisp of reincarnation flame separated from him and burrowed into immortal Lord Ruohua's forehead. Immediately a strange sensation welled up in Chu Haoyang's heart. He could sense every thought and intention in immortal Lord Ruohua's mind. As an immortal emperor, he should not have had to make such a demand. But at this moment his combat prowess was too weak. Without this method, how could he control an immortal lord? If immortal Lord Ruohua ever nurtured evil intentions, his situation would become extremely perilous. After being schemed against by Wujia and the other two, Chu Haoyang had become far more cautious than before. He would not easily place his life in someone else's hands. The reason Chu Haoyang agreed to Ruohua was that he did not want to give up a powerful immortal lord as a bodyguard. With her protection, at least on the Yuntian continent, he could swagger about as he pleased. In the future, she would also prove to be a powerful asset in dealing with the armies of the demon realm. The soul seed art could only be used by one with profound cultivation against a lesser cultivator. By all rights, Chu Haoyang's cultivation realm had plummeted greatly at this point, so he no longer possessed the conditions to condense a soul seed capable of subduing an immortal lord. But he had the Reincarnation Flame, and the existence of the Reincarnation Eye perfectly filled this gap. This also prevented immortal Lord Ruohua from harboring the slightest doubt. If she knew that the current Chu Haoyang was merely a cultivator at the spirit transformation stage, she would never have allowed him to plant a soul seed in her body, because he was unworthy. All right, come up to the warship, Chu Haoyang said. Immortal Lord Ruohua nodded and flew toward the warship. This move made the others on the warship think she was about to attack, and they one after another summoned their magic treasures in preparation. Everyone, this is an old acquaintance of mine. We have already agreed to go to the Heilong pool together, Chu Haoyang explained with a smile. An old acquaintance? How could an outsider like you have an old acquaintance in a perilous place of the netherworld? Zhao Wuji muttered inwardly. Although he thought Chu Haoyang was lying, he still put away his magic treasure. Seeing this, the others put away their magic treasures as well. After landing on the warship, immortal Lord Ruohua said nothing and stood quietly behind Chu Haoyang. Zhao Wuji was captivated by her beauty and wanted to go up and chat, but the aloof aura of keeping strangers at bay radiating from immortal Lord Ruohua made him stop before he could move forward. Senior, who is she? Zhou Ziyue asked softly. She is an old acquaintance from the outside world. I am not sure how she came to be here, Chu Haoyang answered. Among those on the warship, only Zhou Ziyue harbored no ill intentions toward him. Therefore, when Zhou Ziyue asked questions, he would answer as far as possible without revealing his identity. Is she very powerful? Zhou Ziyue stole a glance at immortal Lord Ruohua and asked once more. Everyone here put together is still no match for her, Chu Haoyang replied. What? She's that powerful? Zhou Ziyue exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. In truth, Chu Haoyang had understated it. The power of an immortal lord far surpassed the peak deity transformation stage by several major realms. This gap could not be bridged by sheer numbers. So you'd better not provoke her, Chu Haoyang said with a "Oh, got it," Zhou Ziyue said obediently. In terms of beauty, she was no less than Ruohua Immortal Lord, but the ethereal aura that Ruohua Immortal Lord exuded was something Zhou Ziyue lacked. She was more like a little sister. The innate pressure of Ruohua Immortal Lord made the several deity transformation cultivators on the warship uneasy, and they fell silent, no longer chatting as they had before. Because of this, no nether beasts dared to approach the warship along the way. Not bad. With an ally like Ruohua Immortal Lord, the road ahead will surely be much smoother. Chu Haoyang was secretly elated, but his expression revealed nothing. Before long, the warship approached the inevitable passage to the Black Dragon Pool, the Nether Crocodile Abyss. A bottomless chasm stretched before them, leaving no room to avoid it. From within the abyss, plumes of black smoke rose from time to time, looking utterly ominous. So this is the Nether Crocodile Abyss, the money-grubbing old man from the Tongtian Pavilion remarked. According to legend, an ancient crocodile from a bygone era dwelled within, capable of swallowing the entire void in a single gulp. City Lord Zhao, how do we get safely through this Nether Crocodile Abyss? The old man asked, looking at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji had initiated this expedition to the Black Dragon Pool, so presumably he had come prepared. This is a spirit pill for repelling crocodiles. I will grind it into powder and spread it across the warship, which should make the nether crocodiles keep their distance. Zhao Wuji said proudly, producing a bottle of pills from his robes. Crocodile-repelling pills might work on ordinary crocodiles, but this one is anything but ordinary. Will this really work? The old man from the Tongtian Pavilion questioned. My spirit pill is no ordinary one either. It contains Qilin fragrant wood harvested from the depths of the Nether Sea. Zhao Wuji said. You added Qilin fragrant wood. What a lavish gesture from City Lord Zhao. I was presumptuous to doubt you, said the old man from the Tongtian Pavilion. Qilin fragrant wood was a spiritual material of extreme rarity, second to none, even when compared to nether spirit flowers. Once added to the pill, it elevated the pill's quality manifold. With the Qilin fragrant wood-infused crocodile-repelling pills, the group would surely pass through the perilous Nether Crocodile Abyss without trouble. It seemed Zhao Wuji was absolutely determined to obtain the nether spirit flower, or he would not have wasted such a heavenly treasure as Qilin fragrant wood to refine crocodile-repelling pills. Hearing the old man's words, Zhao Wuji's complacency grew even more pronounced. He poured the pills out one by one, then gently squeezed, turning dozens of them into powder that drifted across every part of the warship. Instantly, an indescribable scent spread in all directions. It was said that crocodiles feared this odor greatly and would flee the moment they caught it. The warship sped forward and plunged straight into the abyss. No sooner had they entered than everyone saw countless shadows darting to and fro within the roiling black mist. Nether crocodiles, Zhao Wuji explained. Since this perilous place was called the Nether Crocodile Abyss, it was only natural for nether crocodiles to dwell within. Perhaps thanks to the crocodile-repelling pills, the nether crocodiles, upon catching the strange scent, scattered away from the warship. It works. The nether crocodile pill with Qilin fragrant would truly lives up to its reputation. The old man from the Tongtian Pavilion exclaimed in admiration. Chu, better to be cautious. Don't disturb that ancient nether crocodile. Chu Haoyang warned. He guessed that the primordial nether crocodile had concealed its aura and fallen into slumber, otherwise the place would not be so quiet. Still, it was better this way, no need to rouse it. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a tremendous roar surged up from the depths of the abyss. The black mist within the abyss churned violently as wave after wave of formidable pressure slammed into the warship, shaking it violently. Deity Transformation Late Stage. This is a Deity Transformation Late Stage beast. The cultivator, surnamed Lung, cried out, his pupils constricting. All three of their companions were only at the early Deity Transformation stage. They might have been able to fight a mid-stage Deity Transformation cultivator by joining forces. But against a later-stage nether crocodile, the only option was to run for their lives. And even then, escape was not guaranteed. Are we going to lose our lives here today? The money-grubbing old man of the Tongtian Pavilion was overcome with regret, wishing he had never succumbed to the enormous rewards Zhao Wuji had dangled before him. Everyone help me stabilize the warship. Zhao Wuji bellowed, pouring his mana into the warship's protective barrier. The others followed suit, channeling their own mana to reinforce the shield. The sound waves from the roar crashed against the warship in relentless succession. If the shock waves broke through the barrier, everyone aboard except the several Deity Transformation cultivators would have their souls shattered instantly. Though they gave it their all, the barrier's glow dimmed rapidly and was soon teetering on the verge of collapse. Chu Haoyang glanced at Zhou Ziyue beside him. Her face was pale as death, her hands pressed tightly over her ears, her expression twisted in agony. He could ignore everyone else, but Zhou Ziyue was someone he had brought here. He had promised to bring her out safely, and he would not break that vow. Yet even if he unleashed his full strength, he probably could not withstand this terrifying onslaught of sound. Never mind. Even if it cost me some reincarnation flame, I can't just watch her die. Just as Chu Haoyang was about to summon the reincarnation flame to counter the sound waves, he glanced sideways and noticed Ruwa, Immortal Lord, standing with her arms crossed, looking utterly indifferent. How could I have forgotten her? Time to see what she's truly made of. His mind racing, Chu Haoyang immediately sent a divine thought to Ruwa, Immortal Lord, asking her to shield Zhou Ziyue. Just protect the little girlie. Ruwa, Immortal Lord, was taken aback, then replied, if it's not too much trouble, take care of this nether crocodile as well. Since Ruwa, Immortal Lord, offered, Chu Haoyang saw no reason to be polite. The nether crocodile's combat power was beyond what he could handle, and his only hope would have been to burn the reincarnation flame. So having Ruwa, Immortal Lord, act was the best possible option. Very well. Ruwa, Immortal Lord said calmly. Yet inside she was deeply puzzled. How could a revered immortal emperor be helpless against a mere latest-stage deity transformation nether crocodile? In her mind, an existence like the Thunder Emperor could shatter heaven and earth with a flick of a finger, standing at the very apex of combat power across all realms. A latest-stage deity transformation nether beast was less than an ant to him. Why then did the immortal emperor before her seem so weak? Though suspicion gnawed at her heart, her hands moved without hesitation. Her fingers traced a spell seal, and a colossal lotus flower suddenly materialized in midair. The ferocious sound waves crashed against the lotus and vanished without a trace, like snowflakes plunging into boiling oil. Your divine power is truly astonishing. I am thoroughly impressed. Zhao Wuji bowed respectfully to Xianjun Ruohua. However, Xianjun Ruohua merely gazed quietly at the lotus hovering above the warship, not even deigning to glance at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji felt a wave of embarrassment and fell silent. A ninja at the late stage of soul transformation should possess far more capabilities than this. It has already set its sights on our lives. It will surely launch another attack. The greedy old man from Tongtian Pavilion remarked. If it knows when to stop, I may yet spare its life. But if it refuses to retreat, today shall be its death. Xianjun Ruohua stated indifferently. Aside from Chu Haoyang, everyone was left dumbfounded by her domineering words. That was a ninja at the late stage of soul transformation. Who dared speak so arrogantly? Yet none of them knew Xianjun Ruohua's background and dared not press the matter further. Although she had temporarily blocked the Ning's sonic attack with her lotus, no one believed she could defeat a ninja at the late stage of soul transformation. As if Xianjun Ruohua's words had reached the ninja, a thunderous roar echoed once more from the abyss. Moments later, something as massive as a mountain range hurtled toward the warship with unprecedented force. This must be the Ning's tail. If a single tail was this enormous, the creature's true form must be beyond imagination. The colossal tail swept through the air with ferocious winds. Even before it struck the warship, the gale alone sliced through the protective barrier as though it were paper. If the tail had made direct contact, the warship would have been destroyed. Reckless beast. Since you refuse to yield, you cannot be spared, Xianjun Ruohua declared and ascended into the air. A crimson glowing immortal sword flew from her sleeve, and she grasped it firmly. With a graceful wave of her sword toward the oncoming tail, a radiant red blade energy lit up the entire sky, striking the colossal tail. The brilliance was so intense that everyone instinctively closed their eyes. The ninja hidden deep within the abyss fell completely silent. Has it already ended? The greedy old man from Tongtian Pavilion rubbed his eyes and gazed at Xianjun Ruohua in disbelief. Earlier he had thought her words were merely boastful, but now he realized even those words had been restrained. Since the ninja had not dared to reappear after a single strike, he guessed that this woman who appeared like a fairy gliding upon waves must have already surpassed the soul transformation stage. What realm lay beyond soul transformation? No cultivator in the human realm could answer that question, for none had ever managed to cross that threshold. Friend, the ninja will not attack us again, will it? Taoist Lung asked timidly. At this point, anyone could see that this woman's cultivation far exceeded that of everyone aboard the warship, and his words carried an unmistakable hint of fear. It is already mortally wounded and near death. What strength could it possibly have left to attack us? Xianjun Ruohua said coldly, her demeanor aloof as though she had no interest in the others. Nevertheless, the soul transformation cultivators aboard the warship did not feel slighted. After all, she was simply too powerful. In the presence of the mighty, the weak naturally bow their heads. Moreover, having such a powerful expert in attendance would make their journey to Black Dragon Pool far smoother. As expected, the warship passed through the abyss without incident, and the ninja never attacked again. As Xianjun Ruohua had predicted, that single sword strike had inflicted severe damage, leaving the ninja powerless to resist. A mere flick of her sword had crippled a ninja at the late stage of soul transformation. What would she be capable of if she unleashed her full power? The thought sent chills down their spines, except for Chu Haoyang. He was thoroughly satisfied with the power of Xianjun Ruohua's previous strike. The stronger Xianjun Ruohua was, the better it suited him. With her presiding over the warship, even the most formidable Ningxiu would keep their distance, daring not approach. Soon they reached the third perilous zone, the territory of the Ningxuan apes. A massive swarm of Ningxuan apes at the late stage of nascent soul cultivation lurked there, making them exceedingly troublesome. In truth, in single combat, a cultivator at the late stage of nascent soul was nothing before a soul transformation cultivator who could annihilate them with a mere gesture. However, if tens of thousands of such Ningxuan apes charged at once, even a soul transformation latest stage cultivator would likely meet their end. As the saying goes, 1,000 ants can devour an elephant. The Ningxuan apes here are extremely dangerous. To avoid alerting them, I have specially refined a formation that can conceal this warship. Zhao Wuji said, his fingers flicking rapidly as beams of light rose from every corner of the warship. These beams converged above the warship, causing the entire vessel to vanish as though it had never existed. Such a formation requires an enormous amount of materials. Only the city lord's mansion could afford such extravagance, praised the greedy old man from Tongtian Pavilion. An ordinary concealment formation could only hide a single person, and even that required countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. To conceal an entire warship along with everyone aboard was beyond imagination in terms of material consumption. Only the city lord's mansion could have such wealth. No other faction would dare such extravagance. As the warship passed through the Ningxuan ape gathering area, the apes showed no sign of detection. Yet the sheer number of these apes left them all deeply shaken. If all these nascent soul latest stage Ningxuan apes charged at once, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as everyone was secretly relieved, one of the light pillars on the warship suddenly dimmed rapidly. Trouble. The materials at that location are almost exhausted. Zhao Wuji's heart raced. They had anticipated heavy consumption, but not this quickly. He hastily retrieved replacement materials from his storage ring, but it was already too late. In the brief moment he spent swapping materials, the warship's aura had leaked, alerting the Ningxuan apes. The playful apes suddenly turned their gaze toward the warship. Though they could not see the warship clearly, they locked onto its position, using the trace aura that had escaped. Cold sweat broke out across everyone's backs. Ha ha ha. After all these years, someone has finally arrived. It seems this old king will enjoy a magnificent feast today. A chilling human voice echoed from deep within the Ningxuan ape ranks, sending shivers down their spines. No good. A Ningxuan king has appeared in this area. Zhao Wuji's face turned deathly pale. Only Ningxuan kings among the Ningxuan apes could speak human language. The Ningxuan king's cultivation was roughly equivalent to a human cultivator at the peak of soul transformation. Though the gap between latest stage and peak stage soul transformation seemed small, the difference in power was immense. A Ningxuan king at the peak of soul transformation, leading tens of thousands of nascent soul latest stage Ningxuan apes charged at once. Could anyone aboard the warship possibly survive? Just as everyone's hearts pounded with dread, a snow-white nether ape appeared before the warship, its gaze fixed unblinkingly upon the people aboard. "It can see us," Zhou Ziwei whispered fearfully. The Nether Ape clan, upon reaching the rank of Nether Ape King, awakens the heavenly gift of the Heaven Eye, rendering the warship's concealment capabilities utterly useless in its eyes. Chu Haoyang spoke with calm composure. Beside him stood Ruohua, Immortal Lord, a powerhouse of such strength that what fear could there be of a Nether Ape King at the peak of soul transformation? Zhao Wuji had already summoned his halberd, his life-bound magical treasure which he had hesitated to reveal until now. The great gourd strapped to the cold-named Taoist's back was also hovering in midair. The avaricious elder from the heaven-piercing pavilion kept his hands folded within his sleeves, faint radiance shimmering from within. The Nether Ape King did not attack immediately. Its eyes glowed purple and two beams of violet light shot forth, instantly shattering the warship's concealment formation. The legends about the Nether Ape clan's Heaven Eye, piercing through all illusions, are true indeed, Chu Haoyang murmured to himself. He silently compared the Nether Ape's Heaven Eye with his own, and found that while the former was formidable, it fell far short of the subtlety and profundity of his own celestial vision. How could a mundane technique ever compare to the divine power of an immortal emperor? With the concealment array rendered useless, tens of thousands of Nether Apes closed in, surrounding the warship in layers upon layers, leaving no escape. "This is bad. They can see us now," the cold-named Taoist stammered, his voice trembling. Previously he had harbored a sliver of hope, believing that although a trace of the warship's aura had leaked, the Nether Apes might not be able to pinpoint their location so quickly. But now it was clear that hope was futile. "Indeed, they will launch their assault shortly," Chu Haoyang said coolly. Seeing Chu Haoyang's calm demeanor, utterly devoid of the panic one would expect in the face of certain doom, Zhao Wuji hesitated before asking, "Fellow Taoist Chu, is there any way to repel these Nether Apes?" As he spoke, he cast a glance at Ruohua, Immortal Lord, beside him, whose composure far exceeded even Chu. He had intended to seek advice from Ruohua, Immortal Lord, first, but her aloof and distant manner gave him no courage to approach. He could only turn to Chu Haoyang in hopes of finding a solution. "Immortal Lord Ruohua, it is time to act. We must not delay our journey to the Black Void Pool," Chu Haoyang said. Ruohua, Immortal Lord, showed no change in expression. She merely nodded. "Begone." Ruohua, Immortal Lord, raised a single finger and addressed the Nether Ape King. "Beautiful. Truly a rare beauty. Stay and keep me company." The Nether Ape King gazed at Ruohua, Immortal Lord, a trail of saliva forming at the corner of its mouth. "So this beast also understands the allure of beauty," Zhao Wuji muttered inwardly, though he dared not speak aloud lest the Nether Ape King strike first in a fit of rage. Before setting out, he had believed himself thoroughly prepared. But now he realized how foolish his confidence had been. Without the intervention of Chu Haoyang and Ruohua, Immortal Lord, he would have died at least twice already. Was a single nether spirit flower worth risking one's life for? Deep regret surged within Zhao Wuji. Yet there was no turning back now. Even if he wished to retreat, he would first need to answer to the Nether Ape King before him. "Foul beast, how dare you affront this lord? You shall be exterminated." Ruohua, Immortal Lord's delicate brows furrowed, and a ray of crimson light shot from her fingertip, hurtling straight toward the Nether Ape King. An overwhelming sense of life and death crisis flooded the Nether Ape King's mind. It attempted to raise a defense, but it was already too late. The crimson light pierced straight through its forehead, leaving a bloody wound. The Nether Ape King remained frozen in an expression of shock until blood gushed from the wound in its forehead, and it collapsed to the ground. Seeing their king slain by Ruohua, Immortal Lord, the remaining Nether Apes surged forward in a frenzy to avenge him. Those who value their lives scatter at once. Ruohua, Immortal Lord's immortal aura erupted outward. Silent waves of pressure descended like mountains upon mountains, crushing tens of thousands of Nether Apes to the ground before they could react. When Ruohua, Immortal Lord, withdrew her aura, the crushed Nether Apes finally realized they had encountered an opponent beyond their comprehension. They scattered in every direction, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The Nether Ape was feared across the cultivation world, striking terror into the hearts of all who spoke of it. Yet beneath the weight of overwhelming power, they could only flee in disgrace. Zhao Wuji, the cold-named Taoist, and the avaricious elder from the heaven-piercing pavilion stood dumbfounded. In the Nether Realm, there were cultivators stronger than them by far, but a powerhouse like Ruohua, Immortal Lord, was something they had never witnessed. She was terrifyingly strong. "Lord Zhao, pour all your strength into propelling the warship. There is nothing here that can threaten us now," Chu Haoyang reminded him. Right away, Zhao Wuji replied submissively. If he had harbored a spark of respect for Chu Haoyang before, it had now been entirely consumed by fear. As a city lord, he possessed an acuity that others lacked. He had already discerned that Ruohua, Immortal Lord, was in effect Chu Haoyang's bodyguard. She answered to no one aboard the warship but him. Yet from Chu Haoyang's previous displays, his cultivation was far inferior to Ruohua, Immortal Lord's. Why would she willingly obey his commands? Zhao Wuji could not fathom the reason. But one fact was undeniable: Chu Haoyang could command Ruohua, Immortal Lord. That was all he needed to know. Zhao Wuji drove the warship to its utmost limit, and the vessel shot forward at breathtaking speed. With the 3 perilous zones now behind them, the warship sped toward the Black Dragon Pool. Compared to the 3 treacherous regions, the Black Dragon Pool carried little notoriety, for no one knew what lay within. Ancient texts recorded only one thing: the Nether Spirit Flower, a supreme treasure of the Nether Realm, grew there. Whether powerful nether beasts guarded the pool was never mentioned. Have you ever been to the Black Dragon Pool? Chu Haoyang asked Ruohua, Immortal Lord, through divine sense transmission. He reasoned that having been trapped in the Nether Realm for hundreds of thousands of years, she must have traveled widely. I have never set foot there, Ruohua, Immortal Lord replied, shaking her head. Can you truly lead me out of this realm? And do you truly possess the cultivation of an immortal emperor? A flicker of doubt crossed Ruohua, Immortal Lord's face. She was uncertain about Chu Haoyang. I have never broken a promise made to another. As for my immortal emperor cultivation, you should have felt it the moment the soul-refining artifact was activated, Chu Haoyang said without a hint of hesitation. His words were carefully crafted, never committing to a definitive claim, yet leaving Ruohua, Immortal Lord, with ample room for speculation. Having received her answer, Ruohua, Immortal Lord, asked no further questions. Several days later, the warship emerged over a strange and wondrous land. Clouds of immortal radiance swirled about, auspicious chi rose in misty plumes, and divine birds and exotic beasts flitted through the skies. A scene straight from the realms of the immortals. Heaven above. Have we entered the immortal realm? The cold-named Taoist exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. There is a rumor that the netherworld contains a passage leading straight to the immortal realm. Could we have really found it? Zhao Wuji could not conceal the excitement on his face. The immortal realm was the dreamland of every cultivator. Netherworld cultivators were no exception. But the path to immortality was incredibly difficult. At least in the past several 100,000 years, no one had heard of any mighty figure ascending directly to the immortal realm. Had they simply walked into the immortal realm like this? It was too surreal. Chu Haoyang smiled without speaking. He had come from the immortal realm, so he naturally knew what it was really like. Ruohua, Immortal Lord, remained perfectly calm and said scornfully, a bunch of rubes. This is not the immortal realm. It is an illusion. An illusion? How do you know? Zhao Wuji asked, astonished. Ruohua, Immortal Lord, ignored him, making no effort to hide the disdain on her face. Before an Immortal Lord, a spirit transformation cultivator was no different from an ant. I sense no aura of an illusion at all. This is definitely the immortal realm. The Taoist, surnamed Lung, declared with great certainty, I do not think this is an illusion either. The money-grubbing old man from the Tontian Pavilion reached out and grabbed a celestial crane circling in the air. Everyone look. This is real, the money-grubbing old man said, stroking the celestial crane's neck in his hands. Ruohua, Immortal Lord, looked contemptuous and could not be bothered to say another word to these people. Fellow Taoist Chu, what do you think? Zhao Wuji asked excitedly, hoping to receive a confirmation from Chu Haoyang. This is indeed not the immortal realm. It is an illusion, Chu Haoyang answered. Even you think this is an illusion? Zhao Wuji pressed. Chu Haoyang nodded. This is the end point of our journey, Heilong Pool. Everyone stop wasting time. Go find the Nether Spirit Flower, Chu Haoyang said. Reminded by his words, they finally remembered that the purpose of this trip was to find the Nether Spirit Flower. But by now Zhao Wuji and the others felt that finding the Nether Spirit Flower was no longer important. Since this was the immortal realm, they wanted to explore it. Perhaps there were immortal treasures inside. And so they dispersed to search separately. Ruohua, Immortal Lord, and Zhou Ziyue did not leave Chu Haoyang's side. Both followed behind him. Inside this illusory realm, cloud-piercing pavilions and towers stood everywhere. Immortal music lingered in the ears, and auspicious vapor rose all around. Anyone who did not know the truth could easily mistake this place for the immortal realm. Immortal Emperor, do you know how this illusory realm came to be? Ruohua, Immortal Lord, asked coolly. It was both a question and a test. She had always felt that the immortal emperor before her was somewhat unusual. Ordinary illusions were powered by formations, yet here there was not the slightest trace of a formation. But Ruohua, Immortal Lord, had already seen through it. She wanted to test the discernment of the immortal emperor before her. It is merely a mirage, not even particularly ingenious, Chu Haoyang said lightly. He had long since opened his heavenly eye and seen through this falsehood. This answer satisfied Ruohua, Immortal Lord, greatly. A mirage is formed from the breath of the divine mirage beast. Those who do not understand it will easily lose their way inside. Only immortals can see through it at a glance. The immortal emperor speaks the truth. That means there should be a mirage beast here. If we could capture it. Before Ruohua, Immortal Lord, could finish, Chu Haoyang interjected, leave that to you. Judging by the mirage here, this mirage beast cultivation was at most at the late spirit transformation stage. For Ruahua, Immortal Lord, that was a piece of cake. A mirage appears here probably to conceal the traces of the nether spirit flower, Chu Haoyang thought to himself. With the mirage as cover, everything here became a blur of truth and falsehood. Finding the nether spirit flower amid it all had undoubtedly become much harder. Fortunately, Chu Haoyang had the heavenly eye. Beneath the heavenly eye, all falsehood was bound to be revealed. Although the nether spirit flower is precious, it is not worth the Immortal Emperor's personal search. What does the Immortal Emperor want it for? As they walked, Ruahua, Immortal Lord suddenly asked. For a spirit transformation cultivator, the nether spirit flower was a supreme treasure, but for a cultivator at the Immortal Emperor level, it was no different from a weed. She could not understand why the Immortal Emperor would go through such trouble to find it in the netherworld. Even if he needed it, a single decree sent down would have the nether sovereign handle the matter properly. Why make such a grand effort? This sovereign is refining a peerless divine pill. All the other ingredients have been gathered, only the nether spirit flower is missing. Not wishing to trouble others over a small matter, I crossed realms personally to come here. Chu Haoyang said with a perfectly straight face. He knew Ruahua, Immortal Lord, had already grown suspicious of his claim to be the Immortal Emperor. But that did not matter much. If he could fool her, so be it. If not, it was no great loss. The soul seed had already been planted. Even if Ruahua, Immortal Lord, realized she had been deceived, she could not stir up any waves. Besides, he had no intention of breaking his word. Once he found the nether spirit flower, he would definitely do his utmost to bring Ruahua, Immortal Lord, out of the netherworld. Just as the two were exchanging questions and answers, a green shadow darted out from the grass and sank its fangs into Zhou Ziyu's neck. Up! A heart-rending scream escaped Zhou Ziyu's mouth. Chu Haoyang looked closely and saw a small green. The snake was clamped tightly to Zhou Ziyu's neck, continuously sucking her blood. Chu Haoyang stretched out his index and middle fingers, pinched the snake's head firmly, and yanked it off. When he turned to look at Zhou Ziyu, her neck had already turned black, and she had collapsed to the ground unconscious. Clearly the little snake was lethally venomous. For it to attack Zhou Ziyu right before his eyes was nothing short of an insult. Enraged, Chu Haoyang wanted to crush the green snake's head in one grip. But on closer inspection, he discovered that the little green snake's true form was a spiritual herb. And this spiritual herb was precisely the nether spirit flower he had been searching for so desperately. He had searched high and low without finding it, yet now it had come to him with no effort at all. The nether spirit flower he had been painstakingly seeking had delivered itself to his doorstep. Chu Haoyang sealed the little green snake with magic power and tossed it into his storage ring. As for Zhou Ziyu, Ruahua, Immortal Lord, was already examining her injuries. She had long since noticed that this young girl shared an extraordinary bond with Chu Haoyang and could not allow her to die like this. She placed her slender jade-like fingers on Zhou Ziyu's forehead, and a wisp of immortal power flowed from her fingertips into it. After the immortal power made a circuit through Zhou Ziyu's body, Ruahua, Immortal Lord, already knew the general extent of her injuries. How is she? Chu Haoyang asked somewhat anxiously. Zhou Ziyu had accompanied him here. He could not let any harm come to her. The venom of this little green snake is remarkably potent, truly rare. I have already protected her heart and meridians with my immortal power. But this can only hold for so long. The most urgent thing is to find an antidote. Ruahua, Immortal Lord, said with a frown. The little green snake's venom was stronger than she had expected. Even in the immortal realm, a poison that left an Immortal Lord helpless was by no means common. Chu Haoyang nodded. Since the nether spirit flower was already in hand, it was time for him to leave this place. Since it was improper for a man and a woman to have direct physical contact, Ruahua, Immortal Lord, carried Zhou Ziyu on her back, while Chu Haoyang cleared the way ahead. Who knew whether some venomous creature might suddenly dart out again? Just as Chu Haoyang was on full alert, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. Earthquake was his first thought, but he soon realized something was wrong. The tremor felt as if something was turning over beneath the ground, about to burst through the earth. As the rumbling of the ground grew ever more violent, the ethereal immortal radiance that had once filled the space vanished completely, plunging the entire realm into darkness. It was only then that Zhao Wuji and the others who had been scouring the false immortal realm for celestial treasures finally snapped back to their senses. With a deafening roar, the earth shook and the mountains quaked, and at last the creature beneath the ground revealed its true form. A thing that was neither quite dragon nor flood dragon thrust half its body into view, its eyes brimming with murderous intent as it fixed its gaze upon the group. The creature was pitch black like ink, its head vaster than a mountain, and its half-raised body towered into the clouds, utterly colossal. Beside it, the group seemed smaller than mere ants. Could this be the legendary Black Dragon? Zhao Wuji exclaimed in shock. If the Black Dragon pool bore that name, it was most likely because this very Black Dragon dwelled within it. Black Dragon. How dare you utter such a name? This is a shun. Ruahua, Immortal Lord, shot Zhao Wuji a contemptuous glare and said, A shun, but that is a celestial beast from the legendary immortal realm. Why would it appear here? The money-loving old man of the Tongtian Pavilion could not help asking. The Tongtian Pavilion housed countless tomes and records, and he knew far more hidden secrets than anyone else. To that, Ruahua, Immortal Lord, said nothing more. Perhaps even she herself wished to know why a celestial beast would appear in the netherworld. Even in the immortal realm, the number of shun is extremely limited. Does Ruahua, Immortal Lord, recognize this shun? Chu Haoyang asked through divine sense. This shun looks rather familiar. As though I have seen it somewhere before. I remember. This is the Thunder Emperor's mount named Moyu. Suddenly an expression of intense excitement appeared on Ruahua, Immortal Lord's ever-icy face. What? This is the Thunder Emperor's mount. You cannot be serious. Even Chu Haoyang could no longer remain composed. The Thunder Emperor had vanished without a trace, so why had Ruahua, Immortal Lord, who had followed after him, and his mount both appeared in the netherworld? Before Chu Haoyang could puzzle it out, the shun called Moyu launched its assault. It opened its enormous mouth wide and countless streams of white vapor surged forth. In an instant the scenery before them transformed. Within a colossal palace, Chu Haoyang now stood utterly alone. I would like to see just what tricks you can pull, Chu Haoyang said inwardly. He knew this was a mirage, not reality. To guard against a sudden ambush from the shun, he conjured a protective barrier of Reincarnation Flame around himself. Chu Haoyang, kneel at once, a majestic male voice declared. Who are you skulking in the shadows? If you have the courage, show yourself, Chu Haoyang retorted. Then a figure appeared upon the dragon throne at the very center of the great hall. Clad in a dragon robe and crowned with an imperial diadem, he radiated an invincible aura that seemed to press down upon the heavens themselves. I am the Thunder Emperor. How dare you not kneel before an emperor? The man on the dragon throne bellowed sternly. The Thunder Emperor. Do you even know who I am? Chu Haoyang shot back, utterly unimpressed by the man upon the throne. He knew this was all within the mirage, and if he did not escape in time, lingering too long would cause him to lose his way. Yet he wanted to test just how formidable this mirage truly was. And so even though he knew the man on the dragon throne was not the real Thunder Emperor, he still engaged him in conversation with great interest. You are nothing more than a mortal. The man on the dragon throne sneered, not deigning to regard Chu Haoyang in the slightest. I am the Haoyang, Immortal Emperor of the Heavenly Realm. Kneel to you. You are not worthy. As Chu Haoyang spoke, a wisp of his Immortal Emperor aura leaked out. That aura dominated all. The crown upon the man's head wobbled and fell to the ground. One who does not kneel before an emperor shall perish. Enraged that Chu Haoyang's momentum surpassed his own, the man on the dragon throne flew into a fury. He raised a finger, and a bolt of devastating lightning power shot forth from his fingertips, streaking straight for Chu Haoyang's head. The lightning was so overwhelmingly fierce that if it struck, it would instantly reduce a person to ash. But Chu Haoyang neither dodged nor avoided, nor did he retreat, even half a step. Seeing this, the man on the dragon throne rejoiced inwardly, for no one knew better than he just how devastating that single finger strike could be. Chu Haoyang was surely doomed. Yet strangely, the lightning was halted 3 feet before him by an invisible barrier, unable to advance even a fraction of an inch. What? How is this possible? The man on the dragon throne cried out in astonishment, firing off several more bolts of lightning in succession. But those two were stopped just like the first by the invisible barrier before Chu Haoyang. The power of lightning acts as heaven's executioner, its might unimaginably immense. Moreover, what the man wielded was not lightning crudely forced forth by some spell, but the true authentic power of thunder. This is the Thunder Emperor's inheritance. So you are the form taken by that shun. For the sake of the Thunder Emperor, I am willing to spare your life. But on one condition, you must become my mount, Chu Haoyang said calmly. The Thunder Emperor's mount was immensely powerful, and if he could subdue it, it would greatly aid his future path of vengeance. Become your mount. Dream on. Even if you are an immortal emperor, you are unworthy. In this world I acknowledge only the Thunder Emperor. As he spoke, the man upon the dragon throne twisted his features into a hysterical grimace, and his voice turned shrill. Yet within his words lingered a faint trace of sorrow, the grief of the Thunder Emperor's passing. This shun was utterly loyal to its master. That only strengthened Chu Haoyang's determination to subdue it. Tell me then, what must one do to become your new master? Chu Haoyang asked. Stop spouting such arrogant nonsense. Defeat me first. Even if you were once an immortal emperor, your cultivation has now fallen greatly. You are no match for me. Let us hope your offensive abilities are as formidable as your defensive ones, the man on the dragon throne taunted. It was true that Chu Haoyang carried the aura of an immortal emperor, but the man had also perceived that Chu Haoyang's current cultivation was merely at the early spirit transformation stage. With such meager cultivation, he was not even fit to carry the man's shoes. As you wish, Chu Haoyang said. In an instant, his reincarnation flame condensed into a spear that thrust toward the man on the dragon throne. Seeing this, the man casually raised 3 layers of protective shields 3 feet before him with a wave of his magic power. These 3 barriers might have seemed casually placed, but in truth, they carried profound meaning. They were the precious 3 talents barrier of the immortal realm. The first was the heaven shield, the second the earth shield, and the third the human shield. Unless one's cultivation surpassed the spirit transformation stage, even the foremost heaven shield could not be broken, let alone the earth shield or the human shield. Such a feat was beyond imagination. The fact that the man had deployed the 3 talents barrier as his defense showed that he already regarded Chu Haoyang with considerable respect. As mighty as the 3 talents barrier may be, I fear it cannot withstand this spear of mine. The moment Chu Haoyang finished speaking, the spear pierced through the heaven shield with effortless ease. The earth shield and human shield followed, shattering almost simultaneously. The 3 great shields had not managed to hold for even a single breath before being successively pierced. The face of the man on the dragon throne turned ashen, for the spear was now pressed against his throat. If the spear advanced even another inch, he would instantly perish body and soul. Truly an immortal emperor. Even with your cultivation fallen, you are still not someone I can contend with. I concede. I am willing to serve as your mount for 100 years, the man on the dragon throne said, utterly dejected. He understood well that the person before him was a ruthless character. Had he remained stubborn and defiant, his blood would surely have painted the ground that very instant. Whoever understands the times is a true sage. This was a principle he had always known well. The man's words made Chu Haoyang pause. A moment earlier he had seemed utterly unwilling to lower himself. So why had he suddenly changed his tune so completely? It seemed that this mirage beast, after countless years of cultivation, had become a shrewd old hand among its kind. Open your mind. I am going to plant a soul seed in you, Chu Haoyang said, to keep Mo from ever turning on his master. Having followed the Thunder Emperor for countless ages, Mo naturally knew what planting a soul seed meant, but at this moment, he had no other choice. Planting the soul seed is fine, but you must promise me one thing. A pleading look appeared in Mo's eyes. What is it? Let's hear it, Chu Haoyang said with keen interest. For Mo to make a request at this moment, it must be extremely important to him. What would a mirage beast that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years choose to say at a time like this? Immortal Emperor, after you recover your cultivation, could you help me find the Thunder Emperor's whereabouts? Mo's words carried a choked sob. His words deeply moved Chu Haoyang. When the Thunder Emperor had vanished without cause back, then everyone else only thought that the immortal realm had lost its master and that their own chance had come. Who would have imagined that this mirage beast had never once forgotten its master? Sometimes the phrase deep affection and unwavering loyalty seems almost ironic when applied to people. Think of how he had treated Wujia and the other 2 back then, and Ziwei Fairy. I promise you. Chu Haoyang nodded. Thank you, Immortal Emperor. Mo knelt and kowtowed heavily 3 times. An Immortal Emperor's promise was as weighty as a mountain. It would never be broken. Come then. The man finished kowtowing, raised his head, and closed his eyes. Chu Haoyang placed his finger on Mo's forehead. From then on, Mo's life and death lay within a single thought of Chu Haoyang. Moreover, if Chu Haoyang died, he could not survive either. Dispel the mirage realm and reveal your true form, Chu Haoyang said. Mo nodded, and the scenery around them rapidly transformed, returning again to the pitch-black darkness from before. The others also emerged from the mirage vision. That was close. I actually saw the Immortal Emperor just now. The Immortal Emperor was about to kill me, but the illusion vanished at the critical moment. If I had been killed inside the illusion, would I really have died? The money-grubbing old man from Tongtian Pavilion asked in a rapid-fire burst. Daoist Lung Xing and Zhao Wuji said nothing, but their experiences had been much the same as the old misers. Just when they were about to be slain, the illusion vanished. Such an experience left their backs soaked in cold, have remained alive in reality. This was the true terror of the mirage realm. Looking back at Chu Hao, had they been killed inside the illusion, they would never have remained alive in reality. This was the true terror of the mirage realm. Looking back at Chu Haoyang, the mirage beast, neither quite dragon nor flood dragon, stood docilely behind him. By now Mo's body had shrunk to roughly the size of an ordinary horse, and the oppressive pressure from before was completely gone. Could this be the same mirage beast from before? The money-grubbing old man from Tongtian Pavilion swallowed hard and asked with a look of dread. Chu Haoyang smiled without saying a word. Seeing this, the old miser was stunned. He understood the meaning behind that smile, and shockwaves instantly surged through his heart. An immortal beast. This fellow has actually tamed an immortal beast. The same expression appeared on the faces of the Daoists surnamed Lung and Zhao Wuji. From then on, none of them harbored the slightest intention of vying with Chu Haoyang. Never mind anything else. A single immortal beast alone was enough to sweep them all aside. Gentlemen, after all your rummaging, did you find anything of use in this place? Chu Haoyang asked. Earlier, having mistakenly believed this place to be the immortal realm, they had eagerly sought immortal treasures. They found no immortal treasures, but they did find some spirit herbs nearly extinct in the outside world. So the trip had not been made in vain. Fellow Taoist Chu, did you happen to find the nether spirit flower? Zhao Wuji suddenly asked. Among them, Chu Haoyang was undoubtedly the most powerful. If anyone could obtain the nether spirit flower here, it would surely be Chu Haoyang. No, Chu Haoyang replied flatly. He was not foolish enough to announce openly that he had obtained the nether spirit flower. Doing so would stir covetous thoughts in some, and put him in a dangerous position. Even with Ruohua immortal and Mou beside him, hidden arrows were difficult to guard against. In that case, let us set out. Hearing Chu Haoyang's words, a trace of disappointment appeared on Zhao Wuji's face. Zhao Wuji felt a pang of pain. These men had been personally selected by him, and were all elites of the city lord's mansion. After everyone boarded the vessel, they saw that Chu Haoyang and Ruohua immortal had not moved. Fellow Taoist Chu, board the vessel quickly. Zhao Wuji called out. No need. Fellow Taoist Ziyue was bitten by a venomous snake in the mirage. I must make haste to treat her injuries. You go on ahead, I will catch up shortly, Chu Haoyang said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji did not press further and drove the war vessel away swiftly. This trip to Black Dragon Pool had allowed the money-grubbing old man from Tongtian Pavilion and Taoist Lung Xing to obtain something, definitely no loss. But for Zhao Wuji, it was no different from gaining nothing at all. He had come specifically for the nether spirit flower, expending countless precious treasures of heaven and earth for this journey, yet he had not even caught a glimpse of the flower's shadow, a truly disastrous loss. Of course, what was even more severe than the loss was that the nether spirit flower had been personally requested by a great figure from the netherworld. How was he to account for returning empty-handed? Never mind that he was the city lord of Sanshire City and appeared to hold great power. In the eyes of those great figures, he was nothing at all. Seeing that the war vessel had gone far, Chu Haoyang told Ruohua to release Zhou Ziyue. Earlier, when the Mirage Realm had appeared and the situation turned critical, Zhou Ziyue, who had been carried on Ruohua Immortal's back, was placed into the storage ring by her. Her breathing is still stable, but how are we to remove the poison now? Chu Haoyang felt Zhou Ziyue's pulse. Although it was weak, it was steady, so she would not be in immediate danger for the time being. But if no remedy was found, the final outcome could be life or death. She was bitten by that nether spirit flower. Mou, who had by now transformed back into a man, said after glancing at Zhou Ziyue's wound. Can you neutralize this poison? Chu Haoyang asked urgently. No, but I know who can, Mou said. Who can? Chu Haoyang pressed. The nether spirit flower. Just pluck its stamen and feed it to this young lady, and that will be enough. Mou answered. The nether spirit flower was the main ingredient for the second heaven-mending pill Chu Haoyang intended to refine, and it was supremely important to the recovery of his cultivation. If the stamen were plucked, it would inevitably reduce the efficacy of the heaven-mending pill, leaving him momentarily in a dilemma. After hesitating for a while, Chu Haoyang still decided to save Zhou Ziyue first. The young lady had risked her life to accompany him into the immortal emperor's domain in order to repay his life-saving kindness. If he left her to die, his conscience would never be at peace. There were already too many ungrateful and heartless people in this world, and Chu Haoyang was not willing to become one of them. Chu Haoyang carefully took out from his storage ring the small green serpent into which the nether spirit flower had transformed. The serpent's eyes blazed with murderous intent. If it had not been bound and unable to move, it would have lunged to bite the very instant it was released. Even at such a point, you remain obstinate and unrepentant, truly stubborn and unyielding. The name nether spirit flower was not given to you by mistake. Reveal your true form at once. Chu Haoyang commanded, knowing full well that the green serpent could understand his words. With a flick of his finger, he dispelled the restrictions on the green serpent. The moment it regained its freedom, the green serpent shot out, like an arrow released from a bow, aiming straight for Chu Haoyang's throat. It was enraged at being sealed with. What manner of man was Chu Haoyang? How could he be tripped twice at the same spot? He pinched gently with 2 fingers and caught the serpent's head. Since you refuse to change your ways, even now, don't blame me for what follows, Chu Haoyang said in an icy tone. Then he injected a strand of immortal energy into the green serpent's body. The serpent began to writhe in agony. If it had revealed its true form on its own, there would not have been the slightest pain. But being forced to do so by external power was an entirely different matter. After 3 breaths, a spirit herb about 3 inches in size appeared in Chu Haoyang's hand, wrapped in his. The spirit herb was crimson throughout, and atop its very tip bloomed a red flower, dewy and bewitchingly beautiful, an exceedingly fine appearance. It was hard to connect this herb with the highly venomous green serpent. The green serpent was overwhelmingly venomous. This spirit herb must be steeped in poison throughout. Be careful not to let any venom touch your skin, warned immortal Ruohua. Chu Haoyang nodded. Rather than picking the stamens directly with his hands, he took out a small dagger and carefully removed the stamens hidden within. These stamens should be just as lethally toxic. Will your method work? Chu Haoyang turned to Mou and asked. This is the art of countering poison with poison. Rest assured, immortal emperor, Mou answered. Mou's life hung entirely on a single thought of Chu Haoyang, so he would not dare deceive him in such a matter. Chu Haoyang gently parted Zhou Ziyue's lips with his fingers and fed the crushed stamens into her mouth. In less than half an hour, Zhou Ziyue opened her eyes and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The blood was rank and foul, yet after vomiting it out her injuries seemed to improve greatly, and she barely managed to struggle to her feet. See, didn't I tell you so? Now a few more days of proper rest, and she'll be perfectly fine. Chu Haoyang needed no elaboration among them all. He was the one most concerned for Zhou Ziyue's safety. Only immortal Ruohua remained as cold as a 10th sandier glacier, indifferent to everyone else. Enough. Let us leave this place as quickly as possible, Chu Haoyang said. Mou transformed once more into a colossal mirage clam, and all three stood upon its body. Zhou Ziyue was still unsteady after her injury. Immortal Ruohua took her by the arm and supported her. Mou had once been the Thunder Emperor's mount. Huge as it was, its speed was almost inconceivably fast. Combined with the wisp of a mortal beast aura, it deliberately released the nether beasts along the way, quaked in silence, and fled far away, fearful that a single misstep would make them this creature's next meal. Is that light ahead the worship of those people from before? Said Mou. Hearing this, Chu Haoyang looked over and saw that Zhao Wuji and the others' worship was indeed not far ahead. Yes, catch up to them, said Chu Haoyang. Receiving the order, Mou moved even faster, and wherever it passed, fierce winds tore open countless spatial rifts. But when they had closed to within a few hundred li of the warship, Chu Haoyang saw that 6 people had surrounded it. He ordered Mou to hide its form, and instead of rushing forward, he watched in secret from the shadows. Chu Haoyang possessed a heavenly eye and could see everything clearly from several hundred li away. Venerable Kongshuan Black Monk, White Cloud Taoist, Yinshan Twin Fiends. Excellent. Very good. Ji Tianming, you actually managed to invite so many experts, Zhao Wuji said coldly as he swept his gaze across them. All 6 were spirit transformation cultivators, and their battle power utterly crushed their side. Zhao Wuji, we did not come here for anything else. As long as you obediently hand over the nether spirit flower, I guarantee you will return safely to Sanshur City. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. But unless left with no other option, no one wished to engage in a life-or-death battle with a cultivator of the same rank. Thus a word of persuasion before the fighting began was still very necessary. We haven't even caught a shadow of the nether spirit flower on this trip. How can you expect me to hand it over? Zhao Wuji was practically about to explode with fury, but since they were at a disadvantage, he forced down his anger and spoke. As the city lord of Sanshur City, he had rarely been threatened in such a manner. Do you think I would believe you? Unless you let me search your body, Ji Tianming said coldly. What? Search me? Ji Tianming, you've gone too far. Zhao Wuji's fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles white from the pressure. As a spirit transformation cultivator, he was supposed to let himself be searched. If this could be tolerated, then what could not be? So I'm bullying you, so what? Venerable Kongshuan Black Monk, the 2 of you may finish off those 2 first. Ji Tianming pointed at the avaricious old man and the Taoist Long. Venerable Kongshin and Black Monk both acknowledged the order and charged at the avaricious old man and the Taoist Long. Venerable Kongshuan's magic treasure was a broken bowl. Wherever the black water passed, even the air corroded with a sizzling hiss. It was obviously extremely toxic. That is bone-eroding, soul-dissolving water. The avaricious old man of the Tongtian Pavilion exclaimed in alarm. Once this water touched a person, their physical body would be corroded into a pool of blood, and even their divine soul would have no chance to escape. Even a spirit transformation cultivator would perish in bitter regret upon being touched by this water. I'll handle this one. As the Taoist Lung finished speaking, a vast sheet of flame burst from his gourd, forming a wall of fire that completely blocked the black water. Seeing that Venerable Kongshin already had an opponent, Black Monk viciously launched a killing move at the avaricious old man. His weapon was a demon-subduing pestle. When it struck, the blow carried the might of splitting heaven and earth. The avaricious old man of the Tongtian Pavilion dared not clash Hedon and could only dodge hastily. Old man, how long do you intend to keep running? Black Monk saw that the old man would not meet his attacks Hedon and simply kept dodging, so he said with some impatience, I am old and weak. In terms of stamina, I cannot match you. If I don't dodge, what else am I to do? The avaricious old man said, sounding helpless. Yet even in the midst of battle, there was not a trace of anxiety in his words. Black Monk knew that if the old man kept dodging like this, he would definitely not gain any advantage. Dodge this then. Black Monk gave a great shout, and the Vajra pestle in his hand transformed into countless afterimages encircling the avaricious old man in the center. The avaricious old man's expression changed drastically as he secretly thought, this is bad. Chu Haoyang's heart lurched. The Black Monk's maneuver was startlingly similar to his own sword rain in flight. The difference was that he himself wielded sword rain in flight is a secret art of the celestial realm, Chu Haoyang thought inwardly. It should never have been passed down, so how does this man know it? But he soon detected a glaring flaw in the black monk's rendition of the technique. The Vajra projections split off by his opponent were flashy and illusory, seeming as though one breath of wind would scatter them entirely. Compared with the near-substantial sword shadows of sword rain in flight, they fell far short. From the sleeve of the greedy old man from Tongtian Pavilion shot a streak of white light. It sliced through the dense cluster of Vajra silhouettes hemming him and then unimpeded flew straight at the black monk. The black monk's pupils constricted sharply. He hurriedly raised his Vajra to shield himself. The white light slammed into the Vajra, and the black monk was hurled several hundred feet away. It was as though a mountain had come crashing down from the heavens and struck him. His body trembled uncontrollably, his internal organs shifted out of place, and blood poured from his mouth, without stop. You managed to escape this old man's killing strike. Consider yourself lucky. The old miser summoned back the white light, revealing it to be a short sword. Throughout the earlier fight, he had kept the short sword hidden in his sleeve, and had only now brought it into play. The old man had been concealing his true strength all along, and with his real power unleashed, he was unquestionably a master among spirit transformation stage cultivators. I never imagined that among the people you've gathered there was such an expert. Yuntian twin fiends, you two go up. I want no survivors. Ji Wuming looked at Zhao Wuji and gestured to the Yuntian twin fiends. The Yuntian twin fiends understood his intent and sent out their magic treasures clashing with the old miser. They were husband and wife. The man had small eyes and a broad mouth, making him extremely ugly in appearance. The woman, by contrast, had an alluring figure and a pretty face radiating a seductive charm. Husband and wife each drove an iron chain, entangling the old miser in a fierce battle. The chains slithered like two venomous serpents, seeking any opening to strike at the old miser. His short sword darted and cut wildly, intercepting them at the last hair's breadth each time, yet the signs of his defeat were plain to see. At the spirit transformation stage, when both sides were within the same minor realm, who could truly be that much stronger than the other? But 2 against 1. That was an overwhelming crush. The Yuntian twin fiends fought with exceptional husband and wife coordination, their offense and defense carried out with such methodical rigor that the old miser was almost unable to hold his ground. Damn it, the black monk had already forced his injuries down and now rejoined the fray, eager to take revenge. Earlier, the old miser's hidden short sword had suddenly shot from his sleeve almost like a sneak attack, and the black monk, caught unawares, had nearly suffered a disastrous loss. If the Vajra had not been exceptionally solid and blocked the blow at the critical moment, he would probably already have been decapitated. With hatred seething in his heart, the black monk put all his strength into every strike. The old miser had already been hard-pressed to defend himself against the combined assault of the Yuntian twin fiends. With the black monk suddenly entering the fray, the pressure on him multiplied. 3 against 1. Have you no shame? Zhao Wuji bellowed. Whose fault is it that we have so many spirit transformation cultivators? If you've got the ability, call your own helpers. Ji Wuming sneered. This time he was absolutely certain that Zhao Wuji had no recourse left. This place was far from Sancher City. One could cry out to heaven and receive no answer, call to earth and receive no response. The ideal spot to kill Zhao Wuji. The Taoist surnamed Lung was being forced back step by step by Venerable Kong Xian's noxious water. Although he had not yet been completely suppressed, the signs of defeat were already showing. The old miser's situation was even more dangerous. Once these two were dealt with, Zhao Wuji himself would become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Frantic with worry, Zhao Wuji could not hold back from rushing to their rescue. But the moment he moved, Taoist Master Baiyun moved, as well binding him tightly. Zhao Wuji, today is your death day. Stop struggling. Once I've dealt with you, Sancher City will belong to me. Ji Wuming laughed wildly, a laugh steeped in cold malevolence that made anyone who heard it involuntarily shiver. Only now did Zhao Wuji understand the other side had come not merely for the nether spirit flower, but to seize his Sancher City by force. Under such circumstances, even after obtaining the flower, they would not leave him alive. At this realization, Zhao Wuji was consumed with fury and began to stake everything on a desperate struggle. The weapon he now wielded was a long spear. When he thrust it out, even the void twisted in its wake. It was supremely fearsome. But Taoist Master Baiyun was not a pushover. He whirled his horsetail whisk in a full circle and took the approach of using softness to overcome hardness. He refused to clash head-on with Zhao Wuji, seeking only to hold him fast and cut off any chance of rescuing Taoist Lung and the old miser. Once the others had dealt with Taoist Lung and the old miser, they could turn on Zhao Wuji together, and a joint strike would make capturing him as easy as reaching into a pocket. Before I die, there is one thing I do not understand. I hope you will tell me. Very well, speak. I wouldn't allow a dying man to perish in ignorance, Ji Wuming replied with great. Zhao Wuji was already like a fish in a barrel, so Ji Wuming saw no harm in answering. After my warship left Sancher City, I kept changing course again and again. I was confident that no one could keep track of us. Zhao Wuji said this while fending off Daoist Master Baiyan's attacks. He had invested a colossal amount of effort to ensure that this expedition would not leak. The fact that Ji Wuming and his subordinates had appeared here was conclusive proof that they knew the true purpose of his journey. How had the warship's whereabouts been exposed? This was what Zhao Wuji could not make sense of. You're right. You are very skilled at shaking off pursuers, and I have to admit my admiration. Once your warship left Sanshur City, we lost it. And we knew nothing whatsoever about where you were heading, Ji Wuming said in all honesty. There, I told you so. Zhao Wuji burst into laughter. However, we had received word earlier that someone bought a map to the Black Dragon Pool from my 5 Treasures Pavilion and then went to the City Lord's mansion. Putting those facts together, I concluded that you were most likely going to the Black Dragon Pool to gather the Nether Spirit Flower. That flower concerns a grave matter. Several High Lords of the Netherworld are watching it closely. How could I allow you to take it away? Ji Wuming explained. So that's what happened. Only then did Zhao Wuji finally grasp the truth. Behind this affair there were also the hidden hands of other Netherworld heavyweights. It seemed that today was destined to be a death trap. Can heaven truly intend to destroy me, Zhao Wuji, today? If fellow Daoist Chu were still here, how could you be allowed to act with such insolence? Zhao Wuji shouted at the top of his lungs while continuing to fight. His forehead was bulging with veins, and he was enraged to the extreme. The majestic sovereign of Sanshur City, a master whose word allowed no dissent, was actually going to die in such a stifling, humiliating manner. He refused to accept it. Who is this fellow Daoist Chu? Even if he were here, he would merely be buried alongside you. What waves could he possibly stir? No one can save someone my 5 Treasures Pavilion has marked for death. Ji Wuming sneered. Then, just as he was certain that victory was firmly within his grasp, a voice came out of the darkness. Oh really? Is your 5 Treasures Pavilion truly that formidable? I don't believe it. Who is it? Show yourself. Ji Tianming shouted in alarm. From the depths of the darkness, a figure slowly emerged. It was Chu Haoyang. Then Rohua, Immortal Lord, and Mou, who had taken human form, appeared at his side. Fellow Daoist Chu, you have finally come. Zhao Wuji cried out joyfully. The avaricious old man and Taoist Lung were also overjoyed to see Chu Haoyang. Fellow Daoist, this is a matter between my 5 Treasures Pavilion and Zhao Wuji. I advise you not to meddle. Ji Tianming had already discerned that Chu Haoyang's cultivation was at the spirit transformation stage, but as for Rohua, Immortal Lord, and Mou, he could not determine their cultivation levels. If your 5 Treasures Pavilion wishes to do business, then simply do business. But doing business while plotting to slaughter your own customers, is that not too much? Chu Haoyang said calmly. The 5 Treasures Pavilion's conduct had already crossed his bottom line and was beyond what he could tolerate. He was already resolved to kill Ji Tianming. You are the one who came to my 5 Treasures Pavilion to buy the map. Ji Tianming suddenly realized. You are not completely stupid. How do you wish to die? Chu Haoyang said. Arrogant. Boy, even if those 2 are also spirit transformation cultivators, this is still 6 against 6. What makes you think you have the power to slay me? The 2 people Ji Tianming referred to were naturally Rohua, Immortal Lord, and Mou. However, after he said this, the look Zhao Wuji gave him was quite amused. This gave Ji Tianming an uneasy feeling. Could this kid actually be formidable? He is only at the early spirit transformation stage. No matter how capable he is, how capable can he be? I absolutely must not scare myself. With that thought, Ji Tianming recovered his confidence. As long as Kong Xian and the Yinshan twin fiends could swiftly dispose of their opponents, the group could join forces against Chu Haoyang. However heaven-reaching his abilities might be, he would still suffer a bitter defeat under their combined siege. Kong Xian, Yinshan twin fiends, quickly finish off your opponents. Ji Tianming urged. Hearing this, venerable Kong Xian and the Yinshan twin fiends intensified their attacks. Like a violent storm, they bore down on Taoist Lung and the avaricious old man, leaving them breathless and in constant peril. Fellow Daoist Chu, save me. The first to break was Taoist Lung, who cried out for help. He had a grudge against Chu Haoyang. Had it been any other time, he would rather die than ask Chu Haoyang for aid. But at this moment, venerable Kong Xian's foul water surged like monstrous waves, driving him back step by step. If he did not call for help soon, he would probably fall at any moment. When life hung in the balance, nothing else mattered. The only one he could rely on now was Chu Haoyang. Chu Haoyang said nothing. He summoned the heavenly sword, and then sword shadows separated from it one after another, fully 10 of them. The 10 sword shadows, impervious to all magic, descended on venerable Kong Xian in a grinding slaughter. Venerable Kong Xian hastily summoned his broken bowl to shield himself. His broken bowl had been made of some unknown material and was extremely hard. Even the most powerful magic treasure could not penetrate it. Moreover, the bowl could spew venomous foul water. With it, venerable Kong Xian had defeated several spirit transformation powerhouses. Chu Haoyang's sword shadows looked much like the black monk's Vajra shadows. However, Venerable Kong Xian had fought the black monk before, and the monk's Vajra shadows had been utterly unable to penetrate his broken bowl. Thus, Venerable Kong Xian was very confident. But his confidence quickly turned to panic. The 10 sword shadows slew in unison. His broken bowl could not hold even for a single breath before it shattered into countless pieces. Venerable Kong Xian himself was also slaughtered, wearing a look of terror. What? Ji Tianming was shocked. He had not expected Chu Haoyang to be so formidable. In just one encounter, he had slain Venerable Kong Xian. When Chu Haoyang struck, he had the chance to stop him, but he had not done so. He wanted to see just how powerful Chu Haoyang truly was. In his view, even if Chu Haoyang's cultivation was strong, defeating Venerable Kong Xian would take no fewer than 300 moves, and slaying him was simply impossible. But the truth slapped him hard across the face. You. Ji Tianming was furious, pointing at Chu Haoyang. He wanted to curse, but when the words reached his lips, he could only say, "You. What about me? Are you not satisfied? When you plotted to harm us, you should have foreseen this fate. Karma is profound and retribution never misses. There is nothing to complain about." Chu Haoyang said coldly. "Do you know who the Venerable Kong Xian you just slew was?" Ji Tianming demanded. "I do not know, and I do not wish to know. Every last one of you will die," Chu Haoyang said. "What arrogant talk. Yuntian twin fiends join me in slaying this man," Ji Tianming shouted. Hearing this, the Yuntian twin fiends abandoned the avaricious old man and attacked Chu Haoyang together with Ji Tianming. Ji Tianming's magic treasure was a sharp needle. The instant the needle appeared, all directions trembled and countless ripples spread through the void. Heaven-destroying needle. Ha, he even gave you that treasure, Zhao Wuji said in the gap between his exchanges with Taoist Baiyun. The heaven-destroying needle was one of the netherworld's most famous magic treasures. With it, one could almost swagger unchecked among spirit transformation cultivators. This treasure had a special ability. It could teleport to wound its enemy, leaving the opponent helpless to defend. One moment, it was still far away, and the next it might already be piercing through the opponent's body. The path in between could not be tracked. Fellow Taoist, Chu, be careful. This heaven-destroying needle is extremely powerful, Zhao Wuji warned. He wanted to finish off Taoist Baiyun in a few strokes, then go to help Chu Haoyang. But Taoist Baiyun saw through his intention and clung to him, relentlessly refusing to let him break free. The heaven-destroying needle moved like a ghost, and the 2 iron chains lashed out like venomous snakes emerging from their lairs. The 3 joined forces set on putting Chu Haoyang to death. The immortal emperor is in danger. Are you, immortal lord, truly going to stand by with folded arms? Mo looked at Ruahua, immortal lord, and asked, "Do you think the immortal emperor is someone these few underlings can handle?" Ruahua, immortal lord, said coolly. Her expression was like an eternal frozen mountain, revealing neither joy nor anger. The drifting sword rain was the only secret divine art Chu Haoyang could currently unleash. The main body of the heavenly sword hung horizontally above his head, while the 10 sword shadows circled around him, forming an extremely solid defensive screen. Every attack from Ji Tianming's heaven-destroying needle and the Yuntian twin fiends' iron chains was wholly blocked by the sword shadows. The black monk was firmly restrained by the avaricious old man, and did not join the group besieging Chu Haoyang, but those 10 sword shadows shook him to the core. The art of splitting Vajra shadows was something he had found in an ancient ruin. After he had cultivated it sufficiently, he discovered that although the art was immensely powerful, its flaws were equally obvious. But Chu Haoyang's sword shadows condensed into solid substance, completely different from his Vajra shadows. Could it be that this man is the one wielding the true, flawless, complete art? The black monk muttered to himself. But in that instant of distraction, a gap appeared in his defensive ring, and the avaricious old man's short sword lightly traced across his neck. The black monk felt a chill around his neck, and his fine head rolled off. His primordial spirit tried to flee, but the avaricious old man grabbed it and sealed it away. The primordial spirit of a spirit transformation powerhouse had many marvelous uses, and the avaricious old man was not about to let it slip away. Damn it! Seeing the black monk slain, Ji Tianming's back went cold. This operation had already suffered the loss of 2 spirit transformation powerhouses in succession, truly a heavy loss. He vented all his anger on Chu Haoyang, pouring his full strength into the heaven-destroying needle to attack. Clanging sounds of collision rang without end. The pressure on Chu Haoyang suddenly surged, for Ji Tianming was now fighting for his life. Many cracks had already appeared across the sword shadows. In a little longer they might not be able to hold on. "Young friend Chu, I will help you." The avaricious old man gave a loud shout, and was about to join the fray. Having been saved by Chu Haoyang earlier, the Taoist surnamed Lung saw that he was now in dire straits, and came over to help. "Senior Chu is about to reach his limit. All of you hurry and help him," Zhou Ziyue urged. In her impression, Chu Haoyang was extremely powerful. Yet no matter how strong he was, he could not withstand the combined assault of these people. "Don't move. I can still handle these riffraff," Chu Haoyang declared, then summoned the Reincarnation Flame. He had not wished to use it, but he needed to establish his authority. Although Immortal Lord Ruohua and Mou had already been implanted with soul seeds by him, both were profoundly accomplished, and they would never truly submit to him. They also wanted to see exactly how powerful the Immortal Emperor was. This was apparent from the fact that while Chu Haoyang was besieged, the two remained unmoved. Therefore he found it necessary to display his strength. After absorbing the origin fire of the Golden Crow Immortal King, the Reincarnation Flame had grown far more powerful. As he unleashed it, the void twisted, and an overwhelming pressure radiated outward. Since the flame was transparent, none of them noticed the Reincarnation Flame's presence. They only felt a scorching wave of heat surging toward them. What's happening? Mou was the first to sense something amiss and looked toward Immortal Lord Ruohua. Immortal Lord Ruohua did not know what was going on either. Her delicate brows knitted slightly as she kept her gaze fixed on Chu Haoyang. Soon flames broke out simultaneously on the Yuntian twin fiends. The fire arrived with eerie strangeness, catching them completely off guard. Even more terrifying, it could not be extinguished, and its temperature reached an inconceivable degree. In less than 3 breaths, the Yuntian twin fiends were reduced to 2 piles of ashes. At the sight, Ji Tianming was paralyzed with fear and hastily turned to flee. The person before him looked like a youth of about 15, yet his methods defied the heavens. If he continued to fight, heat and disaster would likely strike. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best. Saving his own life was the priority. He could make a decisive cut without the slightest hesitation. Such was the true nature of Ji Tianming's ruthless ambition. With a few agile bounds, he had already flown a great distance away. Daoist Chu, you absolutely must not let him escape. If you do, we will both attract great disaster. Zhao Wuji, locked in combat with Daoist Baiyun, warned him. Rest assured, City Lord Zhao. He won't get away. Chu Haoyang flicked his finger, and a wisp of colorless transparent flame shot from his fingertip, its speed countless times faster than Ji Tianming's. Ji Tianming had already fled several hundred li away. Seeing no one in pursuit, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Haoyang, is it? You just wait. Once I report this to my lord, I will grind your bones to powder and scatter your ashes. Gnashing his teeth, Ji Tianming spoke with burning hatred. Suddenly, an unbearable heat assailed him. The surrounding temperature soared to a horrifying degree. Soon his body caught fire as well. He hurriedly slapped at the flames with his hands, only to find that they could not be extinguished. 3 breaths later, Ji Tianming was reduced to a heap of ashes, his soul utterly extinguished. Seeing his companions fall one by one, Daoist Baiyun felt a chill run down his spine. Zhao Wuji's assault bore down like a raging storm. Fear seized Daoist Baiyun. In his panic, his defense was riddled with openings. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wuji ran him through with a spear, piercing his heart. And so all 6 who had planned to waylay and rob them met their end. Did you see it clearly just now? What kind of secret art was that? Immortal Lord Ruohua looked at Mou and asked. No, it should be a transparent exotic flame. And its temperature must be extremely high. Mou speculated. He knew many secret arts of the immortal realm, but after searching through his memory, none perfectly matched the secret art Chu Haoyang had employed. Immortal Lord Ruohua nodded in acknowledgement of Mou's assessment. Both she and Mou were old figures of the immortal realm from the Thunder Emperor's era. Moreover, she had been trapped in the netherworld for hundreds of thousands of years, so it was only natural that remarkable new immortal arts had emerged in the immortal realm. Nevertheless, this display by Chu Haoyang earned considerable respect from her and Mou for the immortal emperor's strength. Even with his cultivation diminished, he was not someone ordinary cultivators could hope to challenge. Immortal Lord, if you had to face this exotic flame of the immortal emperor, would you be confident in escaping unscathed? Mou asked with a smile. Hard to say. 50-50 perhaps. Immortal Lord Ruohua answered. What if it were you? She looked at Mou and, somewhat inferior to you, Immortal Lord. 4-6. Mou replied. As the Thunder Emperor's mount, his strength far surpassed ordinary immortals. Even against a powerful immortal lord, he was not necessarily bound to lose. However, among such immortal lords, peak existences like Ruohua were the exception. At the height of her power, Immortal Lord Ruohua could put up a fight even against an immortal king. As for Zhao Wuji and the others, they had gained a new understanding of Chu Haoyang's fearsome power. This was someone who could slay same-tier cultivators with a mere lift of his hand. They absolutely dared not offend him. Daoist Chu, I was confused earlier and spoke rudely to you. I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive my recklessness. The Daoist, surnamed Lung, offered Chu Haoyang a grand bow, his demeanor extremely deferential. Given his arrogant nature, his self-reference as a petty man was enough to show that this fear and respect came from the heart. You exaggerate, Daoist Lung. Chu Haoyang smiled slightly, clearly not taking their earlier quarrel to heart. As an immortal emperor, he naturally possessed the magnanimity to tolerate others. Zhao Wuji meanwhile walked up to Zhou Ziyue and looked at her quietly. You, what do you want? Startled, Zhou Ziyue quickly covered herself with both hands and backed away again and again. Previously at the city lord's manor, Zhao Wuji had once tried to force himself on her. Only her threat to kill herself had made him stop. Later she escaped from the city lord's manor, and only then did she encounter Chu Haoyang, who had just entered the netherworld. In her eyes, Zhao Wuji was a lecher, and the worst kind at that. Miss Zhou, my past conduct was improper. I have wronged you. Please forgive me. With these words, Zhao Wuji bowed deeply to Zhou Ziyue. Good heavens. The city lord of Sancher City was actually apologizing to a young girl. In normal times no one would believe it, even if beaten to death. But now it was happening right before their eyes, real and unmistakable. Yet the others understood the crux at once. Chu Haoyang. Zhao Wuji was genuinely afraid now. If Zhou Ziyue insisted on holding his past misdeeds against him, Chu Haoyang could make him the city lord vanish without a trace in a few strokes. Thus he took the preemptive approach and completely cast aside his pride. As expected of the city lord of Sancher City, this keen insight is something others simply don't possess. The avaricious old man of the Tongtian Pavilion sighed inwardly. All right, these are 100,000 ghost crystals. Consider this my apology. With that, Zhao Wuji took out a pouch from his storage ring and handed it to Zhou Ziyue. Zhou Ziyue was somewhat afraid and didn't know whether she should accept it. Her beautiful eyes turned to Chu Haoyang. Miss Zhou, since City Lord Zhao has sincerely apologized, just take it. From now on the grudges between the two of you are settled, Chu Haoyang said with a smile. Since he would soon be leaving the netherworld, finding a patron for Zhou Ziyue would surely smooth her path of cultivation in the days ahead. Hearing Chu Haoyang say this, Zhou Ziyue no longer refused and reached out to take the 100,000 ghost crystals. These were enough to sustain her cultivation for a long time to come. This is no place to linger. Let's leave as soon as possible, Zhao Wuji said after looking around. With Ji Tianming backed by a powerful figure in the netherworld, he did not dare remain in this place of trouble. Then everyone flew onto the warship and departed. The journey back was exceptionally smooth. The warship maintained full speed throughout, taking far less time than the trip there. One day, 3 months later, a thunderous boom resounded in the sky not far from Sancher City. A warship radiating a mighty pressure sailed out of the void. It was precisely the vessel carrying Zhao Wuji and his companions. The City Lord's Mansion warship is back. Someone below recognized the vessel's origin. The powerhouses of Sancher City also sensed the warship's return in an instant. After entering the City Lord's Mansion, Zhao Wuji reserved the best residence for Chu Haoyang and his companions. After 2 days of rest, Chu Haoyang adjusted his aura to its peak, ready to begin refining the second heaven-repairing pill. Chu Haoyang found Zhao Wuji. City Lord Zhao, does the mansion have an excellent alchemy furnace? Zhao Wuji understood at once that Chu Haoyang intended to refine pills. Not daring to be negligent, he led him to the pill room of the City Lord's Mansion. Daoist Chu, this furnace has been passed down since ancient times with exceptional quality. Does it suit your liking? Zhao Wuji pointed at a massive alchemy furnace. Chu Haoyang examined it closely and found its material unusual, its surface covered with all sorts of engravings. The engravings were archaic, clearly the craftsmanship of ancient times. What delighted him even more was that using his heavenly eye he saw yin and yang qi swirling within the furnace. Refining pills with such a furnace would magnify a pill's quality without limit. Perhaps the loss of the nether spirit flower stamen can be made up for by the yin and yang qi. A look of ecstasy appeared on Chu Haoyang's face as he thought to himself. Daoist Chu, refine your pill at ease here. I will not disturb you any longer. If you need anything, let me know at any time. All the resources of the City Lord's Mansion are at your disposal. With that, Zhao Wuji took his leave. Chu Haoyang immediately took out all the materials he had previously gathered and cast them all into the alchemy furnace. Then he summoned the Reincarnation Flame and heated the furnace from below. Chu Haoyang's alchemy was unmatched in the world, and no one could equal his control of the furnace fire. Opening his heavenly eye, he saw yin and yang qi ceaselessly flowing through the pill liquid, greatly enhancing the pill's transformation. The Reincarnation Flame was among the most supreme flames in heaven and earth, and with the aid of yin and yang qi, this batch of pills was destined to be heaven-defying. 3 days later, the pill took shape. Just as Chu Haoyang was about to open the furnace lid, he suddenly looked up at the sky. His heavenly eye pierced through the roof of the great hall, and he saw clouds and wind churning backward in the sky, with lightning darting wildly about, as if the world were about to be destroyed. Pill tribulation. The second heaven-repairing pill has actually attracted a pill tribulation. Chu Haoyang was greatly alarmed. A pill tribulation was like a cultivator's tribulation. If mishandled, the pill would be destroyed. An ordinary pill once completed would never trigger a pill tribulation. Only a pill that was heaven-defying to the uttermost extreme would cause a heavenly tribulation to descend and destroy it. Heaven and earth possess their own natural great Tao and do not permit anything too heaven-defying to exist. This is the heavenly Tao. Yet by Chu Haoyang's estimation, although the second heaven-repairing pill was wondrous, it should not have been so heaven-defying as to trigger a pill tribulation. Could it be that if so, then once the pill successfully passed through the pill tribulation, its effects would inevitably reach an inconceivable level. Therefore, no matter what, he had to see this pill through the pill tribulation. Thunder roared violently, lightning flashed without ceasing, and an area 10,000 li across was utterly turned into a sea of thunder. Thighs, what in the world is going on? Zhao Wuji stared in shock at the fierce sea of thunder bearing down from the sky. In the netherworld, even a cultivator's tribulation would not produce such an immense sea of thunder. Is someone undergoing tribulation? Mo looked at the sea of thunder in the sky and asked. It doesn't seem like it. Unless the netherworld king is undergoing tribulation, the thunder sea could not be this vast. And the netherworld king has been in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years. He would not easily emerge. Immortal Lord Ruohua said gravely. Then who could this person be? Look at the center of the thunder sea. It seems to be Sanshur City. Could it be that Sanshur City hides an expert comparable to the netherworld king? Mo rubbed his chin and asked in bewilderment. I don't know. But to trigger such a heavenly tribulation, this person's strength should not be inferior to the netherworld king's. Immortal Lord Ruohua answered. Could it be him? Hearing their exchange, Zhou guessed inwardly. That him naturally referred to Chu Haoyang. In her heart, the current strongest expert in Sanshur City was none other than Chu Haoyang. After all, only he could make Zhao Wuji apologize to a nobody like her. Was that not proof enough of Chu Haoyang's power? Yet she found it hard to believe that Chu Haoyang had strength on par with the netherworld king. After all, the netherworld king was the supreme expert of the netherworld. Just as almost everyone was convinced that someone was undergoing a heavenly tribulation, a massive bolt of lightning tore down from the thunder sea, striking directly at the place where Chu Haoyang was refining pills. Could it be him? Zhao Wuji was greatly startled because only he knew who was refining pills there at that moment. Sword rain scatter. The heaven sword hung across the sky. 10 sword shadows split off from its main body and lined up tightly in a row, forming a protective shield. The shield shot upward to meet the descending lightning. A deafening crash rang out as the thick lightning struck the shield of sword shadows. Sparks flew in every direction, blindingly bright. When the shield came back into view, the sword shadows had only dimmed slightly. After the first strike failed, the sea of thunder turned frenzied. An even thicker bolt than before descended immediately. This time the shield of sword shadows was knocked flying, but fortunately it did not collapse. It was still not over. The third and fourth bolts struck in quick succession, each thicker than the last. This was the power of heavenly. At last the protective shield could bear no more, and the 10 sword shadows collapsed and dispersed. Having survived heavenly tribulations before, Chu Haoyang knew that ordinary methods would not work against such lightning. He had to bring out his trump card. What was his trump card now? The Reincarnation Flame. He summoned the Reincarnation Flame. This time Chu Haoyang concealed nothing. The flame returned to its true form, its golden hue, so rich it seemed ready to drip. Then the golden flame condensed into a spear dozens of zhang long. The spear tore through the air as if seeking to destroy heaven itself. The sea of thunder went utterly berserk, and an enormous sphere of lightning formed in an instant, smashing toward the golden spear. At this moment, all the powerhouses of Sanshur City witnessed the scene, each staring with wide eyes in shock. The heavenly tribulation can only be endured passively, only then can it gradually recede. How dare he actively provoke the heavenly tribulation? What audacity! In the eyes of these powerhouses, the golden spear pierced through the air upward, as if to stab through the sea of thunder. If that was not provocation, what was? Provoking the heavenly tribulation actively would only enrage the thunder sea, causing it to unleash endless lightning bolts until the tribulation crossing Cultivator was obliterated. It was a situation with no chance of survival. Challenging the majesty of the heavenly Tao was destined to end badly. Daoist Chu this time, I'm afraid. Zhao Wuji gazed at the sky, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. Actively challenging the heavenly tribulation. How interesting. Mou now knew exactly who was undergoing the tribulation, and his eyes were filled with amusement. Immortal Lord Ruohua maintained an expression like eternal ice, yet deep in her eyes there seemed to be a faint glimmer of anticipation. In a flash, the ball lightning collided with the golden spear that thrust toward it. A bizarre scene unfolded. There was no shower of sparks as everyone had expected, nor even the slightest. The moment the massive ball lightning touched the golden spear, its volume visibly shrank, while the spear's golden hue grew ever more brilliant, with a wisp of white light emerging from within the gold. What is happening? The ball lightning is being absorbed by the golden spear. This is utterly inconceivable. Zhao Wuji exclaimed. The ball lightning contained the power of the heavenly Tao. Ask the world, what magic treasure could absorb it? There was no material that could withstand the might of the heavenly Tao. What exactly is this golden spear made of? Mo's eyes flickered with fear and awe. This defied his understanding. I do not know, replied Immortal Lord Ruohua. Though the immortal realm abounded with countless rare treasures, never had she heard of any material displaying such heaven-defying prowess. Naturally, none of them knew that the golden spear was condensed from the Reincarnation Flame. From its outward appearance alone, the spear looked no different from a real one. This was the peculiar nature of the Reincarnation Flame. Soon the massive ball lightning was completely absorbed by the golden spear, whose color grew even more dazzling and radiant. This spear is truly a rare treasure. If only it could be mine. The powerhouses watching from various places began to harbor such thoughts. Yet they also knew that the one who possessed such a treasure was certainly no ordinary being. For one thing, judging by the location where the Tribulation Crossing Cultivator stood, they dared not entertain any covetous intentions. The City Lord's mansion was the supreme authority in Sanshire City. Just getting past Zhao Wuji alone would be impossible. Thus these people could only gaze at the sky and sigh inwardly. After the ball lightning was absorbed by the golden spear, everyone expected the Thunder Sea to unleash even more powerful lightning. But unexpectedly the Thunder Sea contracted, seemingly about to dissipate. How is this possible? This is completely unlike the nature of the heavenly tribulation. Someone cried out with wide eyes. But the reality was that the Thunder Sea was indeed shrinking rapidly, as if it had encountered a formidable opponent and dared not show its might any longer. Trying to run. Not so easy. Chu Haoyang sneered, and the golden spear plunged into the Thunder Sea. Ugh! A mournful cry seemed to come from some creature within the Thunder Sea. This shattered everyone's understanding once again. There was actually a living creature within the Thunder Sea. Never had they heard of such a thing. Immediately after, a massive vortex appeared at the tip of the golden spear, and like a whale drinking in water, the vast sea of thunder was swiftly drawn into it. No one could put into words the shock of this scene. Forcibly devouring the Thunder Sea. Even ancient texts contain no record of such a feat. Madman, the owner of this spear must be a madman. Someone muttered curses, though cursing the awe and admiration in his tone were not concealed in the slightest. Soon the entire Thunder Sea was absorbed completely, and with that the tribulation came to an end. As for the spear, it was now enveloped by lightning. Its golden hue had vanished, replaced by a dazzling white brilliance. Thick bolts of lightning like giant pythons slithered around it. The power of the tribulation had been absorbed entirely by the spear. Just as everyone thought the tribulation was over, the spear turned its tip downward. What is it doing now? Could this spear, having gained tribulation power, be about to slay its master? Someone let out a startled cry, but immediately after he realized he was wrong. A lustrous white object the size of a pigeon's egg rose slowly into the air. In an instant, a strange fragrance spread in all directions. A pill. It's a pill. Soon those with sharp eyes recognized it. Moreover, judging from its fragrance and rich aura alone, they could tell that this pill's grade was terrifyingly high. During cultivation, cultivators easily encounter bottlenecks. At such times, to break through a powerful pill is the best choice. The problem, however, was that powerful pills were priceless. No matter what you offered in exchange, you could not obtain one. Such things could only be encountered by chance, never sought. Thus, whenever a high-grade pill appeared at auction, it would fetch an astronomical price. Now this pill that had appeared out of nowhere made a look of fanatical greed appear in the eyes of all the powerhouses. I didn't expect he could also refine pills. Our immortal emperor knows quite a lot of tricks. But what is he about to do? After his jest, Mou stared at the sky. Immortal Lord Ruohua said nothing, but her eyes did not move away from the pill for even a moment. If this pill had not belonged to Chu Haoyang, she would have snatched it long ago. Soon streams of lightning burst forth from the spear's tip and slammed into the white pill. Only at this moment did everyone finally understand. He was tempering the pill. So the tribulation just now was attracted by this pill. Someone suddenly remarked. His words were like a sudden enlightenment, making everyone grasp the full sequence of events. A pill tribulation was just like a cultivator's tribulation. Both were manifestations of the heavenly Taoist might. The only difference was the target at which they were directed. A pill capable of attracting a tribulation. Just how heaven-defying must it be? This made those who had already harbored intentions resolve to risk everything, determined to seize the pill no matter what. However, they would have to wait a while, until the pill refinement was finished. If Chu Haoyang had merely intercepted the pill tribulation himself, the pill would not have suffered any damage. In that case, although the pill would have been safely preserved, its grade would not have been elevated. As for the tribulation power absorbed by the spear, its violent energy had already been refined by the Reincarnation Flame. Using it to temper the pill could only bring benefits, causing no harm whatsoever to the pill. The spear continued to release lightning without pause. After being baptized by the lightning, the pill grew even more pure white and translucent. After half an hour, the entire refinement process concluded, and the pill's color had approached near transparency. Yet the fragrance of the pill had become even more mellow and profound, like a jar of fine wine aged for 1,000 years. Before one even took a sip, the aroma alone was enough to intoxicate. And with that, the pill was complete. Charge together. Seize this pill and split it among us. Several powerhouses communicated secretly through divine sense. The others watched with fierce predatory eyes like a pack of hungry wolves staring down a lone lamb. Before anyone could tell who moved first, one figure shot out, and the rest followed suit. All of them were spirit transformation experts lurking within Sancher City, normally keeping their true strength well concealed and their presence barely noticeable. But at this moment they behaved as if possessed by madness. Snatching food from a tiger's jaws, they were not unaware of the immense peril. Yet the allure of the pill was simply too great, and for that 1 in 10 chance they had abandoned all caution. Fellow cultivators acting with such blatant audacity, do you truly hold my city lord's residence in such contempt? Zhao Wuji rose into the air and declared in a resonant voice, City Lord Zhao, we mean no disrespect. It's simply that the precious pill you refined is far too enticing. He'll pay 1 million ghost crystals for it. What do you say? An elderly man said with earnest sincerity. To demonstrate his good faith, he produced a storage pouch. To be frank, this pill does not belong to me. It was refined by an honored guest in my residence. Never mind 1 million ghost crystals. Even 10 million would not be mine to decide. Zhao Wuji replied. Oh, it isn't yours, City Lord Zhao? Even better. As long as you do not interfere, this 1 million ghost crystals will be yours. Hearing this, the old man responded. Although 1 million ghost crystals is a fortune, it is hardly beyond Zhao's means. Besides, since when did the City Lord of Sancher City become a shameless villain who betrays his friends? Everyone do me this small favor and retreat now. My honored guest, and I will pretend none of this ever happened. Zhao Wuji clasped his fist in salute and said loudly to those around him. His words seemed aimed at those uninvited guests, but in truth they were a display of loyalty to Chu Haoyang. Others might not know how powerful Chu Haoyang was, but Zhao Wuji knew all too well. These 10 fools. Their ending was already sealed, and no one could save them. Sister Ziyue, has this City Lord Zhao always been so devoted and righteous? Mou remarked teasingly. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years and witnessed all manner of things, he naturally saw through Zhao Wuji's intention. Whether his affection is deep or his righteousness is weighty, I wouldn't know. All I know is that he is a lecher. Zhou Ziyue bit her lip. Her hatred toward Zhao Wuji had. This man is extremely shrewd. No wonder he became City Lord. Immortal Lord Ruohua interjected, then fell silent. Ha, City Lord Zhao, I'm afraid your prestige won't carry much weight today. Fellow cultivators seized the pill first, and well-discussed distribution afterward. The old man put away his storage pouch and summoned a green blade saber. The other 9, seeing this, likewise summoned their magic treasures ready to snatch the pill. Seeking death. The voice was not loud, yet every would-be pill thief felt a chill surge within their heart upon hearing it. A long sword gleaming with 5-colored radiance hung across the sky, then split into 10 sword shadows. Each sword shadow aimed its tip at one person poised to strike. They'll give you one last chance. Get lost now. Chu Haoyang said again. Such arrogance. There are 10 of us. Why should we fear you? The elderly man who had spoken earlier had already become the group's leader. From a position of superiority, he looked down through the broken roof of the pill-refining chamber. Down below, a youth of about 15 sat cross-legged on the ground, holding the nearly transparent pill up for careful inspection without the slightest sense of impending catastrophe. I thought we'd be facing someone formidable, but it's only a boy. As long as we watch out for his golden spear, the rest is nothing to fear. Someone chimed in. Seeing that the youth seemed easy prey, his face brimmed with smiles as if he had already obtained the pill, flushed with smug satisfaction. These fools actually dared to rob the immortal emperor's possessions. Death is too good for them. Immortal Lord Ruohua shook her head. Zhao Wuji said nothing more, quietly watching the 10 doomed men. For a moment no one spoke. It was utterly still. What are you waiting for? Attack. As soon as the old man finished speaking and began to activate his magic treasure, the 10 sword shadows moved. Like streaking meteors, the 10 sword shadows descended from the sky with unstoppable force. Only then did the group realize something was horrifically wrong. They hurriedly drove their magic treasures forth to meet the attack and defend themselves. Yet the moment their treasures met the sword shadows, they were torn apart as if made of paper, offering not the slightest resistance. Then 10 headless corpses plummeted from the air, slamming into the ground and leaving 10 deep craters. Some who had been watching from the shadows were struck speechless by the sight. 10 spirit transformation powerhouses had been slain by a single youth with one move. They had not even lasted a moment. Who would believe it if told? Spirit transformation cultivators were dominant figures wherever they went, yet before this youth, they were as fragile as paper. Many other powerhouses remained hidden either inside Sancher City or not far from it. These people were wiser, refusing to be the first to stick their necks out. They watched and waited for an opening. But Chu Haoyang gave them not the slightest chance. The 10 corpses were still warm. This in itself was the greatest warning. No longer daring to harbor the slightest covetous thoughts toward the pill, these people quietly slipped away, not daring to linger any longer. After disposing of those people, Chu Haoyang turned his attention to the second heaven-mending pill. As the foremost master of alchemy since time immemorial, Chu Haoyang had refined countless pills. He had refined pills of every grade, yet never had one appeared so close to transparency. Could this be the combined result of yin-yang energies and heavenly tribulation tempering the pill? Chu Haoyang murmured to himself. Setting aside the cause, the quality of this second heaven-mending pill was truly heaven-defying. After confirming this, he no longer hesitated and swallowed the pill in one mouthful. In less than half an hour, the pill's effects began to manifest. An inexplicable force surged from the force turned into strands of white mist that radiating from his body as the source spread into the boundless void, as if searching for and gathering something. Summoning souls. The immortal emperor is actually summoning souls. Could the immortal emperor's soul be damaged? Immortal Lord Ruohua could no longer remain composed. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. In this world, could such an art as soul summoning truly exist? Mou was likewise stunned beyond words. For one thing, a soul scattered to the winds could never be reassembled, yet someone was now shattering that deeply held conviction. Moreover, the one summoning souls was none other than the immortal emperor himself. Chu Haoyang had once been imprisoned in the abyss of darkness, scorched day and night by demonic flames. For a full 100,000 years apart from the single soul and single spirit barely preserved by the samsara flame, all his remaining souls and spirits had transformed into crystalline light and scattered between heaven and earth. Since time immemorial, no one had ever been able to call back scattered souls and spirits. But Chu Haoyang was different. He had refined a second heaven-mending pill. The first heaven-mending pill and the second heaven-mending pill, though both called heaven-mending pills, were fundamentally not the same thing. The first heaven-mending pill had merely restored his remaining one soul and one spirit to completeness, while the second was meant to summon back the souls and spirits that had already dissipated. A feat almost tantamount to creating something from nothing. The gap between them was as vast as clouds and mud. That was why the second heaven-mending pill had to use the supreme treasure of the netherworld, the nether spirit flower, as its main ingredient. No wonder the immortal emperor's cultivation realm had fallen. It turned out his souls and spirits were incomplete. Ruohua, immortal lord, watched the wisps of white smoke and mused inwardly. Can the immortal emperor truly summon his own souls and spirits back? Mou asked doubtfully. If such a thing had happened in the past, he would never have believed it, even if beaten to death. But at this moment he could not help but believe it. The white smoke scattered into the void, turning into countless fine nets that precisely captured tiny specks of light across the boundless reaches of time and space. At last it drew those specks of light together. After 6 hours, all the specks converged into a human-shaped outline. Come back, Chu Haoyang bellowed. The human-shaped outline composed of light nodded, then drilled into Chu Haoyang. Just then the void began to tremor without cause. A terrifying aura of unimaginable extremity flooded the entire heaven and earth, like the might of heaven demanding that all living souls kneel in submission. Both Ruohua, immortal lord, and Mou felt a chill run down their spines, for this feeling was almost identical to the one they had while facing the Thunder Emperor. For a time, even the supreme powerhouses of the netherworld sensed this gut-chilling aura. What deity has come to the netherworld? A majestic voice sounded from the depths of the netherworld, echoing across its 360 million cities. Others did not know, but everyone within the city lord's mansion of Sanshur City knew from whom this aura originated. Chu Haoyang paused briefly, then immediately withdrew the aura that had leaked out on its own. He absolutely could not allow the Nether King to locate him through that aura. Wujia and the Nether King were close friends. If the Nether King learned of his whereabouts, it would be no different from telling Wujia directly. This aura of his had naturally exuded after his souls and spirits returned to his body, lasting only a moment. As soon as Chu Haoyang sensed something amiss, he pulled it back. Though it lasted but a moment, the Nether King's divine abilities were supreme. If he set his mind to investigating, he could still trace it. Forget it, he'll use it once more. Chu Haoyang gritted his teeth and summoned the samsara flame again. Having absorbed the power of the heavenly tribulation, the samsara flame had grown vastly stronger than before, even though it had not yet fully merged with it. He intended to use the samsara flame to cut off the Nether King's path of tracing that aura back to him. The reason the samsara flame ranked first among all strange flames was that it could burn through everything, including karma. Once the samsara flame was brought forth, the aura that had leaked out was instantly burned to nothingness, leaving no trace whatsoever, as if it had never existed at all. The Nether King's divine sense was probing along the trail of that aura, but just as he was about to find something, the clue seemed to be abruptly severed, leaving no trace to follow. Strange. How can there suddenly be no trace? An old man who was in closed-door cultivation deep within the netherworld muttered in disbelief. As his souls and spirits settled back into place, Chu Haoyang's appearance instantly changed. His eyes became deep and profound with countless stars twinkling within them. The soul that had originally remained in his body was the celestial soul Tian Han, and the spirit was the corpse dog Shirgo. This time the heaven-mending pill summoned back the earthly soul Di Han. Now of the three principal souls, only the human soul Ren Han was lacking. Even though Zhou Ziyue stepped forward to ask at once. It should be at the Mahayana stage, Chu Haoyang said. Mahayana stage. Is the Mahayana stage above the spirit transformation stage? Zhao Wuji learned for the first time the name of the realm above the spirit transformation stage. Even more astonishing was that a single pill could make Chu Haoyang skip an entire major realm from the early spirit transformation stage. Wasn't that simply unbelievable? After all, ordinary pills were only used to break through bottlenecks. With better ones rising by a single minor realm was already considered heaven-defying. Who could have imagined that this pill refined by Chu Haoyang could directly elevate one by an entire major realm? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. By now Mou and Ruohua Immortal Lord had also hurried over staring at Chu Haoyang. Ruohua Immortal Lord noticed a vast surge of immortal qi swirling around Chu Haoyang's body. That immortal qi was already comparable in thickness to the immortal qi within his own body. Although Chu Haoyang had possessed immortal qi before, it had been so faint as to be nearly undetectable. Logically speaking, a cultivator at the Mahayana stage should not be able to cultivate such powerful immortal qi. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome man? With the earthly soul fused into him, Chu Haoyang was in an excellent mood and couldn't help but crack a joke. His features at that moment were extraordinarily handsome, a perfect, peerless beauty of a man. His words made Ruohua Immortal Lord blush and hastily look away. Congratulations, Immortal. Mou choked off the final word Emperor before it could be spoken. The identity of the Immortal Emperor was sensitive and could not be revealed to others. Immortal? What immortal? Could it be that fellow Taoist Chu? No, Senior Chu. Has Senior Chu already become an immortal? Zhao Wuji asked with fervent enthusiasm. Becoming an immortal was the lifelong dream of countless cultivators. Yet in the past 100,000 years there were no records of anyone becoming an immortal. It was said that the passageways connecting the various realms to the immortal realm had all been shut off, leaving no one able to ascend. Therefore the single character immortal held boundless allure for cultivators of the lower realms. Not yet. At least 2 more major realms must be crossed, said Chu Haoyang. What? 2 more major realms? Zhao Wuji's face instantly turned deathly pale. He had originally thought that ascending to the immortal realm was possible right above the spirit transformation stage. The reason no one had managed to ascend for nearly 100,000 years was that they could never break through beyond the spirit transformation stage. Yet Chu Haoyang's words utterly extinguished the faint fantasy he had harbored of becoming an immortal. Breaking through the spirit transformation stage was already extraordinarily difficult, let alone jumping 2 major realms. It was simply impossible. Senior Chu, how is it that you know so much about achieving immortality? Zhao Wuji asked again. He did not care whether Chu Haoyang would find him annoying at that moment. He simply wanted to get to the bottom of it all. It was rare indeed to encounter someone who understood the matter of becoming an immortal. If he missed this chance, there would never be another. How was Chu Haoyang supposed to answer that? Could he just say he had descended from the immortal realm? Of course not. I read it in an ancient text, he improvised. Which ancient text? Can I borrow it for a look? Zhao Wuji pressed. Well, I accidentally lost it. Chu Haoyang replied. Where did you lose it? Zhao Wuji was determined to get to the bottom of this. I lost it in the outside world, so there is no getting it back. Ruohua, why do the 2 of you still have any unfinished business in this realm? Chu Haoyang deliberately changed the subject, unwilling to get tangled up with Zhao Wuji over this matter. None, Moyu answered. Ruohua, the Immortal Lord, said nothing, merely shaking her head. Having been trapped in this realm for hundreds of thousands of years, she had long since been eager to leave. In that case, let us set out at once. Chu Haoyang said. The others showed no change in expression, but Zhou Ziyu's face suddenly turned deathly pale. Senior Chu, do we truly have to leave? Can't we not go? Zhou Ziyu spoke as tears began to well up in her eyes. When the 3 ghost creatures dispatched by the city lord's mansion had been hunting her down, Chu Haoyang had stepped in to rescue her, and so he was her savior. At first she had followed him purely out of a desire to repay that debt, but on the road to Black Dragon Pool, she had developed an inexplicable affection for Chu Haoyang. Hearing now that he was about to leave, Zhou Ziyu felt as though her heart was being torn apart. This girl, she has fallen in love. Ruohua, the Immortal Lord, sighed inwardly. Though she was an Immortal Lord, she was also a woman, and she understood well what was going on in Zhou Ziyu's heart. No, there are matters of great importance waiting for me outside. Chu Haoyang shook his head and said. The attack on the Vermilion Continent by the demon realm was no trivial affair, and he urgently needed to deal with it. City Lord Zhao, Lady Ziyue, is my closest friend. After I leave, I would like to ask you to look after her. When I return to the underworld one day, you will be handsomely rewarded. City Lord Zhao Lady Ziyue is my closest friend. After I leave, I would like to ask you to look after her. When I return to the underworld one day, if Zhao Wuji dared to bully Zhou Ziyue, the consequences would be easy to imagine. Of course. I will take good care of Lady Zhou. Please rest assured, Senior Chu. Zhao Wuji hurriedly replied. He was a wily old fox and naturally understood the implication behind Chu Haoyang's words. Very well, in that case, I have nothing left to worry about. Lady Zhou, everyone, the green mountains remain and the rivers still flow. If fate permits, we shall meet again. Chu Haoyang clasped his fists in farewell, and then the three of them turned into streaks of light and vanished above the city of three corpses. I will cultivate diligently. You must remember to come and take me away. Watching Chu Haoyang's departing figure, Zhou Ziyu's tears could no longer be held back. How hard it was to part when meeting had been so hard. When spring came and the flowers bloomed, would that person descend from the sky once more? Chu Haoyang possessed a celestial eye capable of observing all directions of heaven and earth, the 6 directions, and the 8 wilds. Even with his back turned, he could clearly see Zhou Ziyu's tear-streaked face. He sighed inwardly. Zhou Ziyue had a face as beautiful as flowers and the moon, and she was also gentle and obedient. Who could possibly dislike her? But Chu Haoyang had been imprisoned in the abyss of the Black Abyss for 100,000 years, and for him, the most important thing was to take revenge on the 3 immortal kings who had schemed against him. Matters of romance he had no heart to attend to. Chu Haoyang's gaze was resolute as he pressed forward without looking back. The immortal emperor truly is heartless. That young girl is deeply in love with you, crying like that, and you don't even comfort her. Ruahua, the immortal lord, mocked him. Don't talk nonsense. Open your mouth again, and you'll stay here to fend for yourself. Chu Haoyang said coldly. As a former immortal emperor, he was a master at controlling others. Ruahua, the immortal lord, was merely an immortal lord. What right did she have to pass judgment on him? Ruahua, the immortal lord's expression changed at his words, and she fell silent at once. She felt that ever since Chu Haoyang had retrieved his soul, not only had his aura changed greatly, but even his speech had become far more domineering than before. Mayu had long since revealed his true form as a giant mirage beast. Chu Haoyang stood upon his back, letting the fierce wind whip his robes noisily. Ruahua, the immortal lord, flew through the air alongside them. Mayu was extremely fast, but no matter how swiftly he flew, Ruahua, the immortal lord, could keep pace with him. After flying for about half a day, the three stopped above a vast wilderness. This was the very place Chu Haoyang had first arrived in the underworld, and the spatial node was also located here. When he came in, he had marked the node, and now it came in handy. He snapped his fingers, and a red point of light appeared in the void. This is the node that leads to the outside world. You two try to break through it. Chu Haoyang pointed at the red light, and said, "Let me try." Mayu opened his mouth and spat out endless lightning, which crashed heavily upon the spot where the red light floated. The void trembled and centered on the red point of light. Spatial cracks spread outward. After the cracks collapsed, a door of light appeared before the three of them. "If we can open this door, we'll be able to get out," Chu Haoyang said. Mayu began attacking the light door. The thunder arts he had mastered were personally taught by the Thunder Emperor, and their power was inconceivably great. Bolt after bolt of lightning struck the light door with world-destroying force, yet the door remained utterly still, without even a single crack appearing. "This light door is way too sturdy." Mayu panted heavily and stopped his attack. "Let me give it a try." Ruahua, the immortal lord, waved her slender jade-like hands in rapid motion, and soon an enormous finger appeared in the air, radiating a breathtaking aura. The immortal's finger, not bad. Chu Haoyang recognized the technique. It was the secret immortal art, immortal's finger. In the immortal realm, few were qualified to cultivate it. No one doubted that the light door could remain intact under such a technique. "Go!" With Ruahua, the immortal lord's shout, the giant finger shot swiftly toward the light door. As the two collided, sparks flew in all directions, and a huge blast thundered across the air amid roiling smoke and dust. When the dust settled, a sight that drained the color from the two celestial elites' faces appeared. The light door still did not budge at all. What do we do now?" A hint of panic and anxiety clearly appeared on Ruahua, the immortal lord's face. Immortal's finger was the most powerful among all the immortal arts she cultivated. If even this technique could not break the door, then any other treasure would likewise be of no use. Could she truly be destined to remain trapped in the underworld for the rest of her life? If so, she would break down. Earlier, when she had been trapped in that uninhabited place, it seemed as though some invisible force had been preventing her from leaving the underworld. She had used her celestial divination art and calculated that a person would come in the future to take her away. She waited and waited fully hundreds of thousands of years until at last Chu Haoyang arrived. Chu Haoyang had indeed proven to be the one who could take her away, and under his lead she had left that uninhabited place. But just as they were about to escape the underworld and see the light of day, this light door proved impossibly difficult to break. The door leading out was right before their eyes, yet this light gate would not open, and immortal Lord Rohua grew truly flustered. When the immortal emperor came in from the outside, he must have come through this same light gate, right? You saw that Chu Haoyang's expression was peaceful, without the slightest trace of anxiety, and could not help asking. Yes, both entering and leaving require passing through this light gate, Chu Haoyang said. Immortal Lord Rohua's face lit up with surprise as she asked, then how did you break open this light gate before? Chu Haoyang did not speak. Instead, he summoned the Reincarnation Flame. The power of the heavenly tribulation it had absorbed was not yet fully assimilated, and strands of white radiance shone through its golden yellow. Overwhelming pressure radiated in all directions, sweeping across heaven and earth. The flame merely hovered silently in place, yet the aura it exuded was enough to make one's heart tremble. This was after Chu Haoyang had deliberately isolated the dreadful heat. Otherwise the other two would have had to retreat dozens of zhang to avoid being scorched. What kind of divine treasure is this? Immortal Lord Rohua and Mou both felt their hearts tremble. Yet in tacit agreement neither asked. As the Reincarnation Flame drew close, the light gate let out cracking sounds as if beans were being fried and fissures appeared one after another. Finally, when the Reincarnation Flame was still about an inch away, the light gate became covered in cracks and collapsed completely, as if unable to withstand the strain. It can be undone just like this. Mou's jaw dropped, and he stared blankly at the sight. He had expended boundless immortal power without budging the light gate in the least, and even immortal Lord Rohua, far stronger than he had been helpless. Chu Haoyang merely produced a ball of fire, and the light gate collapsed on its own. If the immortal emperor wished to kill the two of them, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. Earlier Mou had looked down on Chu Haoyang somewhat, because his cultivation realm had fallen. He had always thought himself stronger than Chu Haoyang, and immortal Lord Rohua had much the same view. But at this moment the two no longer dared to hold such thoughts. Even if the immortal emperor's realm had fallen and his cultivation had greatly diminished, he was still beyond their comparison. Alright, hurry out. The light gate may reappear at any moment, Chu Haoyang urged. The reason was that when he had entered from the outside earlier, he had destroyed the light gate with the Reincarnation Flame once, yet the gate had now appeared again, which was enough to show the problem. Mou was fine since he had spent almost the entire time asleep in the Black Dragon Pool, so the feeling of being trapped was not strong. But immortal Lord Rohua was different. After coming to the netherworld, she had never stopped thinking about how to leave, not even for a moment. Now that the passage out was right before her, how could she remain calm? A red flush appeared on her fair face, and her chest rose and fell with agitation. Mou happened to glance at her, went blank for a moment, and could not help swallowing. Fortunately, immortal Lord Rohua's attention was entirely fixed on the passage behind the light gate, and she did not notice Mou's lecherous expression. Behind the light gate was pitch-black darkness with a vortex slowly turning. Immortal Lord Rohua did not hesitate and flew into the passage. But at that moment 5 golden chains suddenly emerged from the void and bound her tightly. One wrapped around her waist, and the other 4 entangled her hands and feet. Immortal Lord Rohua struggled with all her might, but runes on the golden chains flickered. The harder she struggled, the tighter the chains became. The chain around her waist had squeezed her waist as slender as it could go, while the chains on her limbs were nearly cutting into her flesh. Cold sweat beaded on Rohua's forehead. Rohua was an immortal lord of the immortal realm with cultivation that soared through heaven and earth. How could she be tied up by a few chains that appeared out of nowhere? Impossible. These chains were of extraordinary origin, capable of restraining the power of an immortal lord, and they had definitely been aimed at her on purpose. It seems someone truly does not want you to leave the netherworld. Chu Haoyang's eyes flashed cold as he spoke in a chilly tone. Mou spat out lightning from his mouth, accurately striking the golden chains, but it had no effect whatsoever. It's useless. Let me do it. Chu Haoyang transformed the Reincarnation Flame into a delicate dagger, deliberately suppressing its terrifying heat for fear of hurting Rohua. The dagger made a light cut across the golden chains, and the chains snapped with a sound. Off. Someone in the void let out a surprised cry. Just as I expected, someone was secretly making a move. Chu Haoyang thought to himself. Freed from the chains, Rohua quickly entered the dark passage and disappeared into the slowly turning vortex. You'd better hurry too. Seeing Rohua had already entered the vortex, Chu Haoyang said to Mou. Mou immediately entered the passage and dived into the vortex as well. Throughout the entire process, no golden chains appeared. It seems the person in the shadows was only targeting Rohua, Chu Haoyang murmured. Afterward, he too entered the vortex. Within less than 3 breaths of his entry, the passage closed. And at this moment, a dark figure abruptly appeared in the void. It was a man draped in a cloak, his true face unrecognizable, as if he had come striding across the ages. After all, she still escaped. He stared for a long time at the spot where the passage had disappeared, then, with a silent sigh, vanished. After a violent whirl of heaven and earth, Chu Haoyang fainted. It was unknown how much time had passed before he awoke. It hurt so much. Chu Haoyang shouted, clutching his head with both hands. This time the dizziness from leaving the netherworld seemed far more severe than when he had entered. He swept his gaze around, and saw Mo Yu lying not far away. Hey, wake up. Chu Haoyang lightly slapped Mo Yu's face a few times. Who is it? So irritating. I was in the middle of eating something delicious. If you make me angry, you'll be in for trouble. Mo Yu said drowsily, his eyes still closed and his lips smacking. You really think you're the boss around here? Chu Haoyang did not spoil him this time. He gave Mo Yu a hard slap across the face. Who dares to disturb this lord? May you die a horrible. Mo Yu was now fully awake. Clutching the place on his face that Chu Haoyang had slapped, he looked around ready to teach the villain who had bullied him a proper lesson. But when he saw clearly that it was Chu Haoyang, the anger on his face instantly vanished, and he grinned obsequiously. So it is the immortal emperor. You just called yourself master. Whose master are you? Chu Haoyang looked at Mo Yu with a half smile, and asked, could it be that you're my master? How dare I? I was merely speaking nonsense, so it doesn't count. Mo Yu felt a chill all over and hastily apologized. That mouth of yours indeed needs to be disciplined. Slap your face 20 times, and don't let it happen again. Chu Haoyang's face turned cold as he gave the order. Can we make it 10? Mo Yu began to bargain. 20, not a single slap less. Say one more word, and it becomes 30. Chu Haoyang said with a grim face. 20, just 20. No more increases. Mo Yu said as he began slapping his own face, one slap after another. The crisp sound of slaps echoed in the air. Chu Haoyang laughed inwardly, but not a trace of it showed on his face. He opened his heavenly eye and looked all around, yet found no sign of Ruohua. Ruohua had clearly been the first to enter the passage, so how had she disappeared? A crisp, Mo Yu said, slapping himself one final time. All right, go ahead and ask. Having completed all 20 slaps, Mo Yu looked as though he had just finished an extremely important mission. This guy is insane. Chu Haoyang thought to himself. Have you seen Ruohua, immortal lord? Chu Haoyang asked. No, I haven't. Come to think of it, where did she go? It was only then that Mo Yu realized Ruohua, immortal lord, was not there. I don't know. When I woke up, I only saw you. Ruohua, immortal lord, replied. Let's search around for her. Mo Yu suggested. Chu Haoyang nodded. The two spent most of the day searching a radius of several hundred li, but found no trace of Ruohua, immortal lord. Forget it. She was probably teleported somewhere else while crossing the passage between the two realms. We won't find her by searching like this. Chu Haoyang shook his head and said. Generally speaking, the passage between two realms was stable, so the same group of people would be teleported to the same place. However, there were exceptions. Which realm is this? Mo Yu looked at this world of beautiful mountains, clear waters, birdsong, and fragrant flowers and asked. It's the Vermilion Continent. Chu Haoyang replied. The Vermilion Continent. It rings a bell, but I don't remember it clearly. Then what do we do now? Are we going to unify all the sects on the Vermilion Continent? Mo Yu felt that the time had come for him to show his prowess. No. First, let's go to a place called Yuntian Sect and plan our next move from there. No sooner had Chu Haoyang finished speaking than he heard a burst of battle cries. 3 burly men were hot on the heels of a young man. Hide first. Chu Haoyang grabbed Mo Yu and hid behind a boulder. Wu Dong, stop running. You can't escape from the 3 of us. A bald, burly man taunted him like a cat playing with a mouse. Then with a flick of his finger, he sent a coffin nail flying through the air, striking the young man's thigh. The young man named Wu Dong staggered and fell to the ground. Hand over the 5 elements escape art of your 5 elements sect, and I might consider sparing your life. A burly man with a thick beard strode forward, planted a foot on Wu Dong's chest, and ground down hard. The bearded man was at the early nascent soul stage. Though he had not used much force, several of Wu Dong's ribs were still broken. The 5 elements escape art is a secret technique of my sect. How could it possibly be on me? Wu Dong said with a resentful expression, enduring the excruciating pain. Second brother, why waste words on him? Just perform a soul search. The scar-faced man who had been standing at the back stepped forward and prepared to forcibly search Wu Dong's soul. A forced soul search would leave the victim either a mindless fool at best or dead on the spot at worst. You might as well just kill me. Hearing that the scar-faced man was about to force a soul search on him, a flicker of terror appeared in Wu Dong's eyes. You toyed with us brothers for so long. How could we let you die so easily? Now be a good boy and let me search your soul. It'll make you experience what it means to wish you were dead. As the scar-faced man spoke, he flicked his sleeve and sent a surge of spiritual power into Wu Dong's body, instantly freezing him in place. Now that he had completely lost the ability to resist, he could only wait to be slaughtered. The scar-faced man placed his hand on Wu Dong's forehead, ready to forcibly search his soul. Take your hand away, or he'll make you taste what it means to wish you were dead. A cold voice spoke. The scar-faced man and his two companions were startled. None of them had expected anyone else to be here. Who's there? Come out. Hiding and skulking around. What kind of hero does that? Enraged, the scar-faced man felt his dignity had been insulted. How dare someone play tricks before a nascent soul grand cultivator? This was utterly outrageous. Immortal Emperor, we should go out. Otherwise this guy will think we're afraid of him. Let's go out. He'll knock his teeth down his throat. Mo said as he strode out. He now wore the appearance of a middle-aged man, his cultivation concealed with a harmless and innocuous look. Was that you who just spoke? The scar-faced man pointed at Mo, his face twisted with rage. That's right. Your grandpa here said it. Mo stroked his chin and said in a teasing tone. What did you just say? Your grandpa. The scar-faced man laughed in fury. All three brothers were nascent soul powerhouses respected wherever they went. No matter how tyrannically they bullied others, no one dared say a word against them. And now some reckless fool who had crawled out of nowhere dared to call himself their grandfather. Boy, kill yourself right now to atone for your sins. Otherwise it'll make you wish you were never born. The bearded man couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward with a furious rebuke. I only called myself your grandfather once, and now I deserve to die. You're way too domineering. Mo said with an innocent look on his face. He was trying very hard to act afraid, but his performance was far from convincing. What an idiot. Third brother, stop wasting time on him. Finish him off right now and put an end to this noise. The bald man urged. As the eldest of the three, his word carried enormous weight. Hold it. Who dares to touch him? Chu Haoyang also walked out from behind the boulder. So there's another one. Fine, we'll kill you both together. The bald man gave the order. The scar-faced man nodded, and the long saber in his hand transformed into a streak of light, flying straight at Mo's head. Since he couldn't see through Mo's cultivation, he summoned his famed magic treasure for safety. This long saber had accompanied the scar-faced man for years, and was an extremely formidable weapon. Countless souls had perished beneath its blade, including even several nascent soul cultivators. Whether or not Mo was hiding his cultivation, the saber would surely cut him down, without a doubt. However, the next scene stunned the three men into wide-eyed shock, the image forever seared into their pupils. As the saber streaked forward like a bolt of thunder, Mo opened his mouth and spat out lightly. A sheet of thunder burst forth from his lips. The long saber instantly turned into a wisp of white vapor and vanished, and the three brothers were engulfed by the thunder. By the time the thunder dissipated, the three men had already turned to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. Wudong, lying on the ground, was so astonished that his mouth hung wide open, unable to speak. Those three men were all cultivators at the early nascent soul stage, yet Mo had slain them in a single blow without giving them even the slightest chance to fight back. That was too cruel. Next time remember to leave the poor souls intact. Chu Haoyang glared at Mo and said. Mo let out a mischievous burp and said, Fellow Taoist, I'd like to ask you something. What place is this? Chu Haoyang asked Wudong, who was still lying on the ground. Oh right. You were immobilized by that villain earlier and can't move. Chu Haoyang said, pointing a finger. A gentle force flowed into Wudong's body, instantly restoring his freedom. Thank you both for saving my life, seniors. Wudong clasped his fists and bowed deeply to the two of them. Senior, this is the territory of the Five Elements sect in the Chu Kingdom. Wudong continued. Chu Kingdom. How far is this from the Zhao Kingdom? Chu Haoyang asked. He had always been in the Zhao Kingdom on the Yuntian Continent, and had no idea where the Chu Kingdom was. Zhao Kingdom. Let me find a map and see. As Wudong spoke, he pulled a large beast hide out of his storage pouch. This beast hide was an extremely vast map, covering no less than 1/20th of the Yuntian Continent. Found it. Senior, look. This is the location of our Chu Kingdom, and here is Zhao. Wudong pointed at the map and said to Chu Haoyang. Chu Haoyang glanced at it, and saw countless kingdoms lying between Chu and Zhao, along with a vast expanse of sea. In terms of distance, it was at least several million li. Such a distance would take even a cultivator years to cover without stopping. Fortunately, he had Mo. Mo's true form was a shun, a mythical beast that could cover 1,000 li in an instant. Few immortal beasts could match such speed. Several million li could be traversed in under a month. Would you let me copy this map? Chu Haoyang asked. This? Wudong hesitated. On the Yuntian Continent, an ordinary map covered only a part of one kingdom, or at most a single kingdom. Yet even such maps were not cheap. Without a map's guidance, a cultivator could easily get lost on the vast Yuntian Continent. And once lost, one's end could be very tragic. At such moments, the value of a map became especially clear. The map Wudong had taken out was so extensive in coverage and so detailed in its markings that few could rival it. It was no exaggeration to say that if this map went to auction, it would fetch a sky-high price. The value of this map was immeasurable. Fellow Taoist, if it is inconvenient, just pretend I said nothing. Chu Haoyang laughed utterly at ease. He had never used favor to press others, and he disdained forcing anyone to do anything. Mo, let's, senior, wait. If you agree to a junior's request, I can give you this map on my own authority. Hearing that they were about to leave Wudong immediately became anxious. A gentleman does not take what another treasures. But I still would like to hear what your request is, Chu Haoyang said with a smile. He wanted to know what kind of request could make this young man give away such a precious treasure. I beg you, senior, save my 5 Elements sect. Just yesterday, over a dozen nascent soul stage masters joined forces to attack our sect. Our sect master was captured, and I only managed to break out of the encirclement by risking my life. Yet they still caught up with me here. As long as senior drives away those villains and rescues the sect master of my 5 Elements sect, I will gladly present this map to you. Wudong spoke with sincere words, then knelt on both knees and pleaded. Judging from MOU's earlier strike, these two had terrifyingly high cultivation. Chu Haoyang and MOU were now his only hope. If he could grasp this lifeline, the 5 Elements sect might still have a chance to survive. Young man, you want to trade a map for our help in saving a sect that is about to be erased. Quite the clever bargain. I can't agree to this. He had saved Wudong just now out of a sense of justice. A simple act of drawing his blade when injustice crossed his path. But that did not mean he would save Wudong's sect for him. In this world, everything is determined by fate. As an immortal emperor, he understood this principle better than anyone, though he could not force his way into intervening. Senior, wait. I am willing to offer the 5 Elements sect's highest secret art, the 5 Elements evasion art. I beg senior to lend a hand and rescue the 5 Elements sect from mortal danger. Wudong said again, anxiety visible in his eyes, afraid that Chu Haoyang would leave immediately. The true 5 Elements evasion art was lost long ago. What is circulated now is only a patchwork forced together by later generations. Chu Haoyang said dismissively. The innate 5 Elements evasion art was born from a wordless heavenly book. It was ever-changing, exquisitely ingenious, and hailed as the most supreme evasion technique. But it had been lost in an immortal demon war. Both the original and all copied versions vanished into thin air. Some people refused to accept this and poured tremendous effort into searching for it, but no trace was ever found. That became one of the great regrets of the immortal world. By the time Chu Haoyang became an immortal emperor, the innate 5 Elements evasion art had already been lost for many years. Even though he admired it greatly and tried to deduce it several times, he could never grasp its true method. Let's go, MOU. We still have very important things to do. Not wanting to waste more time with Wudong, Chu Haoyang turned to leave. Senior, what our 5 Elements sect has preserved is the innate 5 Elements evasion art. Wudong urgently shouted. What did you say? Chu Haoyang whirled around, his eyes fixed hard on Wudong. Senior, I said our 5 Elements sect's evasion art is the innate 5 Elements evasion art, not that acquired trash. Wudong said again. This statement also explained why those 3 burly men killed by MOU had been so desperate to obtain the 5 Elements evasion art. If it were merely the common acquired 5 Elements evasion art, one could buy it anywhere for just a few spirit stones. There would be no need to go to such lengths and chase them 1,000 li. Are you telling the truth? Chu Haoyang asked, struggling to contain his excitement. Of course, in such circumstances, it could not be ruled out that Wudong was lying to make him act. Absolutely true. I would not dare deceive senior. Seeing that his words had caught Chu Haoyang's attention, Wudong hurriedly said, How can I trust you? Chu Haoyang asked again. I will copy out a portion of the 5 Elements evasion art I know. Senior will know if it is true with a single look. With that, Wudong took out a blank jade slip and placed it against his forehead. A moment later, he held the copied jade slip up with both hands and respectfully offered it to Chu Haoyang. Chu Haoyang grabbed the jade slip and eagerly began to examine it. The more he saw, the more astonished he was. Within a few breaths, ecstasy appeared on his face. The innate 5 Elements evasion art. This is the true innate 5 Elements evasion art. Chu Haoyang burst into laughter. He had not obtained this art even as an immortal emperor, and now today, he had unexpectedly caught a glimpse of it. This time he could not let it pass no matter what. I agree. Lead the way. Chu Haoyang's attitude made a complete 180-degree turn, and his tone was remarkably gentle. What? Didn't you just say we still had very important things to do? MOU asked, puzzled. We are now going with Wudong to rescue the 5 Elements sect master. That is the most important thing right now. Let everything else wait for now, Chu Haoyang said with a smile. As befits an immortal emperor, his face changes faster than turning the pages of a book. MOU muttered to himself. Wudong's cultivation had reached the late stage of core formation, far inferior to Chu Haoyang and MOU. However, due to his practice of the primordial 5 Elements escape method, his speed was not much slower than the two of them. Truly the primordial 5 Elements escape method. Its speed is astonishing. Chu Haoyang murmured. Senior, the 5 Elements sect lies ahead. Wudong pointed to the grand architectural complex in the distance. The 5 Elements sect's grounds were vast, rivaling Yuntian Sect in scale, clearly one of the major orthodox sects in the state of Chu. Soon the three landed before the mountain gate. Halt! Who goes there? Those who trespass upon the Black Demon Pavilion shall die. Seeing newcomers arrive, a squad of guards immediately surrounded them. This is the Five Elements Sect, not the Black Demon Pavilion, Wu Dong declared indignantly. These usurpers of the Black Demon Pavilion had forcibly seized the Five Elements Sect. Truly abominable. So it's a survivor from the Five Elements Sect. Seize him and deliver him to the Pavilion Master. He will be most pleased. An armored guard recognized Wu Dong as the escaped disciple of the Five Elements Sect, his smile widening considerably. It was said that the Pavilion Master had long coveted the Five Elements Sect's secret techniques, which might reside upon this very person. If he could bind this man and present him before the Pavilion Master, the reward would surely be generous. All these guards were at the late stage of core formation cultivation. If they attacked together, they could certainly subdue Wu Dong in an instant. Wu Dong knew he was no match for the group. He bowed deeply to Chu Haoyang and pleaded, "Please, senior, intervene." "Mo, your turn," Chu Haoyang said. Mo did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of thunder that rained down upon the guards. Before they could react, the entire squad was struck down. The three strode boldly into the Five Elements Sect's mountain gate. Mo led the way, and whenever anyone blocked their path, he would unleash another barrage of thunder. Under such overwhelming assault, no one could withstand even a single exchange. Regardless of cultivation level, a single thunder strike would send them sprawling. This was only because Mo had diligently heeded Chu Haoyang's warning and deliberately restrained the power of his thunder. Otherwise, everyone would have been reduced to ashes. Soon the three arrived before a massive palace, the heart of the Five Elements Sect. All major decisions of the sect were issued from this grand hall. At this moment, the hall was packed with people, none of whom paid any mind to the trio's arrival. Seated upon the central dais was a man clad in black robes, his cultivation at the early stage of soul transformation. By fan, I shall say this, but once more. Hand over the secret techniques of the Five Elements escape method, and I may spare your life. The black-robed man pointed to a long-bearded elder bound at the center of the hall. Su Jiuyin, you schemed to plant spies within my Five Elements Sect, and when your pawns failed, you brought the entire strength of the Black Demon Pavilion to invade. Truly shameless. You wish for this old man to surrender the Five Elements escape method. Dream on. Bai Fan cursed bitterly. Senior, this elder is the sect master of my Five Elements Sect. Wu Dong said, his voice trembling with tears at the sight of his master bound in ropes. I understand, Chu Haoyang said, patting Wu Dong's shoulder in consolation. Since you remained so obstinate, then die. Su Jiuyin had long since lost his patience with Bai Fan. He had spared no effort in mobilizing the entire Black Demon Pavilion to seize the Five Elements Sect, all for the sake of obtaining the Five Elements escape method. Yet after conquering the sect, he had searched every corner and found not even a trace of the technique. Every captured disciple of the Five Elements Sect had been subjected to soul-searching with nothing to show for it. Su Jiuyin had considered torturing Bai Fan's soul, but the elder was also at the soul transformation stage. Forcing a soul search upon him was beyond his capability. After all this trouble, with so many elite guards of the Black Demon Pavilion slain, was he to end up with nothing but empty hands? The mere thought ignited his fury. He would vent all his rage upon Bai Fan. He would not let him die easily. Someone bring a large vat, Su Jiuyin ordered. Before long, a massive vat was carried to the center of the hall. What is he planning? Mo muttered quietly. Let us see what game he wishes to play, Chu Haoyang replied calmly. The early-stage soul transformation cultivation of Su Jiuyin meant nothing to him. If he chose to act, his opponent would not even have the strength to resist. Seeing the vat in place, Su Jiuyin flicked his wrist, and a glob of white liquid appeared suspended in midair. He wrapped the liquid in his magical power, as though fearing even a single drop might escape. Then he withdrew his power, and the entire mass fell into the vat below. Instantly, a foul stench erupted from the vat, so pungent that many onlookers were reduced to tears. Soul-consuming, bone-dissolving water. Chu Haoyang identified the liquid at a glance. This substance was produced from a toxic spring in the demonic realm. Once it touched a person's body, it would slowly dissolve them from within, and even their divine sense would be unable to escape its torment. The process was agonizingly slow and completely irreversible. In other words, anyone touched by this water was doomed to die, though not instantly. It would force the victim to endure bone-deep agony, slowly torturing them as they watched their own body dissolve piece by piece until death claimed them. Such cruelty was truly diabolical. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed upon the weak, and when the weak were slain by the strong, there was nothing to be said but to blame one's own inadequacy. But to use soul-consuming, bone-dissolving water against a person, that was beyond cruel, and Chu Haoyang could not accept such tactics. The soul-consuming, bone-dissolving water from the demonic realm's toxic springs was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators to obtain. Only those with deep ties to the demonic realm could hope to acquire it. To think he would use soul-consuming, bone-dissolving water to torture someone to death. This man is truly vicious. Mou remarked. Throw Bai Fan into it. Su Jiuying commanded. Several cultivators of the Black Demon Pavilion lifted Bai Fan and were about to hurl him into the vat. Senior, please act now. Wu Dong pleaded desperately. Mou, it's your turn. Chu Haoyang said. Mou obeyed, opening his mouth to release a single bolt of lightning. A result of his utmost control, for otherwise he would have unleashed a full thunderstorm. Even a single bolt of lightning was far beyond the capacity of mere low-level thugs. The two Black Demon Pavilion disciples carrying Bai Fan were instantly knocked to the ground, foam gathering at their mouths, as their bodies convulsed uncontrollably. Who is it? Who dares to interfere? Su Jiuying glared toward the source of the lightning, his voice chillingly dark. It is I. Mou stepped forward. Are you the reinforcements summoned by the Five Elements sect? Su Jiuying could not discern Mou's cultivation level and knew nothing of his background, so he chose not to strike immediately. Indeed, I have come precisely to uphold justice for the Five Elements sect. You people should withdraw from the Five Elements sect at once. If you linger a moment longer, you shall only seal your own fates. Mou said with a cheerful smile, as though discussing something trivial. What? Dare you say that again? Su Jiuying was nearly bursting with rage. At such a critical moment, someone dared to openly challenge his authority. If he did not punish this defiance severely, how could he maintain his position within the Black Demon Pavilion? Of course, Su Jiuying's chosen punishment was to cast this man and Bai Fan into the great vat together, letting them experience the agony of watching themselves perish inch by inch. Disciples of the Black Demon Sect seized this man and throw him into the vat. At Su Jiuying's command, the disciples stirred restlessly, yet none dared to make the first move. The lightning that had shot from Mou's mouth moments ago filled them with such dread that no one was willing to step forward. Do not commit excessive slaughter, Chu Haoyang admonished. He feared Mou would unleash another torrent of thunder and annihilate them all. No matter the circumstances, Chu Haoyang bore a heart of boundless compassion. The very reason he had once attained the status of a mortal emperor. He'll deal with him alone. Mou pointed at Su Jiuying. This man's methods were venomous and utterly detestable. He had to die. With that, he spat out a bolt of lightning, yet its target was not Su Jiuying, but the great vat. The poisonous water in the vat was seared into billowing steam by the lightning. Instead of letting the vapor disperse, Mou condensed it with his magic power into a sword. The sword slashed towards Su Jiuying. Startled Su Jiuying had not expected Mou to be so formidable, and he hastily summoned a shield to block the strike. The shield was forged from a unique material impervious to the soul-dissolving, bone-corroding water, and Su Jiuying had expended countless efforts to refine it. But he had overlooked one detail: the water sword also contained a thread of lightning power. The shield was torn apart by the thunder, and the water sword pierced directly into Su Jiuying's mouth. A pained howl escaped him. He had ultimately reaped what he had sown. Seeing their sect master on the verge of death, the disciples of the Black Demon Sect were scared out of their wits. Withdraw from the Five Elements Sect, and I will spare your lives, Chu Haoyang declared. They dared not linger a moment longer, and fled as fast as their legs could carry them. In less than half an hour, the once swarming throng of Black Demon Sect members had scattered to nothing. But now the disciples of the Five Elements Sect had all been slain by Bai Fan bowed deeply to Chu Haoyang and Mou. No need. It was merely a transaction. What transaction? Bai Fan first looked at Chu Haoyang in confusion, then turned to Wu Dong, his gaze gradually sharpening. Intimidated by that look, Wu Dong dropped to his knees with a thud and stammered, "Please forgive me, Sect Master. This disciple was wrong. I promised the senior that if he rescued you, I would hand over the Five Elements Sect's Vermilion bird diagram and the Five Elements escape art." What? Bai Fan choked with fury. How dare you presume to make such a decision on behalf of the Five Elements Sect? He struck Wu Dong hard across the face. The crisp slap echoed in the air, plunging the scene into profound awkwardness. Ahem. Is Sect Master by planning to break the agreement? Asked Chu Haoyang. Senior, it is not that I wish to be one who betrays his word. I will gift you the Vermilion bird diagram, but the Five Elements escape art is out of the question. It is not that I am being petty. It is that my sect's teachings forbid passing the Five Elements escape art to anyone outside the Five Elements sect. I beg your forgiveness, Senior, Bai Fan said with shame. He could not defy the precepts handed down by his forebears and bear the infamy of ages. Even within the Five Elements sect, the Five Elements escape art had been imparted to Wu Dong alone. That was why Su Jiuying had found nothing when he soul-searched the other captured disciples. Sect Master, didn't you say there is one special exception? Wu Dong said. Silence. How likely do you think that exception is? Stop mentioning it. Bai Fan scolded. What special exception? I'd like to hear it. If it is truly inconvenient, I will not force you, Chu Haoyang said. Although he valued the Five Elements escape art greatly, he would not seize it by force if Bai Fan refused. That would be beneath the dignity of an immortal emperor. How would that differ from the brigands of the Black Demon Sect? Automatic recognition. If someone can make the original Jade Slip bearing the 5 elements escape art recognize him on its own, he will receive its true inheritance. Bai Fan sighed and explained. That original Jade Slip was exceedingly strange. It seemed to have given birth to a Jade spirit, one with a temper of its own, and a very proud one at that. Getting it to recognize a master on its own was utterly impossible. No one could bend such an arrogant Jade spirit to their will. I'd like to try, said Chu Haoyang. Had it been anything else, he would not have bothered to linger over it. But this was the innate 5 elements escape art, and its allure was far too great. In many ways it rivaled, or even surpassed, any imperial secret technique of an immortal emperor. Mastering the 5 elements escape art would yield immeasurable growth in his own power. Since he intended to take vengeance upon the mightiest immortal kings of the celestial realm, he could not afford to pass up any chance to strengthen himself. Since you have spoken, senior, I shall obey. Bai Fan murmured an incantation, and a brilliant golden light burst from the index finger of his right hand. Raising his right index finger, Bai Fan slashed through the void. A rift opened in the air, brimming with radiant glow and streams of auspicious light. The ancestors of the 5 Elements sect had truly attained the realm of true immortals. Chu Haoyang was astonished by the technique Bai Fan had displayed. Splitting the void with a finger was utterly impossible without a true immortal's cultivation. He could also tell that Bai Fan had not accomplished this through his own power. The incantation Bai Fan murmured earlier must have unlocked some kind of restriction. In other words, a mighty senior of the 5 Elements sect had once torn open the void and sealed something inside. Afterward, he passed down the mental art to unlock the seal. As long as later generations stood within the prescribed area and recited the incantation, the restriction would be lifted, allowing the sealed object to be retrieved from the void. As the restriction dissolved, a beam of red light shot out from within, moving at a terrifying speed. Even with his celestial eye wide open, Chu Haoyang could not clearly make out what had flown out. The red light whirled wildly above the 5 Elements sect, seemingly brimming with joy. Bai Fan, the 138th sect master of the 5 Elements sect, pays respects to the Spirit Venerable. Bai Fan kowtowed to the red light circling in the sky. Spirit Venerable. Could the Spirit Venerable be the original Jade Slip? He mentioned. Chu Haoyang wondered. That the head of an entire sect would kneel before a Jade Slip was something no one would believe if told. Yet it also showed just how paramount the original Jade Slip was. After Bai Fan finished his kowtow, the red light halted, revealing the Jade Slip itself. You have disturbed my slumber without cause, Bai Fan. Do you know your crime? A voice emerged from the Jade Slip, crisp and clear like that of a child of 7 or 8. Spirit Venerable, you seem rather delighted. Does this count as a disturbance, or as letting you out for some fun? If you truly find it disturbing, the sect master can just seal you back. Wudong could not help but say, Don't. This is fine, just fine. The red Jade Slip hastily refused after hearing Wudong's words. It had been sealed away for no one knew how long. Only after much trouble had that old man Bai Fan shown mercy and let it out. How could it be sealed back up so soon? I would rather die than agree. In that case, we shall have to trouble you, Spirit Sovereign. My 5 Elements sect has received an honored guest, the benefactor who saved this disciple's life. He wishes to cultivate the sect's secret art, the 5 Elements escape art. Before Bai Fan could finish, the red Jade Slip flew into a rage and scolded sternly, Bai Fan, how bold of you. The 5 Elements escape art is the very foundation of the 5 Elements sect. How can it be practiced by an outsider? Spirit Sovereign, isn't there the matter of voluntary acknowledgement of a master? Wudong grew anxious, for it was he who had made the promise to Chu Haoyang. Now Chu Haoyang had kept to the agreement, rescuing Bai Fan and driving every member of the Black Demon Pavilion out of the 5 Elements sect. If he could not give the 5 Elements escape art to Chu Haoyang, he would be breaking his word. Voluntarily acknowledge him as master. A handsome and elegant Jianling like me acknowledging him as master. Is he more handsome than I am? The red Jade Slip asked and glanced at Chu Haoyang. He was tall and lithe, with clear brows and handsome eyes, a face like polished jade, and a high straight nose. A true and indisputable beauty. A deep sense of crisis surged in Jianling's heart. It felt that the title of the 5 Elements sect's #1 handsome man was about to be taken away by this person in front of it. Even if you are dashing, elegant, striking, and handsome. What nonsense am I spouting? What I mean is, no matter whether you are handsome or ugly, you will never make me acknowledge you as master. I am the lofty Jianling of the 5 Elements escape art. Who has the right to make me acknowledge a master? The red Jade Slip declared with unbridled arrogance. On this Juke continent, no one was worthy of being its master. Even the ancestral master who had originally brought it to the 5 Elements sect had not held that right. Born from the wordless heavenly book and bearing supreme secret arts, it was proud to the extreme. To make it voluntarily acknowledge a master was harder than ascending to heaven. I said long ago that this is impossible. Su Jiuyin sighed. Chu Haoyang was his savior, and he also desired to help him as much as he could without violating the founding ancestors' precepts. But as it stood, hope was extremely thin. From the moment the red jade slip appeared, Chu Haoyang had not spoken a single word. He opened his heavenly eye and stared fixedly at the red jade slip. Boy, why are you staring at me like that? Could it be that you covet my beauty? Take your filthy gaze away. I will. As it spoke, the red jade slip blazed with crimson light. Somehow being stared at like this by Chu Haoyang gave it a feeling of creeping dread. It wanted to teach Chu Haoyang a lesson. The red glare was blinding. Bai Fan and Wu Dong felt as if a red-hot iron nail had been shoved into their eyes. The searing pain was unbearable, so they quickly shut their eyes. Mou stood behind Chu Haoyang completely unaffected. As for Chu Haoyang, golden light blazed in his eyes and shot forth as if it were corporeal. The blinding red light was instantly beaten back with no strength to resist. How can you be this formidable? The red jade slip was astounded, never imagining that the handsome young man before it possessed such strength. You came from the immortal realm, didn't you? Chu Haoyang transmitted this thought using divine sense, not wanting Bai Fan and Wu Dong to hear. You. How did you know? The red jade slip was greatly alarmed, its voice somewhat tremulous. Its origin was known only to the ancestral master who had brought it to the Five Elements sect. It had never told anyone else, nor any member of the sect. Take a good look. Who am I? As he spoke, Chu Haoyang released a wisp of immortal emperor aura within controlled bounds. An ineffably dreadful pressure like the wrath of heaven descended, suppressing all heavens and myriad worlds. The void quaked and countless spatial fissures opened densely, spreading outward into the distance. Of the people present, only Mo, you could still be said to be standing. Bai Fan and Wu Dong, crushed by a tremendous force, lay prostrate on the ground, their faces pressed tightly against the floor, utterly without strength to resist. An immortal emperor. You are actually an immortal emperor. Jianling's voice in the red jade slip trembled. This time it was finally afraid. To see the supreme ruler of the immortal realm in this lower realm. Even one who had witnessed countless grand scenes and knew much of the world found it difficult to stay calm. But you are not the Thunder Emperor. Could you be an immortal emperor who rose later? After the initial shock, the red jade slip quickly regained its composure. When it had first emerged into the world, the immortal I, the Emperor, have received the great destiny of heaven and earth, endured myriads of thunder tribulations, and ultimately attained the status of immortal emperor. Am I unworthy of cultivating your five elements escape art? Chu Haoyang said with overwhelming dominance. He had no intention of intimidating by force, but this red jade slip was extremely proud and stubborn. It was necessary to thoroughly crush its pride before it would yield. Since it is the immortal emperor's command, this humble one dares not disobey. As the voice in the red jade slip spoke, runes flew out from the slip one after another, floating in midair. Chu Haoyang knew that the red jade slip had finally yielded, releasing the primordial five elements escape art inscribed within it. He observed every rune with his heavenly eye and carefully committed them all to memory. What was recorded within were the great principles of heaven and earth, each one exquisite beyond compare. Chu Haoyang closed his eyes and savored them silently. Gradually, because of his agitation, his chest heaved violently. In all the world, there was nothing but this that could move an immortal emperor so deeply. A full 2 hours later, Chu Haoyang slowly opened his eyes. He had now completely and thoroughly unraveled the five elements escape art. The immortal emperor's secret art that Chu Haoyang practiced was itself a manifestation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The five elements escape art in turn was a primordial Tao sharing the same root and origin as the immortal emperor's secret art. Thus he cultivated it with remarkable speed. Bai Fan and Wu Dong looked at Chu Haoyang with especially odd expressions. They had both studied the five elements escape art, but each had only learned a few superficial traces. Yet at this moment, five element runes coiled around Chu Haoyang's body, an obvious external sign that he had mastered the five elements escape art to its utmost. Senior, have you already comprehended the five elements escape art in its entirety? Bai Fan asked timidly. The exchange between Chu Haoyang and Jianling had been made through divine sense, and he had heard none of it. As for why the red jade slip had suddenly released the five elements escape art runes hidden within, he guessed it was due to that terrifying aura. A person with a terrifying aura capable of making Jianling yield was certainly no ordinary mortal. It was said that in the old days, even the founding ancestor of the Five Elements sect had not caused Jianling to voluntarily acknowledge a master. It was through a trade that Jianling had transmitted the five elements escape art. Chu Haoyang nodded. He was not one to act smug after gaining an advantage. An immortal emperor's vision was vast, so vast that ordinary people could barely fathom it. He produced a blank jade slip, imprinted upon it the essence of the five elements escape art he had comprehended, and handed it to Bai Fan. Repay kindness with kindness and never forget the source of the water you drink. This is the essential insight into the five elements escape art that I have comprehended. I leave it to your five elements sect. Chu Haoyang said with great ease and carefreeness. Bai Fan was overjoyed and carefully tucked away the jade slip. The essential insights left behind by a person who had cultivated the 5 elements escape art to great perfection. What an invaluable treasure this was. This would bring tremendous benefit to later generations in comprehending the 5 elements escape art, allowing them to avoid many detours. Sect Master, by what if I were to modify this 5 elements escape art? Chu Haoyang said out of nowhere. What does Senior mean? This junior does not quite understand. Bai Fan asked. He did not understand the intention behind Chu Haoyang's words. Do you think the disaster of today will ever repeat itself in the future? Asked Chu Haoyang. Bai Fan's countenance changed drastically. The reason the Wuxing sect today had only him and Wu Dong left was entirely because of the 5 elements escape art. Without mighty power to protect oneself, possessing such a supreme secret art would only invite lethal catastrophe. An ordinary man commits no crime, it is the treasured jade that becomes his offense. Would this kind of disaster ever come to an end in the future? I fear it will not. Since that is so, why don't I alter it, so that it becomes no different from the ordinary goods circulating on the market? Then no one will be interested in it anymore. Chu Haoyang continued. I understand Senior's good intentions. But if it is altered into an ordinary 5 elements escape art, like those sold in the market, then the advantage upon which our Wuxing sect stands will cease to exist. Bai Fan shook his head, not approving of Chu Haoyang's suggestion. You misunderstand. I only intend to make some changes to its external form, while preserving its true essence intact. However, I will set a cultivation stage as the trigger point. Only when one has cultivated beyond the spirit transformation stage will the true essence appear. Before that, it will be completely indistinguishable from an ordinary 5 elements escape art. Chu Haoyang explained. Since Senior is willing to help, that is excellent. I am much obliged to you, Senior. On behalf of the Wuxing sect, I thank you. Bai Fan knelt and kowtowed. Enough, please rise quickly. A mere lift of the hand. Not worth mentioning. Having said that, Chu Haoyang, using the innate 5 elements escape art he himself had comprehended as the foundation, made bold and sweeping changes to it. He imprinted the revised 5 elements escape art onto a blank jade slip and handed it to Bai Fan. Bai Fan accepted it and immersed his divine sense into it to inspect. Sure enough, the innate 5 elements escape art had already been altered beyond recognition. However, the 5 elements escape art that he himself cultivated was able to resonate with it, which was enough to prove that Chu Haoyang had not spoken falsely. The true essence of the innate 5 elements escape art had indeed been preserved. To alter a supremely powerful secret art to the point where no one recognizes it. What level of mastery over such an art must one have achieved to accomplish this? At this thought, Bai Fan felt the utmost admiration for Chu Haoyang's cultivation talent. I'm afraid, even if he were given another tens of thousands of years to comprehend the 5 elements escape art, he would never reach the height Chu Haoyang had attained. All right, MOU, it's time for us to leave, said Chu Haoyang. Oh, does Senior not intend to take the spirit venerate along? Asked Bai Fan in astonishment. The origin of the red jade slip was inscrutable and mysterious. The Hymo Pavilion had mobilized its entire force to attack the Wuxing sect precisely in order to obtain it. Yet Chu Haoyang seemed to have forgotten its existence altogether. You old rascal. If he forgot, let him forget. Why must you deliberately remind him? What is your ulterior motive? Seeing Bai Fan's meddling the red jade slip was so furious it nearly burst open. In the Wuxing sect, its status was supremely revered. Even the sect master of the Wuxing sect had to respectfully address it as spirit venerate. If it followed Chu Haoyang, it would become something he ordered about as he pleased. It was utterly unwilling to do so. After finally managing to make Chu Haoyang appear to forget this matter, that old Bai Fan insisted on reminding him. Absolutely deplorable. Senior, our Wuxing sect's founding ancestor left behind an instruction: once someone can make the spirit venerate voluntarily acknowledge a master, he must take it away. Bai Fan ignored the red jade slip's words and continued. This red jade slip is the supreme treasure of your Wuxing sect. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to take it away? Chu Haoyang said. Just this one sentence caused Bai Fan's admiration for him to well up spontaneously. He thought to himself, this man's breadth of vision was truly vast. Had it been an ordinary person having obtained such a precious treasure, they would have been ecstatic. How could they still worry about such things? To be honest, our founding ancestor once revealed a sliver of heaven's secrets. If someone can make the spirit venerate acknowledge a master, yet our Wuxing sect out of greed for the treasure refuses to let it go, a great karmic consequence will descend, more than our Wuxing sect can bear. Bai Fan spoke almost pleadingly. With the Wuxing sect's current strength, it indeed could not protect this jade slip. Since that is the case, I will accept it. Chu Haoyang broke into a smile, then reaching through the air with a pull, he drew the jade slip into his hand. Hey, I did not willingly acknowledge you as my master. I was forced to. This shouldn't count. The red jade slip yelled loudly. Chu Haoyang paid it no heed and shoved it into his storage ring. Just as he was about to leave with Mou, he suddenly furrowed his brows. "What's wrong, senior?" asked Bai Fan. "A large troop is charging toward this direction," said Mou. Bai Fan cried out in shock. The Wuxing sect had just gone through a great tribulation, leaving only him and Wu Dong in the entire sect. How could the two of them possibly deal with an entire troop? Was heaven truly blind? Was the Wuxing sect destined to be unable to escape destruction today? "Don't panic. As long as I am here, no one can do a thing to the Wuxing sect," Chu Haoyang reassured him. Before long, the invading enemies had surrounded the Wuxing sect tightly. Dozens of warships hung in the sky, packed densely with people standing on them. Every one of them wielded weapons, wore black clothes, and faint demonic qi emanated from their bodies. Demon cultivators. Chu Haoyang's heart jolted. On the Zhuge continent, cultivation techniques of all kinds were beyond count. There were those who followed the orthodox Taoist path of cultivation, and also those who took a bizarre approach by practicing ghost arts, demon arts, and other heterodox techniques. The orthodox Taoist path advances one step at a time, steady and mild, and basically will not go astray. Demonic arts, ghost arts, and other side paths are much faster to cultivate than the orthodox Taoist path, and also far more powerful, but their shortcoming is that one is prone to qi deviation. Therefore, there are people who choose these paths, but not especially many. Now, with so many demon cultivators appearing all at once, there had to be something suspicious about it. Which brazen villain slew Su Jiuyin of the Haimo Pavilion? Step out. A voice descended from the heavens. These people had come to avenge Su Jiuyin. Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Su Jiuyin is not dead at all. If you don't believe me, just look, said Mou, pointing at Su Jiuyin, who was writhing and howling on the ground under the erosion of the soul-dissolving, bone-corrupting water. A man wearing brocade garments looked in the direction Mou indicated and indeed saw Su Jiuyin. "Su Jiuyin, this sovereign has arrived. Come at once to pay homage." The brocade-clad man called out twice, but Su Jiuyin acted as if he had not heard, continuing to roll and wail on the ground. "What has happened to him?" asked the brocade-clad man. According to Su Jiyin's usual manner of conduct, even if he had suffered severe injuries, he would not have lost his composure like this. "Nothing. He was hit by his own soul-dissolving, bone-corrupting water and has not much longer to live. You came just in time, perfectly convenient, to collect his corpse." "No, wait, forgot one thing. His soul-dissolving, bone-corrupting water dissolves even bones, so there won't be any corpse." "You've come in vain," Mou teased. "He was hit by the soul-devouring, bone-dissolving water." "Are you certain of this?" Upon hearing the words, soul-devouring, bone-dissolving water, the man in brocade robes underwent a dramatic change in expression. Obviously, he was well aware of such a vicious substance. "Is there any falsehood? If you don't believe me, come down and inspect for yourself." Mou continued to reply. The man in brocade robes remained silent. The cultivation realms of Mou and Chu Haoyang were beyond his comprehension, and he dared not risk his life. He watched from the sky for a long while and finally confirmed that Su Jiuyin had indeed been struck by the soul-devouring, bone-dissolving water. There is no antidote for the soul-devouring, bone-dissolving water. Once it touches the body, one can only wait for death. Even the divine soul cannot escape it. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Do you know the identity of Su Jiuyin?" The voice of the man in brocade robes was chilling like cold frost. "Don't know? Could it be your father?" Mou, fearless of heaven or earth, feigned a very serious expression and asked. This remark completely enraged the man in brocade robes. Without another word, he waved his hand, and the black-clad figures on the warship all drew the longbows strapped to their backs. These individuals, in both their attire and the magical artifacts they wielded, were strikingly uniform. Not like ordinary demonic cultivators, but rather like a vast army charging into battle. "They only have bows, no arrows," Mou whispered. Chu Haoyang nodded. He had also noticed this anomaly. All the black-clad figures had drawn their bows to full crescent, yet curiously, there were no corresponding. Just as the two were puzzled, they saw a surge of dark energy erupt from the black-clad figures. The dense dark energy converged into arrow-shaped forms, knocking themselves onto the drawn bows. Demonic energy. Ordinary demonic cultivators should not possess such concentrated demonic energy. These people must have been corrupted by demonic energy and turned into puppets of the demon realm. Chu Haoyang's brows furrowed tightly, a trace of killing intent flashing across his eyes. The immortal realm and the demon realm had previously reached an agreement that each demon domain must strictly control its subordinates and must not encroach upon the lower realms. It now appeared that the demon realm had already torn up the agreement, transforming countless lower realm cultivators into puppet warriors of the demon realm. Such behavior was utterly mad and depraved. "Demon Venerable, just you wait." Chu Haoyang gritted his teeth. The immortal emperor presided over the myriad realms, protecting billions of living beings. The powerful cultivators of every realm harbored no fear but reverence. Yet this demon realm persistently opposed the immortal realm, instigating immortal demon wars every tens of thousands of years. The cultivation realm of the demon venerable was evenly matched with that of the immortal emperor, and with the demon kings and various demon lords the overall strength rivaled that of the immortal realm. This was precisely the fundamental reason why the demon realm always tore up agreements after they were established. Every immortal demon war was initiated by the demon realm's offensive, forcing the immortal realm to defend. Demonic arrows fell like rain. Under the assault of billions of arrows, no cultivator could withstand it. Heaton, Bai Fan and Wu Dong's faces turned green with fear. "Mou, it's your turn," Chu Haoyang said calmly, showing no concern for the crisis before them. Mou opened his mouth and a torrent of thunder erupted. His thunder was personally taught by the Thunder Emperor, its power beyond imagination. Upon exiting his mouth, the thunder almost instantly expanded into a massive thunder fire shield, enveloping a large area above their heads. The demonic arrows falling like rain smashed against the thunder fire shield. But the shield remained immovable. The demonic arrows shattered upon impact without even leaving a mark, dissipating completely. Thunder is inherently the nemesis of demonic energy, possessing the power to thoroughly purify it. When demonic arrows encountered the thunder fire shield, they vanished like snowflakes falling into boiling oil. Again, seeing this, the man in brocade robes commanded once more. "They'll just stay here motionless and let you attack. Let's see what tricks you have." Mou crossed his arms over his chest, adopting the air of a spectator enjoying a show. The demonic arrows continued to assault the thunderfire shield, but after more than a dozen rounds they found it utterly ineffective. "Are you finished? If so, it's my turn to strike." Mou stretched and yawned. Then he opened his mouth again, and another burst of thunder erupted. This thunder instantly transformed into a sea of lightning. The scene that followed would be etched into the memories of Bai Fan and Wu Dong for life. Tens of thousands of black-clad figures plummeted from the sky, falling like dumplings into boiling water. Chu Haoyang harbored no objections. These people had long since become puppets of the demon realm. If not killed, they would pose an endless threat in the future. For those who invaded from the demon realm, or those corrupted by demonic transformation, even if the immortal emperor harbored mercy at this moment, there was only one word in his eyes: kill. The man in brocade robes panicked. After hastily dodging several lightning strikes, he prepared to flee. His cultivation was merely at the late stage of soul transformation. Against Mou's overwhelming assault, he had no defense whatsoever. "Wanna run?" Too late. Mou reached out and grasped at empty air. The man in brocade robes was torn from the sky by a tremendous force and slammed heavily onto the ground. "You haven't finished what you were saying. What is Su Jian's true identity?" Chu Haoyang asked. "Why should..." The man in brocade robes remained stubborn. At this point, even if he were foolish, he understood that the two before him were terrifyingly powerful, far beyond anything he could resist. But he was accustomed to giving orders and refusing to bow before these two. "Refuse to speak? Then you're useless alive. They'll just kill you," Mou said, preparing to strike. Hearing this, the man in brocade robes panicked. He hurriedly said, he'll speak. Don't kill me." He had just witnessed Mou's methods. Killing him would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken or dog. A single strike would suffice, without any extra motion. He was afraid, truly afraid. No matter how tyrannical and lofty one acted in daily life, when life and death were at stake, one's true nature would always surface. "I thought you had some backbone, but you're just a coward who fears death. Tell the truth," Mou commanded. "I will certainly share everything I know without holding back. But after I speak, could both senior ones show mercy and let me go?" The man in brocade robes said with an ingratiating expression. "Go ahead. If you hit the mark, this lord might be pleased and consider it. Speak quickly, stop wasting words." Mou said impatiently. "Su Jian is the adopted son of my demon domain's Lord Ziyuan, who values him greatly. The two of you killing him this time will likely bring disaster upon yourselves," the man in brocade robes said. "Ziyuan? Never heard of him. Is he a demon lord?" Mou said disdainfully. If it were a demon king of the demon domain, perhaps he would know him. Below demon kings, even demon lords would not merit his attention. Below demon lords, the heavenly demons and earthly demons were countless, and he did not recognize a single one. Lord Ziyuan is an earthly demon. The man in brocade robes felt a wave of embarrassment. The Lord Ziyuan he mentioned was a full 2 major realms below a demon lord. Mou had casually mentioned demon lord, clearly not placing any importance on such a figure. A person who did not even regard a demon lord would certainly have no regard for a mere earthly demon. So he's just a mere earth fiend. Would be doing him a favor by not seeking him out, so how dare he come looking for us? Mou said with undisguised contempt. To him, fiends of the earth fiend tier were nothing. He could crush every single one with ease, hardly worth a second thought. "Senior, I've told you everything truthfully. Will you let me go now?" the brocade-clad man asked, cautiously testing the waters. "No. We need a guide who knows the demon domain deeply, and I've decided it'll be you. Serve us well from now on, and if you please this lord, I may set you free eventually." Mou patted the brocade-clad man lightly on the shoulder, sending a surge of lightning power into his body. Oh! White smoke billowed from the brocade-clad man's body as he let out a pained howl. What did you do to me? He clutched his throat, veins bulging on his forehead as he demanded through gritted teeth. Nothing much. I just sent a wisp of lightning power into you, so that you'll behave obediently from now on. Mou said, his tone as light as a passing breeze. What? Lightning power? The brocade-clad man, believing Mou was about to kill him, fell into utter despair. Lightning was the bane of all demonic creatures. That trace of lightning alone could completely annihilate him. No need to fear. It's just a small purification of the demonic aura within you. I won't let you die. But if you disobey my commands, that lightning power will detonate inside you and destroy your very soul. Do you understand? Mou said. Yes, this one understands. From this day forth, I will gladly follow your commands and never dare to harbor a second thought. The brocade-clad man swore, raising his hand to heaven. Good. Reveal your true form. Mou ordered. As you command. The words had no sooner left his mouth than black miasma billowed from the brocade-clad man until he transformed into a massive churning cloud of darkness. Within it, a pair of crimson eyes glowed faintly. This was the brocade-clad man's true form. What is your name? Mou asked. Reporting to my master, your servant is named Suanzi. Suanzi? Ha ha ha. Who named you that? Mou doubled over with laughter. Who on earth would come up with such a name? Ever since I was born, this has been my name. I have no idea who gave it to me. Suanzi answered honestly. Demonic creatures were born with their names fully formed, and those names would follow them for the rest of their lives. The demon realm had regulations against casually changing one's name. Violators would face severe punishment. Suanzi has the demon domain already launched a full-scale invasion of the Vermilion Continent. Chu Haoyang asked. As far as I know, only certain regions have been invaded so far, but it's likely to spread across the entire Vermilion Continent before long. Suanzi answered. Hearing this, Chu Haoyang's brow furrowed deeply. The demon realm governed countless demon domains, each one ruled by a demon king. Every demon domain was now rapidly mobilizing its troops and commanders. Surely a full-scale assault on the Vermilion Continent would follow soon. If the demon realm's elites all descended at once, the continent would fall in an instant. Though the demon realm had invaded countless planes before, an invasion of this staggering scale was utterly unprecedented. What exactly could be driving the demon realm to muster such enormous forces? Do you know why the demon realm is launching such a large-scale invasion? Chu Haoyang asked. That is a secret known only to the upper echelons of the demon realm. With my cultivation being so low, I'm not qualified to know. Suanzi said. He was merely a minor demon whose cultivation had yet to even reach the Mahayana stage. Far too insignificant to know such matters. By the way, I've heard it said that a certain immortal king from the immortal realm commissioned this search for a person. Suanzi added. What? Chu Haoyang was shaken. The plane where the demon realm existed was extremely special, with its boundaries against the immortal realm being blurry and indistinct. Because of this, the traffic between the two realms was far more frequent than with other planes. In times without open conflict, the great powers of the immortal realm and the overlords of the demon realm often intermingled closely. Thus, the demon realm understood the immortal realm far better than any other plane did. An immortal king had asked the demon realm to help find someone. Who was that person? Tumultuous waves crashed through Chu Haoyang's heart. Could it be that Wu Jie and the other two, having discovered he was not dead, had, with the passages between the immortal realm and all other planes sealed shut, commissioned the demon realm to track him down? The more Chu Haoyang thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Since these mighty demons have all come for me, I'll make sure none of them ever returns. One comes, I kill one. Two come, I kill a pair. Never will I let them send word back to the demon realm. Chu Haoyang resolved inwardly. Since they arrived with ill intent, there was no reason for him to hold back. An immortal emperor could be merciful, but he was never soft-handed against those with malice in their hearts. At that thought, a murderous glint flashed across Chu Haoyang's eyes. Where is this Xian you mentioned right now? Chu Haoyang asked. At the Flying Immortal Sect, a million li from here. Suanzi said. Lead the way. Chu Haoyang commanded. Mou revealed his true form. A colossal body as enormous as a mountain range hung in the sky, radiating an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. Heavens! His aura is far more formidable than Lord Xian's. Suanzi couldn't help but exclaim. In that very moment, he felt something strange stir within him. To serve under such a mighty expert seemed to fill him with an inexplicable sense of pride. But why have I become so shamelessly servile? I'm gloating over being someone's slave. I must seize any opportunity to escape and regain my freedom. Suanzi thought to himself. Chu Haoyang stood atop Mou's back as they pressed onward toward the Flying Immortal Sect. Though there was but one man and one mirage beast, their momentum outweighed even an army of thousands. Below them certain sects, suspecting an enemy attack, hastily activated their great protective formations. Only after the mountain-sized body had passed did the experts of each sect breathe a sigh of relief. It was merely passing through, not targeting them at all. Was that just now an immortal beast? A mirage dragon? That's something that only exists in legend. Who was that person standing on its back? Could he be an immortal from the immortal realm? All the disciples and elders across Chu saw the man standing on the back of the colossal mirage beast, tall and slender, long hair, cascading over his shoulders, celestial aura swirling about him, peerlessly elegant in appearance. Everyone was speculating about his identity. Could any mortal stand atop an immortal beast like the mirage? An immortal? He had to be an immortal. An immortal descending upon the mortal world. Such a thing had not happened in hundreds of millennia. Chu Haoyang paid it no mind. At this moment his only thought was to slay Xian the Earth Fiend. Of course that was only the first step. Every demonic creature that had dared to invade the Vermilion Continent would die. As the mount of an immortal emperor, the mirage beast moved with incredible speed, traversing 1,000 li in the blink of an eye. Before long the flying immortal sect came into view in the distance. Mo's colossal frame hovered above the sect, like an immense mountain range materializing out of thin air in the sky. You offer a greeting first, Chu Haoyang said. As you command. Mu opened his mouth and a vast barrage of thunderbolts came pouring out. Enemy attack. Activate the sect protecting formation at once. The disciple on watch cried out in alarm. But it was already too late. The grand formation required time to activate, and time was the one thing they no longer had. Thunder crashed down, smashing the mountain gate of the flying immortal sect into rubble. The once imposing entrance was gone entirely, leaving only a vast smoking crater in its place. The strike shook heaven and earth, rousing the mighty figures within the sect. Dozens of silhouettes rose into the air from all directions, streaking toward the ruined mountain gate. Among them was a man wreathed in unnaturally dense demonic aura. Without a doubt this was the very Lord Xian that Suanzi had spoken of, yet the form he now wore was not his true body. Who dares be so reckless? Are you so weary of living? Xian said coldly. To come and smash his gate was to slap his face, an insult he could never tolerate. Even if his opponent were an immortal beast, it would have to die. I say it's you who's weary of living. Mu said coolly. In the ancient war between immortals and demons, the demon realm's sudden invasion had cost the immortal world dearly, and countless immortals had fallen in that cataclysm. He had followed the Thunder Emperor into battle and slain many mighty demon lords. The thick demonic aura radiating from Xian stirred memories from those campaigns, and those memories were steeped in hatred. An immortal beast, a mere mirage. Do you think that makes you impressive? Xian said with supreme arrogance. In the demon realm, he was only an earth demon. Countless fiercer fiends lurked above him. But here on the Vermilion Continent, he believed himself invincible. Even an immortal beast like a mirage would find no easy prey in him. This delusion sprang chiefly from his profound ignorance of what a mirage truly was. He knew only that such immortal beasts had existed in the immortal world during ancient times. As for the extent of their power, he had not the slightest idea. Impressive or not, there's only one way to find out. Murderous intent flooded Mo's eyes. Had Chu Haoyang not sent him a mental message to gauge the earth demon's strength, he would have struck long ago. You're nothing but an immortal beast. Yet you dare speak to me in such a tone. Watch as I capture you and make you my mount. Then we'll see if you're still so arrogant. And once I've had my fill of sport, I'll slaughter you. Xian fixed Mu with a cruel stare, as if the beast were already his to command. Mu's fury was utterly ignited. He opened his maw and unleashed a thunderous roar, an invisible shockwave that flattened the sprawling buildings below. At that moment a seductive figure appeared beside Xian. Her form was sinuous and perfectly curved, her bewitching eyes brimming with springtime allure, utterly irresistible to behold. Xian gave her waist a gentle squeeze, and the enchanting woman let out a coy, "Oh you." Mu had been about to attack, but seeing that she was a human cultivator, he remembered Chu Haoyang's command. He must never slaughter the innocent. Who are you? Mu asked, suppressing the fury threatening to erupt. I am Zheng Ru, sect master of the Flying Immortal Sect, the enchanting woman declared with lofty pride. You wretched beast, do you not know your place? How dare you act so brazenly before Lord Xian? Zheng Ru continued before Mu could even react. Before Xian, she was a soft, ravishing beauty, but toward Mu she showed only scorn and contempt. In her eyes, this colossal beast, no matter how massive, was no match for Xian at all. Once Xian made his move, this beast was as good as dead. As for the young man standing atop the giant creature, Zheng Ru did not even spare him a single glance. How could such a man ever enter her field of vision? He was unworthy. You are a human cultivator, yet you collude with the fiends of the demon realm. You deserve death. Mu attack. Chu Haoyang said calmly. Mu's long-suppressed fury could no longer be contained. He opened his colossal jaws, and a vast torrent of thunder erupted forth. This blast was unleashed in sheer fury far greater than anything he had released before. The lightning left his maw and instantly transformed into a sea of thunder. Seeing the dire situation, Xian turned and fled. His speed was immense. In an instant he had covered hundreds of li. But fast as he was, the thunderous sea expanded even faster, and soon he was utterly engulfed. As for Zheng Ru, her cultivation was merely at the late soul transformation stage. She did not even have the right to flee. After a crackling burst of sound, Zheng Ru vanished from the world forever. Xian, meanwhile, had turned into a wisp of black mist. But the mist had grown exceedingly faint, on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Seeing the thunder sea fade, the black mist tried to escape. How could Mou ever give him that chance? Another sheet of thunder erupted forth on the spot. Under this second assault, Xian was utterly obliterated. Hear me, all of you of the Flying Immortal Sect. You were merely beguiled by Zheng Ru before, and I do not hold it against you. Renounce your errors, sever all ties with the fiends of the demon realm, and I shall spare your lives. Chu Haoyang declared in a booming voice. We are willing to abandon the darkness and follow your orders, senior. The assembled sect members responded in unison. They had long harbored resentment over Zheng Ru's submission to Xian during the demon realm's invasion. Now that Chu Haoyang had raised his voice, they were more than willing to stand with the human race. As for the demon soldiers Xian had brought from the demon realm, the moment they saw their master slain, they all reverted to their true forms. In an instant, the sky was filled with masses of black mist blotting out the sun. After their initial panic, these demon soldiers hurled themselves toward Chu Haoyang's side. If bitten, demonic chi would invade the body and rapidly corrupt it, turning the victim into a mindless husk driven only by slaughter. These demon soldiers possessed cultivations roughly equivalent to human nascent soul cultivators. With tens of thousands of such fiends charging at once, who could possibly withstand them? Mou, can you handle this? Chu Haoyang asked. If Mou could not manage it, he would unhesitatingly unleash his rebirth flame. No problem. These small fry won't trouble me. With that, Mou opened his jaws once more. Sheet after sheet of thunder poured from his mouth, and this continued for 10 full breaths. The scope of the thunder's reach was utterly unprecedented. The demon soldiers, which moments before had been baring their claws with savage menace, scattered in panic at the sight of such terrifying lightning. But it was too late. The sea of thunder had already taken form, sweeping them all into annihilation and reducing them to wisps of smoke. Mou had shifted back into human form. Gazing at the demon soldiers he had just eradicated, he remarked, I'm getting old. It takes that much thunder now to utterly destroy these fiends. Mou shook his head as he spoke, seemingly rather disappointed in his own strength. Enough. Slaying tens of thousands of demon soldiers equivalent to nascent soul cultivators in one stroke is already extraordinary. On this Vermilion Continent, I doubt a second could do the same. What more could you possibly? I'm not boasting, but in the old days a single bolt of thunder would have been enough to slaughter every one of these fiends. Yet just now I needed 3 blasts. If that isn't regression, what is? Mou retorted, unwilling to concede. Enough. Is there any point in bragging about your past glory like this? Chu Haoyang asked. This isn't bragging. I'm merely lamenting that time shows no mercy. Think of me, Mou. Handsome, elegant, distinguished. Before he could finish, Chu Haoyang cut him off. All right. The fiends are all dead. It's time we left. Chu Haoyang said. The demon realm would soon launch its full-scale invasion, and he could not help but wonder whether the Cloud Heaven sect was still safe. He wanted to return at once. In the state of Chu, the Flying Immortal Sect was not particularly formidable in overall strength. This was common knowledge to nearly everyone, but Chu Haoyang did not know it. He thought Mou had merely slain a soul transformation cultivator who had colluded with the demon domain. Little did he know this act would nearly bring utter catastrophe upon himself and Mou. What? Zheng Ru was killed. Who exactly is so audacious? To have enraged Demon King Magician, I fear even the entire state of Chu will suffer the consequences. Zheng Ru was the mistress of Demon King Magician, and Magician loved her to the point of obsession. Now that Zheng Ru was dead, the fury Magician would unleash next was terrifying to imagine. Just as Chu Haoyang was about to leave with Mou, 2 figures appeared above the Flying Immortal Sect. Who goes there? Chu Haoyang asked the soul transformation cultivator of the Flying Immortal Sect. It is Li Qian, the cave master of Lihua Cave, and Shi Yu, the sect master of Yinyang Gate. The soul transformation cultivator of the Flying Immortal Sect replied. Chu Haoyang could tell that both of them were at the late soul transformation peak, separated from the Mahayana stage by only a hair's breadth. Yet that hair's breadth was precisely what kept countless soul transformation cultivators barred outside the gates of Mahayana. Who are you? Li Qian pointed at Chu Haoyang and demanded. Because Chu Haoyang had concealed his own aura, Li Qian could sense no trace of magical fluctuation from him. A passing traveler. Chu Haoyang said indifferently. Li Qian's tone was clearly hostile, and there was no reason for Chu Haoyang to be courteous with him. A passing traveler who dares to slay Sect Master Zheng and forcibly occupy the Flying Immortal Sect. Li Qian demanded. So what if I did? Chu Haoyang suddenly grew intrigued, and he no longer felt any hurry to leave. Are the sects of Chu this united? Chu Haoyang mused inwardly. You had just killed Zheng Ru, and already people were rushing over to demand an account. To prevent the state of Chu from being dragged into disaster, we must take you down so as to appease the fury of Demon King Magician. A cowherd boy. Do you think you are being amusing? Luo Jiayan's willow brows knitted slightly as she sneered inwardly. A mere cowherd boy, yet with one Who is he? What does killing Zheng Ru have to do with him? Chu Haoyang asked softly of the soul transformation cultivator beside him. Sect Master Zheng. Zheng Ru was Magician's mistress. The soul transformation cultivator of the Flying Immortal Sect said with an awkward expression. This was a matter known to nearly everyone within the sect. But Zheng Ru was the sect master, formidable in cultivation and backed by a demon king as her patron, so no one could do anything about her. Heavens, is it really that scandalous? Come on, tell us the details. Hearing there might be gossip to enjoy, Mou immediately grew interested. Several years ago, Demon King Magician personally led several 100,000 demon troops in a massive invasion. When they passed through the territory of our Flying Immortal Sect, he was captivated by our sect master's peerless beauty, and only because of that was our sect spared. The surrounding sects and schools were likewise spared thanks to Sect Master Zheng. The soul transformation cultivator of the Flying Immortal Sect explained. So you're saying Zheng Ru sacrificed her looks and was still your lifesaver? Wait, that's not right. I also saw her involved in something ambiguous with Ziyan. Isn't Ziyan afraid of Magician? Mou asked, puzzled. He thought of how intimate Ziyan and Zheng Ru had been at the time. Even the mistress of a demon king dared to touch. This Ziyan was truly audacious beyond measure. If the demon king wanted to destroy him, an earth demon, it would take no more than a flick of a finger. Ziyan is a rogue demon among the earth demons belonging to no demon king. Moreover, he is extraordinarily bold, and with his honeyed words he delighted Sect Master Zheng, which is why she, the soul transformation cultivator of the Flying Immortal Sect, explained. So it seems Zheng Ru was the guardian deity of your Flying Immortal Sect. Killing her makes us the ones at fault. Mou teased. No. Although Sect Master Zheng protected our Flying Immortal Sect in this way, and although we managed to scrape by, we do not owe her any gratitude. How could we human cultivators stoop to becoming vassals of the demon domain? A true man faces death without fear. As for Zheng Ru's death, our Flying Immortal Sect will never hold a grudge against you, senior, said the soul transformation cultivator of the Flying Immortal Sect. Well said. It's rare for the Flying Immortal Sect to have such an unyielding spine. What is your name? Chu Haoyang patted him on the shoulder and asked. This junior is Sun Jinyun. The soul transformation cultivator of the Flying Immortal Sect replied. Good. From this day forward you are the sect master of the Flying Immortal Sect, Chu Haoyang declared. Sun Jinyun was greatly startled. This was too easy. He had become sect master just like that. Sun Jinyun said. Are you afraid? Chu Haoyang frowned. It is not fear, it is the worry that my abilities are insufficient to protect the Flying Immortal Sect. Sun Jinyun said. That is of no concern. I will remain here to take charge. With me here there is no need to worry. If demon troops dare to come, I will annihilate them all. Chu Haoyang said. That's right, we are your backing. Mou interjected. With this exchange of questions and answers they had completely left Li Qian and Shi out in the cold. How dare you? The lot of you are utterly insolent. Watch as I take you down. As Li Qian spoke, he wielded a refined iron staff, and when he brought it crashing down it was like an entire mountain pressing down from above. Mou was about to act, but Chu Haoyang stopped him. Mou had struck repeatedly and was somewhat weary. Whatever came next he wanted to handle it himself. The heaven sword was summoned, radiant and dazzling. With a single light slash against the iron staff, the staff broke into two pieces. What a! Li Qian was shocked, never expecting that his life-bound treasure could not withstand such a casual strike. The heaven sword did not stop, continuing its slash toward Li Qian. Li Qian shifted positions several times, yet the heaven sword remained locked firmly onto him, leaving no escape. At this moment, he was already regretting his actions. Chu Haoyang's strength was so great it struck terror into his heart. But he should have realized long ago. Someone who could easily slay Zheng Ru was hardly an ordinary opponent. Seeing this from the sidelines, Shi hastily moved to help, summoning two shields. One black and one white with yin and yang qi swirling upon them. They looked exceedingly bizarre. Senior, be careful. The yin-yang twin shields of the yin-yang gate are extremely strange. Sun Jinyun warned. What could possibly be strange about shields, eh? Chu Haoyang paid Sun Jinyun's warning no heed whatsoever. He channeled a stream of magical power into the heaven sword, and the sword instantly blazed with dazzling radiance. A shield's greatest function was defense, so all he had to do was shatter it with a single strike. A malicious smile crept across Sure Yes' lips. The wonders of the yin-yang twin shields were something no one in the world understood, no one except himself. Suddenly the yin and yang qi that had been encircling the shields merged together, forming a ring that descended and slipped over Chu Haoyang's head. Pain, a searing heart-piercing pain flooded his entire body. Chu Haoyang felt as though his head was about to explode while his soul within was wrenched violently, as if something was trying to tear it away from his physical form. Now at last he understood exactly what Sun Jinyun had meant by strange. The defensive display of the yin-yang twin shields was only a decoy. Its true menace lay in attacking with the yin-yang qi ring, making it impossible to guard against. Chu Haoyang was overwhelmed with pain, and the heaven's sword lost its control, hovering motionless in the air. Under my yin-yang twin shields no one survives. Sure, you boasted smugly. His yin-yang twin shields, suddenly switching from defense to offense, would throw any opponent into disarray. Moreover, the yin-yang ring was immensely powerful and specially targeted the soul, though very few could escape from its grasp alive. Indeed, it has to be Sect Master Sure. This should be enough to extinguish Magician's wrath. Having narrowly escaped death, Li Qingwan wiped the cold sweat from his brow and applauded. Magician, see that. We have avenged Zhengru. Not only will he not vent his anger on our two sects, he might even grant us some rewards. This attack was quite a bargain. Seeing Chu Haoyang subdued by his own power, Sure You stroked his long beard with satisfaction. How about it? Should I make my move and dispose of these two wretches, eh? Mou asked, seeing that Chu Haoyang was in dire straits. Don't act. Just keep talking to these two. Stall them with idle chatter. Chu Haoyang replied through divine sense. Stall them? Is that really necessary? With one strike I can make both of them die. Mou said. I only need you to stall the two of them, especially that fellow wielding the yin-yang twin shields. The yin-yang twin shields within the yin-yang ring have an unimaginable restorative effect on my soul. I am using them to repair it right now. Seeing that Mou was confused, Chu Haoyang explained. Mou finally understood completely. The agonized expression on Chu Haoyang's face had all been an act. At this moment his soul was crazily absorbing the yin-yang qi within the yin-yang ring. The second heaven-repairing pill had recovered his earth soul, but it was still weak and needed proper nourishment. The result left him deeply disappointed. Faced with the world's #1 strange flame, the earth soul showed no reaction whatsoever. But just then, when a powerful tearing force emerged within the yin-yang ring, the earth soul stirred and drew streams of pure yin-yang qi into itself. The earth soul itself was rapidly strengthening. This discovery filled Chu Haoyang with unexpected delight. He never imagined such a pleasant surprise. Yet once he cut off that tearing force, the earth soul's passage for absorbing yin-yang power was instantly severed. The yin-yang ring could only generate that tearing force when Sure You activated it. Therefore Chu Haoyang had instructed Mou to keep Sure You entangled rather than kill him outright. Sect Master Sure, right. Your yin-yang twin shields are absolutely flawless. Truly the finest I have ever seen in all my life. Mou said with a fawning grin. Indeed, indeed. You certainly have good eyes. Are the two of you together? Sure You was immensely pleased. Anyone who praised the yin-yang twin shields in his hands brought him incomparable joy. No, I ran into him halfway. He shamelessly insisted on being my servant. You know I have a soft heart, so I reluctantly took him in. But he acts rashly and arrogantly. Not only did he kill the beautiful sect master of the Yuntian Sect, courting a catastrophe, he also offended Sect Master Sure, an absolutely heinous crime. His crime is punishable by death. When Sect Master Sure punishes him, it is his own doing. I will not protect him. Mou went to great lengths to denigrate Chu Haoyang, speaking through gritted teeth with the exasperation of one disappointed in someone he had hoped would do better. Every word reached Chu Haoyang's ears clearly. Even as he strained to appear agonized, he shot Mou a glance. Look, at death's door he still glares at me with such vicious eyes. This wicked servant is truly beyond redemption, showing no gratitude for the kindness I showed in taking him in. Mou went on. Sun Jinyun had been somewhat baffled at first, but soon saw through the act Chu Haoyang and Mou were putting on. As for their purpose, he was momentarily unable to guess. But Sure You did not see through it. His heart was brimming with pride. Very good, very good. Tell you what, from now on you can be my subordinate, and I won't treat you shabbily. Sure You spoke to Mou while activating the yin-yang ring. What benefits do I get as Sect Master Sure's subordinate? Mou pretended to think it over. Benefits? Plenty. Beautiful cauldron maidens, top-tier techniques, spirit stones, magic artifacts. We have whatever you want. Sure You said, whatever I want. Is the yin-yang gate really that wealthy? Mou turned and asked Li Qingwan behind him. Over the years, the yin-yang gate and the Lihua cave had abetted tyranny, wiping out many sects in Magician's name. They looted all the treasures of those sects. Among those who surrendered, all the men were killed while the women were all turned into cauldrons to serve the pleasure of the high-level cultivators of the two sects. Although Chu Haoyang was only putting on an act, his eyes turned icy cold upon hearing these words, killing intent flickering within them, almost spilling over. These two sects had become accomplices to evil. With conduct like this, they had no right to remain even among the human race. Their crime, death. At that time his earth soul had not yet absorbed the yin-yang qi completely, so he could not act immediately. How dare you still look at me like that? Sure, you cursed, seeing Chu Haoyang's icy gaze. But he also sensed something amiss. Why had it been so long, and Chu Haoyang still was not dead? Anyone else would have been dead ages ago. So that's it. In that case, I'm willing to join the yin-yang gate. I have only one demand, an endless supply of beauties. Seeing Shi Yu's gaze shift to Chu Haoyang, Mo hastily changed the subject. He could not let Shi Yu perceive Chu Haoyang's true intent. Don't worry. Once you join my yin-yang gate, not only will beauties be at your side, but I will also transmit the yin-yang dual cultivation art, letting you experience the ultimate bliss. Shi Yu said. The reason he kept so persistently trying to recruit Mo was that he had noticed a faint immortal aura curling around Mo. Immortal aura. That was something only immortals possessed. He wanted to find out where Mo's immortal aura came from. If he could uncover the secret, perhaps he would discover an opportunity to attain immortality. What is the yin-yang dual cultivation art? Is it very powerful? Mo asked deliberately. Of course. The yin-yang dual cultivation art is the most formidable technique of the yin-yang gate. After cultivating it, I guarantee you'll be hooked. Shi Yu's attitude was unprecedentedly favorable. He cast out every lure he could think of simply to make Mo take the bait as soon as possible. But by then he also noticed that the agony on Chu Haoyang's face had vanished completely. The yin-yang ring rapidly shrank and finally disappeared altogether. This was something that had never happened before. The yin-yang twin shields, not bad. He'll take them, Chu Haoyang said calmly. You? How are you still alive? Sure, you no longer with any heart to recruit, Mo, you said in shock. I may not be dead, but you will be soon, Chu Haoyang said coldly. Then with a single grab he stored the yin-yang twin shields away. Sure, you was so furious that he nearly spat blood. The yin-yang twin shields were the foremost treasure of the Yuntian Sect, yet they had been taken away by the other party with such ease. Oh, and I forgot to tell you. I was merely putting on an act with you all along. What nonsense is this so-called yin-yang dual cultivation art? Do you think your granddaddy would practice such a low, shameless technique? Let me show you what a true top-tier cultivation art looks like, Mo said. Opening his mouth, he spat out a sheet of thunder. Because he had been casting spells back-to-back and was somewhat drained, the sea of thunder formed by this blast was rather limited in scope. Even so, Li Qingwan and Shi Yu were blasted until not even ashes remained. It seems that in this Chu state many sects have already become vassals of the demon domain army. Chu Haoyang sighed inwardly. Demon King Magician's strength was comparable to an immortal king of the immortal realm, and he was extraordinarily powerful. Even with the Reincarnation Flame, Chu Haoyang had no certainty of victory. Forget the Demon King. Even a Demon Lord would probably be more than he could handle now. If he wished to keep advancing his cultivation, he had to let the Earth Soul absorb enough yin-yang qi. The yin-yang qi on the yin-yang twin shields had almost been completely absorbed. But where could he go to find more yin-yang qi? There was also the matter of finding Immortal Lord Rohua and bringing her back. When they had emerged from the netherworld, Immortal Lord Rohua was separated from the group, and Chu Haoyang was somewhat. Although the cultivation of an Immortal Lord made Rohua more than capable of sweeping across the Yuntian Continent unimpeded, many places had already been overrun by the demon domain's forces. Should Rohua encounter a mighty one of the same realm from the demon realm, the Immortal Lord would not necessarily prevail. If Rohua carelessly encountered a demon king on the level of magician, there would be real danger. Those two streams of qi clinging to the yin-yang twin shields just now. Have you seen them anywhere else? Chu Haoyang intended to draw information from Sun Jinyun about the whereabouts of yin-yang qi. Such a thing. This is genuinely the first time I have ever seen it today. I have never heard of it before. But within the borders of Chu there is a mountain called Shoyang Mountain. Above it black and white qi often coils and lingers. Sun Jinyun replied. What? Black and white qi? Hearing this, Chu Haoyang was greatly astonished. Black and white qi was a sign that yin-yang qi had condensed to an extreme degree. Ordinary yin-yang qi was five-colored in appearance, with one stream slightly darker and the other slightly lighter. Yet when yin-yang qi became incomparably dense, the darker stream would turn black and the lighter stream would turn white. Born from the heavenly Tao, yin-yang qi could evolve into all things and was infinitely mysterious. But unrefined yin-yang qi was lethally destructive to the soul. It was no exaggeration to say that contact meant instant death. Chu Haoyang's immortal emperor soul, however, was not subject to that annihilation. Once one's cultivation reached the wondrous ultimate realm, and attain the position of immortal emperor, one would receive the recognition of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The yin-yang qi that had once been irreconcilable with the soul would instead become a tonic nourishing it. Of course, before the earth soul absorbed the yin-yang qi from Shi Yu's yin-yang qi ring, Chu Haoyang had been unaware of all this. Yes, Senior, I am certain it was black and white qi. Once passing through the skies 10,000 li above Haoyang Mountain, I did not understand the power of that black and white qi and nearly had my soul shredded. If you ask me if one could refine that black and white qi, it would definitely become a fearsome killing weapon. However, I fear that without cultivation above the spirit transformation stage, not only would one fail to refine it, one would also be courting death. Sun Jinyan said. Actually, he was somewhat mistaken. To refine the black and white qi, one had to at least reach the immortal king realm for it to be worth a try. Strictly speaking, only the immortal emperor realm carried absolute certainty. Moreover, black and white qi would not stay in a single place, that flowed everywhere like water, making its traces nearly impossible to find, let alone the incomparably dense black and white qi. Even ordinary yin-yang qi was scarce beyond measure between heaven and earth. Let's go and take a look at Haoyang Mountain, Chu Haoyang said. Since he had slain Demon King Magician's mistress, revenge might come at any time, so the task of raising his cultivation could not afford the slightest delay. MOU, I'll go explore Haoyang Mountain. You and Sun Jinyan take the people of the Yuntian Sect and seize Lihua Cave and the Yuntian Sect. It would be best to subdue them without a fight. If you truly must fight, remember to cause as few casualties as possible, Chu Haoyang admonished. No problem. MOU nodded. In truth, he alone was enough to take Lihua Cave and the Yuntian Sect. The most powerful figures in those two sects had already been killed, and the rest were not worth worrying about. Give me the map of Haoyang Mountain, Chu Haoyang said to Sun Jinyan. Sun Jinyan took out a blank jade slip and placed it on his forehead. In a few moments, the map of Haoyang Mountain had been inscribed within the slip. Chu Haoyang received the jade slip and swept it with his divine sense, and he already knew the general route. Summoning the heaven sword, Chu Haoyang stepped on it and shot into the sky. Earlier, he had been focused solely on returning to the Yuntian Sect with MOU as quickly as possible, fearing danger might be waiting there. He might ignore others, but Li Qingwan had once saved his life. He absolutely could not abandon her. Now, however, he realized that he would probably be unable to leave Chu State for some time, because Zheng Ru had been killed by him. If he simply turned around and walked away, the Yuntian Sect, and even the entire Chu State sects, would likely suffer the consequences. The wrath of Demon King Magician was not something these sects could withstand. It would be like him causing trouble and others bearing the blame. A person must answer for his own deeds. As long as he remained here, Magician would surely seek revenge only against him, not implicate the innocent. Such was the magnanimity of an immortal emperor. One is accountable for one's own actions and never drags others down. Haoyang Mountain was tens of thousands of li from the Yuntian Sect, but the heaven sword was so swift that it could cover 1,000 li in an instant. In less than half a day, Haoyang Mountain came into view in the distance. Chu Haoyang opened his heavenly eye and looked out. Haoyang Mountain stretched for 10,000 li, vast and awe-inspiring. But that was not what he was looking for. He was searching for the black and white qi. Sure enough, above the very heart of Haoyang Mountain, a black stream and a white stream of qi were entwined like two flood dragons. Sun Jinyan was indeed not mistaken. There really is black and white qi here. Overjoyed, Chu Haoyang flew at full speed toward the depths of Haoyang Mountain. All at once, a screeching roar that tore through the heavens erupted from below, nearly shaking Chu Haoyang out of the air. What is that? Chu Haoyang was startled. With the return of the earth soul, all 5 of his senses had been fully restored, yet he had not detected in the slightest that such a creature was concealed below. Soon a colossal bird burning all over with flames burst upward from below. With incredible speed, the fierce wind it kicked up, so violent, it was breathtaking. The bird was wrapped in fire and hovered in the sky. The blazing light radiating from its body was even more dazzling than the sun. Fire Phoenix! Chu Haoyang cried out in shock. The Fire Phoenix was the first phoenix to be born into the world since the heavens and earth were split apart. This bird was born from the great Tao of heaven and earth, uniquely favored by the heavenly Tao, and possessed a host of innate divine abilities that were mysterious to the extreme. But this bird had erratic trails and no fixed abode. Even in the immortal realm of those days, Chu Haoyang had never seen it. Who would have thought he would encounter it here on Mount Haoyang? The Fire Phoenix did not attack Chu Haoyang, but stared straight at him. Its eyes were wide open with radiance flickering inside, as if it were deducing something. An immortal emperor of the immortal realm. Know your soul is severely damaged, and your cultivation has... Hearing this, Chu Haoyang was startled and quickly wrapped himself in the Reincarnation Flame. The moment it enveloped him, not a trace of his immortal emperor aura could leak out, and the Fire Phoenix immediately lost all sense of him. I am merely a passerby who wishes to collect a little of the black and white qi. Chu Haoyang declared his intention. The fire phoenix had lived for such inconceivably long ages that no one could fathom just how high its cultivation had reached. Chu Haoyang tried to observe it with his heavenly eye, but all he saw was a stretch of chaos. You really aren't an immortal emperor? The fire phoenix asked again. No. Chu Haoyang blurted out without a second thought. His identity was too sensitive to be revealed, or it would certainly bring a fatal disaster. Leave at once. This black and white chi is not something you are entitled to covet. As it spoke, the fire phoenix's flames abruptly soared several spans higher, and its presence became even more astonishing. I came today, and I will not leave with empty hands. Chu Haoyang shook his head and said. He wanted to test just how powerful the fire phoenix truly was. Since you are so reckless and ungrateful, then leave your life behind. Finish. The fire phoenix said no more, opened its mouth and spat out a blast of blazing flame. The surrounding trees instantly became ashes, and the void itself was burned with cracks from which streams of chaotic void currents blew out. Chu Haoyang was greatly shocked. The might of that single blast of flame was probably something only an immortal king-level expert could withstand heat in. He offered up the heavenly sword from which 10 phantom shadows separated and formed a shield wall. For one breath, barely one breath, the shield wall collapsed, and Chu Haoyang retreated swiftly. Even so, several large holes had been scorched into his clothes. As expected of the first phoenix born when heaven and earth were newly opened, the power of its flames has actually reached such a level. Chu Haoyang sighed in his heart. Although as his earth soul had absorbed part of the yin and yang chi, his strength had grown considerably, he would still be a single-blow casualty if matched against an immortal king-level expert. Now the only thing he could summon was the Reincarnation Flame. But each use of the Reincarnation Flame would deplete it, and to deal with a divine bird like the fire phoenix would require an unimaginable consumption. Even so, there was no certainty of victory. Yet with the fire phoenix pressing on with a relentless, aggressive momentum, if he did not use the Reincarnation Flame, his life would likely be lost within seconds. He summoned the Reincarnation Flame and condensed it into a spear, while Chu Haoyang's own immortal emperor aura blazed with utmost intensity. Only when empowered by the immortal emperor aura could the Reincarnation Flame unleash its strongest effect. The fire phoenix's domain field here could guarantee that his immortal emperor aura would not leak out. Immortal emperor. This is undoubtedly the aura of an immortal emperor. Which immortal emperor are you? The fire phoenix had already opened its mouth with a second wisp of flame held ready to fire. But upon sensing this powerful immortal emperor aura, it forcibly swallowed back the flame that was on the verge of bursting out. Judging by its expression, it was deeply agitated. I am the Haoyang immortal emperor, said Chu Haoyang. He had already noticed that the fire phoenix, upon feeling the immortal emperor aura, held not only excitement in its eyes, but also joy. This fire phoenix was a friend, not an enemy. So you are the Haoyang immortal emperor, whose fame thunders through the immortal realm, hailed as the one who overawes 10,000 ages. My respects, my respects. As it said this, the fire phoenix transformed into a man in red robes. He was extremely handsome, by no means inferior to Chu Haoyang. You know me? Chu Haoyang asked in surprise. Who in all the heavens does not know the Haoyang immortal emperor, whose might overawes the myriad realms? The fire phoenix said with a smile, its expression exceedingly kind. But your cultivation has dropped to this state, and your soul is severely incomplete. How did you end up like this? In all the myriad heavens and worlds, who could injure you to such an extent? The fire phoenix continued to ask. Immortal emperors were already the strongest beings in the myriad heavens and worlds, and the Haoyang immortal emperor was the foremost immortal emperor, past or present, stronger than other immortal emperors by far more than a slight margin. To such a person who could harm even a hair of him. Yet the immortal emperor before it had not only suffered a dramatic fall in cultivation, but even his soul was incomplete. How severely must he have been injured? Do not overthink, immortal emperor. I was entrusted by the Thunder Emperor to guard an extraordinary treasure here. The Thunder Emperor declared that only when the next immortal emperor came here could this extraordinary treasure be taken out. Anyone else who comes here will be killed without mercy. Seeing the doubt on Chu Haoyang's face, the fire phoenix told the whole story. So that is how it is. Chu Haoyang was surprised that the fire phoenix was entrusted by the Thunder Emperor to stay here. He immediately recounted from beginning to end how he had been ambushed by Wu Jia and several others. The immortal emperor has suffered. After the immortal emperor was ambushed back, then the lower realms spread word that the immortal emperor had fallen. As for the reason, not a single word was mentioned. Some immortal kings in the immortal realm also pursued this matter, but they never found anything. The current immortal realm is indeed dominated by the three great immortal kings, Wu Jia, Luoshui, and Deke. There is also one called Immortal King Ziwei, whose status is also very high, second only to the three great kings. The fire phoenix said, even Ziwei has become an immortal king. Chu Haoyang suddenly felt like laughing. At that time in the immortal realm, Ziwei had been his Dao companion, and the two had shared a period of deep, sweet affection. He had thought the two of them could stay together forever, but never expected that she would actually collude with outsiders to ambush him. Before Wujia and the others attacked him, Ziwei exhausted every trick to deceive his imperial sword away from him. If the imperial sword had been in his hand back then, he would have had a good chance of killing all three on the spot. Now he was forced to scrape by on the Zhuge continent, while Ziwei, by virtue of her merit of betrayal, had become an immortal king. How ironic. Ziwei, just wait for me. The day this emperor returns to the immortal realm will be your death. Chu Haoyang said softly, his gaze instantly turning into a sharp-edged sword, wherever the blade pointed all before it would be cut down. Do not be annoyed, immortal emperor. Why not first come with me to see the extraordinary treasure left by the Thunder Emperor? Said the Fire Phoenix. Fine. Lead the way. Chu Haoyang calmed the fury in his heart, and said. The Fire Phoenix led the way, and after not walking far they saw a cave. Chu Haoyang looked up and saw the black and white chi circling in the sky directly above the cave. Could this black and white chi be related to the extraordinary treasure hidden in the cave? Chu Haoyang pondered inwardly. Even though he now believed the Fire Phoenix's words, just to be safe, he still summoned the Reincarnation Flame. Not long after entering the cavern, a spiral stairway wound its way down. The descent took nearly 2 hours before his feet finally touched the bottom. There a vast stone dais came into view, and above it floated a colossal, shimmering orb of light. Is this the extraordinary treasure Huofeng mentioned? Chu Haoyang opened his heavenly eye to investigate. Yet the glare was blinding, and no matter how he strained his vision, he could see only a blur of chaos, nothing clearly. Although the Thunder Emperor stored this treasure here and decreed that only the next immortal emperor could take it away, whether it can actually be taken still depends on that immortal emperor's ability. So said Huofeng. He had kept watch here for countless ages, and more than once he tried to discern what this extraordinary treasure actually was, yet he could never see through it. Thus, even Huofeng himself had no idea what the treasure left by the Thunder Emperor truly was. After hearing Huofeng's words, Chu Haoyang's brow furrowed. He sensed that this extraordinary treasure was protected by a powerful restriction. To take the treasure, one must first break the restriction. But the trouble was that this restriction bore a ferocious offensive nature. If it could not be shattered in one decisive blow, its counterattack would spell catastrophe. The rebound force of a restriction set by the Thunder Emperor. How could the current him possibly withstand it? Had the immortal Emperor Haoyang arrived in his prime, he could have taken this treasure with no more than a turn of his palm. But for Chu Haoyang, whose cultivation had fallen drastically, it was far too difficult. Huofeng could also see that Chu Haoyang would hardly be able to take the treasure today. After all, he knew full well how terrifying that restriction was. Even an expert at his own level dared not lay a hand on it, let alone Chu Haoyang, who was only at the Mahayana stage. Huofeng had waited so long for an immortal emperor to appear, but if Chu Haoyang could not take the treasure away, he would have to keep guarding here. He had already stood guard for far too long. So long that even he himself had forgotten how many years had gone by. Huofeng had once been a lord who roamed the 9 heavens and indulged his will throughout the myriad worlds. Being bound here by his vow was truly a helpless fate. I'll give it a try. Chu Haoyang pondered for a long while, then made his decision. He summoned the heavenly sword and slashed at the mass of light. But in the next instant, a beam of light rebounded from the light mass with twice the force of his sword strike. Chu Haoyang hastily dodged aside, and the cave wall was sliced open with a bottomless rift. I tried that before as well. The rebound was twice as strong as the attack I sent out. Huofeng shook his head. He had used even more powerful attack methods, all futile, and on several occasions he had nearly come to harm. An attack of Chu Haoyang's strength would not cause any substantive damage to this restriction. The art of restrictions belongs to the category of formations. To break it, there were 2 ways. One was to peel it away layer by layer like drawing silk from a cocoon. This was the safest and most reliable method. But that required the breaker to possess extremely profound attainment in the way of restrictions and formations, otherwise the slightest error would fully detonate the restriction. The other method was the simplest, to smash it through sheer brute force. Yet this also demanded that the breaking force exceed what the restriction could bear, otherwise it would never succeed. Chu Haoyang had little expertise in restriction arts, so now he could only resort to brute force. The object left by the Thunder Emperor and placed in this location must carry profound meaning. It was absolutely no ordinary artifact. Otherwise the Thunder Emperor would not have gone to such extraordinary lengths. Chu Haoyang was determined to obtain this treasure. Among his magical artifacts, the only ones he could still bring to bear were the Heavenly Sword and the Samsara Flame. For this extraordinary treasure, Chu Haoyang would stake everything. For the Reincarnation Flame had already transcended the boundaries of the Heavenly Tao and belonged to an entirely different plane. As it approached, the seals silently melted away like ice and snow before a blazing sun. Huofeng was naturally impervious to all flames, yet even he felt his heart pound with dread at this moment. If that golden flame fell upon him, it would unquestionably reduce him to ashes. For the Reincarnation Flame had already transcended the boundaries of the heavenly Tao and belonged to an entirely different plane. As it approached, the seal silently melted away like ice and snow before a blazing sun. Just like that, Huofeng's mouth fell open in shock. He had assumed that even if this golden flame looked extremely powerful, completely breaking the seal would require a violent clash. Never did he expect it to happen so silently without a sound. As the seal was broken, a suffocating aura spread outward. Chu Haoyang felt a formidable pressure rushing straight at him, and hastily recalled the Reincarnation Flame to protect himself. Huofeng also unleashed several divine powers in quick succession before he barely steadied himself. With the seal shattered, the true form of the treasure inside was revealed. There floated in midair a three-legged furnace the size of a palm, formed entirely of qi and shining with five-colored radiance. On its surface, the sun, moon, and stars faintly flickered. Extremely dense streams of black and white qi surged out from the furnace. It's actually the Heaven-Earth Mother Qi furnace capable of nurturing all things. Chu Haoyang murmured in a daze. No wonder black and white qi often coiled around Shouyang Mountain. The source had been right here all along, and it was all birthed by this furnace. Before the seal was broken, he had kept wondering what treasure the Thunder Emperor had left behind. Yet now that he saw it, he found it hard to believe. Even the immortal emperor, who had witnessed countless grand scenes and survived countless dangers, felt nothing but shock and awe in that moment. The Heaven-Earth Mother Qi furnace was a treasure that existed only in legend. Not something born of the heavenly Tao, but something capable of nurturing the heavenly Tao itself. Its value was beyond measure. Calling it the foremost treasure of all heavens and myriad worlds was hardly an exaggeration. So it's the Heaven-Earth Mother Qi furnace. No wonder the Thunder Emperor went to so much trouble. Worth it, Huofeng murmured to himself. He had guarded this thing for several 100,000 years, never knowing what it was. Only today did he finally see its true face. But its true face left him profoundly astonished. Who knew from where the Thunder Emperor had obtained the Heaven-Earth Mother Qi furnace? The Heaven-Earth Mother Qi furnace is damaged. The Thunder Emperor sealed it with restrictions so that it could recover on its own without interference. Right now it is still recovering. If we take it out rashly, I'm afraid it will be harmed. Why not leave it here for the time? After weighing the pros and cons, Chu Haoyang spoke. The Heaven-Earth Mother Qi furnace was an incomparable treasure. If it ever fell into his hands, it would surely shine brilliantly. Oh, no. This thing has trapped me here for several 100,000 years. If you take it away, I will have fulfilled my oath to the Thunder Emperor and be free to roam all heavens and myriad worlds. Upon hearing Chu Haoyang's words, Huofeng at once shook his head like a rattledrum. He had worked so hard to finally wait for an immortal emperor, and there was no way he would let him leave empty-handed. If Chu Haoyang left now, who knew when the next immortal emperor would come? Would he have to keep waiting for several 100,000 years more? No, absolutely not. Though his lifespan was long and several 100,000 years meant little to him, no one liked being trapped in the same place forever. Then what would it take for you to agree? Chu Haoyang asked. Unless the immortal emperor is willing to part with a wisp of that golden flame earlier, Huofeng said. He commanded all flames under heaven and earth and could be called the Lord of Flames. Every flame had to submit before him. But that golden flame from earlier was far above all of them, as if it could reduce him to ashes in a single stroke. Of course, that was merely an impression he had. At present, the flame was being controlled by Chu Haoyang and was not yet capable of killing him. But if Chu Haoyang were also at the Immortal King realm, then Huofeng would surely die. That feeling was absolutely unbearable to Huofeng. He could not tolerate any flame in the world that he could not command. Fine, as you wish. Chu Haoyang was exceptionally generous this time. The Reincarnation Flame was his greatest asset for preserving his life, and ordinarily, he used it cautiously, never daring to expend too much of it. After all, if it were used up replenishing, it would be extremely difficult. He could only make the Reincarnation Flame slowly grow through painstaking cultivation a little at a time. Therefore, he treasured it deeply. But this time was different. For the sake of the Heaven-Earth Mother Qi furnace, the supreme treasure of all heavens and myriad worlds, he had to pay a bit of a price. Otherwise, Huofeng would not have watched over it here for him for nothing. With that, Chu Haoyang split off a finger-sized wisp of the Reincarnation Flame and gave it to Huofeng. Huofeng wrapped it in his own true phoenix flame. The Reincarnation Flame was far too hot. Though he could endure it, it would also cost him something in return. This flame is on a completely different level from other flames. Truly strange. Huofeng turned the flame over and over in his hand, examining it carefully. This flame is called the Reincarnation Flame. Use it well, for once it is consumed, it will be gone. Chu Haoyang instructed. What? Reincarnation Flame? You actually cultivated the Reincarnation Flame. At the words Reincarnation Flame, the shock on Huofeng's face was no less than when he had beheld the Heaven-Earth Mother Qi furnace. In the immortal realm, there existed a supreme cultivation art called the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Art. Only an immortal emperor could cultivate it. It was said that if one could master this art, their cultivation would undergo a qualitative leap break through the immortal emperor bottleneck and reach another peak. Every immortal emperor regarded this art as the only path to a breakthrough and practiced it diligently. Yet in the end, most could not even find the entrance to the 6 paths of reincarnation art. They tried again and again, but never grasped the true method. That was still considered a good outcome. Some immortal emperors went mad from practicing the 6 paths of reincarnation art, became addicted to slaughter, and nearly destroyed the entire immortal realm. In the end, everyone, including the Thunder Emperor, believed that no one could successfully cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation art. Huafeng had shared that belief. But Chu Haoyang had actually cultivated the Reincarnation Flame, a phenomenon that could only appear after one had cultivated the 6 paths of reincarnation art to minor mastery, and even then the chance of its appearing was infinitesimal. Well deserves the title of the greatest immortal emperor of all time. I am deeply impressed, Huafeng said respectfully. The strong deserve respect at all times. Before Chu Haoyang, this phoenix born of the heavenly Tao completely retracted its haughty bearing. Immortal Emperor, your cultivation has dropped greatly. I wonder if there is any way I can be of help. Huafeng had asked. Give me some of your true phoenix flame to strengthen my reincarnation flame. Phoenix True Flame was a rare, strange fire in heaven and earth, ranking among the top for sheer power. If the reincarnation flame could devour it, it would become far stronger. I just sensed it carefully. This reincarnation flame is frighteningly high in grade, but it shares the same origin as my Phoenix True Flame. Once it devours it, no assimilation is needed. Fire Phoenix finished speaking and dispersed his Phoenix True Flame, turning it into a vast sea of fire before their eyes. Chu Haoyang did not hesitate and drove the reincarnation flame to begin devouring. This process lasted for a full 2 hours. After 2 hours, a trace of pallor appeared on the Fire Phoenix's face. Clearly, the devouring of the Phoenix True Flame had damaged his true essence. The Phoenix True Flame was invaluable. It was the foundation of every divine ability he wielded. If the person before him were not an immortal emperor, he would never have been so generous. After the reincarnation flame devoured the Fire Phoenix's Phoenix True Flame, it grew considerably stronger, much to Chu Haoyang's satisfaction. Thank you, Chu Haoyang said. No need to thank me. It is I who should thank the immortal emperor, said the Fire Phoenix. Compared to that wisp of reincarnation flame, the Phoenix True Flame he had given away was nothing. For the two were simply not on the same level at all. All right, let's go outside, Chu Haoyang said then. The Fire Phoenix nodded and was about to walk out together with Chu Haoyang. At this moment, the restriction that had originally been broken by the reincarnation flame reappeared, wrapping the Heaven-Earth Mother Chi furnace within it once more. It seems this place was seeded with a restriction by the Thunder Emperor. As long as we don't leave this place, the restriction around the Heaven-Earth Mother Chi furnace will never disappear. Even if it is temporarily broken, it will reappear after a while, Chu Haoyang said. As expected of the Immortal Emperor's secret arts, this kind of technique that grants restrictions infinite rebirth is truly unheard of. The Fire Phoenix sighed with emotion. The so-called Immortal Emperor's secret arts were treasures accumulated by countless immortal emperors of the immortal world over tens of millions of years, and each generation of immortal emperors had constantly supplemented and refined them. Their might was enough to awe the myriad heavens. Apart from a few innate divine abilities born from the heavenly Tao, few other techniques could rival them. This alone made even the Fire Phoenix burn with envy. The Immortal Emperor's secret arts are vast as a boundless ocean. Each one possesses immense might. It's just that my memories are severely damaged. Right now, I can only recall a portion of the Sword Rain Flurry. If you're interested, I can teach it to you. Chu Haoyang spoke. What? You're going to pass the Immortal Emperor's secret arts to me? Are you joking? The Fire Phoenix's voice trembled. The Immortal Emperor's secret arts were the supreme secrets of the immortal world, meant to be practiced only by immortal emperors and strictly prohibited from being spread. Therefore, even in the immortal world, no one except immortal emperors knew them. Even a mighty immortal king could only look on with envy, utterly unable to touch them. Yet now Chu Haoyang was actually going to impart such supreme secret arts to him. How could the Fire Phoenix not be stirred? It's just an incomplete remnant of the immortal emperor's secret arts, nothing to make a fuss about. Besides, I am no longer the Haoyang, immortal emperor of the past. There's no need for me to obey rules tailor-made for immortal emperors. Chu Haoyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. If he were the Haoyang, immortal emperor of the past, he would absolutely never have done this. But he was no longer the Haoyang, immortal emperor. He was only a dejected and lost Chu Haoyang. Moreover, the demonic flames of the abyss of darkness had scorched him for 100,000 years, causing a tremendous change in his state of mind. Now, walking the world again, it was no different from having been reborn. There was no need for him, Chu Haoyang, to follow the Haoyang, immortal emperor's rules. Chu Haoyang then passed the mental cultivation technique of the Sword Rain Flurry to the Fire Phoenix. Although it was merely a remnant technique, it was already immensely precious to the Fire Phoenix. He condensed his Phoenix True Flame into a single fire sword, and then countless fire swords split off from it. Yes, they were not sword shadows. The fire swords that split off were exactly the same as the true fire sword. One transforms into 100, 1,000, 10,000. Their power is not reduced in the slightest, and the mana consumed is but a fraction of the original. Marvelous, marvelous. The Fire Phoenix laughed heartily. Next, Chu Haoyang completely absorbed the black and white twin chi swirling above Shoyang Mountain, and his Earth Soul once again grew much stronger. As the Earth Soul grew stronger, his cultivation advanced from early Mahayana to mid-Mahayana. Congratulations, Immortal Emperor, on your great progress in cultivation. The Fire Phoenix said. Great progress. I'm still far behind you. Chu Haoyang said with a bitter smile. Do not be disheartened, Immortal Emperor. With your talent that spans the ages, it is only a matter of time before you reach the summit again. My mere Immortal King cultivation is not worth mentioning. The Fire Phoenix consoled him. When will the Immortal Emperor return? The Fire Phoenix asked. This question was of great importance to him. The Immortal Emperor before him might have suffered a great decline in cultivation, but he still possessed the ability to break the restriction and take away the Heaven-Earth Mother Chi furnace. The next time he came would be the moment when he himself would be freed. We'll see how things go, Chu Haoyang said. Naturally, he wanted the Heaven-Earth Mother Chi furnace to completely repair its flaws so that it could exert its maximum power. But if the situation became pressing and he had no other choice, he could only let it appear ahead of time. Immortal Emperor, please come as early as you can. Do not make me wait too long. There was a hint of pleading in the Fire Phoenix's words. Chu Haoyang understood his difficulty and gave the Fire Phoenix a deep bow. During the time Chu Haoyang was away, a Mahayanistic demonic expert named Ju Sun had come to the Flying Immortal Sect. This demon was a subordinate of the Demon King Magician. Having heard that Zheng Ru had been killed, he came to the Flying Immortal Sect to demand an explanation. He had originally thought that as soon as he arrived, the bunch of weaklings in the Flying Immortal Sect would kneel down and beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, he was blocked outside by the sect-protecting Grand Formation of the Flying Immortal Sect. The Flying Immortal Sect's Grand Formation had not originally been this strong. Chu Haoyang had deliberately strengthened it before he left. Unless one's cultivation had broken through to the Mahayana stage, it would be extremely difficult to forcibly break it. Even after trying every trick in the book, Ju Sun could not break the Flying Immortal Sect's Grand Formation. Which bastard set up this sect-protecting Grand Formation? How can it be this powerful? Ju Sun cursed. He had come alone this time and had not brought any demon soldiers. He could have dealt with the entire Flying Immortal Sect single-handedly, so why would he need demon soldiers? But now he found that he couldn't even get through the gate of their sect. It was your grandfather here who set it up. Got a problem? A cold voice came from behind Ju Sun. Ju Sun was tall and broad, and his burly body whirled around abruptly to see a young man of around 20, so handsome, it was almost unnatural. You snot-nosed brat, how dare you call yourself this demon's grandfather? Fine, fine. Ju Sun's laughter was so cold it made one's hair stand on end. Before Chu Haoyang could answer, a heaven-splitting giant axe came slashing straight at him. As a demon lord comparable to a human Mahayanistic cultivator, Ju Sun was a powerful figure even in the demon world. When had he ever been toyed with like this? Yet the one toying with him was just a snot-nosed brat around 20 years old. Die. He must die. Otherwise the hatred in his heart would never be appeased. The young man did not know his place. Was someone like Ju Sun, a giant of the demonic path, someone he could casually insult? Only death could atone for such insolence. Sun Jinyan had followed Mou to subdue the Li Hua Cave and the Yuntian Sect, but within the Flying Immortal Sect there remained several soul transformation cultivators. Could it be that without Zheng Ru our Flying Immortal Sect is truly unable to protect itself? A soul transformation cultivator said dejectedly. Back when Zheng Ru was alive, she had submitted to the Demon King Magician. It was not a pleasant thing to speak of, but it had indeed preserved the Flying Immortal Sect. But now Zheng Ru was dead, and this newcomer named Chu Haoyang looked far too young. Did he truly have such ability? This was the question weighing on the hearts of everyone in the Flying Immortal Sect. Ju Sun wielded a colossal heaven-cleaving axe and struck toward Chu Haoyang. Wherever the giant axe passed, countless fissures tore open in the void. This single strike indeed carried the might of splitting heaven and earth. Had it landed true, there would be no outcome other than falling on the spot. Chu Haoyang, however, remained unhurried, slowly summoning the heavenly sword. This time he did not employ the sword rain scattering. A demonic creature of Ju Sun's caliber was not worth unleashing the Immortal Emperor's secret art. Daring to clash heathen with me. He clearly doesn't know how to spell the word death. Ju Sun sneered inwardly. But in the next moment, he realized things seemed to have exceeded his expectations. The heavenly sword struck the giant axe, and the axe snapped in two with a resounding crack. The heavenly sword did not pause, continuing its arc to slash across Ju Sun's neck. A massive head was cleaved off, tumbling to the ground, and rolling into the underbrush. This body was one Ju's son had seized through possession. His true form was a mass of demonic qi. As the body was severed, a wisp of demonic qi burst forth from the headless corpse. Ju's son was afraid, truly afraid. For demonic creatures like him, having their host body destroyed would greatly deplete their essence, but it would not necessarily mean their fall. What was truly terrifying was having their demonic body itself severed. That would mean utter and complete annihilation. Of course, to thoroughly slay them, every last wisp of demonic qi comprising their demonic body would have to be destroyed entirely. If even a single wisp of demonic qi were left behind and allowed to escape, the demonic creature could revive through it, though it would require a considerable amount of time. Seeing that the situation today was dire, Ju's son transformed his demonic body into hundreds of millions of strands of demonic qi. So long as a single strand escaped, he would not die. Hundreds of millions of strands of demonic qi scattered madly, fleeing in every direction. Had it been anyone else, there would have been no solution. After all, who could simultaneously drive so many magical treasures to hunt down these hundreds of millions of strands of demonic qi? But this was no challenge for Chu Haoyang. Countless phantom projections split off from the heavenly sword, and the immortal emperor's secret art, sword rain scattering, was unleashed. Countless sword silhouettes gave chase to the demonic qi that had already fled far away. 10 breaths. After merely 10 breaths, the scattered hundreds of millions of demonic phantoms were all annihilated. The demon lord Ju's son was thoroughly slain, his very soul extinguished. This man is too terrifying. Even the escape talent of demonic creatures is not enough to save them before him. The group of soul transformation elders of the Flying Immortal Sect exclaimed in shock. Defeating a demon lord might not be difficult as long as one's cultivation realm was high enough. But utterly slaying one, that was extremely difficult. Even with a sufficiently high cultivation realm, it was not necessarily achievable. Yet today they had witnessed with their own eyes how a demonic creature, having activated its escape talent, was completely annihilated. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, flawless from start to finish. Moreover, judging by Chu Haoyang's demeanor, he had been utterly casual, nothing at all like someone exerting his full strength. Just then, Mo and Sun Jinyun, having successfully completed their mission, returned to the Flying Immortal Sect. There is residual demonic qi, but no trace of a demonic creature's presence. What happened here just now? Mo said, sniffing the air. A Mahayanistage demonic creature invaded the Flying Immortal Sect, and I slew it. Chu Haoyang said calmly. That demon was rather foolish. Had it used the innate divine ability it had for escaping, who could have killed it? Of course, except for my 10,000 Zhang Thunderbolt. No matter if it transforms into billions of avatars, all shall be struck down. Mo said with great seriousness. His words seemed to praise the extraordinary escapability of demonic creatures, but in truth he was boasting about the peerlessness of his thunder-commanding art. The lightning arts personally passed down by the Thunder Emperor reigning supreme across the universe. This was Mo's source of pride. Enough. The Immortal Emperor's secret art, sword rain scattering, is not one bit inferior to your thunder arts. Chu Haoyang shot Mo a glare of displeasure. This fellow Mo was formidable in strength no less than an immortal lord, but his greatest flaw was his love for self-glorification. If one did not pour cold water on him from time to time, he might genuinely come to believe he was invincible under heaven. How did things go? Chu Haoyang asked. At the Lihua Cave and the Yuntian Sect, the highest cultivation was merely mid-soul transformation. I merely performed a minor divine power, and they were all thoroughly intimidated, expressing their willingness to follow my commands and jointly resist the demon realm's great army. To prevent them from turning traitor, I drew 1 drop of soul blood from each of them. This way there can be no mishap. Mo said. Excellent. For now I cannot leave this place. Take this map and go to the state of Zhao. Do everything in your power to protect the Yuntian Sect. If it comes to the worst, you must protect Li Qingwan. After giving his instructions, Chu Haoyang handed Mo the map of the Vermilion Continent that he had obtained from the Five Elements sect. Who is Li Qingwan? Is this woman very important to you? Mo asked. It was said that the path of immortality was ruthless. To attain the supreme position of immortal emperor, one's heart must never harbor attachments. Romantic love was a great taboo. If Chu Haoyang were to wallow in mortal affection, now he would likely never again ascend to the pinnacle. She is my benefactor. Chu Haoyang recounted what had happened after he escaped from the abyss of darkness and descended upon the Vermilion Continent. If that is the case, then this woman has indeed shown you great kindness, and she must be protected with all due diligence. Rest assured, with me here, nothing will happen to her. Having received his orders, Mo set off immediately. Chu Haoyang took up residence at the Flying Immortal Sect, guarding against an attack sent by the Demon King Magician, while continuously consolidating the various sects throughout the state of Chu. Those sects that had surrendered to the demon realm were taken down by his overwhelming force, After exterminating the station demon soldiers, he absorbed all remaining members into the Flying Immortal Sect. As for those that had not surrendered to the demon realm, they stood in mutual support, jointly resisting the demonic army. 3 months later, Chu Haoyang's name spread throughout the entire state of Chu. The majority of sects within the state of Chu now revered Chu Haoyang as their sovereign. This made the Heavenly Palace, which had once commanded all the sects of the state of Chu, unable to sit still any longer. What? This man called Chu Haoyang. What exactly is his origin? The Heavenly Palace's palace master, Ouyang Ming, flew into a rage. Within the state of Chu, the Heavenly Palace was the mightiest of all sects. The Heavenly Palace possessed profound heritage and terrifyingly immense power. It was said that within the Heavenly Palace there existed a supreme expert who had already attained immortality. However, because the passages between the immortal realm and all other planes had long been severed, he could not ascend. With such a supreme expert stationed there, who would dare provoke the Heavenly Palace? This time the demon realm had launched a massive invasion of the Vermilion Continent, yet they left the Heavenly Palace completely untouched. This alone was enough to show how terrifying the Heavenly Palace's strength truly was. In recent months, Chu Haoyang's sudden rise had made the ever-condescending Heavenly Palace master, Ouyang Ming, unable to remain composed. He was the sovereign of the state of Chu. He would not allow anyone to rise above him. This person's origins are impossible to trace. He might as well have materialized out of thin air, answered an elder of Tiangong. Regardless, we must teach this fellow a lesson. In my name, send out an invitation to Chu Haoyang to take part in the grand competition next month. Ouyang Ming's eyes turned sharp, a sly smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The grand competition next month had originally been initiated by Tiangong as a means of selecting talents to resist the demon domain. But in inviting Chu Haoyang, Ouyang Ming was harboring sinister intentions. He wanted to use the opportunity to crush him and thereby restore Tiangong's prestige. At the Yuntian Sect, the invitation arrived soon after. Tiangong, is it really that formidable? Chu Haoyang stared at the invitation and asked. Senior, Tiangong is the most powerful cultivation sect in the Chu kingdom, with profound heritage beyond measure. Sun Jinyan replied. It is said that Tiangong hides an exalted figure who has already become an immortal. When the demon domain invades, it even makes a detour to avoid this place. Sun Jinyan continued. Hearing this, a gleam shot through Chu Haoyang's eyes. On the Yuntian continent, finding a sect with an immortal in residence is truly no easy task. By the look of it, Tiangong does have deep foundations. It is worth a trip after all. Chu Haoyang stroked his chin and nodded. Now that Senior's fame has spread far and wide through the Chu kingdom, I think Tiangong definitely intends to build ties with you. That would also be beneficial to our joint resistance against the demon domain. Sun Jinyan chimed in agreement. By now he was deeply devoted to Chu Haoyang, treating him as one of the Yuntian Sect's own. Under Chu Haoyang's leadership, the Yuntian Sect's territory had expanded more than tenfold. Of course, all of it gained through annihilating the sects that surrendered to the demon domain. As for sects that were genuinely fighting the demon domain, Chu Haoyang not only left them completely undisturbed, but also frequently extended his protection, leaving many sects deeply grateful. This was also the main reason Chu Haoyang's renown grew ever greater. Unlike other ambitious warlords, he did not annex other sects amid the chaos or engage in opportunistic plunder. Instead, he punished the wicked and aided the weak, which won everyone's genuine admiration. Now even Tiangong had sent an invitation, which fully showed just how lofty Chu Haoyang's status in the Chu kingdom had become. Since it is a grand competition, it would be improper for me to go there alone. Select a few spirit transformation stage elders to accompany me to Tiangong, Chu Haoyang said. Sun Jinyan accepted the order and withdrew. 3 days later, after he had finished arranging everything, Chu Haoyang and the 3 elders boarded a battle vessel and sped off toward Tiangong. In case the demon domain launched an invasion after his departure, he once again strengthened the Yuntian Sect's grand protective formation. Beyond that, he left several trump cards enough to deal with Mahayanistage demonic creatures. Tiangong was a full 20,000 li from the Yuntian Sect. But the battle vessel was extremely fast, and in less than 3 days Tiangong was already in sight. Many people had heard Tiangong's name, but very few had ever set foot there. As the foremost cultivation sect of the Chu kingdom, it strictly forbade outsiders from drawing near. For the 3 elders of the Yuntian Sect, just like Chu Haoyang, this was the closest they had ever been to Tiangong. What they saw was a splendid cluster of golden palaces suspended in the air amid churning clouds and mist streams of auspicious radiance, cascading falls, and flowing sunset clouds, an overwhelmingly beautiful sight. Immortal birds and spirit beasts darted and drifted among the palaces, presenting a perfect picture of celestial grandeur. It is worthy of being the #1 cultivation sect of the Chu kingdom, truly magnificent. Chu Haoyang could not help praising it. Setting aside everything else, merely the spirit stones required to keep such an enormous palace complex suspended in the air were more than any ordinary sect could ever bear. This showed how formidable Tiangong's financial resources were. Tiangong's main gate was perched atop the clouds, looking exactly like the gate of the immortal realm. If I had not once dwelt in the immortal realm, I might have truly mistaken this for the land of immortals. Chu Haoyang sighed with emotion. The three Yuntian Sect elders were equally overcome with awe. If Tiangong were an elephant, the Yuntian Sect was not even worthy of being called a tiny ant. The gap between the two was as vast as the distance between clouds and mud, impossible to compare. What person dares to raise a racket at Tiangong's gate? A man in armor holding a weapon stepped forward to challenge them. We have come to Tiangong to attend the grand competition. An elder of the Yuntian Sect hastily said. Attend the grand competition? You are plainly lying. The grand competition began yesterday. How can you be unaware of that? Leave at once unless you want trouble, the armored man said. Chu Haoyang brought out the invitation, which clearly stated that the grand competition would not start until the next day. He had chosen to arrive today precisely to have some leeway. This is the invitation issued by your palace master. Look. Chu Haoyang tossed the invitation over. The armored man only glanced at it, then threw it on the ground, and said with utter contempt, fake. Chu Haoyang no longer held back. With a single slap, he sent the armored man flying dozens of zhang away. When the guards at the other gates saw someone daring to make trouble at Tiangong's entrance, they rushed over one after another to help. Chu Haoyang kicked every one of them away with a single blow. Still, this disturbance quickly alarmed the rest of the disciples stationed at Tiangong's gate. Were not particularly powerful in cultivation, but once the gate was attacked, the others would receive word immediately. Soon a host of Tiangong's experts arrived. Dozens of Tiangong masters, all at the peak of the late spirit transformation stage, surrounded Chu Haoyang. In other sects, if there were one or two cultivators at the peak of the late spirit transformation stage, they would already be counted as a major power. Yet Tiangong could casually send out a dozen or more, truly a transcendent force. Who are you to dare act wildly at Tiangong? The man at the forefront wore a purple robe and a golden crown, and appeared to hold no mean position in Tiangong. Chu Haoyang of the Yuntian Sect. Chu Haoyang said calmly. At the sound of Chu Haoyang's name, the purple-robed man was visibly taken aback. He had not expected the mighty and renowned Chu Haoyang to look so young. Chu Haoyang had concealed his cultivation, so the purple-robed man could not see through his realm. No matter who you are, if you dare to offend Tiangong, you must pay the price. The purple-robed man refused to let the matter drop and sternly rebuked him. Chu Haoyang understood in an instant. Tiangong intended to give him a show of might, or else this man had been sent to test his strength. Logically, since the invitation had been issued by Tiangong, the guards should have been notified and would not have been so rude. Besides, now that he had announced his name, the others still refused to let the matter rest, clearly unwilling to show him any respect. In that case, he had no reason to show courtesy. He would never kill a good person indiscriminately, for that would weigh on his conscience. But when facing those filled with malice, he would not be soft-handed either. Then may I ask what price I have to pay? Chu Haoyang asked with a smile. Cut off one of your arms, then kneel down and kowtow to confess your crimes. The purple-robed man wore an aloof and domineering expression. Tiangong truly is imperious. After saying this, Chu Haoyang struck out with a punch, and the purple-robed man at once felt an immense force surging toward him, like mountains toppling and seas overturning. He wanted to resist, but he did not even have the chance to strike back. Where the fist wind passed, the void warped. As if hit by a colossal mountain, the purple-robed man shot high into the air like a kite with a snapped string. All the other spirit transformation cultivators of the heavenly palace were dumbfounded. The purple-robed man was the cream of their ranks, yet merely being grazed by the fist wind had sent him tumbling backward. If that punch had landed squarely, would any of them survive? At that thought, a chill involuntarily ran down their spines. After all, that was a peak late spirit transformation existence. This Chu Haoyang was too powerful, completely beyond their expectations. What should they do now? Fight. That would be suicide. As late spirit transformation cultivators, their discernment was sharper than anyone's. Every one of them could see that Chu Haoyang had held back just now. If they thoroughly enraged him, all dozen or so of them would probably die on the spot. But if they did not fight, the heavenly palace's prestige would be utterly destroyed. To fight or not to fight? That was the question. They looked at one another at a loss for what to do. Just as the experts of the heavenly palace were caught in a dilemma, a majestic voice rang out from the depths of the heavenly palace. Fellow Taoist Chu is an honored guest of mine. Do not be rude. Let fellow Taoist Chu in at once, and take him to the martial arena to observe the ceremony. A man's voice spoke. The heavenly palace experts immediately relaxed upon hearing this, for the voice belonged to Ouyang Ming, the heavenly palace lord. The palace lord had issued an order, and they did not dare disobey, thus averting a great battle. A gray-haired spirit transformation cultivator stepped forward, gave a respectful salute, and said, "Fellow Taoist Chu, this way please." As for the Chu Haoyang paid him no mind. After a single glance, he followed the gray-haired cultivator away. Presence. This is what presence means. The three Yuntian Sect spirit transformation cultivators accompanying Chu Haoyang were stirred with countless emotions. When had the Yuntian Sect ever earned such glory? Soon Chu Haoyang and his group arrived at an open area, the Heavenly Palace's martial arena. The martial arena was extremely vast with rings of formation ripples flickering. Clearly the ground had been reinforced with formations to prevent destruction during combat. The arena was surrounded by viewing stands on which many seats had been arranged. At that moment the stands were packed with people watching the contest in the arena. The contestants in the arena were a man and a woman. The man around 40 was clad in white and held a folding fan. He gave it a light flick, drawing a cascade of shrieks from the female cultivators in the audience. The woman had a lovely face and a graceful figure. Under her command a long sword darted like a viper, seeking its prey, her offense incredibly fierce. What are the rules of the competition? Chu Haoyang asked the white-haired Heavenly Palace cultivator who had let him in. Each sect sends 10 people. There are 3 rounds of drawing lots and rankings are determined by the number of wins across those 3 rounds. The white-haired Heavenly Palace cultivator replied. Then can our Yuntian Sect participate? Chu Haoyang asked. This. I will have to ask the Palace Lord. With that the white-haired cultivator walked toward the most luxurious viewing stand. The central position of that stand was shrouded in mist, making it impossible for others to see the true face of the person seated there. But this was no obstacle for Chu Haoyang. Opening his heavenly eye, he saw at once a dignified-looking man. The man had just passed 40 with a bushy beard, and the spiritual power rippling from him was extremely intense, far stronger than that of a peak late spirit transformation cultivator. The Mahayana stage, quite a rare feat indeed. Chu Haoyang thought inwardly. He was very familiar with that spiritual power fluctuation. It emanated from a Mahayana stage cultivator. There was no need to guess. This person was undoubtedly Ouyang Ming, the Heavenly Palace Lord. On the Yuntian Continent, the apparent ceiling of cultivation was the late spirit transformation peak. But there were still a few who had broken through the shackles of the spirit transformation stage and entered the Mahayana stage. Their numbers were so minuscule that most people did not even know the name of the realm after spirit transformation. That the Heavenly Palace Lord had reached the Mahayana stage showed on the one hand that his aptitude was of the highest order, and on the other reflected the vast and profound heritage of the Heavenly Palace. Without the support of corresponding resources, could ordinary people casually break the curse of the spirit transformation stage? No one would believe it if they were told. From this, it was clear that the Heavenly Palace's foundation was truly incomparable to that of other sects. Just as Chu Haoyang was lost in thought, Ouyang Ming on the viewing stand seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look at him. Chu Haoyang's cultivation was concealed, as long as he did not actively reveal it, no one could see through it. What Ouyang Ming saw was a man entirely devoid of spiritual power fluctuations. But he knew that Chu Haoyang's true cultivation was not like that, otherwise why would he have sent a peak late spirit transformation cultivator flying with a single punch? If it had been him, he might barely have accomplished the same with great effort, but certainly not with such ease and nonchalance. Even so, the Heavenly Palace Lord's eyes were filled with arrogance. This time he had invited Chu Haoyang precisely to suppress him. If anyone expected a friendly reception, they could forget it. The contempt in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Chu Haoyang gave a faint smile and paid it no heed. His only purpose in coming to the Heavenly Palace was to unite as many forces as possible and jointly resist the invasion of the Demon Realm's armies. Of course, if anyone deliberately crossed him and picked a quarrel, he would not mind teaching that person an unforgettable lesson. The two locked gazes for a long moment before the Heavenly Palace Lord finally shifted his contemptuous eyes away from Chu Haoyang. Before long, the white-haired Heavenly Palace cultivator came back with a reply. The Palace Lord says that all the sects invited to the Heavenly Palace this time are prestigious major sects. The Yuntian Sect is too weak to be qualified for the competition. The white-haired cultivator looked somewhat embarrassed. He knew this was the Palace Lord deliberately suppressing the Yuntian Sect, or more precisely suppressing Chu Haoyang. Given Chu Haoyang's current reputation and the strength he had displayed at the Heavenly Palace's front gate, the Palace Lord should by rights have received him personally. But he did not. The one in charge of the Heavenly Palace had plainly set out to embarrass Chu Haoyang and humiliate him. Your Heavenly Palace has gone too far. You send invitations to bring us here only to tell us the Yuntian Sect has no right to compete. Such behavior is utterly outrageous. A spirit transformation cultivator of the Yuntian Sect could no longer hold back and shouted loudly. His outcry immediately stirred everyone in the stands. Who is that man? Does he want to die making such a racket here? He looks like Li Qingwan of the Yuntian Sect. What is that old codger doing here? The Yuntian Sect has no right to be here at all. Someone murmured. In the past, the Yuntian Sect naturally did not qualify. That woman Zheng Ru had no ability except enchanting men. From top to bottom, the Yuntian Sect is a bunch of men living off women. But things are different now. Chu Haoyang, who has been sweeping through all comers lately, is stationed at the Yuntian Sect. Someone added. So Chu Haoyang is at the Yuntian Sect. No wonder. Is he here today? Someone asked while looking around. The Yuntian Sect need only stand by and watch. It is not qualified to take part in the contest. Ouyang Ming's voice drifted over from afar. By now everyone understood the Tiangong was deliberately shaming Chu Haoyang, intent on ruining his reputation. Whether one was a dragon or a tiger before the Tiangong, one still had to lie prostrate. This was the Tiangong's way. In 2 words, sheer dominance. But there was no helping it, for the Tiangong's might was plainly there for all to see. Just as everyone assumed Chu Haoyang would have to swallow this humiliation, he spoke up. And what if I refuse? Chu Haoyang said in an icy voice. His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it with perfect clarity. Insolent wretch! How dare you defy the order of the Lord of the Tiangong? Kneel and kowtow to apologize at once, or you will be executed without mercy. The man standing beside Ouyang Ming furiously rebuked Chu Haoyang. He was Ouyang Ming's sword servant, a supreme expert whose cultivation was at the peak of the late spirit transformation stage, only 1 step away from breaking into the millennia stage. As for Ouyang Ming, he remained expressionless, tacitly permitting his sword servant to berate Chu Haoyang. When had the exalted immortal Emperor Haoyang ever been humiliated like this? Kneel and kowtow. That was nothing short of a fool's dream. In all the heavens and myriad worlds, who was qualified to make an immortal emperor kneel? You dogslave, what right do you have to speak here? Chu Haoyang said calmly. You? What did you say? Say that again if you dare. The sword servant's forehead bulged with veins. The phrase dogslave completely shattered his composure. On ordinary days, who among the Tiangong's members did not treat him with the utmost deference? Even though he was only Ouyang Ming's sword servant, his standing was far above that of an ordinary elder. Yet today, being called a dog slave by Chu Haoyang drove him into an utter rage. A terrifying oppressive might burst forth, engulfing the entire martial arena. So strong, someone exclaimed in admiration. Although he too was at the peak of the late spirit transformation stage, he could not release such formidable pressure. The sword servant's power made even cultivators of the same tier feel ashamed. What if I call you a dog slave? Are you not one? Chu Haoyang retorted, showing not the slightest respect to this Tiangong expert. My lord, please allow me to cut down this madman and uphold the Tiangong's prestige. The sword servant could no longer suppress his fury and begged Ouyang Ming for permission to fight. Very well, just teach him a lesson. Do not kill him. Ouyang Ming said nonchalantly, as if mentioning it. Earlier, when Chu Haoyang had sent the purple-robed man flying with a single punch at the Tiangong gate, Ouyang Ming had even spoken up for him, ordering the crowd not to make things difficult and letting the white-robed cultivator lead him inside. Now, with his attitude shifting so drastically, the few members of the Yuntian Sect and the white-robed cultivator were all baffled. In truth, this was not hard to understand. If Chu Haoyang had been stopped outside the Tiangong, how could Ouyang Ming have made him look foolish before so many eyes? He had done this purely for the sake of shutting the door and beating the dog, to trap Chu Haoyang and thoroughly humiliate him. And if possible, the best outcome would be to eradicate him completely. Whoever dared to disrespect the Tiangong deserved nothing but death. The sword servant's cultivation was no mean feat, making him the perfect choice to gauge Chu Haoyang's true strength. At Ouyang Ming's words, the sword servant hesitated no longer. A long sword swept across the air, chopping at Chu Haoyang's head. The sword Chu Haoyang pointed a finger, and a heavenly sword shot forth like an arrow from a bow, slashing toward the sword servant's long sword with speed too blinding for anyone to follow. No one could see it clearly. All they saw was Chu Haoyang lightly pointing a finger. In the next breath, the sword servant's long sword broke into several fragments, and a head rolled to the ground. What? Thighs? How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. The sword servant had been a cultivator at the peak of the late spirit transformation stage, one who was only half a step from entering the millennia stage. In a single move, he had been killed instantly by Chu Haoyang, so swiftly that no one even managed to see the stroke. Has Chu Haoyang grown this strong? A chill crept down everyone's spine. Even the ever-placid expression on Ouyang Ming's face shifted. When the purple-robed man had been blasted away earlier, it could have been due to carelessness. But the sword servant had been fully prepared before he struck, and Ouyang Ming had even specifically instructed him to give his all. He had wanted the sword servant to force out all of Chu Haoyang's power. Yet who could have imagined that the sword servant would be slain on the spot in just one move? Ouyang Ming saw only a flash of five-colored brilliance before he could even identify the magic artifact. The sword servant's head had already been severed. Ouyang Ming knew better than anyone how powerful the sword servant was. Even if he himself had faced him, he could not have defeated the sword servant within 100 moves, let alone killed him. That was simply too difficult. But Chu Haoyang had used only a single move, a clean, effortless instant kill. The Yuntian Sect intends to take part in the competition. Does anyone here still object? Chu Haoyang asked calmly. No one answered. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Even the man and woman dueling on the field stopped and stared blankly at Chu Haoyang. Chu Haoyang, however, had no interest in watching them. His gaze swept across Ouyang Ming once. Ouyang Ming was extremely awkward at this moment. He was angered, yet he dared not vent his anger on Chu Haoyang, so he had to remain silent. He had planned to make Chu Haoyang swallow his pride only to end up swallowing the bitter taste himself. Since no one raises any objection, you have all given your tacit approval. In this competition, if our Yuntian Sect takes the top prize, all the sects present must honor me as their sovereign and join forces to resist the invasion of the demon realm's great army. Chu Haoyang proclaimed in a resounding voice. This was his greatest purpose in coming to the Tiangong. If all the sects of the state of Chu could unite as one, they would surely protect the people of Chu and hold back the demon realm's invasion. What? Accept you as sovereign. By saying that, where exactly does that leave the Tiangong? Ouyang Ming could no longer hold back. In the state of Chu, the Tiangong had always stood in a transcendent position. If any force were to issue orders, it could not be anyone other than the Tiangong. Since when was it the Yuntian Sect's turn? Even if Chu Haoyang's renown had recently soared, that still was not enough. In terms of accumulated heritage, which power could compare with the Tiangong? Is Lord Ouyang perhaps afraid? Chu Haoyang asked with a smile. Afraid? The Tiangong has never known how the word afraid is written. Ouyang Ming declared. Then let us settle it in the arena. If the Tiangong wins, I will honor you as my lord and obey your commands, Chu Haoyang said. With those words, the Tiangong truly had no way back. It had to accept the challenge. Otherwise, with so many eyes watching, the Tiangong could never bear the stigma of cowardice. Very well, as you wish. Ouyang Ming could only agree in the end. If the Tiangong won this contest, it would gain very little. But if it lost, that would truly be a boat capsizing in a ditch, a devastating, humiliating fall. Yet how could the Tiangong lose? At the thought of the terrifyingly powerful senior expert of the Tiangong, the faint panic in Ouyang Ming's heart settled completely. How will the rules be set? Ouyang Ming asked. One round decides the winner. The one with more victories prevails. Chu Haoyang said. Very well, 1 round of 10 bouts. It is settled. Ouyang Ming said. He had already seen clearly that the Yuntian Sect had only brought 4 people in total in a 10-bout contest. The advantage lay firmly with the Tiangong. Senior, there are 10 matches, but we have only brought 4 people. We may be at a disadvantage. A Yuntian Sect elder said worriedly. No matter. The 3 of you will each fight 1 match, leave the rest to me. Chu Haoyang said. Will this work? The Yuntian Sect elder's face grew even more worried. That would mean Chu Haoyang would have to fight 6 matches alone. Even with his profound cultivation, such a war of attrition was not easy to endure. It's no trouble, Chu Haoyang replied with a smile. All the previous matches came to a halt. From then on, it was purely a contest between the Heavenly Palace and the Yuntian Sect. In the first match, the Yuntian Sect sent a purple-bearded elder, while the Heavenly Palace fielded a young man. The purple-bearded elder used a dark black sword, while the young man wielded an iron chain. The black sword swung out with the force to split mountains and sever rivers, but the chain refused to clash Hedon, instead seeking an opening for a fatal strike. The two fought for 100 exchanges. In the end, the chain found a gap and slammed heavily into the purple-bearded elder. His body was pierced, leaving a large bloody hole. When they looked at the elder again, he had already collapsed to the ground, his lips purple, a clear sign of poisoning. Chu Haoyang tore open the clothing around the bloody hole and saw that the surrounding flesh had turned black and the blackness was still spreading. Without saying a word, he took out a pill he carried with him and fed it to the purple-bearded elder. The bloody hole was only an external wound. After a few days of rest it would heal. What really mattered was the poison. If it was not contained immediately, his life would be in danger. In the cultivation world, there were not many poisons that could affect a cultivator at the late stage of spirit transformation. But the few that existed were not to be underestimated. Therefore, when facing an enemy who used poison in a duel, one had to remain fully vigilant. It's useless. My poison has no antidote under heaven. The young man from the Heavenly Palace sneered. Blood was also trickling from the corner of his mouth. In the duel just now, he had deliberately taken a strike from the purple-bearded elder in order to land his chain on the opponent. But it had all been worth it. Now he was merely wounded, while the purple-bearded elder was on the verge of death from poison. Ouyang Ming seemed quite satisfied and nodded at the young man. The young man from the Heavenly Palace felt flattered. In the Heavenly Palace, the Palace Master had always been an exalted figure. He lived in seclusion, and almost all his orders were relayed by the sword slave. An ordinary latest-stage spirit transformation elder found it hard to even meet him, let alone speak a few words with him. To earn the Palace Master's recognition was beyond rare. He felt that his injuries had healed by half in an instant. It was worth it. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, the purple-bearded elder actually stood up. His lips were no longer purple and had returned to normal. Only the bloody hole remained, but thanks to Chu Haoyang's treatment, the bleeding had completely stopped. It looked like he would fully recover in at most 2 days. What? The young man from the Heavenly Palace was stunned. Only he knew best how deadly the poison coated on the chain was. An ordinary spirit transformation cultivator would die on contact. Even a latest-stage spirit transformation master had only 1 chance in 10 of surviving. How could he have recovered so quickly? Under ordinary circumstances, that was indeed the case. But what he didn't know was that Chu Haoyang's alchemy was so exquisite it towered above the 9 heavens. Even the most common pill when passed through Chu Haoyang's hands immediately became a miraculous elixir. Chu Haoyang could even refine the heaven-mending pill, the ultimate pinnacle of defying the heavenly Tao. A mere antidote pill was utterly trivial. He was not the only one astounded. Ouyang Ming's eyes also showed disbelief. Ordinary people would not carry around an antidote elixir, let alone one strong enough to neutralize a lethal poison that even a latest-stage spirit transformation cultivator could not withstand. After all, elixirs were precious, and ordinary cultivators would not spend a small fortune to buy such a pill, unless he was a grand master of the pill Tao. As for Chu Haoyang's cultivation, Ouyang Ming had already witnessed with his own eyes how profoundly supreme it was. If a man like him also understood alchemy, that was simply horrifying. A flicker of caution passed through Ouyang Ming's eyes, but it quickly turned into a cold ferocity. Such a man must never be allowed to grow. Today, no matter what it cost, Chu Haoyang had to die. He absolutely could not be allowed to leave the Heavenly Palace alive. Anyone who posed a threat to the Heavenly Palace had to be eliminated root and branch. Not one would be spared. This was the Heavenly Palace's way, and the very reason it had stood unshaken in the Chu Kingdom for hundreds of thousands of years. In the second match, the Yuntian Sect sent an elder wearing a Taoist robe, while the Heavenly Palace sent a beautiful middle-aged woman. The Taoist-robed elder held a horsetail whisk and had a truly immortal bearing. The middle-aged beauty used a long whip. In fewer than 50 exchanges, her long whip had the Taoist-robed elder completely suppressed. In the end, a whip lashed across the elder's face, his head burst apart, and even his primordial spirit was shattered. He perished utterly, body and Tao destroyed. You, a woman yet so vicious. This was supposed to be a friendly match, yet you struck with such cruelty. Chu Haoyang roared, rebuking the middle-aged beauty. Your people are simply inferior. What is there to say? If you have the ability, you can do the same to me. The middle-aged beauty said with extreme contempt. She had arrived not long ago, and had not seen Chu Haoyang kill the sword slave, otherwise she would never have dared speak so arrogantly. Very well, you said it. They'll fight the next match. Do you dare accept? Chu Haoyang said. For the following 7 matches, he decided to take them all on himself. Senior, let me take the next match instead. The last Yuntian Sect elder urged. No. Her cultivation is very high. You are no match for her. Chu Haoyang said softly. He was telling the truth. The woman's cultivation was higher than he had anticipated. An ordinary latest-stage spirit transformation cultivator would be no match for her, and would most likely have his head smashed open by a single whip. Who says I wouldn't dare? The middle-aged beauty said haughtily. In the Heavenly Palace, her strength ranked in the top 3. Even Ouyang Ming would not underestimate her. Chu Haoyang had made wild claims today, and this was the perfect chance to teach him a lesson. If she could slay him on the spot, it would be a satisfying blow for the Heavenly Palace. Ouyang Ming, however, had a worried look on his face. He wanted to stop her, but since her words had already been spoken, he could say nothing more. Do you think this middle-aged beauty can defeat Chu Haoyang? The people of the other sects in the stands whispered among themselves. The middle-aged beauty had killed a latest-stage spirit transformation cultivator in fewer than 100 moves. How formidable she was had been witnessed by everyone. But the image of Chu Haoyang killing the sword slave earlier had left an even deeper impression on them. No confrontation, no entanglement. One move, just one move, had been enough to cut down the sword slave rumored to be the number 1 beneath Ouyang Ming, without a single wasted motion. Just as everyone was debating who was stronger, the middle-aged Bowtie's long whip had already lashed toward Chu Haoyang's face. Chu Haoyang extended a finger, and the heavenly sword shot out like a streak of light. The long whip was struck away, and a bloody wound appeared on the neck of the middle-aged, beautiful woman, after which her entire body collapsed to the ground motionless. Is it already over? A chill rose in the hearts of the onlookers. Chu Haoyang was too formidable to be underestimated. How dare you? You've killed 2 of our Tiangong members. Do you truly believe we Tiangong have no one left? Ouyang Ming could no longer remain seated. Both the sword slave and the middle-aged, beautiful woman were absolute powerhouses of Tiangong, yet they had been slain in succession by Chu Haoyang. This round of competition had to end. Tiangong could not bear such a heavy price. For the remaining competitions, Chu Haoyang will face them all alone. Is the palace master going to enter the arena personally? Chu Haoyang sneered. Tiangong had shown nothing but malice toward him, so there was no need for him to spare their dignity. The dignity of Tiangong cannot be violated. Good Chu Haoyang. Today I'll make you learn the consequences of offending Tiangong. Haoyang Ming struck. His magical treasure was unlike ordinary artifacts. It was a massive golden net. As the net spread open, it seemed as though it would engulf the entire sky. Chu Haoyang and the other two elders of Yuntian Sect were all within the net's coverage. The heaven-encompassing net. This is Tiangong's ultimate treasure, the heaven-encompassing net. With this treasure unleashed, this battle has no suspense left. Someone recognized the net's origin and spoke. Heaven-encompassing net, what a grand name. Let me see if I can cleave your broken net apart. Five-colored radiance flashed fiercely upon the heavenly sword, which shot upward with great speed and struck heavily upon the massive net descending from the sky. No one knew what material the heaven-encompassing net was crafted from. After the heavenly sword's strike, it had not been severed. Only a faint white mark remained. Nevertheless, Haoyang Ming's expression changed. The material of his heaven-encompassing net was extraordinarily special. An ordinary cultivator at the soul transformation stage striking it with their magical treasure would leave not the slightest trace. Once ensnared, there was only the prospect of awaiting death. Yet Chu Haoyang's previous strike had left a white mark sufficiently demonstrating the extraordinary nature of the heavenly sword. However, that white mark was negligible to the heaven-encompassing net. Unless struck thousands of times simultaneously in the same location, the net would quickly self-recover. To cleave open the heaven-encompassing net, stop dreaming. Unless you can unleash thousands of attacks with the same intensity as before, all at the same time. But that's impossible. Haoyang Ming sneered. Is that so? Then let's see if I can cleave it open. Chu Haoyang said calmly. Following that single strike of the heavenly sword, a countermeasure had already formed in his mind. Sword rain in full bloom. This secret technique of the immortal emperor was deployed once more. Sword shadows rapidly separated from the heavenly sword's main body, their numbers swiftly reaching tens of millions. With power dispersed so extensively, even if all strikes land simultaneously, how much damage can they possibly inflict upon the heaven-encompassing net? Haoyang Ming paid it no mind. He believed Chu Haoyang was merely employing a deceptive ruse, impressive to behold, yet its actual combat effectiveness remained severely limited. Is that so? Then let me show you exactly how much damage these strikes can inflict upon the heaven-encompassing net. Shatter! Chu Haoyang roared, and each sword shadow altered its trajectory, converging upon a single point of the net. When the first sword shadow descended, Haoyang Ming's expression shifted. He realized the striking force of this sword shadow was nearly as formidable as that initial blow. What? Such a secret technique exists in this world. Haoyang Ming's face had drained of all color. 3 breaths later, a massive hole tore through the heaven-encompassing net, rendering this ultimate treasure of Tiangong completely useless.